Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Kaya, Claude let out a strange scream as he was sent flying. Hey, why are you hitting me? Wendy, do something. Claude, who had fallen flat on the ground, shouted. Wendy, who was supposed to be his bodyguard, didn't move a muscle when Belinda attacked him. Completely ignoring Claude's indignation, Belinda pointed her finger at him and yelled, "How dare you try to build such a vulgar facility on our young lord's land?" This was the first estate that Ghislaine, whom she had taken care of so dearly, had received. But a gambling hall, what? As his former tutor, there was no way she would allow such a facility to be built. Look at him. He's completely lost his mind to gambling. The moment he becomes chief overseer, the first thing he tries to do is set up a gambling hall. No, no. Wait, listen to me for a second. It's not that I want to gamble. I quit, I swear. Quit, huh? How could you say you've quit and then the first thing out of your mouth is to build a gambling hall? A dog would stop barking sooner than you'd stop gambling. At Belinda's words, the retainers' faces filled with doubt. Claude desperately waved his hands. No, no, that's not it. Listen to me. We're going to turn this place into a leisure city like Austern. If we promote it well, nobles will flock here and spend an enormous amount of money. The retainers still had suspicious looks on their faces, but even Belinda shut her mouth at his words. It was true that many nobles visited Austern for leisure. Thanks to that, Baron Austern had made an absolute fortune. As people seemed to become intrigued, Claude spoke even more excitedly. In simple terms, we're creating a cultural city and tourist destination. The townspeople will also make money by serving the visitors. Well, it does sound somewhat plausible. Belinda stroked her chin, nodding. If done well, it certainly seemed like they could rake in a lot of money. Even so, she couldn't agree that gambling was part of cultural life. I did some research, and there's no city like that in the Retania Kingdom. We could be the first to build a larger and more extravagant planned city from the ground up. Austern grew naturally, so it ended up a bit messy. Austern had originally been in a situation similar to Fenris. No special products, no resources, just barren land. It was a place where people who enjoyed gambling and those involved in shady businesses slowly gathered, causing its accidental growth. A naturally developed, crude place, unlike anything else on the continent. That was Austern, the city of indulgence. Even though nobles act dignified, they're always looking for something fun behind the scenes. It won't be just nobles, but mercenaries and adventurers will flood in too. The more people come and go, the more money changes hands and the more residents will settle. Claude declared confidently. At first, the retainers, who had been taken aback, began to nod, seemingly convinced that Claude had a point. With the public opinion now on his side, Claude turned to Ghislaine. What do you think? Once the city is established, you can make money without lifting a finger. It's like money printing itself. How can you say no to that? Ghislaine, who had been quietly listening, let out a small laugh and leaned back in his chair. Well, that was an interesting idea. We can consider building a small city later on. Later? Then what about now? Claude pressed. Isn't it obvious we proceed with the original plan? Ghislaine replied. What, my lord? I'm telling you, don't waste your money. It was a tempting proposal, one that would have easily captured the interest of other lords. With the use of the runestone, they could create a city comparable to Austern. However, for Ghislaine, who would eventually have to face off against the most powerful ducal family in the kingdom, it wasn't the best option. I'm well aware that the estate has a lot of problems, but what's the most pressing issue right now? Well, everything is an issue, but the most urgent problem is food. We're already buying supplies because there isn't enough to eat. We can't keep purchasing food forever. Once we run out of money, we'll all starve. Food, huh? I've already got something in mind for that, so this works out. I'll take care of the food problem, so just secure some land for cultivation. Ugh, seriously? Claude glared at Ghislaine with frustration. He had already explained several times that the land was too barren to increase production. Did this guy even listen to anything he said? Look, my lord, I've told you before, this land can't grow crops. It's impossible to revive it no matter who comes. Unless a god of farming descends, No, even a goddess would find this place too filthy to bother with. That's enough. I'll take care of it. Claude's expression grew increasingly sour. My lord, have you ever farmed before? Do you even know anything about farming techniques? Well, not really. Of course, Ghislaine wouldn't have had any experience with farming, having spent his life constantly fighting. So, are you secretly the god of farming? Is there some hidden truth about your origins? Of course not. Then how exactly are you planning to increase food production? Do you think the other lords aren't doing this because they don't want to? It's not that they won't, it's that they can't. That's why I'm saying we should focus on making lots of money first. As Claude continued to push his argument, Ghislaine smiled slyly and replied, "If I solve that problem, what will you do? Huh, how about we make a bet? Let's see if I can increase food production or not." "Huh, and how would you do that?" "You don't need to know that, so how about it? If I win, you'll stop complaining and just do as I say from now on." Claude scoffed. How dare he challenge him, a gambling expert, to a bet? And with a result that was so obvious. What kind of bet is this if there's no money involved? You don't have any money, do you? Ah, then how about this? If I win, you'll become my unpaid servant for 10 years. I'll feed and house you, of course, but you'll have to follow orders without a single complaint. Claude did owe Ghislaine too, 500 gold, but he still received his salary. After all, he had to maintain his personal life, and naturally he had living expenses. Losing this bet would mean giving up even those basics and literally working as a servant with nothing. Claude, who had been making an incredulous face, suddenly flashed a meaningful smile. And the time limit, it would be a bit inconvenient if it's too long. A generous 3 months. Excuse me, what? Claude's mouth dropped open in shock. Not 3 years, but 3 months. He was supposed to show results in just 3 months. It was the middle of winter. Even if something were planted, they'd be lucky if anything sprouted at all. Suppressing his laughter, Claude reconfirmed the terms of the bet. "Then what if I win? What do you want?" Claude's heart raced, but he tried to maintain his composure, pretending to be calm. "Well, I'm already in debt to you, my lord, so it's a bit embarrassing to say. But come on, you know what I'm talking about. Then I'll give you 5,000 gold. How about you use that to pay a visit to Anna again?" The mention of 5,000 gold shocked those nearby. With 5,000 gold, Claude could live a life of luxury for the rest of his days without working. "No, no, please don't do this. My lord, this bet is completely absurd." Belinda and Gillian hurried to intervene. Ghislaine might have had his reasons, but the time frame was only 3 months. Even for someone like him, it would be impossible to revive dead land in that short a time. They couldn't just stand by and let their lord engage in such an unfair bet. "Hey now, are you trying to hinder the lord from accomplishing something great? Everyone, please stay out of this." Claude put on a mock-serious expression as he spoke. Belinda, frustrated by his smarmy attitude, turned and snapped at the others around her. "What are you all doing? Stop the lord." Prompted by her forcefulness, the retainers began stepping forward one by one. "My lord, this is a reckless wager. Please reconsider while there's still time. The chief overseer is right. Most of this estate is rocky, and the soil, where it does exist, is too rough and dry for crops to grow." While everyone was trying to dissuade Ghislaine, Kaor just sat back, smirking, without making any move to intervene. For him, it would be amusing no matter which side lost. Belinda glared at him, but Kaor simply shrugged, as if to say, "What's the point of me speaking up?" He wouldn't listen anyway. Ignoring those who were trying to stop him, Ghislaine turned back to Claude and asked again, "So, are you in or not? If you're scared, you can always back down." "Huh." Claude let out a dry laugh without immediately responding. Why is he so confident? He clearly doesn't have a way to do this. There wasn't even the slightest thought in his mind that he would lose. But Ghislaine's unwavering confidence made him uneasy. Having spent years in the world of gambling, Claude could tell that Ghislaine's attitude wasn't some bluff to hide his anxiety. He truly believed he could win. What's he banking on? What crops can even grow in 3 months? Claude racked his brain, pulling out all the knowledge he'd learned at the academy long ago. There weren't any crops that could grow in just 3 months, especially none that thrived in winter. But still, he had to ask, just in case. "What kind of crops are you planning to grow?" "It's wheat, right? You can't just plant something weird that no one can eat and force it on us." "Of course, wheat is the best." Claude clenched his fist in victory. "Perfect. If it's wheat, there's no way it'll grow in 3 months. He struggled to suppress the grin threatening to break out on his face. He wasn't sure what Ghislaine was thinking, but this was as good as winning. Did I overestimate our Lord? It seemed like he doesn't even know how to grow wheat. Did he really think I'd lose on purpose just to save his pride? We haven't known each other that long. Claude glanced at Ghislaine with a slight smile. Well, I've quit gambling, but fine, I'm in. Great. The bet is set. Everyone here is a witness. If I win, you'll work for 10 years without pay. If I lose, you'll get 5,000 gold and can return home. Claude nodded with a bright smile, but the others frowned. Why on earth was their lord making such a ridiculous bet? Belinda, unable to stop Ghislaine, glanced at Wendy and ran her hand across her neck. It was a signal to deal with this matter later in the night. Wendy nodded grimly. Of course, Claude wasn't about to let things go that easily either. With a smug voice, he spoke to Ghislaine. By the way, if I win, but my safety isn't guaranteed, well, there'd be no point in making the bet if I couldn't leave with the money, right? Ghislaine chuckled. Claude is the chief overseer of the estate, so everyone will ensure his safety. If anything happens, I'll hold each of you responsible. At those words, Wendy shrugged at Belinda, who stomped the ground in frustration and shouted, "Arg, this is infuriating." Gillian, who had planned to take action if things went too far, also scowled. With the Lord giving a direct order, he couldn't interfere now. If they withdrew from the bet at this point, it would only make Ghislaine look foolish. Claude's face lit up with joy. Ha ha ha. Well then, I'll be off to secure some land for cultivation. There's plenty of empty space, so it won't take long. As Claude joyfully turned to leave, Ghislaine warned him in a low voice. But if you slack off and just wait out the 3 months, I'll consider it my win. I'll be watching, so don't think about cutting corners. Oh, of course. I'm not that petty. Don't worry, ha ha ha. Laughing, Claude practically danced his way out of the room, with Wendy following behind him, sighing. Those left behind stared at Ghislaine in disbelief. They had no idea what their lord was thinking. Ghislaine, oblivious to their confusion, stood up leisurely. Well, I guess it's time for me to get moving too. The rumor that the chief overseer had challenged the lord to a bet spread quickly. Those who heard the details shook their heads and clicked their tongues. Tusk, the lord has overdone it this time. The chief overseer sure is something. Still, it's the lord we're talking about. He could have at least pretended to give in. The lord's close aides are really holding a grudge over this. But since the lord told them not to meddle, even his aides can't do anything now. If something happens to the chief overseer, it'll only tarnish the lord's reputation even more. Who would trust the lord and work for him after that? Just as people had said, Belinda couldn't bring herself to touch Claude, and spent the entire day venting her frustration by hitting a pillow. Ugh! Why did the young lord make such a bet? He knows nothing about farming, so what was the point? When will he ever fix that stubborn attitude of his? As Claude had mentioned, it was a problem that no one had been able to solve for hundreds of years. There was no way someone like Ghislaine, who knew nothing, could solve it. They could ask a mage or priest to temporarily boost his intelligence, but that effect wouldn't last long. It would be cheaper to use that money to buy food instead. Ahog, this is infuriating. And that gambling bastard too. When the lord goes overboard, he should have at least backed down a little. But no, he took it without hesitation. And to top it off, he even requested protection for himself. That insufferable brat. Belinda slammed the innocent pillow once more. As Belinda, the head of the household, ground her teeth at the chief overseer, the atmosphere within the castle became tense. Vanessa, meanwhile, grew increasingly anxious, watching the situation unfold. The lord needs to win. Should I use magic to temporarily boost his intelligence? Managing that vast land by myself would be impossible. To keep it going, I'd have to pour in an enormous amount of mana, but I don't have any mana left, and no runestone either. With Vanessa's mana, she couldn't even handle a small patch of land, let alone the entire reclamation project Ghislaine had planned. Should I try to steal mana from Sir Ulfoy and the other mages? She briefly considered ambushing them while they slept, but knew it was impossible to subdue them alone. Lord, I'm so sorry. I'm nothing but a useless person. Vanessa, growing thinner by the day from worry, began to draw concern from those around her. In contrast, Kaor was getting more and more gleeful by the day. With Belinda shut away, he had taken the opportunity to drink heavily with the members of the Cerberus Mercenary Corps. It'll be funny if the Lord loses, but even more hilarious if the chief overseer does. Not that it's likely to happen. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what face that monstrous lord will make if he loses. One of the mercenaries chimed in, causing Kaor to snicker. This time, the lord has made a mistake. There's no way to win this bet. That stubbornness of his was bound to become a problem sooner or later. Ghislaine had always taken on challenges that everyone else deemed impossible, and every time he succeeded. With his remarkable instincts and overwhelming strength, he had forced the impossible to become possible. Because he always succeeded, people around him had learned to follow his lead in most cases, but this time was different. This time it requires specialized knowledge, not just strength. Kaor, who had been laughing, suddenly stiffened. From a distance, Jillian was approaching. Oh, the old geezer is coming. Hey, everyone scatter. Move quickly, you brats. Ever since Ghislaine had started the bet with Claude, Jillian had been wandering around with a constant frown. He believed that Claude had deliberately brought up the gambling hall to provoke Ghislaine. Seeing him in such a foul mood, Kaor knew that if Jillian found out about their drinking, he'd have to endure a barrage of scolding. Kaor and the mercenaries hurriedly cleaned up the area and, keeping an eye on Jillian, discreetly made their exit. As the tension in the castle grew, Claude worked with even more enthusiasm. Strangely enough, he felt energized, even without sleep. Soon I'll be free. There was still an absurd amount of work to do, but the thought of having only 3 more months to endure suddenly made it all seem manageable. Tasks that have an end in sight feel entirely different from those that seem never-ending. I have to leave everything in order before I go. Can't give anyone an excuse to hold it against me. It wasn't at all because he was afraid of Wendy, who was behind him, fiddling with a dagger. You wouldn't suddenly stab me from behind, would you, or poison my food or something? Startled by his sudden words, Wendy quickly tucked the dagger back into her clothes. I don't do that kind of thing. If I die, it'll be an even bigger embarrassment for the Lord. You know that, right? Yes, I'm aware. Good. So make sure to watch my back carefully. I think some people have been targeting me lately. Feeling relieved after giving his 23rd warning, Claude got back to work with a satisfied expression. It didn't take long before Wendy drew her dagger again, and Claude asked the same question for the 24th time. Ghislaine reviewed the tasks that Claude had completed and summoned the mercenaries. Finding and bringing in the slash-and-burn farmers was faster if he handled it himself. Jillian, get the cooperation of the nearby estates and track down the peasants who have fled. Kaor, you search the northern area. Round up all the hiding slash-and-burn farmers. I'll head south. Thanks to Claude searching here and there, the peasants were already anxious. With armed soldiers scouring the land, they feared that something big was about to happen. And now, the Lord himself was personally leading troops to hunt them down. The peasants were terrified. Public sentiment had hit rock bottom, and Ghislaine's popularity was plunging endlessly. Rumors spread like wildfire that the new Lord was even more ruthless and frightening than the previous one. The officials concerned suggested that they proceed more slowly, but Ghislaine didn't bat an eye. It doesn't matter. We don't have the luxury of time to go slowly. Even if it's harsh, move as quickly as possible. In no time, Ghislaine tracked down the slash-and-burn farmers who had been hiding in the mountains. Of course, the people he found weren't about to follow him willingly. Please, Lord, let us stay here, or at least give us a few days to gather our things. We'll find a way to pay the taxes somehow. When we go down, there will be no land for us. We have no food to survive. Despite the pleas of the people, Ghislaine coldly shook his head. If he gave them time, they would undoubtedly flee to another place again. I'll provide food and work, so don't worry. There's no time. Everyone, head down immediately. The taxes that would come from these people were meager at best. He wasn't here to extract a few coins. He had come because there was a lack of people to work. Seeing Ghislaine's firm attitude, the slash-and-burn farmers exchanged glances. Their attempts to buy time were in vain. It was clear the Lord had come fully prepared. The forces that had come with the Lord numbered only 10, including the Lord himself. It didn't seem like an overwhelming number. One middle-aged man raised a club and shouted, "Damn it, you'll just exploit us again once we go down. I'm not that kind of person. How kind-hearted I am. The people around me always say there's no one in the world as non-violent and peace-loving as me." Anyone who heard him would have tilted their head in confusion. Even the mercenaries who had come with Ghislaine were grimacing, as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Unsurprisingly, the slash-and-burn farmers didn't believe a word. "We're not going, just leave us alone." Some of the farmers, riled up, began to incite the others. "Everyone, let's fight. It's hell if we go down there anyway. Yes, give us freedom. We'll live here on our own." Despite the intense reaction from the farmers, Ghislaine simply laughed heartily. He wasn't the type to waste words or attempt persuasion. With a slight nod to the mercenaries, he gave the order, "Just arrest them all." The mercenaries charged at the farmers, their expressions showing they had expected this outcome. "I knew it. What non-violent pacifist. Everyone, grab your weapons. Waha, we won't be exploited anymore." The slash-and-burn farmers fought back fiercely. These were people who had fled to escape exploitation. There was no way they would follow oppressive orders without a fight. "Give us liberty or give us death." The farmers were ready to kill their captors and escape. Whether they were slowly starved to death after being captured by the Lord or died fighting now, they saw no difference. Since their numbers were more than double those of the mercenaries, they thought they had a chance. However, their hope was shattered in a matter of moments. Alhag. As the mercenaries casually struck them, the farmers fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. Ugh! Groaning in pain, the farmers lay on the ground. One of the mercenaries turned to Ghislaine and asked, "What should we do with them?" It was customary to execute those who attacked their lord, charging them with treason. However, knowing why Ghislaine had come for the slash-and-burn farmers, the mercenaries hesitated to act immediately. Ghislaine slowly looked around. Children, women, and elderly, likely the families of the fallen men, sat trembling in fear. "This really makes me look like a wicked lord, doesn't it?" Ghislaine let out a hearty laugh and gestured toward the people. "Don't be afraid. I'm not going to kill anyone. Didn't I say I'm a pacifist? We'll be heading down to the estate now, so just pack only the essentials." Having lost the will to resist, the farmers sluggishly rose and began gathering their belongings. Once the people had roughly packed up and gathered together, Ghislaine gave a new order to the mercenaries. "Destroy all the houses. Criminals or spies might try to hide here." The mercenaries immediately grabbed their axes and got to work. The shabby shacks, hastily built by the slash-and-burn farmers, couldn't withstand the force and were quickly torn apart. The farmers watched in dismay as their village was destroyed before their eyes. It dawned on them that they would never be able to return here. As a child sobbed softly, Ghislaine spoke to him gently. "Don't worry. There isn't a kinder, more gentle lord in the world than me. Look, even though you all attacked me, no one died, right?" Of course, his words fell on deaf ears. To the child, Ghislaine was nothing more than a cruel lord who had beaten his father, destroyed their home, and was forcibly dragging them away. The child didn't say anything, but his eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth. Seeing the expression on the boy's face, Ghislaine shrugged. There was no point in explaining himself to people filled with distrust. The only thing that would convince them was action. "Well, if you're all packed, let's head down. It gets cold at night." Ghislaine, having demolished yet another village, turned away with a satisfied smile. Those who had attacked him were bound together like fish on a string and dragged away. Their heads hung low in despair, while the rest of their families followed closely behind. The farmers cried quietly the entire way down the mountain, worrying about their future lives. If they had known it would come to this, they would have fled even farther away. They hadn't expected that anyone would search so thoroughly, even in the rough and deep mountains. "We've found quite a few today. I didn't think we'd gather more than 40 of them," Ghislaine said excitedly. The farmers gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. A short while later, when they arrived at the castle, Ghislaine whistled at the sight before him. "Oh, the number's grown quite a bit." The farmers were shocked by what they saw. In front of the Lord's castle, countless tents were set up, and just as many people were passing by. The faces of the people wandering around were familiar. They were all people who had once lived in the estate. It seemed that, as the rumor said, they had been rounded up from all directions. However, despite having been captured, their expressions were bright. The slash-and-burn farmers were dragged along by Ghislaine, looking bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Claude, who had been moving around busily, spotted Ghislaine and clicked his tongue in exasperation. "You've rounded up a lot today. You're unbelievably good at rounding them up. You're not a fisherman, are you? Pursuit, ambushes, and annihilation are my specialties. I'm also pretty good at setting traps. Yes, yes, you have all the talents of a slave trader. If you'd started on that path earlier, you'd have made a name for yourself across the continent. Ouch. Claude, who had been teasing, quickly backed off after receiving a smack. The way he always managed to provoke people at the wrong moment and earn a beating could be considered a talent in its own right. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and take care of this. I'm busy. Understood. Claude quickly began recording the details of the slash-and-burn farmers and rattled off instructions in one breath. For now, you'll stay here. If you want to return to where you originally lived, we'll send you back. If not, we'll provide you with a house in the newly established village. We're also recruiting laborers for construction, so feel free to apply if you're interested. The slash-and-burn farmers nodded for now. After all, their homes had already been destroyed and they hadn't brought much with them. Now, they were being offered a house for free. This was more than enough to make them bow in gratitude. Food will also be distributed for the time being. This is being provided out of the Lord's personal funds, so be sure to express your gratitude. Claude, having rapidly delivered his speech, gestured to the soldiers. Soon the soldiers came carrying sacks filled with grain, meat, and vegetables. The slash-and-burn farmers' eyes widened in astonishment. The food they had eaten while hiding in the mountains didn't even compare to the abundance in front of them. As the farmers swallowed hard, Claude continued, "This is by the Lord's command. If you run out, we'll give you more, so don't try to ration it and eat properly. Don't eat spoiled food just because you're trying to save it. If you get sick, I'm the one who will have to deal with it." Claude pointed in one direction. The slash-and-burn farmer's gazes followed his gesture. In the direction he indicated, there were countless more sacks of food piled up. And as if that wasn't enough, new sacks continued to be brought in without rest. The farmers, now completely stunned, looked back at Ghislaine. Were they really being given homes, jobs, and food? If you just come quietly in the first place, you wouldn't have gotten beaten. Ghislaine clicked his tongue and gestured with his hand. As the soldiers untied the bound farmers, they prostrated themselves on the ground, repeatedly expressing their thanks. Thank you, my lord. We'll never do anything like that again. We'll work hard." The slash-and-burn farmers, who had been terrified, expecting to lose their heads, breathed sighs of relief. Though they couldn't fully trust him yet, they were beginning to think that he might be a little different from other nobles. "Yes, you'll soon be guided to the village where you'll live. Until then, behave and stay out of trouble." One of the lower-ranking officials led the slash-and-burn farmers to the tents set up for temporary residence. Amidst the group moving obediently, a child turned around. It was the same child who had been gritting his teeth to hold back tears in the mountains earlier. When Ghislaine met the child's gaze, he made a playful expression and winked. "See, I told you I'm kind of a good person, didn't I?" Claude, who was listening from the side, rubbed his ears as if he were hearing things. Ghislaine snorted and ignored him. The hesitant child bowed deeply. Ghislaine tossed the apple he had been holding to the child and laughed. "This is just for you. Don't share it with anyone else." The child bowed again and ran off to catch up with the adults. This scene repeated itself several times afterward. They found the runaway villagers, provided them with houses, and continued to distribute food regularly. Even the existing villagers' homes were either repaired or rebuilt, so there were no complaints. Rumors, mixed with hopeful expectations, began to spread that the new lord seemed to be a good person. As if responding to those rumors, Ghislaine busied himself. Even as he wrestled with piles of paperwork, he didn't skip a single day of training and continued to inspect the estate. "Young lord, take a break. You should have studied like this from the beginning." Belinda, alarmed at his relentless pace, tried to stop him. She was worried about his health, but she had another concern as well. "What about farming? You're only focusing on other things. It's already been a month." Although he was working hard, it felt like he was putting off the more important task, his wager. After all, in the past month, all he had done was round up villagers, give them houses and feed them, right? "Oh, that. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. Since we've gathered enough people, I was planning to start soon anyway." The villagers had regained their strength and were settled in their new homes, so it was time to begin the more important work. "We're going to cultivate the farmland." When the announcement that laborers were needed for the task spread, a large crowd of villagers gathered. The news that those who helped build houses had received a hefty payment had reached everyone's ears. Even the elderly and children volunteered, and so many came forward that some had to be sent back. Seeing the lively faces of the villagers, Ghislaine smiled with satisfaction. "Oh, everyone's full of energy. This is a good sign. We'll finish quickly." Claude had already taken care of everything. He had arranged the location of the new farmland and secured the farming tools needed for the job. All Ghislaine had to do was lead the villagers to the site. As they followed Ghislaine and began to till the land, the villagers couldn't hide their curiosity. Why are we cultivating unusable land? Are we the ones who will be blamed later if nothing grows here? The villagers, who had spent their entire lives farming, knew better than anyone what the land of the Fenris estate was like. Did the previous lords never consider clearing new farmland? Of course they had. However, the soil was too poor and the yield wasn't worth the effort, so they had given up on clearing the land. Let's just do what we're told for now. Seems like no one around here knows anything about farming. Tusk, can't really say no though. We're only doing it because they're giving us money and food, but honestly, I'm scared. What if we get blamed later? Did you hear the rumors? Apparently, this is all part of a bet between the Lord and the chief overseer. They're betting on whether crops will grow here or not. Oh dear, our Lord is in big trouble. This land won't grow anything. Didn't he know that? The laborers whispered among themselves with uneasy expressions. They were worried that if the Lord lost the bet, they might suffer as a result. Still, no one had the courage to step forward and advise the Lord. For now, they simply began to dig up the land as ordered. For people who had been starving, it was only natural to work hard when promised money and food. Since the villagers were working in fierce competition, the land clearing work was finished in just a few days. Soon, when the seasons changed and the seeds were sown, it would become apparent that the Lord's efforts had been in vain. The villagers, anticipating the near future, wore dark expressions, but Ghislaine never stopped smiling as he surveyed the cleared land. These once useless lands will finally become useful. Even as they watched him smile, the villagers couldn't shake their unease. Why was the Lord so happy about overturning worthless land? Wouldn't he be furious once he realized his mistake? Unable to share in his laughter, they merely stared off into the distance, worried. But their anxiety was short-lived. After the work was done, Ghislaine gathered the people and they exchanged glances filled with a mix of anticipation and curiosity. You all worked hard. It's great to see you becoming more and more diligent. Pleased with the faster-than-expected progress, Ghislaine patted the workers on their shoulders and smiled. The villagers huddled together, whispering, "Is it happening again today?" "Seems like it." He looks to be in a good mood. For ordinary folk, working alongside the Lord was quite a burden. Yet despite that, the villagers volunteered to work in Ghislaine's area before anywhere else. There was a good reason for this. Claude, for instance, was the supervisor everyone dreaded most. He never stopped nagging, constantly hovering and criticizing. He insisted that all the work must be completed before leaving the site. His fussy and grumbling attitude was so exhausting that people felt like they were going to die of annoyance. Belinda, on the other hand, sat sullenly, watching the workers in a daze, only to suddenly lose her temper out of nowhere. Her unpredictable mood swings made the laborers near her try to avoid her as much as possible, focusing solely on their work. Some people overheard her muttering about killing someone, and rumors began circulating that it might be the chief overseer who had earned her ire. Then there were Jillian and Kaor, whose very presence was intimidating. Just being near Jillian or Kaor made it hard to breathe due to their overwhelming presence, so the villagers subtly avoided them whenever possible. It was ironic that, although the Lord was supposed to be the scariest figure on the estate, he was actually the easiest to work with. Of course, there was a more decisive reason why the villagers preferred to work with Ghislaine. "Take this and have a drink, then get some proper rest. Keep working hard like you did today." Ghislaine rewarded those who worked hard with generous bonuses. Pleased with how quickly the work had been completed, he handed each worker several extra silver coins on top of their usual wages. The villagers beamed as they received their pay. "Thank you, my lord. I'll make good use of this. Call on us anytime, my lord." There was an established wage, but Ghislaine had a clear reason for giving out these extra bonuses to those who went the extra mile. He knew that proper rewards were the best way to motivate people. As a result, those who worked with Ghislaine were more enthusiastic than others. Watching the delighted villagers, Ghislaine frowned slightly. Why are they all so stingy? I keep telling them to spend more. Time is of the essence after all. Tusk. He had even allocated a budget for other supervisors to give bonuses to the diligent workers, but none of them seemed to use it much. It seemed poverty had become so ingrained in them that they couldn't think about spending money to save time. They were too focused on conserving the estate's funds to realize that speeding up the work was more important. This isn't going smoothly at all. He couldn't go around nagging them all the time, either. Sure, if he kept harping on about it, they'd eventually change, but that wasn't the best approach. If you assign work to someone, you have to trust them. Besides, Ghislaine wasn't the type to gently guide his subordinates step by step. All he could do was emphasize things occasionally to remind them. It was almost as if Ghislaine was making up for the lack of spending from his subordinates by spending the estate's money himself, without hesitation. All right, everyone, get moving. There's plenty of work to do. The estate was never short on tasks. There were so many neglected and dilapidated facilities that needed repair. As they continued fixing the facilities and expanding the farmland, the once anxious atmosphere in the estate began to turn lively. For the villagers, who had struggled to make ends meet, even these improvements were enough to make them feel grateful. Our Lord may not know much about farming, but it seems like he's trying to do something for this place. I heard rumors he used to be a troublemaker. They say he was quite the handful. Come on, that was probably when he was younger. Now he's pouring money into the estate and giving us work. If he was still a troublemaker, he'd just be drinking and fooling around instead of doing all this right. It's said that when people are well fed, their hearts grow kinder. At first, the villagers had feared Ghislaine, but now they were rapidly warming up to their new lord. Just as the villagers began to speak highly of their new lord in unison, Ghislaine summoned the mages. Alfoy and the other mages appeared with relaxed smiles. They had also heard the rumors spreading throughout the estate. The rumor was that Ghislaine had taken on a bet that he could never win. The mages were certain that Claude would win the bet. Ha, this devilish guy is finally going to be utterly humiliated. Well done, Chief Overseer. I knew I could count on you. Alfoy made no effort to hide his grin. How could he not be delighted knowing that Ghislaine was about to face great disgrace? He snickered inwardly, thinking that he should have treated Claude better if he'd known this was going to happen. The other mages were similarly bright-faced. Only Vanessa kept her head down, wearing a gloomy expression. After clearing his throat a few times, Alfoy confidently faced Ghislaine. What did you call me for? Since Ghislaine had become the lord, Alfoy couldn't speak as casually as before. Even if Alfoy was a successor of the tower, he wasn't treated as a noble like the tower master or the elders. Ghislaine responded with a casual expression. Why do you think so? I called you because I need to use some magic. It's a very important matter, so you need to be careful. I've heard the rumors. You're not planning to use magic to boost fertility, are you? What? Ghislaine frowned, and Alfoy quickly continued. Handling all that farmland by ourselves is impossible. You know that forcibly boosting fertility would just make the land even more barren afterward, right? With powerful magic or divine power, one could momentarily increase the fertility of the land. However, no lord actually used that method. Even using it once would leave the land in shambles. It was the cost of forcibly drawing out its vitality. To mitigate the side effects, one would have to draw in surrounding mana every time, and that required either a high-level mage or priest. Hiring them would cost more than simply buying food. Of course, Alfoy didn't care whether Ghislaine's land was ruined or not. Even if there were no such side effects, he had no intention of lending his strength. I've never learned that kind of magic in the first place. Besides, using shortcuts goes against the spirit of a fair bet. What are you talking about? I'm going to set up a magic circle in the clearing behind the castle. A magic circle? Alfoy clicked his tongue inwardly. It wasn't even for the farmland. Seeing as it was to be set up behind the castle, it must have been for some other trivial task. Yes, I'm going to use runestones to create a mana concentration circle. I'll overlay a regeneration circle and add other circles as well. Actually, forget it. There's no point in explaining it all to you. I'll skip the detailed explanation. The mages tilted their heads in confusion at his explanation. It was not only vague, but they had also never heard of a magic circle in such a format before. Feigning arrogance, Alfoy asked, "No, what kind of magic circle is this supposed to be? Do you even know what magic is?" "It's something very important, just get it ready. There's no time for detailed explanations. I'll check everything meticulously, so be careful, quick and precise." "Got it." TCH, seeing as the mana concentration circle is at the core, it's obvious. Did you think I wouldn't know something that basic? A mana concentration circle refers to a magic circle that uses runestones to artificially gather mana in one place. By training within such a circle, one could accumulate mana slightly faster than usual. It was a dream for anyone who used mana, be they knights or mages. However, it wasn't something just anyone could use. The creation of a single concentration circle required several runestones, yet the circle's duration wouldn't last beyond a week. Within just a few days, the runestones would lose their power and shatter. Unless one was an exceptionally promising knight from a wealthy estate, most knights would go their entire lives without experiencing a mana concentration circle even once. Of course, the situation was a bit different for Ghislaine, who had access to runestones. Even Count Balzac, the swordmaster of the Delphine Duchy, only used one for about a month in his youth with some support. Even the renownedly wealthy Delphine Duchy would only allow the truly talented to briefly experience it. "Are you going to use it yourself, my lord?" "Why would I use it?" Ghislaine responded with an incredulous tone, and Alfoy lifted his chin as he continued to probe. "If you're not going to use it yourself, then are you planning to make several of them?" "Oh, that's a rather sharp question. You seem to have an idea of what I'm planning." "HMPH, of course I do. So how many are you thinking of making?" "About 200. "What?" The mages were all startled by Ghislaine's answer. To make 200 mana concentration circles would require an enormous amount of runestones. It was likely going to need the same amount that had been sold to the tower in the past. However, Alfoy soon nodded as if he understood. Indeed, that amount would be necessary. There were currently close to 300 mercenaries. If all of them were to train within the circle, that many would be needed. Spending money to develop them quickly is fine, but if you spend this much, you won't be able to sustain it for long. Ghislaine replied, sounding a bit impressed. "Once is enough. Still, you're quite perceptive. To have figured it out this fast, I must have underestimated you." Alfoy shrugged his shoulders as if encouraging more praise. "With all the moves you've been making, my lord, it would be strange if I didn't catch on. You're always acting in a hurry. You're well informed. Anyway, we're busy, so just get everything prepared quickly. If there's anything you don't understand, ask Vanessa. She knows the most about magic circles in our estate." "But why are you layering other magic circles on top of this? I've never seen anything like that before. Which tower's method is this? Unverified magic circles can be very dangerous. Are you confident about this? And something this complex will take a lot of time." As expected of someone who studied, so much to say. "Stop nitpicking and just get it done quickly." Alfoy, filled with curiosity like a typical mage, had been questioning Ghislaine persistently but stepped back, smacking his lips when he saw the intimidating expression on Ghislaine's face. He was curious, but if he kept pushing, it looked like Ghislaine might actually hit him. "Well, since you're asking so earnestly, I'll do my best. Make sure it's done properly because I'll be inspecting it. Still, I've gained a little more respect for you today. You're smarter than your actions make you seem." Ghislaine threw out a statement that was hard to tell whether it was a compliment or an insult, then left. For some reason, Alfoy felt a sense of pride and puffed out his chest. "Vanessa, you heard, right? Get ready to set up the magic circles. They need to last a few days, so make sure they're properly inscribed." "Why, yes, understood." Vanessa couldn't hide her surprise. She had no idea why they were making mana concentration circles, but Alfoy had immediately grasped the Lord's intention as soon as he heard it. Despite everything, she realized he truly was the successor of the tower. Alfoy began directing the mages, and they started inscribing the magic circles in the clearing right away. The mages began the work with confidence, but that energy didn't last long. How was this supposed to be done again? "If we do it like this, the magic circuits won't connect." "This isn't really my area." Magic circles were a field that required long hours of research to get right. Even a slight mistake could cause the magic circle not to activate or worse, produced dangerous effects like explosions. On top of that, they had to inscribe 200 of these magic circles, which were complex, layered designs they had never seen before. Alfoy and the other mages were at a loss, struggling to figure out what to do. Damn it, what are we going to do? If this goes wrong, we're all dead. You know how short-tempered the Lord is. Alfoy chewed on his nails nervously as he watched the mage's attempts with growing anxiety. Seeing this, Vanessa quickly stepped in. I'll try to fix this part. Oh, sure, give it a shot. I'll give you a chance. Vanessa began inscribing the magic circles without a single error. Though it took a long time due to her lack of mana, she didn't miss even the smallest line. She even managed to correct aspects that others hadn't noticed, naturally establishing her authority among the mages. Before long, Vanessa had taken control of the situation, guiding the other mages. Alfoy, subtly pushed aside, could only stand there with an awkward expression, repeatedly clearing his throat. Wow, she really studied a lot. Worked hard, huh? When did she have time to learn all this while doing laundry? The other mages nodded in admiration. They had known from the previous war that, despite her lack of mana, Vanessa had a solid amount of knowledge. But now it was clear that she was far more than just decent. Watching her inscribe the magic circles with no hesitation, it seemed like her knowledge of magic was on par with, or perhaps even beyond, that of the elders of the tower. Thanks to Vanessa, Alfoy finally felt a bit of relief. As he assisted her, he muttered to himself, "But what exactly is this magic circle? It's something I've never seen before. Is it even a proper magic circle? Where did he get this from? Just because you throw in everything good doesn't mean it'll work." "Well, I am just following the Lord's orders," Vanessa replied hesitantly. "Could it be some kind of secret technique from the Ferdium family? I never heard of any mages in that household, though." Alfoy speculated this and that, but eventually shook his head. Let's just do as we're told. Even if something goes wrong, the Lord will take responsibility. Good grief, he's really pulling out all the stops just because he thinks he's going to lose the bet. Is he trying to win over the mercenaries with this? Tusk, what a petty guy. Vanessa, who overheard this, pouted in displeasure, but Alfoy didn't notice. Yeah, so let's redo the circuits over there. No, what are you doing? Not there, here, don't you know this? Haven't you studied? Huh, oh, sorry. Is it here? Vanessa's words to Alfoy and the other mages gradually started carrying a hint of reproach, but no one seemed to catch on. Asterisk, the rumor about the installation of mana concentration circles spread quickly, and there were going to be 200 of them. There was no way the mercenaries, who thrived on rumors, wouldn't hear about it. Before anyone realized it, talk of gambling and drinking had disappeared, replaced entirely by discussions about the mana concentration circles. The boss will probably teach us the mana cultivation technique, right? Half of us don't even know how to do it. He said multiple times that he wants to make us elite. I bet he'll follow through. That means we'll have to at least sign long-term contracts. The mercenaries knew they couldn't keep renewing their one-year contracts indefinitely. It was clear that a new proposal would come soon, and when it did, they would have to make a choice, whether they liked it or not. Most likely, the mana cultivation technique and the concentration circles would be the bait to push them into long-term contracts. Amid the mercenaries' rising anticipation, a few days passed, and at last, the mana concentration circles were completed. "These are the mana concentration circles I made. Vanessa and I made it. You've probably never seen anything like this in your lives, huh? Ha ha ha." Alfoy boasted, but the mercenaries paid him no mind, immediately crowding around Ghislaine. Ghislaine was carefully inspecting each magic circle to ensure they were properly inscribed, and he looked a bit surprised when the mercenaries rushed up to him. "Why are you all suddenly crowding around? I didn't call for you. Is something going on?" The answer came from Jillian. "It seems everyone's quite interested after hearing about the mana concentration circles." Seeing their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation, Ghislaine let out a small laugh. "Everyone will get their turn, so don't worry too much. Don't get greedy." That was all the mercenaries needed to hear to be sure. These mana concentration circles were definitely prepared for them. Unable to hold back his eagerness, Gordon stepped forward. "So who's going to go in first? And how do we use the mana cultivation technique?" "What do you mean, who goes in first?" "These guys will be going in first." Ghislaine replied nonchalantly, extending his hand to the side. Claude, looking utterly exhausted, placed a pouch into Ghislaine's outstretched hand. Ghislaine grabbed a handful of its contents and revealed them. Plump, shiny grains of wheat glistened in his palm. While everyone stood there blinking in confusion, Gordon asked again, "Wait, when you say go in first, you mean those?" "Yeah, that's wheat grain, isn't it?" "That's right. Are they going to learn the mana cultivation technique too?" "What kind of nonsense is that?" Gordon swallowed hard and asked one last question. "Are you saying that those incredibly expensive mana concentration circles are going to be used for wheat first?" "Not me." "Yes, that's right. How many times do I have to say it? Also, why would you be first?" Ghislaine snapped irritably. It was only then that the others realized it wasn't a joke, and their expressions twisted in disbelief. Using those costly runestones not on people but on mere wheat grains. Gordon couldn't contain his frustration and shouted, "No, this doesn't make any sense. Why do the seeds go in first, not people? And it makes sense for you to go in first." Indeed, with Jillian, Kaor, and other senior mercenaries around, there was no way Gordon would be allowed to enter first. With nothing left to say, Gordon scratched his neck out of frustration. Ghislaine laughed as he looked at the dazed mercenaries. "I'll give you all a chance later, so for now, just finish what you were doing." The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Unable to let go of his lingering desire, Gordon started to insist. "Can't I just try it once? I've really wanted to do this." The mana convergence formation was something even knights, known for their exceptional talents within the kingdom, could barely experience. With such a thing right in front of him, it was unbearable to hear that they would use it on seeds and not allow humans to enter. It was driving him crazy. Later, without proper mana cultivation methods, stepping into the mana convergence formation will cause your body to burst and die. Please. I know a bit. I learned a little about it before." In reality, what he had learned was the lowest level cultivation technique, which couldn't even emit mana properly and only accumulated a minuscule amount, barely enough to make him slightly healthier. It was uncertain if he could even survive entering the convergence formation. Still, when faced with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the greed to at least give it a try, even at the risk of life or death, is a natural human desire. Though Jillian grabbed him by the scruff of his neck with a frown, Gordon continued to whine. Having only recently returned after escorting Anna, his relaxed mind had yet to fully readjust. The other mercenaries clicked their tongues, thinking he would get scolded, but they still didn't stop Gordon, secretly hoping Ghislaine might grant him permission. Ghislaine, who had been stroking his chin with a troubled expression, glanced at Jillian. "Everyone seems to have a lot of energy to spare after a little rest, huh, Jillian?" "Yes. Have them run 200 laps around the training field and train them in shock tactics until bedtime." "Understood." At those words, the mercenaries turned pale and began to back away, but it was already too late. Unless something urgent happened, Ghislaine would never retract an order once given. Moreover, Jillian was someone who carried out Ghislaine's commands with unwavering diligence, even if it meant beating disobedient subordinates. The mercenaries, now filled with regret, grimaced. Recently, Ghislaine had been so focused on estate affairs that they hadn't had much interaction with him, making them forget what he was truly like. They hurriedly looked around, punching Gordon in frustration. Where did Kaor go? Training was unavoidable now, but they had to find Kaor quickly. If Kaor got into a scuffle with Jillian, they could use that chance to ease the intensity of the training. What the? Where did he go? Kaor had already disappeared, nowhere to be seen. He was probably going to claim he wasn't there, that he hadn't heard anything about training. Jillian looked at the mercenaries with a disdainful gaze and spoke in a low voice. "Training begins now. Let's start running from here. Move." After the mercenaries disappeared with grimaces on their faces, Ghislaine chuckled and resumed inspecting the magic circle. Ofoy, who had been staring at him blankly, suddenly burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. "Ha ha ha, so you're trying to make the seeds grow faster, not the mercenaries. You actually think that putting seeds in there instead of people will make them stronger. Wow, talk about thinking outside the box." The idea seemed to be that if humans could rapidly grow stronger by accumulating mana, then seeds could absorb mana and grow resilient enough to survive in harsh soil. It was a notion that only someone completely ignorant of magic would come up with. If a person without a proper monocultivation method enters, their body bursts, so how would a seed endure it? No, even if by some luck it managed to survive because it's small. How's a seed supposed to use mana when it can't even practice cultivation techniques? Ha ha ha. Alfoy grabbed Vanessa, who was next to him, and snickered. Oh my, I'm laughing so hard I might lose my belly button. Vanessa, check around here to see if my belly button fell off. Ha 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 ha. Vanessa was flustered, not knowing how to respond, but Alfoy was too busy laughing to care. How desperate could he be to win a bet that he'd waste such a precious runestone like that? It would have been far more beneficial to the estate if he had sold it to the magic tower instead. Ah, what a waste. A fool with a treasure just can't handle it. Outwardly, he laughed hysterically, but inwardly, Alfoy clicked his tongue, lamenting the waste of the runestone. Of all people, it ended up in the hands of such a madman. Just thinking about how that valuable runestone would disappear like melting snow over a mere bet was enough to make him sick. As if he had read Alfoy's thoughts, Ghislaine gave a meaningful smile. Want to make a bet too? What did you say? If I win, you work diligently for 10 years without pay, no complaints. If I lose, I'll give you 5,000 gold and let you return to the magic tower. This is my chance. Flaring his nostrils, Alfoy nodded quickly, fearing Ghislaine might change his mind. Ah, deal. Then the other mages nearby also raised their hands. We're in too. Ghislaine nodded without hesitation. The mages cheered and went back. We're free. Vanessa, who had been restlessly shifting on her feet, anxiously spoke up. My lord, no. You can't do this. We need the mages for the large-scale construction projects. While more mages might arrive to manage the new branch if the magic tower set one up, if the current mages left, it would be meaningless. It's fine. Don't you trust me? It's not that, it's just. This wasn't about trust. It was a matter of common sense. Vanessa screamed internally, but she couldn't bring herself to argue with Ghislaine. In the end, she quickly left to inform Belinda about the situation. Once the surroundings fell quiet, Ghislaine clicked his tongue. Finally, it's a bit quieter. They're all so full of energy. Claude looked at Ghislaine with hollow eyes and let out a dry laugh. He had been working day and night, saying he'd finish as much as he could before leaving, and now he looked like a walking corpse. So, you prepared the seeds to use them here. That's right. I'm going to modify the seeds to create an extraordinary new variety. Ha, Claude sighed, looking at Ghislaine with pity. Improving seeds was something that required selecting the best ones, planting them, and cultivating them over multiple generations. Even if mages spent years researching it, there was no guarantee of success. If it were that easy to improve seeds, the royal family would have funded it long ago to develop new breeds. Even Vanessa looked a bit shocked. Considering that even she, the estate's most knowledgeable mage, had reacted that way, it was hard to see this as anything but a futile effort. My lord, I think it's great that you're willing to try anything, but the deadline for the bet is not far off. There's only a month and a half left. Do you really think you can produce results in that time? It wasn't out of concern that he asked. After all, he was confident he would win the bet. Still, Ghislaine's actions felt a little unnerving and suspicious. There's no problem. That amount of time is more than enough. And how long do you plan to cultivate the seeds here? About a month. Claude's face twisted as he struggled to suppress a laugh. Like Alfoy said, they'd be lucky if the seeds didn't just explode. Even if he generously conceded and everything went as Ghislaine intended, there would only be about 15 days left after that. What could possibly be achieved in just 15 days? Wouldn't it be better to just admit defeat? If word gets out that you wasted a runestone like this, it'll be worse than losing the bet. Honestly, what a shame, wasting a runestone like this. Even so, Ghislaine had saved Anna, and Claude was grateful to him. He didn't want to see Ghislaine face too much disgrace. Well, if you ask nicely, I might be willing to call it a draw. Claude emphasized the word draw, and Ghislaine looked at him with a pitiful expression. What's this? Are you scared already? Talking about a draw? No way. Once you start something, you have to see it through to the end. I'm on the verge of getting a whole bunch of top-quality slaves. Ha ha ha, well, I was just looking out for you, my lord, but if you put it that way, there's nothing more to say. I suppose I'll stick around and see if the seeds blow up or not. I'll make sure it's a good show. Ghislaine grinned as he carefully placed the seeds into the magic circle, dividing them into small groups. As he gradually fed mana into the runestone with the activation formula, mana began to flow into the magic circle. A blue glow appeared, and the mana slowly accumulated. The seeds scattered within the magic circle started to tremble slightly. Contrary to Alfoy's confident prediction, none of the seeds exploded. After meticulously checking every part of the magic circle, Ghislaine smiled. Success! These seeds would now possess remarkable vitality. In his past life, this method had become so widespread that almost everyone knew about it, but now it was knowledge exclusive to Ghislaine. As the continent became desolate and people perished, countless mages and scholars had gathered to find a solution. It was a method of using mana to enhance seeds. Knowing the future, Ghislaine made it look simple, but in truth, this knowledge had been established only after dozens, even hundreds of failures. Seeing Ghislaine's meaningful smile, Claude spoke, still feeling slightly uneasy. Well, at least they didn't burst. Did you actually expect that? Of course. You think I would have done this without knowing anything? Despite a lingering sense of unease, Claude shook his head. It must have been a coincidence. Or maybe it's just the effect of the magic circle. Perhaps Vanessa secretly helped. No one at the academy where intellectuals gathered knew how to inject mana into seeds to increase their yield. It seemed even mages from the magic tower were unaware. Even if such a method exists, there's no way only the Lord would know about it. How could Ghislaine, who had spent his life in a rural backwater, be more informed than scholars or mages? There's no way the Lord, who doesn't even know magic, could have created this himself. This has to be 100% bluff. Claude was convinced. He had encountered such opponents often in gambling. They would bluff with a bad hand, trying to intimidate the other into surrendering first. That kind of bluff only works if it's believable. Even if the seeds truly absorb mana, what's he going to do when the soil can't sustain it? No matter how he thought about it, there was no chance Ghislaine would win the bet. Having reached that conclusion, Claude's expression relaxed as he casually remarked, "Well, I've seen enough. I look forward to the results." Claude quickly made his escape. If he lingered around, Ghislaine might find more tasks for him. After everyone left, Ghislaine was left alone, clenching his fists as he pondered deeply. He had handled all the immediate tasks. Now that he had a moment to breathe, it was time to address the problem that had been on his mind for a while. This is about my body, and I can't keep putting it off. He had been steadily training his body and diligently practicing mana cultivation whenever he had the time, yet he still didn't understand why the nature of his mana had changed, nor why his regenerative abilities had improved. No matter how I think about it, it seems to be because of that. It all happened after he nearly died fighting the blood python in the forest of beasts, so it was clearly related to the serpent's venom. That damn creature couldn't even die properly. Ghislaine let out a frustrated sigh. I have to confirm it. Carrying around an uncertain power didn't sit well with him, but there was only one way to verify it, and so far he hadn't dared to try it. It would have been troublesome if I had collapsed when things were hectic. Until now, he had used his busy schedule as an excuse to delay confirming it, but he was going to be even busier soon. The reclamation work had just been completed, and once the seed improvement was finished, there would be a rush of other tasks to handle. Now that he had a brief moment of respite, it was the perfect time to attempt something. After a long period of contemplation, Ghislaine finally decided to conduct an experiment that could put his life at risk. I had been training diligently, trying to control the sinister energy that had seeped into my mana, but I failed. The energy was so faint that I wouldn't even notice it unless I paid close attention. The nature of my mana has definitely changed, though. Grumbling, I made my way to the training grounds. Even though I had surrounded myself with mana, the blood python's poison still managed to penetrate that barrier and enter my body. No matter how little it was, there was no way that powerful poison could have been neutralized just by chewing a few detox herbs. It was clear that the blood python's poison and my mana had caused some kind of unknown synergy. Looks like that's the only way. The method to verify it was simple. Drink the blood python's poison directly. By recreating the same conditions, I could observe how my mana would react. If my theory is correct, this could be a new opportunity. I gulped as I discreetly shook a small vial I had secretly taken from the storage. It was the dead of dawn and everyone was still asleep. I had deliberately sneaked out, avoiding everyone's eyes. If things went wrong, I wouldn't be discovered until morning. If I collapsed now, both the Fenris barony and Ferdium would be trampled underfoot by enemies in no time. It was a situation where I couldn't afford to gamble with my life, but I also couldn't just let things be. I had carefully considered this over and over, assessing the chances of success while endlessly checking my mana. If I adjust the dosage appropriately, I won't die. And if my hypothesis is right, I can grow stronger faster. It's a gamble worth taking. Even though I had turned back time, there was still less time than I had in my past life. Knowing the future was only a possibility, nothing more. I had no way of knowing when or where something might happen. I needed to get stronger, even just a little bit faster. And now, a new opportunity had practically walked up to me on its own. There was immense danger lurking, but I had no intention of letting this chance slip by. Is there anything easy in this world? Even at this very moment, my instincts were screaming at me intensely and endlessly. This poison would make me even stronger. Ah, come on, it's not like I'm going to die, right? I suppressed my anxiety and opened the vial. The moment a tiny drop of the poison touched my tongue, my face went pale. But I didn't hesitate. I downed the entire contents of the vial in one gulp. My complexion quickly turned purple, then started to darken as if it were burning from within. I clenched my teeth. It felt like a knife was slicing through my stomach. My muscles were paralyzed and my limbs refused to move at will. It was a potent poison, capable of corroding most materials, whether metal or stone. I had ingested this poison raw, one that even a specially treated vial could barely contain. It was a situation where, if my will, body, or mana were lacking in any way, death would be inevitable. I need to stay focused. Absorbing it through mana was one thing, but drinking it directly was an entirely different matter. If I hadn't had any mana, I would have died the moment the poison touched my tongue. Rumble. My mana began to battle against the toxic energy that had filled my body. The three cores were furiously spinning, churning out mana, but the poison instead used that flow to spread throughout my entire body. Inside me, mana and the poison started a fierce struggle, each trying to devour the other. I opened my eyes wide. Blood vessels burst in my eyes, and tears of blood started to stream down my face. Blood also began to trickle from my mouth, as if my internal organs were being damaged. The veins across my entire body swelled, looking as though they were about to burst. Not bad at all. Even while bleeding from my eyes, I managed to smile. It was painful, but more than that, a sense of anticipation was building up. This was it. This was the power. If I could absorb this strength, I would become several times stronger. The new energy surged within me, struggling violently to escape my body. I gripped my fading consciousness and continued to train my mana. The three cores, aligned with my will to somehow control the energy, spun furiously. Rumble. The mana, which had been swirling around the poison, soon merged with it. I could feel, just slightly, that the amount of my mana had increased. Everything unnecessary was burned away, leaving only the pure essence of power within my body. As I had anticipated, my mana fused with the blood python's poison, absorbing its energy. The absorbed energy seemed to contribute to my increased regenerative abilities. Depending on how it was used, poison could become medicine. Increased mana is good, but more mana and improved regeneration wouldn't matter if I couldn't calm the overwhelming surge of energy. I just need to endure a little longer, just a bit more. The wildly raging mana gradually began to merge with the poison, changing its nature. This was why, even in this excruciating pain where losing consciousness would be no surprise, I hadn't lost hope. Rumble. I had no idea how much time had passed, but as I endured the pain, my complexion slowly began to return to its original color. Did I succeed? The toxic energy that had lingered in my mana seemed to have completely disappeared, and my previously paralyzed body started to move freely again. I carefully suppressed the mana that was still surging outward, trying to gather it back inside and calm its flow. If I let my guard down and passed out now, my rampaging mana would tear my entire body apart. Once all the energy had calmed down, he collapsed right where he stood. Done, I did it. The moment he was sure of his success, all the tension left his body and he couldn't even move a finger. He didn't have the strength to hold onto his fading consciousness. Lying in the middle of the training grounds, Ghislaine finally lost consciousness. Asterisk, 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 how much time has passed. Ghislaine slowly opened his eyes. As if she had been waiting, Belinda cried out with a quiver in her voice. Young master, what happened? You look like a corpse. Just look at how pale your face is. Belinda was always the one who checked the training grounds early in the morning and prepared everything so Ghislaine could focus on his training. It seemed she was the first to find Ghislaine collapsed there. Ghislaine struggled to open his eyes and glanced around. He was lying in bed, surrounded by the key figures of the estate. What's this? Why is everyone gathered here like there's been a disaster? Gillian asked seriously. Lord, did you drink the blood python's poison? We found the vial that contained the poison in the training grounds. Oh, yeah. It was kind of thrilling, had a spicy kick. Ghislaine spoke in a casual tone, as if it were no big deal. Everyone in the room gaped at him, stunned. The blood python's poison was already famous for its potency. Given that it came from a creature living in the forest of beasts, it was likely even more toxic than commonly known. And yet here he was, downing it like a drink and even giving a review of its taste. Belinda trembled, struggling to suppress her anger, and asked, Why on earth would you do something like that? I was just training, that's all. Since when does drinking poison count as training? The Ferdium family's mana training method doesn't involve using poison. There were indeed mana training methods that involved consuming poison, and there were even mages who utilized poisons. Typically, those who trained in such ways would build up resistance by gradually increasing their exposure to very mild toxins. No one would just swallow a lethal poison outright like Ghislaine did. Unable to hold back any longer, Belinda finally blurted out what she had been trying so hard to restrain. Young master, do you have a death wish? What are you talking about? If you didn't want to die, why would you go and drink that stuff? Have you been so overwhelmed by everything lately that you've just snapped? Or did you start feeling so miserable because you miss Lady Amelia? What? Why are you bringing her name up? I told you I don't like her anymore. Then what is it? Was this really all because of that bet? Would you rather die than be embarrassed? What? Why would I die over a bet? Ghislaine, bewildered, glanced around the room. Everyone was nodding seriously as if they agreed with Belinda. They all thought the Lord had been so afraid of losing the bet that he couldn't bear the humiliation and decided to drink poison. Claude, stumbling slightly, pushed his way through the people gathered around. With a resentful expression, he struggled to speak. I didn't realize you were struggling with this so much. Fine, I'll call it a draw. We'll pretend none of this happened, so just lighten my workload a little. You're my benefactor, after all. It doesn't sit right with me to drive you to your death. Ugh, what kind of nonsense is this? Ghislaine was bewildered and tried to swallow back his irritation. Yet everyone else's eyes seemed to glisten with emotion as they nodded in agreement. Even Alfoy, with a grim expression, mumbled, It'd be a problem for me if you died, Lord, so let's just call it off, eh? Ghislaine, unable to believe what he was hearing, let out a hearty, sarcastic laugh and waved his hands dismissively. No, seriously, what's all this nonsense? We're right at the end, so why would I cancel everything? Belinda clutched her chest as if she was heartbroken. It would be better if you just accepted it instead of letting your pride get in the way. Why are you being so stubborn? It's driving me crazy. Ghislaine let out a sigh, feeling as if his breath was caught in his throat like he had eaten a raw yam. He was the one truly feeling suffocated. Ugh, enough. Everyone, go back to work. The bet continues as planned. Claude looked around at everyone, offering a half-hearted excuse. I did my best, okay. It's the Lord who refused. Alfoy nodded beside him. I said my piece too, not my fault. From the looks of it, it seemed like they had been taking turns trying to pressure him into calling off the bet. Well, Ghislaine drinking poison would have scared them, worrying about whether they'd have to cover for such a reckless act. Ghislaine chuckled dryly and waved them away. All right, I'm up, so everyone get back to work. Haven't you ever heard that time is money? Young master, please just take a little more time to rest. Okay. The poison is still affecting you, so you're not thinking straight, right? Belinda said, trying to soothe him. She thought Ghislaine wasn't giving up on the bet because he wasn't in his right mind due to the aftereffects of the poison. Lord, the housekeeper is right. It would be best if you rested a bit longer. You still don't look well, Gillian added, trying to dissuade him, but Ghislaine got up and started working again. He couldn't afford to waste time lying down. If he could move, he had to do his best to keep moving. Ugh, my body really is in rough shape. That poison was seriously strong. He looked as thin as a skeleton, as if his life force had been drained away. Yet Ghislaine still moved around the estate, checking on the progress of various tasks, even though his body creaked with every step. The sudden change in the Lord's appearance shocked the residents of the estate. Wow, what's going on? What happened to the Lord's face? Isn't it because he's been working too hard? What if he's come down with a fatal illness? What'll we do if our Lord suddenly dies? The townspeople were deeply concerned. They knew that whoever succeeded Ghislaine wouldn't be as generous as he was, and that thought worried them greatly. Despite their concern, Ghislaine forced himself to stand straight and still wore a bright smile, even with his weary body. I can feel it. There's a great power overflowing inside me. Cough, cough. Ugh, and blood too. Young master, please rest. You're so tired you're starting to spout nonsense. Why are you being so stubborn? As always, Belinda trailed closely behind Ghislaine, bombarding him with scolding remarks. Belinda postponed her tasks and stayed by Ghislaine's side. She couldn't just leave someone who couldn't even walk properly on his own. I'm fine. I'll get better soon. Cough. Urgh. As expected, Ghislaine was still spewing nonsense while coughing up blood. Belinda sighed heavily and wiped away the blood. Get better? How? You think that potent poison will just disappear easily? You're dying even now. Despite her constant scolding, Ghislaine simply smiled. To others, he might have looked like a patient, but he could clearly feel the energy coursing through his body. As he had expected, his broken body fully recovered in just 2 days. Belinda, who had been waiting outside Ghislaine's room since dawn, was startled to see him walking out as if nothing had happened. Huh, you really got better. What on earth happened? Ghislaine merely shrugged. Although his body was still thin and skeletal, his eyes were bright, and his movements were lighter, so she couldn't help but believe he was fine. As I thought, I was right. The amount of mana in his body had increased, and his recovery rate had improved to an astounding degree compared to before he drank the poison. Having seen the effects, he couldn't stop himself from drinking the poison. The stock of poison kept decreasing as time went on. It was obvious that Ghislaine was taking it to drink. He was found a few times collapsed in the training grounds after drinking the poison alone. Eventually, rumors began to spread that the Lord was acting out of anger because Claude wasn't properly surrendering. Why is the chief overseer being so stubborn? Why is he pressuring our Lord over something as trivial as a bet? Why would someone who was so eager to develop the estate suddenly want to die? It's all because of the chief overseer. We can't lose our Lord. We absolutely can't lose him. The estate's residents, having somehow gotten their hands on portraits of Claude and Alfoy, jabbed them with spikes out of anger. Whether it was because of the residents' curses or the workload Ghislaine had offloaded onto him, dark circles had grown even more pronounced under Claude's eyes. Every day he would come to Ghislaine trying to dissuade him. Ah, my lord, please just stop. I'll call it a draw, okay? Do you even realize what you look like right now? Even a skeleton would call you brother. What, are you scared? Think you'll lose? Cough. Wow, this is driving me nuts. You're the one who's scared, aren't you? Isn't that why you're acting like this? Scared? Who's scared? Ah, whatever. Cough. Anyway, you're here just in time. Check this and handle it. Ugh. Ghislaine clicked his tongue and handed over some documents. Claude's face contorted. Ugh, damn, I shouldn't have come. I'm telling you, I'm letting this slide because I'm about to leave. After a few more instances of coming by only to be handed more work, Claude stopped visiting Ghislaine altogether. Pleased that the annoying nagging had lessened, Ghislaine began dumping more tasks on others, just as he had done with Claude. While Ghislaine's subordinates were too busy with their tasks to pay attention, the number of times he collapsed noticeably decreased. To think I'd end up using it all like this. Ghislaine let out a bitter laugh as he held up the last remaining vial of poison. The poison from the blood python had run out within a few days. Originally, it was meant to be diluted with water for military use, but all of it ended up inside Ghislaine's stomach. Since it's hard to use anyway, it's better to use it this way. It's all an investment, an investment. Ghislaine downed the poison straight from the vial. It was a completely different scene from when he had cautiously taken just a few drops at a time. Now, even if he drank an entire vial, all he felt was a slight tingle on his tongue, with no other adverse effects. From now on, most poisons would have no effect on him whatsoever. That also meant he could no longer rely on this shortcut of using poison to increase his mana. This ends today. Ghislaine sat down and slowly began to circulate his mana. The poison he ingested quickly blended with his mana and spread throughout his body. After spending hours absorbed in a state of intense concentration, Ghislaine finally opened his eyes. For a moment, his pupils flickered with a dark crimson hue. I'm really sick of poison, but I'm going to miss it a bit. Having absorbed all the poison, his total mana had increased to an unimaginable level. In terms of pure volume, it seemed to have more than doubled compared to before. I was really lucky. No matter how skilled Ghislaine was at handling mana, amassing a large quantity would typically require a long time. However, because the poison's energy was potent and meshed well with his mana, he had managed to save a lot of time. There's almost no elixir that can deliver results like this. Ghislaine slowly got up and made a shallow cut on his palm with a dagger. The long cut on his palm healed instantly, leaving no trace of a wound. Only a few drops of blood that had leaked out hinted that there had been an injury. I'm quite satisfied. Ghislaine clenched and unclenched his hand a few times, a satisfied smile on his face. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Once his training with poison ended, Ghislaine's body began to fill out quickly. His skin improved and a certain vitality shone in his eyes. Even to someone who knew nothing about physical fitness, the difference was instantly noticeable. Young lord, why do you look so healthy all of a sudden? Are you just having a brief burst of energy before dying? Why do you keep trying to kill off a perfectly fine person? It's just because I've been eating well. Eating well. You say that after drinking poison. However, since the improvement in his health was visible, she couldn't argue against it. Are you really feeling better? Should I try some too? Belinda looked him up and down with a meaningful glint in her eyes. Ghislaine avoided her gaze and muttered quietly, I'm not going to drink any more poison, so don't worry. Claude, who was standing nearby, shook his head in disbelief. It's not that you won't drink it. You can't drink it because there's nothing left. The storage is empty. He had taken every last drop of the poison, and now he was saying he wouldn't drink it anymore. What was the point of that? Still, hearing that those bizarre antics would cease was a relief for Claude. Even someone as shameless as him found it burdensome to be under the judgmental gaze of everyone in the estate. You checked the storage. Then you must have seen the condition of the wheat seeds too. Yeah, I saw them. They look like they're about to sprout into monsters or something. Claude had been astonished when he saw the wheat seeds that Ghislaine had infused with mana. They had grown to the size of a grown man's thumbnail, and each grain emitted a faint blue glow. Just for a bunch of wheat seeds, they certainly had an unusual, rather suspicious appearance. They seemed to have grown well. Now, it's time to prepare for the next step. Are you really going to plant those weird things? There's only half a month left, so what's the point? Just stop being stubborn. Claude eyed Ghislaine skeptically, looking him up and down. Wait, are you raising some kind of monster because you think you can't win and you want to take revenge? Ghislaine snorted and stood up. We're starting the second phase of the reclamation project. Get the laborers ready. Ugh, this guy will never change unless he's thoroughly humiliated. He drank poison because he was too ashamed to lose, and now he's acting all confident. Fine, do whatever you want. If it fails, it's on you, Lord. Claude steeled himself once more, his momentary softening vanishing. While he was busy gathering laborers, Ghislaine called for the mages. Ugh, what is it this time? Alfoy, his face full of irritation, spoke curtly the moment he arrived. Since Ghislaine's whole poison-drinking act, people had been pressuring Alfoy to forfeit the bet as well. Lately, he even felt a constant, dull ache in his heart, as if someone was cursing him. And on top of that, there was just so much work. The Lord frequently summoned the mages to handle tasks that would have taken the laborers far too long. At this point, Alfoy himself was unsure whether he was a laborer or a mage. I need some spells inscribed on the runestones. They're not complicated, but I'll need a lot of them. What kind of spells? Spells to keep the surroundings warm, alter the mana flow, and maintain a consistent humidity, things like that. None of these spells were particularly difficult. With a mana condensation array, drawing a large amount of mana to a fixed point could cause the runestones to wear out quickly. But if it was just to redirect the mana flow, they could last almost indefinitely. You're going to waste those expensive runestones on those cheap spells. I mean, fine. What do you plan to use them for? I'm going to plant them in the reclaimed land. It's about time to sow the wheat seeds. Ghislaine answered casually, and Alfoy's face instinctively twisted into a frown. I'm going to alter the nature of the land. Sigh. Alfoy let out a baffled laugh, then rubbed his face in exasperation. It was difficult to watch someone who knew nothing about magic pretending to use it. It would be better for my sanity if I just didn't ask this guy what he's doing. At that moment, Alfoy recalled a piece of wisdom left by an ancient sage. How can one attain peace of mind and happiness? You must avoid arguing with fools. I don't think that's right. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Alfoy felt a sense of enlightenment. Without realizing it, he closed his eyes and sat down. Mana began to gently swirl around him, slowly enveloping his surroundings. The other mages nearby were startled and quickly stepped back. Even Ghislaine looked at him with a perplexed expression. What the hell? Why is he suddenly acting enlightened? No matter how sudden enlightenment might be, getting it while discussing maintaining temperatures was absurd. He was clearly having some strange thoughts in his head. After a moment, Alfoy opened his eyes, a faint glimmer passing through them. It was a tiny bit of enlightenment, and his level barely increased by a fraction, but his mind felt more at ease than ever. Right, what's the point of arguing with a fool? There was nothing wrong with the old sage's words. Just agree with them, ignore it, and move on. There's no need to get worked up when freedom is so close. Everything Ghislaine said was just nonsense anyway. Why waste energy trying to correct someone who couldn't even realize they were wrong? If left alone, he'd fail and calm down on his own. The runestones were a bit of a waste, but it wasn't like it was his money after all. With a gentle smile, Alfoy said, "As you've instructed, I'll proceed with the task. I'll prepare the necessary quantity to match the size of the reclaimed land." Ghislaine frowned slightly, unsettled by Alfoy's sudden compliance. It was great that one of the estate's laborers, essentially an unpaid slave, had raised his level, but considering who it was, he couldn't feel entirely positive about it. Yet it would be strange to demand why he was suddenly being so cooperative. With a bit of hesitation, Ghislaine nodded. "Well, yeah, do it as quickly as you can." "Of course." After assigning the runestone work to the mages, Ghislaine assembled 100 mercenaries, with Jillian at the forefront. The mercenaries, fully armed and mounted as ordered, couldn't hide their excitement. It had been a while since there was a chance for a fight, and their bodies were already itching in anticipation. As the laborers approached, they began hitching large carts, one each, to the mercenaries' horses. Each cart had a shovel made of iron strapped to it. Feeling a sense of unease, one of the mercenaries asked, why are we bringing carts and shovels?" Ghislaine responded with a look that said it should have been obvious. "To dig, of course." "Where are we going?" Mounted on the lead horse, Ghislaine grinned. "We're heading to the forest of beasts." The mercenaries wore puzzled expressions. When it came to the forest of beasts, the first thought that came to mind was mining runestones, but the number of carts was far too many for that. It was also strange that they were packing shovels instead of pickaxes. "If you're all set, let's move out." But then, when had Ghislaine ever taken the time to explain everything in detail? All the mercenaries could do, as they always had, was follow behind Ghislaine, who dashed out ahead. Like the wind, they ran, and in just 2 days they arrived at Ferdium. Skaven, who guarded the forest of beasts, tilted his head as he saw Ghislaine's group approaching from afar. They had come occasionally to mine runestones, but it was the first time they had brought so many carts. "Are you planning to sweep up everything this time?" But his guess was quickly proven wrong. Ghislaine and the mercenaries turned their horses in a completely different direction, away from where the runestones were located. Skaven shouted in alarm. "Young lord, no, Baron, where are you going? That's not a road." The path Ghislaine had originally created was now paved, with palisades erected on both sides. But the uncharted areas were still teeming with monsters. Skaven hurried to chase after them, but Ghislaine and the mercenaries had already disappeared into the depths of the forest. Damn, what's gotten into them all of a sudden? He scratched the back of his head and sighed. Ricardo, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. Seriously, why are they going in there? Maybe they found something new. I have no idea. How are we supposed to understand what he's thinking? It's easier to just pretend we don't know. Skaven clicked his tongue, shaking his head. Whether he was aware they were grumbling about him or not, Ghislaine raced like a whirlwind, heading deeper into the forest of beasts. The deeper they went, the more the thick trees obstructed their path. Without any intention of slowing down, Ghislaine shouted to the mercenaries following him, "Detach the carts." The mercenaries, riding their horses, immediately cut the carts loose at his command. The now slightly freer horses quickly closed in behind Ghislaine. As they ventured further, they began to see the enormous trees encircling the outskirts of the forest, Regressed. They were monsters the group had already encountered before. Ghislaine charged directly at them, as they slyly pretended to be mere trees. "Break through." "Damn it, what the hell is this all of a sudden?" Despite their curses, the mercenaries raised their spears. They had experienced a war with the forest of beasts, and thanks to their relentless training since then, they were able to respond instantly to Ghislaine's command. The group executed a flawless charge, dodging obstacles that lay between the trees as they advanced. Boom! Roarer! The Regressed let out screams, a mix of pain and shock. Regressed were monsters that attacked by ambushing prey that approached slowly. But with Ghislaine's group charging in at high speed, spears thrust forward, the Ents had no time to react. The momentum of the charge drove the spears deep, piercing through their tough outer bark. Considering how, when they first entered the forest of beasts, the mercenaries could barely aim their weapons, this scene showed just how much they had improved. He-ying. But the Regressed weren't the only ones who took damage. The mercenaries couldn't completely absorb the shock when they drove their spears into the Ents. With the cries of distressed horses, a few mercenaries were thrown off their mounts. Even among those who managed to stay on their horses, quite a few had lost their weapons. Ghislaine, who had shattered the body of a Regressed blocking the way, shouted loudly, "If your horse dies, it's 500 laps around the training grounds. Team up in groups of 3 to take down one." "No, boss, you should have at least warned us beforehand." One of the mercenaries grumbled in frustration, and Ghislaine burst out laughing. "Do enemies give you a heads up before they attack? You've got to stay alert at all times." Boom! Even as he spoke, Ghislaine continued to demolish one Regressed after another. In the past, he had managed to take down most of the Regressed on his own. Now, with his mana reserves more than double what they used to be, there was no way these Ents could pose a threat to him. Moreover, he had been itching to test out his newfound strength. Ghislaine even tossed aside his spear and leapt off his horse. As soon as he activated his core to the second stage, his eyes glowed red. Bang! Bang! Roar! With just 2 punches, the body of a Regressed was split into 3 pieces. Ghislaine darted around, massacring the monsters that the mercenaries had trapped in their defensive formations. Roar! Before long, the last of the Regressed had been brought down. In truth, the mercenaries had managed to take down only a few. Most of the heavy lifting had been done by Ghislaine and Jillian. Teaching them mana cultivation techniques could wait for later. For now, the objective of training through live combat had been sufficiently met. After scanning his surroundings, Ghislaine spoke. "Anyone dead?" No one responded. It seemed there were no casualties. "Then those whose horses died, step aside." About 20 mercenaries stepped out of the formation, their faces showing dismay. Honestly, expecting them to protect their horses in the middle of such a chaotic battle was an impossible order. But since there were still quite a few who managed to keep their horses intact, it was hard for them to complain. "When we return to the estate, run 500 laps around the training grounds and join in the special training. For now, borrow horses from Ferdium and bring back the carts we left behind on the way. The rest of you can take a break." After a while, the mercenaries who had lost their horses returned, bringing back new mounts and the carts. Ghislaine assigned a cart to each mercenary and picked up a shovel for himself. "From now on, start loading the soil around here into the carts. Keep going until they're full." The mercenaries openly showed their confusion. They had come all the way to the forest of beasts, fought a battle, and the spoils were dirt. As always, it was an incomprehensible order, but their bodies, accustomed to obedience, moved instinctively. While watching the mercenaries shovel soil into the carts, Jillian carefully approached Ghislaine and asked, "Lord, why are we taking this soil?" Ghislaine hesitated, pondering how best to explain it before he finally answered. "The forest of beasts hasn't been touched by human hands for a very long time. That means the soil's fertility is still intact." "Is that so?" Ghislaine grabbed a handful of soil from the ground. The soil was a dark color, almost black. "Look at this." It's a completely different color from the soil in our estate, isn't it? Isn't that just because it's from a different location? No, that's not it. Since the forest has been around for ages, things like fallen leaves would have piled up over time, and when the corpses of monsters decompose, they become nutrients. It's bound to be more fertile than land that has been farmed continuously. Wow! Gillian let out a small exclamation. What Ghislaine was saying wasn't exactly new, but the fact that it was coming out of Ghislaine's mouth was surprising in itself. He thought Ghislaine was only good at fighting, so how did he know about things like this? This forest is brimming with life. You can tell just by looking at the size of the plants, trees, and even the monsters. If we mix this soil with the barren land, it'll help replenish the lacking fertility. And if we have the time later, we can even set up farmland here. As the two of them talked, the mercenaries approached, saying they had filled the carts with soil. They were all strong, so the task was quickly done. Ghislaine and the mercenaries tied the carts back to their horses and left the forest of beasts. Thud, 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 thud. As they vanished, carts loaded with soil, Scaven and Ricardo blinked in confusion as they watched them disappear into the distance. It's not like it's expensive. Why are they hauling so much dirt? Weren't you the one who said we shouldn't think about it? Right, let's just do that. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As soon as Ghislaine arrived back at the estate, he gathered the laborers. All right, mix this with the soil in the new farmlands. Use a ratio of 1 part old soil to 2 parts new soil. The laborers looked bewildered. Where had this soil suddenly come from, and why were they being told to mix it into the farmlands? An old man cautiously asked, "May I ask what kind of soil this is?" "It's very old soil. Think of it like compost." At the word compost, the old man furrowed his brow with concern. My lord, we've already tried applying fertilizer several times. The soil here was too rough and dry, to the point that crops simply couldn't grow. They had tried spreading manure on it multiple times to resolve the issue, but it hadn't been very effective. If they applied too much, it wouldn't be absorbed by the soil and would just rot, so increasing the amount hadn't been an option either. And mixing in twice as much compost as soil, that's too much. No, that's just the right amount. I heard you also cast a spell to keep the ground warm and moist. If you mix this much compost in such a condition, everything will just end up rotting. It's fine. It has to be that strong so that weeds can't grow and pests don't come, right? Well, but the old man, who had been trying to convince Ghislaine, sighed in frustration. If even weeds wouldn't grow, how were crops supposed to thrive? Ghislaine kept insisting that everything would be fine, using logic that made no sense, leaving the laborers baffled. Most of the projects Ghislaine had undertaken since coming to the estate were reasonable and necessary, but when it came to farming, he was being particularly stubborn. Still, it was an order from the Lord and they were paid well, so they couldn't refuse. We'll start the work right away. Good. Make sure to mix it thoroughly and properly sow the land. Yes, sir. After Ghislaine left, everyone began working with uneasy expressions. Has the chief overseer still not surrendered? I heard the bet ends soon. Maybe the curse effect wasn't strong enough. The estate residents, with skeptical looks, started the sowing work. It would be great if the food supply increased. They were grateful for the Lord's efforts, but some things just weren't meant to be. If farming were as easy as talking about it, there wouldn't have been people fleeing to the mountains out of desperation from starvation. They were grateful to the Lord who had been so generous, which made it even more pitiful. It was sad to see him waste time and money on a matter of pride. As the residents sighed deeply all over the estate, Belinda was also nervously biting her nails. There's only 1 week left now. The funds and labor were running out, and the people they had painstakingly recruited were about to flee. It was one thing if it resulted in a loss, but Ghislaine facing serious embarrassment was a bigger problem. If word spread that he lost a bet to a vassal and was forced to pay up, he wouldn't be able to show his face in a noble society. He had barely managed to shake off his wild, reckless image thanks to his achievements in the war. Who knows how great of a feat he would need to accomplish to recover from a reputation as an easy target. Should I just kidnap that chief overseer? Ugh, this is driving me crazy. Time passed amidst everyone's concerns, worries, anger, and sighs. Finally, the day before the promised date arrived. Claude let out a sigh of relief and smiled. As expected, I was nervous for no reason. Ghislaine had been so confident that even Claude felt a bit tense, but just as he predicted, nothing unusual had happened. Once this last day was over, the bet would end. All he had to do was take his money and leave. During a meeting held that day in the main hall, Claude gave his final report. "That's all. It's been challenging, but I've enjoyed my time here. I will never forget the kindness the Lord has shown Anna and me." Ghislaine responded with a nonchalant expression. "Isn't it a bit early for farewells? There's still a day left." "What could possibly happen in just one day?" "Well, I'll make sure to pack my things and confirm everything tomorrow before I leave." The vassals, sensing the tension, kept their mouths shut. Among the group of people with uneasy expressions, only Kaor was quietly chuckling. Claude kept smiling and bid farewell to the others. "Goodbye, everyone. I'm throwing off all the shackles and restrictions of this estate and setting off to find my happiness. I hope you all find yours, too." The main hall was filled with silence. Claude, feeling elated, spread his arms wide and shouted loudly, "Claude is free." Just then, a lower-ranking official who had been inspecting the farmlands rushed in, his face pale. He stuttered as he spoke. The fields, the seeds, they've sprouted. How are they already growing? Could they be mistaken?" "What?" Claude turned to the official, looking like he was talking nonsense. Ghislaine stood up, a sly smile spreading across his face. "Shall we all go and take a look?" It was time to confirm the results of the bet. Claude, who was following behind Ghislaine, bit his nails. "This makes no sense. Did it really sprout?" The logic Ghislaine presented was quite plausible, leaving Claude feeling a bit uneasy, to be honest. He had been relieved, thinking it was just the words of someone who had never farmed, studied agricultural techniques, or learned magic. No way. If it's true, I'll be a slave who can't even make a peep. The overseer must have misread it. He hid his anxiety and tried to walk confidently, putting on a facade of bravado. The reclaimed land closest to the castle was already crowded with people. The news had spread quickly, and not only those working in other areas but even mages had gathered. The people, who had been standing around with dazed expressions, hesitated and moved aside when the Lord appeared. Ghislaine walked down the path they opened up for him and approached the field. His heart pounded with anticipation. "Oh, this is impressive." Seeing the green sprouts covering the cultivated land, Ghislaine let out a gasp of admiration. The rows and columns of wheat shoots, standing perfectly aligned, looked just like an army. Unlike Ghislaine, who smiled with satisfaction, the people around him stared at him with eyes full of shock. For such sprouts to appear so quickly from land that had been as good as dead. Alfoy, who stood nearby, clenched his fists, his face turning bright red. It was as if the enlightenment that had brought him peace just a few days ago had vanished, and a storm now raged within him. Pointing angrily at the fresh sprouts, Alfoy shouted, "What are you doing there? No, this can't be. It must be a dream. It had to be a dream. A slave. How could he, the successor of the tower, become an unpaid slave for 10 years? The mana coursing through his body began to surge out of control. He could not withstand the gap between the enlightenment he had gained a few days ago and the reality before him. The shock of his pride being forced into the position of an unpaid slave was no less severe. Alfoy, trembling all over, eventually coughed up blood and collapsed. Cough. Ghislaine clicked his tongue in disbelief. Why is this idiot acting up now? This doesn't seem like a situation that would cause mana backlash. It's only been a few days since he achieved enlightenment. Seriously, what a peculiar guy. Hey, you there, hurry and take this guy and get him to rest. He's a valuable slave, so he can't afford to be sick. The fallen Alfoy was quickly carried to a sick by those around him. But the shock Alfoy felt was nothing compared to the despair that gripped Claude. No, damn it, this is really happening. It was a moment when everything he had believed in was shattered. The yield could be duplicated. This, by the Lord. He had never heard of anyone across the continent farming this way. And it all meant that this was a method Ghislaine had thought of on his own. Anyone can come up with ideas, but if it actually worked, that was a different story altogether. Claude couldn't believe that Ghislaine, whom he thought knew nothing, had succeeded so effortlessly. "I lost, me, a top graduate from the Saron Royal Academy. No way, that can't be right." Claude began to outright deny reality. "I must have been working too hard lately and it's left me weak. I'm starting to see things. I miss Anna." "Hey, Claude." Ghislaine urgently grabbed Claude by both shoulders and shook him. "Are you okay? Snap out of it. You're not someone who'd give up here." "What? You've got to work for the next 10 years. What are you going to do if you've already lost your mind?" "I was almost touched, but now I'm even more pissed." Ghislaine smirked and patted his shoulder. With those final, confirming words, Claude couldn't withstand the shock any longer. He foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. Fortunately, Wendy, who was standing nearby, gently caught him. "Let him get some rest today. He's going to be much busier starting tomorrow. There's a lot I need him to do." "Understood." Wendy nodded and dragged Claude away. "Well, shall I take a look around the other fields?" Ghislaine whistled leisurely as he strolled around the estate. Though there were slight differences between the fields since they had been sown at different times, all the reclaimed land had either sprouted or showed signs of sprouting. The results were satisfying enough for him to return to the castle with a smile. In his past life, though he had stolen knowledge from the future, he had still succeeded in the most crucial task, food production. Now the estate would develop at a tremendous pace. After all, food was the foundation of any estate's growth. "Young master, how did this happen? How did you know?" "Well, you see, if the seeds absorb mana and grow stronger, they can withstand even harsh soil." Belinda probed him with questions, but Ghislaine brushed them off with a vague explanation. The truth was, Ghislaine couldn't precisely explain the principles behind it. It wasn't his doing, but a method that future mages and scholars had devised through joint efforts. He only knew the outcome. Neither the one explaining nor those listening truly understood, but they accepted it without much fuss. They assumed it was a family secret or something too complex to grasp even if it were explained. From the start, the principle didn't matter. What mattered was that the result truly increased food production. After confirming that the wheat was growing well, Ghislaine focused on other matters. To him, this was just another step in a long-term plan, a process he needed to pass through. The bet with Claude was merely a small bonus, but for the estate residents it was different. This was an event that would change their lives. "Are crops really growing this well on our estate? I still can't believe it, even when I see it. Our Lord is a gift from the heavens. He's been blessed by the God of agriculture. We must follow him without question." The residents were genuinely overjoyed. Praise for the Lord echoed throughout the entire Fenris estate. Up until now, despite seeing how generous the Lord had been, there was still a lingering unease in the hearts of the people. Renovating the estate's facilities was great, but ultimately all of that required money. Wouldn't the Lord's funds eventually run out? Wouldn't they become poor again like before? And if that happened, wouldn't they be exploited like other lords did to their people? With no apparent source of income for the estate, it was only natural for them to feel anxious. But now, there was no need for that anymore. Elderly residents looked at the reclaimed land with tears in their eyes. "Now we won't have to starve. My children and grandchildren won't have to go hungry anymore." Sniff. "Thank you, my lord, truly thank you. We must serve the Lord well. He is our only hope." It felt like the years of starving and hardship had been a lie. The new lord had solved all the estate's problems within a few months. The loyalty of the residents soared, reaching new heights with each passing day. Ghislaine sat arrogantly in the hall, surrounded by his vassals, basking in his success. "Didn't I tell you? I said it would work. Anyone else who wants to bet against me can feel free to challenge me anytime." The vassals all kept their mouths tightly shut, unable to say anything. It was clearly something beyond common sense, yet now that the results were there, they couldn't refute it. For the time being, they had no choice but to quietly follow the Lord's commands. Ghislaine snorted at the grim expressions of the vassals and turned to Jillian. "The sprouts are still growing, so they need to be well managed, right? Station some troops at the reclaimed land to keep wild animals or any lunatics from trampling it." Jillian responded with a smile. "The residents have already stepped up voluntarily and are guarding it in shifts." "Oh, really? They seem to be quite desperate as well." "That's good. People who are determined to protect something are strong." The fact that the residents were voluntarily guarding the reclaimed land was a very positive sign. It meant that everyone now understood that the land represented the hope of the estate. Ghislaine smiled with satisfaction. The hope he had been certain of alone was finally beginning to spread throughout the estate. So, he detonated the runestones that had been buried in the ground all at once, and the one behind it was Ghislaine Ferdium, now Baron of Fenris. Count Desmond Harold muttered as he leafed through the report. His voice was heavily subdued as if exhausted, and his face was noticeably gaunt, a stark contrast to before. His hair had turned gray and the dark circles under his eyes suggested he hadn't been sleeping well. That is correct. Crazy bastard. At first, Harold couldn't believe the report, but with the rumors coming out of Ferdium, and even the ducal house confirming it, he had no choice but to accept it as truth. Still, accepting it was one thing, understanding Ghislaine's actions was another. To think he had detonated enough runestones to bankrupt the estate just to protect that measly Ferdium. Who would have thought I was dealing with a lunatic who doesn't even understand basic arithmetic? Well, no wonder I couldn't predict it. No wonder he had felt uneasy from the moment he heard that name. Harold clicked his tongue and looked over at his adjutant. What is that guy doing now? He's tearing through the estate, saying he wants to increase land productivity. He's either building new infrastructure or repairing existing ones. He's spending a fortune on developing the estate. Increasing land productivity, you say? Harold rubbed his temples, deep in thought. After Diggle's defeat in the war, the entire region was absorbed into Ferdium. Ghislaine had taken half of it for himself. That alone was surprising, but hearing that Ghislaine was appending Fenris' estate was even more bewildering. Why would he do such a thing? He must know that the land in that area can't be used for cultivation. Isn't it because the production is too low? If managed properly, it could improve, even if only a bit. Even so, it's excessive. It's like he's funneled every last coin he earned from the runestones into it. At this, the adjutant carefully shared his own thoughts. It's his first estate and he's still young. He probably wants to try different things, no matter what others say. Some people just can't be satisfied until they try things for themselves. Considering his past as a troublemaker, it's not so strange. Harold nodded. It was a reasonable point. Ghislaine wasn't the only one who had wasted a fortune on lofty dreams of developing their estate. It was a common mistake for inexperienced lords who hadn't been properly trained as successors. He must be overconfident after winning a war with just one trap. Harold refused to acknowledge Ghislaine. No, he couldn't bring himself to. Even if someone changes, their past as a reckless fool doesn't just disappear. Harold's inflated pride and prejudice against Ghislaine clouded his judgment. The thorough investigation he had done into Ghislaine's past had backfired on him. To Harold, Ghislaine was just a lucky brat who managed to survive. Next time, he'd make sure to behead him once and for all. This is perfect. We don't have the resources to worry about that place for the time being, so if he self-destructs on his own, that works out just fine for us. Just leave him be. Understood. There are more important matters at hand right now. Since the defeat in the Ferdium siege, Harold had been harshly reprimanded by the Duke. If not for his past achievements, he might have lost his head. So this time, failure was not an option. This matter was far more crucial than taking over Ferdium estate. It's time to wrap up business in the north. The kingdom was going just as Duke Delphine had planned, except for the north. To bring the rebellion to complete success, the north had to be subdued as well. Harold scanned the gathered strategists with a sharp gaze. There aren't many estates left that haven't been swayed. Use any means necessary to push them, and make sure to expedite Amelia's preparations for the rebellion. As for dealing with Raypold's Knight Commander, I'll come up with a separate plan. The Knight Commander of Raypold was the strongest warrior in the north, known as the Northern Sword. Harold had trained Victor specifically to face him, but since Victor had died in the last war, he had to come up with another plan. Ghislaine, if it weren't for him, after I've dealt with Raypold, it'll be your turn. Get ready to have your head taken. Just thinking of Ghislaine made Harold grit his teeth, but for now, he had no time to spare for him. The Duke and Harold decided that securing Raypold was more important than dealing with Ghislaine, so they adjusted their plans accordingly. No matter how much Ghislaine struggled, they believed the Duke's house could crush him whenever they wished. They couldn't even begin to imagine how Fenris might develop. All right, make sure you stamp your palm clearly. Ghislaine held out the slave contract. The bold lettering of 10 years stood out prominently. Claude, O'Foy, and the wizards took the contract with trembling hands. Once they signed it, they truly become slaves. With teary eyes, Claude pleaded, Can't we just call it a draw? What nonsense are you spouting? I won. Just stamp it already. No, I mean, can't we just work hard without pay? Do we really need a slave contract? He thought it meant they'd be treated as slaves by working without pay, not that there would be an actual slave contract. Ghislaine was truly a man beyond imagination. HMPH, didn't you say you'd work hard without complaining? This is just to make sure. You might run away saying you can't stand it. Ugh. He had dared to make a bet with the Lord, so he had to take responsibility for it. If he tried to refuse now, even if he lost his head, he'd have nothing to say. With a look as if he'd lost his country, Claude slowly placed his hand over the contract. Ugh, I really need to quit gambling. It's disgusting, really. Fine, I'm stamping it. You don't even show any mercy when a man is crying and begging. Bang! As soon as Claude stamped his palm, he quickly stopped his tearful act. Happy now. Ugh, I had a bad feeling about this from the start. Lord, you gamble quite a bit, huh? We'll see next time. Being used to losing at gambling, Claude was quick to give up. But Alfoy, who had lived a dignified life as the successor of the Magic Tower, was different. It was the first time in his life he'd been treated so horrifically, and all because he'd lost a simple bet. Tears flowed on their own. They weren't for show, they were genuine tears. I can't do it. No, I won't. Alfoy stood up and stumbled backward, trying to get away. Claude clicked his tongue and teased him from the side. That's how gambling works. You lose your hands, your feet, and then you spend the rest of your life regretting it. Why did I do that back then? I should have never done it, that's what you'll be saying. Ha ha ha. You bastard, do you think I'm like you? You think I'm the same as you? You're a habitual gambler. I wasn't like that. Well, who told you to jump into a high-stakes game like this from the start? This is something only experts should be doing, not a beginner. It's your fault. I believed in you because you were so confident. I thought you'd win. What? I dunno. Claude shrugged with a smug expression. He was implying he had no responsibility in this. Alfoy, enraged by Claude's shameless attitude, began to scream. It's not my fault. It's all because of the chief overseer. I didn't know. My situation is different. Give me a break, please, I'm begging you. Oh, if you act like this in a gambling den, you're just being a nuisance. Shut up, it's all because of you. Claude was already half a slave, considering the debt he owed Ghislaine, but it was different for the wizards. They had already been here for half a year. If they could just endure for another half year, they'd be able to return to the Magic Tower. But now they were being abandoned in this miserable place for 10 more years. I'd rather die than do this. Ghislaine nodded and responded. Then die. Nuo. Crash. As Alfoy tried to run, the mercenaries nearby grabbed him and forced him down. Even as he was pinned to the ground, Alfoy kept struggling, but he finally stopped when the mercenaries pressed a sword against his neck. Hey, this is too much. I'm the successor of the Magic Tower. You can't treat me like this. Ghislaine flashed a wicked smile at his frantic outburst. Do you know why I didn't stop you when you were acting all cocky? What? If I had beaten you up back then, you would have just apologized and backed down. That wouldn't have been good for me. You couldn't have. Alfoy's face turned pale. Come to think of it, that lord, who usually beat people up the moment they got cheeky, had been unusually quiet ever since the bet was made. Lately, no matter how much Alfoy mocked or taunted him, Ghislaine had only smiled. Alfoy thought Ghislaine had simply given up. Though his oddly calm demeanor felt slightly unsettling, Alfoy dismissed it as mere bluffing. But now, did you set me up for this bet on purpose? Finally getting it. Ghislaine smirked. Alfoy and the wizards could only pound the ground and regret their actions. They should have suspected something when that ill-tempered man started behaving differently than usual. They were so caught up in the anticipation of winning the bet that they completely missed Ghislaine's intentions. They assumed he was merely trying to save face by not backing out of the bet. If he had truly thought he would lose, he would have just beaten everyone up and told them to shut up. They never considered that. Ghislaine clicked his tongue as if disappointed. Honestly, I was expecting more, but there weren't many who took the bait. Still, getting the chief overseer and 6 wizards isn't a bad outcome, right? You devil, what are you talking about? Where else would you find someone as conscientious as me? I didn't even force you into the bet. This is just a fair result. Now, hurry up and stamp it. We were going to have to draft a non-disclosure agreement anyway, so this works out. There was only one thing Ghislaine had been concerned about for this operation. He feared that the wizards might spread the formulas and magic circles used in the process elsewhere. But now that the wizards had become slaves, there would at least be some control over that. If a slave divulged their master's secrets, they'd be beheaded without exception. Unless they were willing to risk their lives, they keep their mouths shut. No, I won't do it. When Alfoy continued to resist, Ghislaine sighed and pulled a hand axe from his belt. All right, if you hate it that much, I can't help it. You've been helpful and I've grown a bit fond of you, so I'll settle for just taking your hand. Huh, Wait, do we really have to go that far? Come on, I'm still a lord. If I just let this slide, I'd lose face. It would hurt my honor. Face, honor. Since when have you cared about those? You've never been interested in that. What kind of lord goes around carrying a hand axe and talks about things like that? I'm planning to start caring now. It's about time I built some connections with other nobles. You can still use magic with one hand, right? Claude, grinning, chimed in sarcastically from the side. Exactly. You need to lose a hand to quit gambling. If that doesn't work, next will be your ankle. Shut up. All right then, off goes a hand. Ghislaine lifted the axe with a terrifying expression. Alfoy's face turned pale. This guy was a madman who never hesitated once he made up his mind. Just as Ghislaine was about to bring down the axe, Alfoy cried out, his voice trembling. I'll sign it. I'll sign the contract. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ghislaine collected the contracts from the rest of the wizards and carefully put them away. Alfoy watched closely, his eyes gleaming as he noted where Ghislaine placed the documents. I need to tear that up. Even if the contract didn't carry any magical constraints, the record would still remain. As the successor of the Magic Tower, he couldn't afford to leave evidence of having signed a slave contract. While Alfoy was plotting, Ghislaine handed a new document to Claude. Here, take this. What is this? More work you need to do. You're joking, right? I already have way too much to do. No joke, you seem to be doing well, so try this too. It'll be over quickly. What happens when I finish it? A new task will begin. Claude snorted as if to say I knew it, but when Ghislaine raised a fist, he immediately lowered his head and began scanning the document. What is this? It's just a list of names. Yeah, find the people on that list and bring them to our estate. If anyone doesn't want to come, don't force them. If they say they need money, give them as much as they want. They're important, so handle them as carefully as possible. Got it. Claude blinked as he checked the expected locations listed beside the names. Are you serious about bringing all these people here? Are these locations accurate? Probably. Some of them might be in different places now. If so, there's nothing you can do about that. The document Ghislaine had given him was a list of subordinates he'd had in his previous life. It would be great if he could find all of the thousands of them, but he knew that wasn't an easy task. So he racked his memory to pick out those who had talents and were essential to the estate. By his standards, it was a modest selection. There are over 100 names here. Yeah, not that many, right? Claude clenched his teeth to hold back his anger, and the papers in his hands crumpled as he gripped them tightly. Finding people wasn't that difficult, really. Since he wasn't supposed to force anyone to come, nor was there a need to drag people from wherever they were hiding. It was manageable. The problem was that there was no one available to do the job. We're already short of people to work on the estate. How am I supposed to track down people in other countries? We don't even have anyone to send. Then hire someone from another estate. Use the information guild if you have to. I already said money isn't an issue. Damn it, damn. Claude almost cursed out loud but managed to stop himself. Even before he became a slave, Ghislaine was the kind of person who would throw punches whenever he was upset, and now that they had a slave contract, there was no way to stop him if he decided to resort to violence. Man, this is exhausting. There was already so much work that Claude couldn't sleep, feeling like he was on the brink of death. Yet Ghislaine kept piling on more tasks. If he had known Ghislaine was this relentless, he would never have followed him out of gratitude or anything else. He was in deep trouble and he knew it. I can't turn back time. I just have to avoid him as much as possible. Claude took a step back, subtly trying to distance himself from Ghislaine, hoping to escape before he was burdened with more work. However, Claude froze in place when he heard Ghislaine mutter to himself, we've secured our food supply, so now it's time to start a money-making business. What are you planning this time? You already boosted the wheat production like crazy with that monocondensation array or whatever. Even after distributing enough for the people in the estate to live off, there's plenty left. Just sell that. Why start something new? Is there even anything in this god-forsaken land worth selling? Leave that alone. I'm planning to stockpile it and use it when we need it later. Ugh, this is driving me nuts. Claude sighed, looking up at the ceiling. The most fundamental and important issue had been resolved. All they needed to do was use that to make money, but now Ghislaine was suddenly acting like a miser. There's way too much to stockpile. Wheat isn't the kind of crop you can store for too long. What do you plan to do if it all rots? Every estate stored food to prepare for famine or war, but the improved wheat that Ghislaine had developed was in such abundant quantities, it was almost too much. Just one harvest could sustain them for years. They wouldn't even be able to consume it all, so why bother stockpiling it? Ghislaine replied nonchalantly. Our food doesn't spoil easily. Even if it's just stored in a warehouse, it'll last for a few years. Does that even make sense? We'll keep it in reserve and then, right before it spoils, sell it off cheaply or distribute it. The grains are big, so they'll sell well even if we do it later. Claude instinctively wanted to argue, but he held his tongue. He didn't know much about those strange grains, so he couldn't say anything confidently. Anyway, they'd find out in a few years. Fine, whatever, but even if you stockpile food, we'll still have to keep selling runestones to make money. What are you planning to sell? We can't produce resources, so we'll have to make a specialty product. Let's make money with that. Wow, as expected of our Lord, did you think I was going to say that? Do you think specialty products just appear out of thin air? What could they possibly produce in a place with no resources and no technology? Without securing some form of technique, it was obvious they wouldn't even be able to produce anything, let alone a specialty product. Claude squinted and glared at Ghislaine. Fine, the wheat thing was possible because of mana, let's say, but making something is a completely different matter. You need both the skills and the people. Do we have either of those here in our estate? Not yet. Then what can you possibly make? Stop wasting time and money and just sell the food. Please, let's try to live rationally. Ghislaine's lips curled into a wicked smile once again. Want to bet on it, this time for 20 years. Wait a minute. Oh, damn it. Claude was about to call out bet, but a sudden ominous feeling made him swallow his words. It was the moment a mental break finally clicked in the mind of a habitual gambler. Sometimes, actions that defy common sense can become new breakthroughs that no one could have anticipated. But there's no guarantee that it will always succeed. The Lord was brimming with confidence after his initial success in agriculture, but the chances of succeeding again were probably not that high. That's what I thought. Rationally, I felt like we needed to place a bet and turn the tables, but since I had been burned by the same situation before, it left me with an uneasy feeling. Claude, trying to avoid taking risks, pulled a Foy into the conversation. How about we bet a Foy as well? You crazy bastard. Why are you betting me? No, I mean we split it over 10 years. If we succeed, we gain freedom, and even if we fail, it's not 20 years, but just an additional 10. I'm prepared, but what do you think, Sir Foy? Shut up, I'm not gambling anymore. Well, you regained your senses faster than I thought. Maybe it's because you're a mage, surprisingly level-headed. Claude shook his head and raised his hand. I'm not following along this time. The stakes are a bit too high. Honestly, it's not that I wasn't considering it, but 20 years was a bit much for my nerves. Then Ghislaine slightly lowered the stakes. Then how about 10 years? Consider it a generous offer. No, this time I'd rather just die. Claude mumbled the last part, but he didn't insist on going through with it. He had thought it was bravado, but he had recently lost a bet because of that mindset. Ghislaine clicked his tongue in disappointment and handed over a new set of documents. Prepare these as well. Sigh, please stop giving me more work. Claude complained, even though he knew it was pointless. The documents were filled with names he couldn't identify. On the back were blueprints for some bizarre facilities. What is this? What do you think it is? They are herbs. Contact all the merchant guilds in the northern region and gather them all. Then pass the blueprints to the blacksmith to start making them. What are you planning to do with so many herbs? I told you before, I'm going to make a specialty product. Stop complaining and just get everything ready. Ghislaine was planning to create a product that had been extremely popular in his previous life. He didn't know the production method perfectly, but he remembered the critical parts clearly. When he thought about the money it would bring once it was completed, the development costs seemed like nothing. Of course, if the goal was simply to make money, then selling food and runestones, as Claude suggested, would be the easiest way. However, even if he could sell runestones, food needed to be stored for the future. Nobles don't even glance at common goods. If you wanted to sell something to them, it had to be a bit more special than just food. Sigh, if you make some weird medicine and try to sell it, you'll just end up getting called a quack. But Claude, who had no way of knowing Ghislaine's plan, could only sigh as he glanced through the documents. Most of them were either plans to improve the estate that had been left out from the previous strategy or proposals that enhanced the existing ones. I want to run away, but I'm just a slave who can't be free. Claude hung his head low, thinking about the hard work that awaited him. His vision darkened. Ghislaine looked around at Ulfoy and the other mages and spoke. You all split into appropriate groups and head to the areas where we'll be digging canals and setting up the water supply and reservoir facilities. Check if the old wells have dried up and cast purification spells on those with poor water quality. We're going to refurbish everything from scratch. The person in charge of the work will be Ulfoy. Why there? What do you mean why? If the workers are going to do their job, someone has to use magic to break the rocks blocking the paths. Might as well dig up the ground while you're at it. Civil engineering projects required a lot of manpower and took a long time to complete. If the mages used their powers, they could drastically reduce the time needed for the construction. Naturally, Ulfoy protested. We are mages. We're not laborers, so why should we do that? Just have the workers do it. They had been forced to use their powers for large-scale construction projects a few times before. Even back then, it had been coercive, but at least there was an attempt to make it look like they were cooperating. Now, it was blatant exploitation. In response to Ulfoy's complaint, Ghislaine answered with an indifferent expression. So, what? Were you planning to just stand around watching? You agreed to work hard for 10 years. From now on, you'll be actively participating in the estate's construction. No way, I am a great mage. How dare some rural lord order me around the heir to the tower? Should I just sell you off at the slave market? The contract is solid, so there be no legal issues. Mages as slaves are rare, so the slave traders would love it. Imagine the rumors. The heir to the tower being worked as a slave. Ah, that's something I can't pass up. I'm sorry, I'll work hard. Before Ghislaine had even finished speaking, Ulfoy bent at the waist at a perfect right angle. His change in attitude was astonishingly quick. Ugh, just you wait. Do you think I'll let this slide? Humiliation surged, tingling at the back of his neck. Ulfoy clenched his teeth, eyes brimming with tears. The elder will be arriving soon. Once he hears how I've been treated, he won't let you get away with this. The branch of the tower was almost fully established. Soon, more mages would arrive along with the elder who would take charge of the branch. Ulfoy planned to ask the elder to annul the slave contract. Just endure until then. Damn it. With their tasks assigned, Claude and the mages left the room, their shoulders drooping. Before the door even closed, Ulfoy jabbed a finger at Claude. This is all your fault. We ended up like this because you made that stupid bet and lost. Why did you even gamble when you didn't know what you were doing? Saying you graduated top of your academy was a lie, wasn't it? You useless gambling addict. Claude's face was a mix of disbelief and sarcasm as he sneered. How is this my fault? Did I force you to place a bet? Did I threaten you or beg you? You were acting so confident that, of course, I trusted you and went along. Who told you to trust me? Besides, that wasn't even a normal farming method. We used magic and I don't know if it worked or not. Are you really mages? What? Are you saying this is all our fault? So it's not. If you're mages, you should have figured it out quickly. If you had caught on halfway, we could have at least turned it into a draw. Ugh, incompetent mages. Incompetent, this bastard dares to talk down to a mage from the tower. Yeah, next up the slave, but I'm still the chief overseer of this estate, you know. Does that mean a chief overseer can't die from magic? Oh, look at this. Are you really trying to threaten me, you freeloaders? Go ahead, try it. What? Freeloaders, this bastard. Ulfoy trembled with anger, summoning his mana. The mages behind him also glared at Claude, drawing their mana as well. Oh wow, you're actually going to use magic. Wendy, what are you doing? They're bullying me. Wendy clicked her tongue and pulled out a dagger. Claude quickly darted behind her. Come on then, come on, you bastards. Both sides glared at each other, ready to find an opening. A tense, explosive standoff. Ghislaine, who had been leisurely coming out to inspect the estate, saw the scene and clicked his tongue. Tusk, tusk, instead of doing your work, you're all fighting like this. Real impressive. Resolve things with conversation, not violence. Don't make me have to throw a punch. Help me stick to my peaceful, non-violent principles, will you? At Ghislaine's words, both sides scowled but stepped back. Hearing such words from the Lord was enough to make them want to cry out of frustration. What are you doing? Do you have nothing better to do? Got time to spare? Must be short on work, huh? We're going. Claude and the mages, fearing Ghislaine might throw more work at them, hurriedly scattered. Ghislaine chuckled at their defeated figures and continued on his inspection of the estate. Asterisk, 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 even after succeeding in wheat cultivation, Ghislaine didn't stop buying food supplies from other estates. He hoarded so much food that even the vassals were stunned, as if they were haunted by a ghost that had starved to death. By the time the wheat harvest was complete, there would be an enormous stockpile of food in Baron Fenris's estate. We won't have to worry about starving at all now. With the Lord going this far, let's just push a little harder. Isn't it amazing how they're still growing even in winter? Our Lord seems to know everything. They say we can harvest in 3 months. To think we can gather this much 4 times a year. The residents of the estate praised Ghislaine every day without fail and focused on their tasks. With the Lord continuing to inject money, people looking for work kept flocking to the estate. The estate was now more vibrant than it had ever been. Fenris's estate was rapidly developing. Thanks to the workers' diligence, the branch of the tower was completed quickly as well. Soon, one of the 5 elders of the Crimson Flame Tower arrived at Baron Fenris's estate, leading 20 mages. The elder greeted Ghislaine with a warm smile. "Heh heh, how have you been? You look quite radiant." Although the elder had spoken informally when they first met, he was respectful on official occasions. Since Ghislaine was staying at the Fenris estate, it was essential to observe basic etiquette towards the lord of the estate. Ghislaine also welcomed the elder from the tower warmly. Mages were useful not only for defending the estate, but also provided significant support during large-scale construction projects. "I didn't expect you to come in person, elder." "Heh heh, someone has to lead the branch, don't they? And there's the matter of managing the runestone trade." The elder's expression darkened slightly. In truth, this issue had stirred quite a bit of discussion within the tower. None of the elders wanted to go. No matter how important it was to oversee a branch, who in their right mind would want to be stationed in such a wretched place? In the end, it was decided by drawing lots, and the elder who got picked was even showing early symptoms of depression. Noticing his discomfort, Ghislaine soothed him with a gentle voice. "Is it really necessary for you to do this? This place is." At that moment, someone interrupted, screaming as they ran over. "Ah, elder, it's me, Ulfoy." Ulfoy." The elder tilted his head in confusion. He hadn't imagined that the arrogant and insolent heir to the Tower Master would greet him so eagerly. Ulfoy, who had hurried over, quickly shouted to the bewildered elder. "Elder, please save me. This lord is trying to make me a slave." Belinda, who was standing next to Ghislaine, swiftly approached and grabbed Ulfoy by the head, twisting his neck. Crack! The shock of his neck being twisted caused Ulfoy to lose consciousness mid-sentence. What is going on here? At that moment, Ghislaine gently placed his arm around the elder's back, naturally blocking his view of Ulfoy. "Haha, it seems he's been overworking himself lately and got a bit tired." "No, that's not it. His neck just... It's fine. He's been conducting various experiments lately and something might have gone wrong, causing him to behave strangely. He even asked me to knock him out whenever it happened." "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and take him away." Belinda quickly carried Ulfoy off. The elder blinked, not fully understanding the situation, as Ghislaine leaned in and spoke softly. "Isn't it a bit much for someone like you to be living out here in the countryside, elder? This estate still lacks a lot." "That's true, but why not appoint Ulfoy as the branch head and you can just visit occasionally to check on things? Would that be all right?" "Of course. With 20 mages now added, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Having a 5th circle mage would certainly help defend the estate, but that was about it. Vanessa's knowledge level was far superior anyway, so rather than pampering an elder who lacked motivation, it was better to make Ulfoy the one in charge and work him to the bone. "The estate has been a bit chaotic lately. In this condition, it feels inadequate to properly host you, elder. It troubles me. Please don't worry and just return." But this was decided by the tower. "I can speak directly to the Tower Master later and explain everything properly. Leave the rest to me and just head back. Right now." The elder felt a chill run down his spine. The words were polite, but the atmosphere felt almost threatening. Ghislaine's seemingly kind yet strangely glistening eyes seemed to be saying, "If you don't leave, things will get quite troublesome." "Why, yes, perhaps I should. I'll just head back then. I'm not sure if this is really okay, though." "Yes, we'll be selling part of the runestones mined this time so you can take those back with you. As promised, we'll only charge the standard rate, though you're aware the prices have gone up a bit lately, right? Due to the Scarlet Tower's hoarding, the price of runestones had been steadily rising. Thanks to Ghislaine, the Crimson Flame Tower could barely manage to catch its breath. Until they could source runestones from elsewhere, they had no choice but to follow Ghislaine's lead. The elder, who had been wondering how to broach the subject of runestones, brightened up. Very well. I'll report this to the Tower Master. Under my authority, I'll pass the branch head position to Ulfoy. Not that he had a veto. The elder accepted the terms and hurriedly departed. He knew well from experience that trying to converse for long with the unreasonable Ghislaine would only be a loss. He didn't want to be here in the first place, so being pushed to leave was a welcome outcome for him. Phew, now the numbers are about right. Ghislaine smiled after seeing the elder off. A total of 26 mages were now staying at the estate under the pretext of the branch. It was a number that even most grand lords would struggle to match. Though their skills weren't particularly high, that made them easier to utilize for various tasks. The newly arrived mages were slightly bewildered by the elder's sudden departure, but didn't worry too much. They were confident, after all, being mages from the most prestigious tower in the north. Seeing their blatant arrogance, Ghislaine couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. But he hid his thoughts and greeted them warmly with a friendly smile, opening his arms wide in welcome. You've come a long way. Welcome. I look forward to your help in supporting the estate. The mages smiled pleasantly, feeling honored to be welcomed so warmly, even by the Lord himself. They had likely come expecting a peaceful retreat in the quiet countryside, but Ghislaine had other plans. Looks like the construction will finish faster. These mages would become a valuable labor force for the estate. Ulfoy participated in the large-scale construction happening in the estate every day. His mana was always depleted, and there wasn't even a moment to replenish it, leaving him with dark circles under his eyes from accumulated fatigue. But no matter how exhausting it was, he couldn't afford to stop. If he got caught slacking off, there was no telling what kind of consequences he'd face. What the hell is this? You should assign work in moderation. Isn't this way too much? To think that you'd give such menial tasks to the proud wizards from the Crimson Flame Tower. We didn't come here to do this kind of trivial work. The newly deployed wizards kept lashing out at Ulfoy every day, but no matter how much they complained, Ulfoy, looking as if he was about to drop dead, just shook his head. The master, I mean the Lord ordered it, so we have to do it. That's a cowardly excuse. The new wizards couldn't understand it at all. How had Ulfoy, who was always brimming with confidence as the heir to the Tower Master, changed so drastically? It wasn't just Ulfoy who seemed strange. The other wizards, too, kept their mouths tightly shut and focused solely on their work. What on earth had happened? Please explain. Why are you so obediently doing this kind of menial work? Well, because it's fun. If it's so fun, then why are you crying? Because it's so much fun that it brings tears to my eyes. Don't say such nonsense. The new wizards, unable to take it any longer, began to rise up. They'd been told by the tower to follow the Lord's orders, and had seen the branch manager setting an example by diligently working, so they endured it for a few days. But they couldn't continue to be exploited like this. It wasn't just a matter of pride. The more they observed the wizards who had arrived before them, the more a sense of foreboding welled up inside them. Every single one of them had dark circles under their eyes, and their disheveled appearance suggested they had been shuffling around the construction site for far too long. They didn't look like the always tidy and elegant wizards they were supposed to be. Let's go together. Where to? To the Lord. We need to tell him we can't do this kind of work. And if he still refuses, we'll head back to the tower. Branch manager, you're coming too, right? Let's speak out strongly. I don't know, what are you talking about? It's scary. Arg. The wizards gritted their teeth as they saw Ulfoy's timid reaction. At this rate, they felt embarrassed to even call him the Tower Master's heir. How pathetic. We no longer recognize you as the successor to the Tower Master. I'll make sure to report this to the Tower Master. Let's go to the Lord, even if it's just us. The wizards left, seething with anger. They seemed determined to confront the Lord and force him to let them quit or leave the estate altogether. Even as the wizards hurled severe insults at him, Ulfoy merely stared at them with vacant eyes. But once the wizards had completely left his sight, the expressions of Ulfoy and the remaining wizards changed. He, what a bunch of idiots. They stifled their laughter, just in case the others heard it and turned back. They couldn't afford to ruin all their effort acting up until now. There's no way I'm going down alone. Let's see them get a taste of this. Driven by the thought that they couldn't be the only ones enslaved, they had endured all the insults and kept quiet. If only they knew how terrifying the Lord is. Those fools are in for it now. You arrogant fools, do you even know where you are, raising your voices like that? Phew, I was on edge. Once the contract is signed, let's dump all the work on those guys. Right, they need to understand why we've been suffering like this. Seriously, they never learn until they get hit. Even their last hope, the elder, had left. Since they couldn't escape anyway, having more people around was the better option. At least that way they could get a little more sleep. The wizards' minds had only gotten quicker at scheming. As they expected, Ghislaine looked down at the protesting wizards with an indifferent expression. We refuse to do this work anymore. Treat us properly, otherwise we're going back to the tower. Ghislaine, who had been stroking his chin, narrowed his eyes and asked, I distinctly told Ulfoy to manage things well. Didn't Ulfoy try to stop you? Stop us? He wouldn't even come along when we asked. That guy's completely lost it. He just sits there drooling, staring off into space. It's because all he does is work on the construction. It's turned him into a pathetic mess. At that, Ghislaine clutched his forehead and chuckled. Would you look at this guy, scheming like a true wizard. What a funny fellow. Hey, Lord, don't you take our words seriously. Not understanding why Ghislaine was laughing, the wizards felt even more insulted, thinking he was mocking them. Oh, calm down. So you're saying that if you're going to keep being assigned to construction, you'd rather leave, right? That's right. Didn't the Tower Master tell you? You were supposed to cooperate fully with our estate's matters. I'm sure he mentioned the construction as well. For heaven's sake, who in their right mind would actually push wizards into construction work? No noble would dare to do such a thing. And yet, it was something the Tower Master and I thoroughly discussed before signing the contract. If you don't cooperate, it's a breach of contract. I've been supplying plenty of runestones and you've been enjoying those benefits. We understand that, but even so, this is too much. You can't force us to work like this, Lord. From now on, we'll only focus on defense and research for the estate. With 20 wizards standing stiffly with their heads held high before him, Ghislaine paused to think. It seemed they didn't understand the significance of the contract. If he simply let them go, they'd be severely punished by the Tower Master anyway. It would be a breach of contract, after all. Sigh, I guess the Tower Master didn't explain things properly. The pride of wizards sure is difficult to handle. If he sent them back to the tower for re-education, they'd get their heads straight, but it would be a huge waste of time. There was already so much to do, and losing even one wizard would only delay the plan further. What should I do? Ghislaine could clearly see Ulfoy's intentions in sending the wizards to him, but he wasn't keen on forcing them into slavery. That wouldn't be the way of a non-violent pacifist like him. Yet he didn't have the time to make a bet or wager with them like before. Phew, it pains me, but I have no other choice given the time constraints. What on earth are you talking about? Oh, just wait a moment. Ghislaine gestured for the wizards to calm down, then called out toward the door. Hey, someone out there, bring me a club if you have one. Soon the door opened and a soldier entered carrying a finely carved club. Each grain of the wood exuded the craftsmanship of an artisan. As Ghislaine twirled the club around, inspecting it from various angles, the wizards' faces contorted in outrage. What are you doing? This is highly disrespectful. Disrespectful? I wonder who's really being rude here. Anyway, that's not the point. Let's make a bet, shall we? A bet. Attack me all at once. If you manage to inflict even a single wound on me, I'll do whatever you want. But if you lose, you'll have to sign a contract. What kind of contract? I'm not in the mood for a long explanation, so let's get to it. If you can even scratch me, I'll make sure you can live comfortably from now on. I'll give you as many runestones as you want, and anyone who wishes to can return to the tower immediately. Hearing this, the wizards' eyes lit up. They were each at most third-circle wizards, but there were 20 of them. Even if their circles were low, this many could easily crush most knights in an instant. You'll regret those words. The wizards all began to channel their mana at once. They had already been holding a lot of resentment toward Ghislaine lately, and they wouldn't miss this opportunity. As 20 wizards gathered their mana, the objects around them began to tremble, yet Ghislaine only smiled brightly at the sight. I didn't want to add any more slaves. I really do want to live kindly, but the world just won't let me. As he moved through the flow of mana emitted by the wizards, Ghislaine's club swung with elegance. That day the estate gained 20 more slaves. Asterisk, 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 it had been several days since a total of 26 wizards had been working tirelessly on construction, tears streaming down their faces. Claude came to deliver his report to Ghislaine. All the medicinal ingredients you requested have arrived. The tools are also ready. Good, let's get started right away. What exactly are you making? Is this special product some kind of mana-infused herb like the wheat over there? Claude asked, genuinely curious. He had tried to examine the blueprint Ghislaine had handed over, but all he could see was a series of instructions to boil, decompose, mix, and melt things. It looked like something only an alchemist would concoct when making strange, experimental mixtures. It's something the nobles will like. It won't be as fun if I tell you now, so just wait and see. Ugh, should I even trust this? Claude felt an itch to make a sarcastic remark, but he held back. It hadn't been long since he was thoroughly trounced by Ghislaine. Now was the time to lay low and observe his patterns. Logically, a person can't succeed every time. I'll watch how this goes and wait for a chance to make another bet. This was a common misconception among gambling addicts. Having succeeded last time, they believed the odds were higher for failure this time. Even for a top graduate of the academy, Claude was no exception to falling into this kind of error. He grinned to himself, already fantasizing about betting again and freeing himself from the slave contract. Ghislaine, who watched him with a look of disdain, clicked his tongue and moved on. The area named the Herb Development Room sounded impressive, but in reality it was quite simple. One side was piled high with herbs, while the opposite side was arranged with tools designed by Ghislaine. This really does look like an alchemist's workshop, Ghislaine remarked, admiring the room. In fact, what he was trying to create was a product that, in the future, would be developed through the collaboration of wizards and alchemists. So, calling it an alchemist's workshop wasn't entirely wrong. Bring the wizards. The wizards, who were abruptly summoned, began inscribing magic circles onto the tools as per Ghislaine's orders. Alfoy, with his sallow complexion, clamped his lips shut as he drew the magic circles. He could tell that some of the circles were designed to extract the effects of the herbs or to remove impurities, but beyond that, he had no clue. Even if I ask, he'll just come up with some nonsensical answer again. He was curious about how the devices with the magic circles would be used, but he suppressed his curiosity. I'm not going to ask. No way. Just watch, I won't ask a single thing. Asking would be a loss for me. The magic circles were relatively simple, so the work was completed in a single day. Curiosity is the instinct of a wizard. Just as he was about to head back, exhausted from expending a considerable amount of mana, Alfoy couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out. What is this? What are you making? A product that'll make a ton of money, want to guess. If you guess right, you're free. If you're wrong, 10 more years. No, thank you, I'm not doing that. Alfoy huffed, muttering curses under his breath as he stormed off. He must have been really shaken after losing that first bet, to reject it so firmly. With a mix of admiration and regret, Ghislaine clicked his tongue and called the workers over to get started. Some of them sorted the herbs, others boiled water, and some managed the fire. The workers had no idea what they were doing, they just repeated their tasks mindlessly. What's the Lord making this time? Looks like he's trying to make some kind of medicine. What do we know? We just do as we're told. It must be something good for the body, right? After a few days, a thick black liquid finally began to flow out from the tool at the very end. Ghislaine dipped his finger in the liquid, sniffed it, and frowned. This isn't the right color, something must be off, and the smell isn't good either. He didn't get the desired result on the first try. Relying solely on the knowledge he'd picked up in his previous life to reproduce such a complex process meant there were bound to be mistakes. However, Ghislaine wasn't particularly worried. After all, this was much easier than creating something entirely from scratch. Since he had a solid understanding of the overall structure, adjusting the finer details wouldn't be too difficult. Over the next few days, he fine-tuned the ratios of the herb mixtures, adjusted the reaction times, and recalibrated the magic circles, relying on his memory. After several experiments, he finally achieved the result he wanted. Oh, perfect. Yes, this is it. Seeing the pure white extract, Ghislaine smiled with satisfaction. He was pleased that the product was completed, but there was something else that made him even happier. In his past life, this product had been the biggest cash cow of the Delphine Duchy. As he thought of those who were probably working hard to develop it somewhere right now, Ghislaine scoffed. "Let's see how well you do, you bastards. Not that it matters, since you're already too late." All that was left now was to mass-produce it and properly commercialize the product. For now, stir this thoroughly. The workers diligently stirred the extract as Ghislaine instructed. After stirring for a while and letting it cool, the extract gradually became more viscous. Ghislaine scooped a little with his finger and rubbed it between his fingers. The extract melted seamlessly, absorbing quickly into the skin. The workers slowly approached Ghislaine and asked hesitantly, "What is that, my lord?" If this were another estate, these commoners would never have dared to speak to their lord. In fact, they wouldn't have even thought of speaking to him in the first place. But because Ghislaine had been casually conversing with the estate residents without any formalities, simple questions like these could now be asked without hesitation. "Is it a kind of ointment? It has a very pleasant scent." Ghislaine responded with a satisfied expression. "Oh, don't you know? This is called essence. It's a concentrated extract of beneficial components from herbs." "What do you use it for?" "Nobles use it for skin care. There are a lot of people who are obsessed with beauty." "Ah, I see." The workers didn't quite understand, but they nodded along as if they did. After all, how would they know about products that only nobles used? Typically, nobles extracted beneficial components from herbs and fruits to apply to their skin, or they used steam treatments on their faces. The wealthier families even used divine powers or magic. But for the most part, the results weren't significant. With consistent use, their skin would improve, but given the money and time invested, the results couldn't really be considered remarkable. However, this product was different. The worse the skin, the more dramatic and rapid the results. Hoo-hoo, this will soon be a must-have item for nobles." Ghislaine smiled confidently. Nobles, regardless of age or gender, tended to obsess over their appearance. Clear skin was also a symbol of wealth, so if something was known to have even a slight beauty-enhancing effect, it was only a matter of time before it became a trend. In his past life, this product had swept across the continent, bringing enormous wealth to the Delphine Duchy. "I should run some tests." From his own experience, it seemed identical to what he had seen in his past life. Still, he needed to confirm if it was truly effective. Belinda would probably give the best evaluation. Belinda subtly liked to adorn herself. She had a keen interest in skin care, and for a head maid working in a poor estate in the north, her skin was unusually fair and smooth. Ghislaine filled a low, wide glass bottle with the essence and went to find Belinda. "Belinda, take this. Try applying it to your face." "What is this?" "It's a cosmetic, a skincare product. It's very good for your skin." "Oh my, really? Where did you buy this?" "These things are extremely expensive. Did you buy it just for me?" "Which brand is it?" Belinda's eyes widened, and she fired off a barrage of questions. Ghislaine might have seemed like he spent money freely, but he was extremely frugal when it came to luxury items. He dressed casually and rarely bothered to accessorize himself. But had he really bought such an expensive cosmetic, and one that only nobles would use? "Looks like all the effort I put into raising him paid off." Belinda, who had been a bit moved, quickly had her mood deflate after hearing what Ghislaine said next. "I made this myself." Ghislaine stood there, confident, as if he didn't see what the problem was. Belinda narrowed her eyes and glared at him. "Young master, don't you know you can't just use any kind of cosmetic?" "I know. That's why I made something that really works." "I never taught you how to make cosmetics, so where did you even learn this?" Belinda had been teaching Ghislaine since he was a child, but she had never once taught him about alchemy or handling herbal ingredients. So, who would believe it if he suddenly showed up claiming to have made a cosmetic? "You do realize that if you apply just anything and your skin ends up ruined, there's no going back, right?" Skincare products were so expensive that people were always on the lookout for cheaper alternatives. There were even those who applied lead or mercury to their faces. Of course, most of these attempts ended in failure. If they were lucky, it just had no effect. But some people ended up with worse skin or fell ill, wasting away until they died. There were even quack pharmacists who disfigured noblewomen's faces with pustules, only to end up losing their heads. Yeah, I'm not going to use it. My skin is already fine as it is. When one could manipulate mana, it improved their healing and slowed aging, even if only a little. Belinda was skilled enough in mana manipulation, so her skin was in good condition. Still, taking care of it would make it even better, so Ghislaine pushed a bit further. If you use this, your skin will be even better. It'll practically glow, just trust me on this. No, if my skin gets damaged, not even divine power or magic can fix it. Divine power and magic were expensive, out of reach for most people. Even if you used them, there was no guarantee they'd work. They could heal injuries and enhance regeneration, but any improvement to the skin was more of a side effect. I appreciate the thought, really, but I absolutely can't use it. Do you know how important my skin is? Why don't you believe me? Don't you know me? I've even had amazing success with farming. Ghislaine grumbled. How could she reject it without even trying it once? Couldn't she at least pretend to try it, even if it was just to humor him? Belinda gave him a blunt response. Back then, I could just watch whether you succeeded or failed. But this time, you want to experiment on my face. Who would agree to that? Well, there was a huge difference between silently criticizing the results and actually being the test subject. When it comes to skincare, even the slightest mistake could be irreversible. Ghislaine wore a troubled expression. Even if he forced her to use it, she'd probably just throw it away in secret. Thanks to his newfound power, his regeneration had improved, making his skin exceptionally smooth. Since it was such a well-made product, Ghislaine was confident it would improve the skin, but he knew it wouldn't have a dramatic effect on someone like Belinda, whose skin was already good. Maybe he needed to find someone else. Even after Belinda had hurried off, Ghislaine lingered around for a while. Wendy, passing by, spotted him and hesitated. Seeing her, Ghislaine brightened up and waved her over. Hey, Wendy, perfect timing. I've got a gift for you. Try this on. What is it? It's a cream that's really good for your skin. I made it myself. Go on, give it a try. You trust me, right? I'm actually busy right now, sorry. Wendy's figure wavered, and in an instant she disappeared from sight. Seriously, did she have to use mana to escape? She's just going to see Claude anyway. Clicking his tongue, Ghislaine headed off to find Claude. As soon as he entered the office, he saw Wendy hiding behind a pillar. Left with no other choice, he handed the cosmetic over to Claude, who took it with a skeptical look. So, you're saying this will become our estate's specialty product? A cosmetic for skincare? Exactly. Nobles will love it. It'll be in such high demand they won't be able to get enough. Ha, ha, ha. Claude laughed, wearing an expression of disbelief. Looks like it's time for a wager. He had spent time at the academy befriending noble heirs, so he knew well how much nobles cared about their skin. If a noble discovered a truly effective cosmetic, they'd be willing to part with chests full of jewels just to buy it. But creating cosmetics wasn't something just anyone could do. You'd need to master medicine, herbology, and alchemy to produce a proper product. The Lord doesn't read books. He's someone who's completely turned his back on studying. The only books in the office were a few on military tactics, and even those were covered in dust. The idea that someone like him had made a cosmetic was obviously absurd. Hiding his true feelings, Claude asked cautiously, a specialty product, you say? Are you sure no other estates have this? Of course, I'm the first one to make it. Just as I thought. If the Lord said he was the first to make it, then it had to be true. He hadn't heard of anything like this coming out recently. There's no way this will sell. A lord with no knowledge of medicine had made it himself. There was no way it would be effective. Even if it really worked, what noble would trust a cosmetic from some obscure backwater estate? No matter how he looked at it, it was bound to fail. Claude hid his glee at the prospect of canceling his slave contract and put on a feigned, pitiful expression. Are you trying to make my face full of pockmarks, so I can't leave the office and will have to work all the time? I mean, I'm already a slave. Do you really have to go that far? I'm telling you, it really works. Don't you believe me? I succeeded with farming, didn't I? That's a separate matter. It's a completely different field. And it's not just me. No one's going to use something like this. Why would they trust it? Ghislaine raised an eyebrow at Claude's provocative tone. Oh yeah, how about a bet then? Let's see if it really works or not. But I've quit gambling. How long are we talking? Like I said last time, 20 years. But if I lose, I'll cut it down to 10 years and throw in an extra 5,000 gold. Claude hesitated for a moment. It was obviously a scam, but the stakes were high and it made him a bit nervous. I need to lessen the burden a bit. All right, just wait a moment. What do I need to wait for? I'm going to bring someone to join the bet with me. Claude quickly went to find Alfoy. As soon as Alfoy saw him, he frowned. The resentment from the losses he'd incurred because of Claude's bets hadn't faded yet, but Claude brushed off the fierce glare with ease. After a few rounds of butting heads, Alfoy had become rather manageable. What is it? Why are you here? I have a great idea. Wanna hear it? Get lost. I'm not listening to you. Oh, come on, just hear me out. A great opportunity has come up. A chance to escape from slavery. Escape from slavery. A good opportunity. Yeah, the Lord's been making a big deal about some specialty product, so he decided to make cosmetics himself. Claude eagerly shared what he knew and his speculations to persuade Alfoy. The magic towers have tried this before, right? Yeah, they did. Since magic research required a lot of money, the towers often engaged in various business ventures. Naturally, many of them had tried to produce cosmetics as well. It was a field where, if successful, they could rake in huge profits, but none of them had managed to achieve any notable results. The fact that even the magic towers failed suggested how difficult it was to make effective cosmetics. Claude's silver tongue worked its magic. How did it go at the magic towers? Did they manage to make anything usable? Even the Tower Master, a sixth circle mage, couldn't make any cosmetics. He did manage to make some high-quality soap, though. Well, our Lord claims he made something that even those brilliant mages and alchemists couldn't. Do you think that's possible? Alfoy shook his head. Making it alone is absolutely impossible. He must have had help from someone, right? Who would he have gotten help from? If someone had that kind of skill, they'd have gone to someone with more money and power than our Lord. So, what do you think? Want to take another shot at life? I quit gambling. Claude looked down at Alfoy with disdain, snorting. Quit? You gambled once and now you think you've quit. Gambling isn't about quitting, it's about holding back. When the opportunity comes, you bet again. That's life. Alfoy pondered for a moment before nodding with a determined look in his eyes. Fine, this time I'll really trust you. Don't trust me, trust yourself. Trust the knowledge and experience you've built up until now. You're the heir of the magic tower and the best mage in this estate. You're always the best, bro. Claude lightly punched Alfoy in the chest. Feeling a sudden warmth swell in his heart, Alfoy nodded with a flushed face. Yeah, I'm Alfoy, a man who never gives up. For a conversation between gamblers, it was rather grandiose, but the mages around them felt the fiery camaraderie and passion between the two men. Let us join. Let's pool our strength together. All right, let's all go. This time we'll completely shatter the Lord's pretentiousness. We're going to win. With determined faces, Claude and 26 mages marched off. Everyone's out of their minds. Wendy, who had been watching the whole scene from start to finish while guarding Claude, could only shake her head in dismay. Seeing the wizards charge in with great momentum, Ghislaine wore a disdainful expression. What's the occasion for a group visit? We've come to make a bet. We're all betting that your lordship's cosmetics are useless. There are too many of you. What are the conditions? Claude, who stepped forward as the representative, grinned and answered. If we win, how about you cancel the slave contracts and give us 2,000 gold each? And if you lose, in that case, we'll each add 10 more years. Ghislaine pretended to hesitate and asked again, what if I don't accept the bet? At that, Claude and the wizard's eyes sparkled. For the first time, this reckless lord was showing a lack of confidence. It meant their chances of winning were high. Didn't your lordship propose the bet first? Backing out now would be dishonorable. If you're going to quit, then deduct 5 years instead. Ah, that would be difficult. After a moment of contemplation, Ghislaine nodded. I only hesitated because adding 10 more years seemed too harsh, but seeing how determined you all are, there's no choice. I accept the bet. Yes, Claude and the wizards clenched their fists and let out small cheers. Great, then please set a time frame. How about a month? Ghislaine said confidently. 2 weeks would be enough for the effects to show, but since everyone's skin condition was different, he generously set it to a month. Claude, gleeful, summoned several vassals to act as witnesses for the bet. Everyone gathered in the main hall except for Jillian, who was out inspecting the estate, and Vanessa, who was training in the practice yard. Of course, Belinda was vehemently opposed. A bet? Again with the bets. Have you been influenced by that guy? How on earth do you plan to prove the effectiveness of your cosmetics? It was easy to see sprouts emerging and fruit bearing in farming, but there was no objective standard to evaluate the effects of cosmetics. Eating well and getting plenty of sleep also naturally improves a person's complexion. In other words, they could deliberately sabotage their skin and claim it was a failure. You're not seriously going to give it to those guys, right? Who knows what they'll do with it? Ghislaine waved his hand dismissively as if to say not to worry. Of course, Claude and the wizards are excluded from the test. Those guys would smear dung on their faces if it meant winning the bet. The wizards felt insulted, but they couldn't refute it. They had seriously considered resorting to smearing dung if it came to that. Even with Ghislaine's reassurance, Belinda couldn't calm her anger. Then who's going to test it? Even if a single pimple shows up, those guys will claim they've won. That's true. We need someone trustworthy. Ghislaine looked around. Everyone present quickly bowed their heads, trying to avoid eye contact. No one wanted to volunteer to test an unverified product on their face. Who would be a good choice? It wouldn't be hard to force it on someone. However, if people got scared and refused to use it, the outcome of the bet would become unclear. That would give Claude and the wizards room to insist that the product didn't work. No matter how effective a new product was, it needed to be applied consistently for a few days to show results. Instead of forcing everyone to use it, Ghislaine decided to first find someone who would properly test it. Kaor, how about you try it out? I'll let you skip training for a few days. Since he was also learning to control mana, he would be less affected by external conditions, making him a suitable candidate. But Kaor snorted and with a cocky expression refused. A real man doesn't use stuff like that. Who do you think you're fooling? You think no one knows you stick fruit peels on your face every night? They just happened to stick on while I was eating fruit. Even before he joined up with Ghislaine, Kaor often slept with fruit peels on his face. He occasionally did the same after coming to Ferdium, so those who knew him were well aware of it. Anyway, I'm not using that. I'm done with that kind of stuff now. It was clear that someone who already paid attention to skincare wouldn't obediently apply something unfamiliar to his face. Seeing his firm refusal, Ghislaine merely shrugged. He had no intention of forcing someone who wasn't willing. He'd just have to find someone else reliable. Guess I'll have to look for someone else to test it. Anyway, we're going ahead with the bet, so everyone should keep that in mind. What do you mean, look for someone? You're the Lord. It doesn't make sense for you to be running around looking for people for a bet. Belinda snapped, her eyes flashing with anger. Ghislaine tilted his head, baffled. Everyone here said they wouldn't do it, so would you like to, Belinda? No, that's a bit. As all eyes turned to her, she looked down, flustered. Ugh, there's no other way. I'll just pretend to use it and figure something out. Belinda raised her head and confidently held out her hand. Fine, I'll do it. Give me a jar. She had no intention of actually using it. Her plan was to sleep as much as possible and diligently train her mana until the day of the bet, then use her mana to tighten her skin right before the end. That way, her skin would appear noticeably improved, even if just for a moment. Wait, the head maid can't participate, Claude intervened, stopping Belinda. Why not? The head maid's skin is already quite nice, isn't it? Sure, there are a few age lines around the eyes, but will you be quiet? Anyway, the head maid can't do it. She's the type who would find a way to cheat. Please choose someone else, preferably someone with poor skin so the results are more obvious. As someone who had spent years in gambling dens, Claude immediately sensed something was off when Belinda suddenly changed her stance. Ugh, that guy. Belinda glared at Claude, fuming. The sneaky bastard always seemed to catch on quickly and interfere at the most critical moments. Ghislaine nodded as if he understood. All right, I'll look for someone else. Now everyone go back to your work. Belinda sighed as she left and the others quickly fled, relieved to be excused. Even though everyone had refused, Ghislaine didn't think much of it. Surely, there would be someone who would trust him and willingly use the product. Wouldn't the mercenaries and servants like it? This kind of thing is usually used by nobles, after all. Well, at least a few of them might give it a try. With a confident expression, Ghislaine began searching for people. Want to try this out? Sorry. How about you? Want to give it a try? It's a fantastic product, only nobles get to use this. Please forgive me. People were generally uneasy about using the cosmetics Ghislaine had made. It was only natural to be wary of applying something unfamiliar. Is everyone just content with how they are now? Maybe I should gather a group of people with worse skin and give it to them. He tried rounding up some of the servants and mercenaries who had less than perfect skin, but most of them accepted it reluctantly or showed clear signs of disinterest, so he took it back. This wasn't going to lead to a proper test. This is driving me crazy. Selling this to nobles later is going to be a problem too, huh? It's not like I have the reputation of the Delphine Duchy. The Delphine Duchy commanded trust simply by name alone. Before his regression, when the duchy announced the release of a newly developed product, people had rushed to buy the cosmetics. But the Fenris estate was the back of beyond, and Ghislaine's own name recognition was virtually non-existent. Who would trust and use a product made in a place like this? Even the subordinates who knew Ghislaine well were reluctant, so it was obvious that the nobles would dismiss it outright. Once the testing is done, I'll have to head to the capital and figure out how to promote it. Ghislaine clicked his tongue. He had thought that just making it would be enough, but now he was facing the reality of having to find buyers. I'll worry about that later. Right now, the priority is testing. Determined, Ghislaine roamed around the castle and its surroundings, trying to persuade people to try the cosmetics he had made. Before long, the complaints of those who had been approached began to spread. People who heard the rumors started to avoid Ghislaine. Did you get that thing the Lord's been carrying around? I did, but then he took it back after seeing my expression. Why is he suddenly trying to make and sell something like that? Well, our Lord does act strange sometimes. Remember when he almost died from drinking poison? Everyone across the estate was well aware that Ghislaine had succeeded in agriculture. Back then, they had acknowledged that Ghislaine's new approach had worked, but many were still unsure whether that was due to his genuine skill or just a stroke of luck. Since he was known for his frequent eccentricities, people couldn't fully trust him. It was as if their belief in him teetered on the edge of faith and skepticism. They thought his new attempt might succeed, but nobody wanted to be the one to test it on themselves. Rumors that the Lord had gone strange again quickly spread throughout the entire estate. With the rise of negative sentiment, it became even harder to find volunteers. You bastards, fine, I'll just force everyone to use it. Ghislaine unconsciously twisted his face in frustration. Even after several days, not a single person had volunteered for the test. The initial confidence and composure he had felt were long gone. He had hoped to proceed peacefully, but everyone was being so uncooperative that he had no other choice. It would be quicker to make everyone use it and gather a broader sample. Just as Ghislaine was about to enforce the testing, a savior appeared out of nowhere. "My lord, I'll try it." "Oh, Jillian." Jillian hadn't been approached right away since he was out inspecting the estate, but this loyal man had come forward as soon as he heard the rumors, volunteering for the experiment. Ghislaine looked him up and down. He's got quite a few wrinkles and his skin is rough on closer inspection. He was a perfect candidate for the test. Though Jillian could manipulate mana, he couldn't completely escape the signs of aging. Plus, due to his constant training outdoors and rough lifestyle, his skin condition wasn't great. He was an ideal tester. Still, Ghislaine asked for confirmation. "Are you sure? Everyone else has been avoiding it. This is something I made, you know. I'm not too concerned about my appearance. It doesn't matter." Jillian didn't say he trusted it, which was a bit disappointing, but Ghislaine figured it was still something to have as a volunteer. He sighed subtly. He took out a jar and handed it to Jillian. "How do I use it?" "Just wash your face before bed and apply it. You can put it on more than just your face if you want." "Understood." From that day on, Jillian began diligently applying the cosmetics Ghislaine had given him. For him, this was also an order from his lord. After 3 days, people around him began to talk. "Old man, did you get a girlfriend? Your face looks good. Where'd you meet her? Cut the nonsense before I chop your head off." Jillian replied dryly to Kaor, who had been teasing him. He was always busy with training and overseeing the estate's development, so when would he have time to meet a woman? He was just living each day to be of service to his lord. After about 2 more days, the reactions around him changed noticeably. The mercenaries whispered whenever they saw Jillian. "What's going on? Doesn't he look a bit younger? Look at how smooth his skin is. Is he eating something good on the side? No way. Did he use that cosmetic the boss made?" Jillian's face had taken on a new glow. While the wrinkles remained, the texture of his skin had changed, making him look visibly younger than before. The sun-burned, dull complexion now seemed more like a vibrant bronze. Since he had never bothered with skincare before, the results appeared even more dramatic. Jillian quickly realized what had caused the change. The Lord's creation really works. He truly is incredible. Now that he knew it worked, he applied the product even more eagerly. Where he had once used just a dab on his finger, he began using two. Although he claimed he didn't care about his appearance, the frequent remarks from those around him led him to glance at the mirror before bed or before leaving his room in the morning. Getting older doesn't mean you stop caring, huh? Jillian chuckled as he observed his changing face each day. Whenever people asked, he explained that it was thanks to the cosmetics made by his lord. And once again, the rumors spread quickly. Even someone with skin as rough as Jillian saw results in just 3 days. What a revolutionary product. Exactly a week after Jillian had received the prototype. Bang! The door to Ghislaine's office swung open with a loud crash, as if it was about to break. Ghislaine, who had been immersed in his work, looked up in surprise to see what was going on. Belinda, along with Claude, Wendy, and several others from the estate, had gathered there. "What's this about?" Ghislaine asked with an amused look. Belinda, catching her breath, shouted out, "Give me some of that too." "What?" Ghislaine responded with a playful smile, pretending not to know, even though he clearly did. Belinda sighed in exasperation, clutching her chest as she spoke. "Me too, give me those cosmetics, give me plenty of them. I'm at an age where I really need to take care of myself." "You said you didn't need them before." "What are you talking about? I applied for them too. It was those ruffians who stopped me from getting them." "Ho ho ho, there really isn't anything our young lord can't do, is there?" Belinda shamelessly retorted. Ghislaine chuckled and picked up a few of the cosmetics piled beside him, tossing them over to her. He had prepared plenty anyway, intending to test them on various people. "Eek, thank you." She beamed as she hugged the cosmetics tightly to her chest and quickly left the room. Following her, Kaor and the mercenaries boldly stepped forward. "We would like some too. I thought men didn't use these things, and you guys never seemed interested in grooming yourselves before." Most of the mercenaries, except for a few peculiar ones, weren't particularly concerned about their appearances. Even if a rough-looking guy groomed himself, he'd just become a well-groomed but still rough-looking guy. Perhaps feeling a bit offended at being lumped together like that, Kaor jabbed the mercenary next to him with his elbow. "It's to seduce someone." "What?" "I want to give it as a gift to a woman to try and woo her." "Well, I appreciate your honesty." Ghislaine shook his head at the blatant desire radiating from them. "Take as much as you need and share it with the other mercenaries, but make sure the recipients report any side effects." "Yes, sir." Ghislaine handed over a few boxes of the samples. The mercenaries cheered the moment they received the cosmetics and rushed out in a flurry. "Wendy, distribute some to the other staff in the castle as well. Make sure they report their results clearly." "Understood." Ghislaine handed a few more boxes to Wendy. The other retainers who had been watching each took 1 or 2 containers, happily taking their leave. Only Claude and the mages stood there, nervously biting their nails. Ghislaine looked at them and spoke firmly. "You guys can't have any. We're still in the middle of a bet." "Ugh, that's so unfair." The wager's outcome had not been determined yet. However, rumors had begun to spread about how effective the products were for Jillian, leaving Claude and the mages feeling uneasy. They had rushed over, hoping to grab some cosmetics and see for themselves, but there was no chance of that happening. "Let's head back. There's no need to be scared just yet. We still have plenty of time." Claude comforted the mages as he led them away. It was only one person who had shown results. Jillian was someone who could manipulate mana, so it could have been something else that improved his condition. The mages nodded, calming down at Claude's words. After the people had swept through the office, Jillian came to see Ghislaine. Ghislaine greeted him warmly. "Oh, Jillian, come on in." He was the one who had volunteered to show the effects when everyone else had hesitated. Thanks to him, more people had volunteered, making the testing much easier. "Your skin definitely looks better. How is it? Worth using?" "Yes, I feel much younger." Jillian let out a confident smile. Compared to before, his skin appears smoother, almost gleaming with a radiant sheen. "So, what brings you here? You should still have some of the cosmetics left. Are you here to report on your training?" "I'd like one more, please." I'd like to send it to my daughter." "Ah, I see. So this is what it means to have a parent's heart." Since Rachel was in Ferdium with Alina, it had been quite a while since he'd last seen her. Wanting to send a good gift to a daughter he couldn't care for in person must be a parent's way of expressing their love. Ghislaine handed him several more, encouraging him to use them freely, and smiled. Thanks to you, we've gotten many people to participate. You deserve the credit, Jillian. Once the estate situation improves, I'll bring Alina and Rachel here, so just wait a little longer. Thank you. I'm sure everyone else will be just as satisfied once they try it. Jillian spoke with a tone full of confidence. Ghislaine smiled back at him. With so many people participating, they'd now be able to confirm the effectiveness properly. Come to think of it, should I bring some to Vanessa too? She's been training non-stop lately. Ghislaine decided to personally visit Vanessa, who had secluded herself in the training grounds, dedicating herself solely to training and research. She was currently isolating herself, trying to break through to the level of a sixth circle mage. When he arrived unannounced, she was startled, her face flushing red. Ah, Lord, what brings you here all of a sudden? Wow, you. Ghislaine was taken aback when he saw Vanessa. She had been so engrossed in her training and research that her appearance was a mess. Her hair was completely greasy and disheveled, and her clothes looked like they hadn't been changed in who knows how long, ragged and unkempt. Clearing his throat, Ghislaine handed her the cosmetics. Have you heard the rumors? These are the cosmetics. Try using them when you have some time. Why, yes, thank you. And well, while research is important, make sure you get some sleep, eat your meals, and wash up occasionally. Vanessa lowered her head, a slight smile appearing on her lips. She didn't really care what the item was for, but it was the first time she had ever received a gift. As Ghislaine was about to return to his office, he paused before closing the door to the training grounds and peeked inside. She gently set the cosmetics down in a corner and slipped back between the piles of books. And then she sank down among the hundreds of books, resuming her focus on research. Wow, how does she read all of that? Does she really absorb all of it? Mages could use cleansing spells to maintain a minimum level of hygiene. Thus, most of them found it embarrassing to appear disheveled in front of others. But Vanessa was so immersed in her research that she didn't even care about maintaining her cleanliness. Well, I guess she's never had such a serious opportunity to study before. Still, it's really impressive. Even while doing menial tasks at the magic tower, she had never neglected her studies. Now that she could dedicate all her time to training and research, it must have been a joy for her. Soon, I'll have to find a way to boost her mana as much as possible. She's truly reliable. With a satisfied smile, Ghislaine returned to his office, and he issued new orders. Tell anyone who didn't get any but needs it to come and find me. Ghislaine's order quickly spread throughout the castle. Soon, people who had heard the rumors started flocking in, and the samples ran out fast. The response was overwhelming. Did you try the one the Lord gave us? It's amazing. Everyone's going crazy over it right now. Hey, look at my skin after just 2 days. Doesn't it look 10 years younger? Oh, come on, but it does seem like you've gotten at least 10 hours younger. This is something only nobles usually use. When else would we get a chance to try something like this? I heard the ingredients are super expensive. We should use it sparingly. If I'd known, I would have asked for more. Whenever people gathered, they couldn't stop talking about the cosmetics Ghislaine had created. Since most of them had never bothered with skincare before, the effects were visibly impressive. For several days, Ghislaine continuously received progress reports from those who had used the cosmetics. Good, most of the feedback is positive. The results were overwhelmingly favorable. Not a single person had anything bad to say, and instead, there was a steady stream of requests for more. The perception that they were experiencing something usually reserved for nobles also played a role in the cosmetics' popularity. After all, no one dislikes luxurious things. As the atmosphere in the castle became more excited, Claude and the mages grew increasingly anxious. Damn it, have you seen everyone's faces lately? They're all looking smoother. Are you sure this stuff doesn't actually work? What are we going to do? Alfoy shouted nervously. Claude responded with a calm expression. Relax. The final results aren't out yet, are they? Why are you in such a hurry? In gambling, impatience is your worst enemy. No one knows the outcome until the last card is revealed. But everyone's praising it. They're all saying their skin actually looks better. That's just because they're getting swept up in the mood. They probably just got a good night's sleep and think they look better. Besides, you might not know this, but that stuff is packed with really expensive, high-quality herbs, so it might seem to improve things temporarily. What? So it really does work then? Claude smirked and let out a derisive snort. If just throwing a bunch of good stuff together could guarantee success, the magic tower would have figured it out long ago. You can't just mix any herbs together and expect your skin to get better. Even good things can turn into poison when combined recklessly. That's why even nobles are careful. Well, that's true, but so stop worrying and just relax. I mean, think about it logically. It's not you or me, but the Lord who's supposedly succeeding. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Why, yeah, that's true. Despite his unease, Alfoy nodded. Claude slammed his hand down on the desk with authority as he continued. We are intellectuals. We judge everything with cold reason and intelligence. We can't be swayed by such ignorant and irrational people. Hearing Claude's words, Alfoy seemed to regain his confidence, nodding as he left. Though he still felt a bit uneasy, he couldn't deny that Claude's reasoning made sense. The Lord wasn't an expert in any particular field, nor someone with extensive knowledge in multiple areas. There was no way he could succeed twice in a row at something so seemingly impossible. As Alfoy departed, the other mages followed, leaving Claude to shake his head with a sigh. Phew. This is exhausting. Why do they even bother gambling when they're all so faint-hearted? If they were scared, they shouldn't have bet in the first place. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Watching him from behind, Wendy stared at Claude with a look of shock. You're the one who roped them into it. If nothing else, his shamelessness and smooth talk were undeniably impressive. Wendy shook her head and urged Claude forward. She might have found him contemptible, but for now, he was still the chief overseer of the Fenris estate. Chief Overseer, there's a backlog of work. The next item is to check the status of the construction on the military warehouse. But suddenly, Claude started fidgeting, biting his nails nervously. Wendy fell silent. Judging by his behavior, it seemed like he couldn't hear a word she was saying. Damn it, what do I do? It really seems like this stuff is working. Ugh, this is driving me crazy. Is he seriously going to succeed at this too? Wendy was with Claude every day. She could see the changes in his skin condition from day to day, and it was clear as day that he was losing his mind over it. There's no way to sabotage it now. Honestly, she had considered interfering. After all, she was on the same side as the mages, and there were countless ways to do it. She could simply cut off the water supply so no one could wash, or use decay magic to pollute the air, making the whole place unpleasant. If I get caught, I'll be in prison for at least 30 years. But knowing Ghislaine's nature, if he sensed something was off, he'd likely throw her in prison without hesitation, even without concrete evidence. By now, so many people had taken the cosmetics that disrupting things was practically impossible. It wasn't just the castle staff, mercenaries and retainers had all received them. To stop everyone, she'd have to interfere with the entire estate. Unless she was an archmage, there was simply no way to pull it off. Ah, damn it. What do I do? Claude paced around anxiously, and when his eyes met Wendy's, he grumbled. What's with that look, you traitor? I saw you using cosmetics, huh? Ugh, just look at how smooth your face has gone. Wendy turned her gaze away, her expression a mix of contempt and pity. From what she gathered from spending time with him, arguing with that smooth talker would only end up being a losing battle. Still looking anxious, Claude shook his head. Right, there's bound to be some side effects for a few people. Cosmetics aren't that simple. There's no way the Lord could have made a product like that. I'll just wait until the last day to confirm it. Even if only a few people experienced side effects, he could stubbornly push for a draw. Nobles would reject any product that posed even a slight risk, which would be enough to ruin its value as a commodity. There's no need to get scared just because we don't have the results yet. This kind of tension is the thrill of gambling, but I've definitely become too soft. Heh heh. It was the kind of denial common among gamblers, but Claude didn't realize it. Let's go. We still have work to do. If he slacked off because of a bet, he would surely face a terrifying backlash. Despite his seemingly bold demeanor, the Lord had a surprisingly tenacious side. While Claude was desperately trying to deny reality, Ghislaine, on the other hand, was looking at the growing pile of paperwork with a satisfied smile. 0 cases of side effects. Despite so many people using the products for more than 2 weeks, there hadn't been a single instance of adverse effects. He had anticipated that it would take a long time, expecting to only remember the details of the manufacturing process bit by bit, but he had succeeded much faster than he had prepared himself for. It was wonderful to have succeeded in making the cosmetics, but even better was seeing people enjoy using them. It meant they had found some peace of mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ghislaine issued a new order to the retainers. Everyone's been working too hard lately without a break. I'm planning to hold a banquet soon. Even if time is tight, taking proper rest is essential if we want to keep fighting. The retainers were all taken aback. The Lord, who had never even hosted a simple dinner before, was suddenly announcing plans for a banquet. What's gotten into this workaholic Lord? Seeing their astonished faces, Ghislaine continued. I'll set the banquet for the last day of the bet. Prepare drinks and meat so that all the castle staff and the people of the estate can enjoy it. Since some will have to work, the banquet will run for 2 days. He intended to use the opportunity to both reveal the outcome of the bet and allow everyone to relax. In truth, it was almost a foregone conclusion that this bet would end in the Lord's victory. When it came to farming, the results were uncertain until the crops sprouted, but cosmetics were different. He could observe the faces of those who used them daily, so the effectiveness was immediately apparent. Hearing that even the servants could attend the banquet filled everyone with excitement, except for Claude and the mages, who wandered around in a gloomy daze. They were so desperate that they found themselves praying to the goddess every day. Please, let the world end. Send us a demon king or something. To them, it seemed better for everything to be destroyed than to lose another bet. The day of the banquet had arrived before I knew it, as I had been busy. Even Ghislaine decided to forget about work for just 1 day and take a rest. I wish I could just relax and have some fun sometimes. Ghislaine enjoyed having fun. Back in his days as the King of Mercenaries, he would leave all the troublesome tasks to his subordinates and only pick out the jobs that seemed entertaining. But now, there was too much to do, and even if he wanted to have a good time, he didn't have the luxury. Tusk, I need to finish everything quickly so I can relax. Despite grumbling, Ghislaine had a broad smile on his face as he leisurely made his way to the banquet hall. The banquet hall at Fenris Castle wasn't particularly large, but there were relatively few vassals and servants, so there was no issue in hosting the event. A few vassals objected, arguing that it would be undignified to let the servants in, but Ghislaine didn't care and pushed forward with his plans. His philosophy was that if you were going to have fun, everyone should join in and make some noise together. It'd be fun to build a huge plaza later and invite all the residents of the estate. Ideally, he would have liked to invite the estate residents this time as well. But no matter how small the estate's population was, he couldn't possibly bring everyone into the castle. Out of regret, Ghislaine distributed free alcohol and meat to every household. The estate residents who received free drinks and meat, as well as the servants who got to experience a banquet usually reserved for nobles, all praised their lord with joy. Since it was a poor estate with little entertainment, everyone, young and old, eagerly looked forward to the day of the banquet. Everyone except for one group, that is. Claude and the mages gathered in a corner of the banquet hall, whispering among themselves. Their faces were dark and somber. Please, just one person. There's bound to be someone showing side effects. We can't miss even one. We must find them and force a draw. They were desperately scouring the crowd, hoping to find anyone displaying side effects, clinging to even the slightest hope. It wasn't the sort of behavior expected from those who usually prided themselves on logic and rationality, but it was a sign of just how anxious they were. Even if the goddess didn't send the demon king, maybe she sent at least a pimple or two. Claude widened his eyes and stared intently at the entrance to the banquet hall. He was determined to scrutinize the faces of everyone entering. By the time the basic food preparations were complete and the hastily assembled band had taken their place, Ghislaine arrived at the banquet hall. Hasn't it started yet? Just go ahead and start. Why is there so much fuss about having fun? Typically, the highest-ranking person would be the last to appear, but Ghislaine didn't care about such things. When the lord plopped down in a chair and started tearing into the meat, the vassals shouted in surprise. Hurry up and start. The band hastily began playing a tune. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Since they had been quickly assembled, none of them were particularly skilled. They barely managed to hit the right notes under normal circumstances, but with no time to prepare, even that was a struggle. Clang! As soon as the doors opened, the people who had been waiting for the banquet to start surged in. They weren't dressed as extravagantly as nobles, but everyone was wearing clean clothes, clearly having put some effort into their appearance. Another thing they all had in common was that their faces gleamed brightly, shining with a healthy glow. Claude turned his head away. The reason his eyes stung was definitely because of the lighting. It wasn't because he was on the verge of tears from the impending loss. Damn it, Claude cursed under his breath, scanning the people entering the banquet hall. Here clean, there clean, smooth and polished everywhere. There were differences in skin tone and wrinkles, but not a single person had skin that looked unhealthy. The only ones looking worse for wear were the mages standing next to Claude, glancing around anxiously. Once almost everyone had gathered, Ghislaine raised his hand to stop the music. To be honest, it was hard to listen to because it was so grating. Thank you all for giving your best efforts in managing the affairs of the estate. Things will continue to be busy, so take this time to rest until tomorrow. It was a simple, straightforward speech, but everyone nodded in agreement. By now, it was well known that their lord was not the type to indulge in excessive formality like a typical noble. Ghislaine then gave a peculiar smile as he addressed Claude and the mages. As you all know, the chief overseer and the mages made a bet with me. At the mention of the cosmetics, the hall fell as silent as if a mouse had died. It was finally time to confirm the outcome of the bet, which had a seemingly obvious result. Opinions on cosmetics can be quite subjective. I believe most of you here have tried the product. Ghislaine leaned back in his chair, speaking in a relaxed tone. If anyone has experienced side effects, please step forward. I will ensure you are compensated. No one stepped forward. After all, even if someone did have side effects, who would dare step forward before their lord? Fortunately, it seemed there truly were no side effects. It does look like there aren't any issues. I'll leave the judgment of this bet to those present. Please speak honestly about the cosmetics that this estate has created. At first, people hesitated and looked around nervously, but soon, one by one, they began to speak up. The effects are truly remarkable. I've never seen a product like this before. My skin has improved significantly. It really does seem to work. There were no side effects. This is a flawless cosmetic product. Could you give me just one more, please? Once one or two people started sharing their opinions, the crowd quickly became lively, showering the cosmetics with praise. With the product's effectiveness proven, many expressed their disappointment at the thought that they might not be able to get it again in the future. Eventually, the praise for the cosmetics shifted into admiration for the Lord himself. It's truly incredible. It was amazing when you showed us the new farming method, and now you've made a product like this. This is going to be a huge hit. It'll become our estate's specialty. Please make more products. We'll trust anything you create from now on. The compliments kept coming. Ghislaine reclined arrogantly in his seat, wearing a satisfied expression, as if encouraging them to keep praising him. When the people started to tire and the flurry of compliments died down, Ghislaine glanced over at Claude and the mages. Well, I think we have our answer. Ugh. Claude and the mages' faces turned pale in an instant. After all their praying, not a single person had a breakout. To think that he had actually managed to create an effective cosmetic product. Now they couldn't even argue their way out of it. Claude's eyes trembled as he looked around. Everyone in the banquet hall was staring at him, waiting for his declaration of defeat. Sigh. Claude let out a deep breath, staring up at the ceiling for a moment before breaking into a self-deprecating smile. Well, it can't be helped. Who would have thought the Lord would succeed again? Where on earth did you learn to do things like this? No matter the reason, he had to accept his loss, because that was being a gambler. Of course, it was utter nonsense. Fine, I admit defeat. He was now bound to 20 years of servitude. Well, it was only natural, considering he had gambled with his life on the line. When Claude nodded readily and acknowledged his loss, murmurs of admiration rose around him. To accept 20 years of servitude so calmly, it was no wonder he held the position of chief overseer of Fenris estate, though it also hinted that he wasn't quite sane. With a resigned, almost helpless smile, Claude shook his head. He extended his fist slightly toward O'Foy and spoke. I lost, but it was a good fight. Still, it was a great match, wasn't it, bro? Alfoy, who had been standing there in a daze, slowly turned his head. He saw Claude's face smiling brightly despite acknowledging his defeat. Ha! Alfoy smirked and brought his fist toward Claude, then suddenly spread his hand wide open. Whoosh! Flames burst forth from Alfoy's palm, flickering wildly. Ugh! Wendy quickly yanked Claude back by the collar. Though his face was spared from being burned, he ended up falling onto the floor. Hey bro, what the hell was that all about? Claude rubbed his backside as he looked up. Alfoy and the other wizards had terrifyingly cold expressions on their faces. Ha! Wait a second. Are you going to attack? Right in front of the Lord. Today's supposed to be a joyful day. I'm going to kill them. Alfoy and the wizards began to draw out their mana. Realizing how serious the situation had become, Wendy quickly grabbed Claude and fled the banquet hall. No matter how capable she was, she couldn't face 26 wizards head-on. Catch them and kill them. Alfoy and the wizards rushed after them in a stampede. People were left stunned, their expressions frozen in bewilderment at the sudden turn of events. Ghislaine waved his hand lightly and spoke. Now, don't worry about them. Enjoy yourselves. I'll go after those guys myself. With even the Lord leaving, the guests were able to relax and enjoy the banquet. Wendy, grumbling internally over missing out on the party, carried Claude on her back and ran around the estate. Run! If we get caught, we're dead. Shut up. The enraged Alfoy and the wizards pursued them without rest. The chase finally ended when Ghislaine intervened and subdued everyone. Asterisk, 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 we have a problem. Now a 20-year slave, Claude spoke with a serious expression. He looked a mess, as if he'd been beaten up somewhere. There's never a day when you don't have a problem, is there? All right, what is it this time? The success of the cosmetics is worth celebrating. Anyone who tries it can't help but be amazed. I'd like to have a few to send to Anna. What's the issue if it's a success? The cost of the ingredients is too high to produce in large quantities, but if we produce only small amounts, it's too slow. That's the problem. These cosmetics used a lot of herbs. The most expensive among them was a flower called Fairy's Blessing. It was the same flower that was used to treat Jillian's daughter, more valuable than gold of the same weight. Although only a small amount was actually used, the production cost was still significant. It's fine. We'll just sell them at a higher price to the nobles. That product's main market is the nobles anyway. High-end strategy, I get it, but we still need the nobles to buy it to make a profit, right? Even the castle staff refused to use it. Jillian used it out of loyalty, but the nobles won't be like that. That's where the marketing comes in. How? There aren't any nobles here in this rural estate. Ghislaine nodded as if he'd already planned something. I'm going to the capital. What? All the nobles who love socializing are gathered there, aren't they? I'm going to build connections and sell cosmetics there. Sigh, capital nobles are notoriously picky. What makes you think they'll buy your product? If it doesn't sell well, you'll just lose money and not even make back what you spent. What if I make them use it by force? What? Claude's eyes widened. Forcing nobles to use something, was that even possible? I'll kidnap them for about 2 weeks, lock them up, and then release them once their skin improves. Are you insane? But won't they be grateful once their skin looks better? Thank you. What the he no, never mind. Let's just think about it after we kill them. They'll realize it too late. Huh, so this wasn't poison. HM, so it's still not good, huh? Of course not. Let's try to be reasonable, please. In truth, even Ghislaine had realized after this incident that there was definitely a problem. Unless they had the kind of reputation like the Delphine Duchy, it would be extremely difficult to sell this to the nobles. Let's think about that when the time comes. We have to keep making the product anyway, so keep ordering the materials. Ugh, well, it's not like we can develop something like this and not sell it. Claude wasn't entirely against selling the product. There wasn't anything on the continent as effective as this. The best approach would be to have it gain popularity among the nobles in the capital. After all, they were the ones who set the trends in the kingdom. Once it started selling to the nobles, they would be rolling in a mountain of money. All they needed was for a few people to use it at first. If they managed that, others would come flocking with money in hand. But getting those first few was the problem. Since it's obvious it won't sell well in the beginning, why don't we produce less until it catches on? No, stockpile it for now. As soon as someone starts using it, it'll sell like crazy. If we start preparing, then it'll take too long. That's true, but the more it doesn't sell, the deeper our losses will be. The unit cost is too high. If it doesn't sell properly, we won't even break even. There's also a limit to how much we can store. Don't worry. I'll go to the capital and see what I can do. If the worst comes to worst, I'll do door-to-door sales. There are people who sell that way, aren't there? Your sales strategy is giving me a headache. Claude doubted anyone would buy cosmetics from some country bumpkin going door-to-door. It would be one thing if they were just promoting the cosmetics properly, but knowing Ghislaine, he might actually pull out a knife and threaten people to buy it. If word of this got out, it wouldn't just damage Ghislaine's reputation. It would tarnish everyone around him. Let's think a bit more about the door-to-door sales. It might be better to just build relationships with the nobles. I'm already considering that too. Making friends isn't easy. Right, it's not easy. Claude didn't bet on this venture. The product's effectiveness was undeniable, so it was bound to catch on eventually. And when that happened, there would be nobles wanting to buy it and connections would naturally follow. The problem was that it wouldn't happen quickly, and until then they'd be stuck with surplus stock, leading to losses, which was what concerned him. So, when will you be leaving? It's going to take some time to build up enough stock. I'll leave once we have enough to sell. We've been making more during testing, so it shouldn't take too long. Phew, got it. Have a safe trip. Make lots of good friends, okay? Oh, I hope it sells well. Claude struggled to hide his joy and put on a sympathetic expression. Just the trip to the capital would take a month. Considering the time needed to promote it, the Lord would be away for quite a while. Claude was planning to take advantage of Ghislaine's absence to get some rest and soothe his weary mind and body. Please just hurry up and leave. But the response he got from Ghislaine was like a bolt out of the blue. What do you mean, have a safe trip? You're coming with me. You're saying I have to go too, why me? Do you think I'm going to sell everything by myself? You need to come along and help figure out how we're going to sell it. No, I've got a lot of things to do. I'm busy. Where would I have time to go? Don't be ridiculous. The moment I'm not around, you'll just slack off. Ghislaine knew very well what kind of person Claude was. And no, that's not true. I'll work hard, I promise. You're good with words. Ghislaine clicked his tongue and continued. Well, even if you're telling the truth, you still need to come see things firsthand if we're going to keep selling. We're planning to distribute the products all over the kingdom, starting from the capital, so the person in charge needs to be familiar with how things are going to work. Then, what about my work here? For now, the main framework has been set. Someone else can oversee things temporarily. Find someone to handle it while you're away. Ugh. Claude had no words, so he just held his head in his hands. Even if he found someone to help, it wouldn't mean his workload would decrease. He'd still have to check on how things were progressing while he was gone, which would only add to his work. But that didn't mean he could refuse to go. As Ghislaine had pointed out, if he was going to oversee the cosmetic sales, he needed to visit the capital, find outlets, and prepare for distribution. Currently, Claude was acting as the leader of the Fenris Merchant Guild, though in reality, it was more like a phantom guild that did nothing but buy things rather than sell them. As Claude was writhing in discomfort at the thought of going, a sudden idea flashed in his mind. Wait a second, do we really have to sell it ourselves? And if we don't sell it ourselves, what's your plan? Why not sell it to a reputable, large merchant guild? They'll handle all the verification and sell it to the nobles. The cosmetics were that effective. A major merchant guild could easily find people to verify the product. But Ghislaine clicked his tongue and looked at Claude with disdain. Why would I do that? I mean, it'd be more convenient to just hand it over to a large guild, wouldn't it? We have our own guild, so why should we give up that opportunity? Our guild is just a name with no recognition, only created to make buying things more convenient. That's exactly why we need to grow it, starting with cosmetics. If we sell directly, we get to keep all the profits. Why would we involve another guild? I've never handed over what's mine to someone else. Claude let out a hollow laugh. Wow, the greed is real. And if we leave it to another guild, it'll take too long. We need to establish sales channels and raise funds as quickly as possible. We need to grow the guild, so stop whining and just come along. Why are you in such a hurry when you already have plenty of money? There's still a lot of runestones left too. As Claude grumbled, Ghislaine responded calmly. It's not enough. Time and money are always in short supply. There's no telling when the duchy will make a move. I need to be prepared before that happens. For now, the Fenris estate won't be attacked. Desmond would focus more on seizing Raypold as soon as possible to make up for his loss in the last war rather than attacking here. I needed to use that gap to strengthen the estate's power as quickly as possible, considering what needed to be done moving forward. Even the money I had now wasn't enough. The runestone is starting to show its limits, too. The runestone hadn't run out yet, but there were plans that required its use in large quantities. If I also considered the amount I had to hand over to the tower, it was cutting it close. I don't have the luxury of going back to the forest of beasts. The current strength was still insufficient to pioneer the forest of beasts anew. Until I could build more strength, I had to utilize other bases outside the forest of beasts. I need to establish connections, too. I need people who can at least hold them back. Going to the capital wasn't just about selling cosmetics. To confront the immense power of the Delphine Duchy, I needed the strength of the opposing factions. There's no need for me to fight the duchy alone. The royal family must be gnashing their teeth at the Delphine Duchy too. Now was a time when the confrontation between the royalists and the duchy was intensifying, making it a perfect opportunity to leverage. I had to meet them and form an alliance. The war will start at the time and place I choose. If a war is to break out, I'll be the one to initiate it. There will never be a fight on my land. I'll smash their bases to the ground. Ghislaine clenched his fist tightly. Expanding the estate was crucial, but that was merely a means to confront the duchy in the end. Yet, others who didn't understand his true intentions couldn't grasp why Ghislaine was always in such a hurry. Claude was no different. The food problem was resolved, there were runestones, and they had even developed a specialty product. Even if they stayed the course, the Fenris estate would continue to prosper. But Ghislaine always seemed to be in a rush, as if he was constantly being chased by something. This is definitely it. He's 100% holding a grudge against someone. Ugh, this is driving me nuts. It wasn't that Ghislaine was wrong. After all, developing a hit product only to hand it over to other merchant guilds would just be doing them a favor. However, Claude would rather die than personally go around selling cosmetics. He was already exhausted, and if he had to take on merchant guild duties as well, he might as well be dead. Once the cosmetics began to sell, things would get busier than ever before. Seriously, I have to check how things have changed when I get back from the capital. How am I supposed to handle all this alone? And now you're telling me to take on merchant guild duties too. No way, I refuse. I can't do it. Just kill me already. Claude eventually started to protest, almost throwing himself onto the floor. I told you to hire more people. Just delegate some of the tasks to other managers. With Ghislaine's suggestion, Claude slapped his chest in frustration, looking as if he was about to cry. Those people are already barely managing their own tasks. They don't know anything outside their field, so they can't help each other. You need to know the work to actually do it. Ghislaine had to admit that there were far too few people capable of handling the workload. He personally managed the critical tasks and had brought Claude on board to take charge of overall administration. But there were still too many things happening simultaneously. No matter how exceptional the two of them were as humans, they had their limits. Ghislaine was aware of this, but with time running short and so much to do, he had no choice but to keep squeezing more work out of Claude. There's no other way. You just have to keep going. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Ghislaine thought of someone. He wasn't exactly a trustworthy guy, but he was still capable of handling most of the tasks needed to run an estate. That man would be a suitable assistant for Claude. With a sudden benevolent smile, Ghislaine said, "It's been tough lately, hasn't it? How about I introduce you to someone? I know a guy who could help you out." "Is it a woman? Is she pretty?" "It's a man." "I don't want it then." "Then keep doing it all by yourself." Claude bit his lips nervously. This damned lord always acted like there were options, but in truth the answer was always predetermined. Eventually he let out a sigh and asked, "Who is it?" If you're going to leave estate work to him, he at least needs to have the minimum knowledge. Even the help of a cat's paw would be welcome right now, but to entrust him with running the estate, he would need to at least know how to read and do basic arithmetic. "Why don't you meet him and find out? Let's get moving right away." "Right now. Time is money." "No, why are we rushing? We should at least notify him beforehand." "You think he'll just work if we tell him to? What if he refuses?" Ghislaine smirked and responded, "If he refuses, he dies." Ghislaine and Claude made their way to the old castle of the former Count of Diggold. On the way, they took the opportunity to inspect the estate and couldn't help but frown at what they saw. Wow, this place is a mess too. It's like looking at our estate. Actually, we're much better off now. The Diggold estate had yet to recover properly after losing the war. Ferdium lacked both money and manpower, so they could hardly extend any help to the Diggold estate. The estate was barely surviving, thanks to the relief supplies that Ghislaine had sent using runestones. The land they'd managed to expand had become more of a burden, as it was draining money instead of generating tax revenue. We might need to send them some food later, or maybe it'd be better if I just take over this place. You're blatantly acting like a prodigal son, but it'd be a waste. Leaving it to Ferdium would take too long. Ghislaine planned to absorb the Diggold estate once Fenris had stabilized to a certain degree, but for now, he turned away. It would be a waste to leave the land idle, but there wasn't much he could do at the moment. Right now, even pouring all his efforts into developing Fenris wouldn't be enough. As soon as they arrived at the Diggold castle, Ghislaine went straight down to the underground prison. Where could that guy be? I told them not to take him away, no matter what. The lower-ranking officials who hadn't participated directly in the war had already been taken by Ferdium. However, one person remained in the prison at Ghislaine's request. Wow, there are a lot of new faces I haven't seen before. It's a complete mess. The prison was packed with no empty cells left. Most of the prisoners were criminals who had been caught causing trouble in the chaotic estate. Clicking his tongue, Ghislaine checked the prisoners one by one until he finally found the person he was looking for. The man seemed to be receiving special treatment, as he was sitting alone in a relatively clean cell, staring blankly. It was none other than Lowell, who had managed to survive by amusing Ghislaine with his terrible arithmetic. Was his name Lowell? He's still alive, I see. Lowell, who was gaunt and skeletal, jerked his head up at the sound of Ghislaine's voice. Who are you? It's me. Don't you remember? You ugh. Lowell scooted backward on his hands and feet, pressing himself against the wall. It was too dark to recognize him right away, but how could he ever forget that face? The one who had stormed from Ferdium to Diggold, slaughtering the surrendered count and all his vassals. To Lowell, Ghislaine was a terrifying, grim reaper-like figure. Why are you here? Are you here to kill me? Right after being imprisoned, Lowell had felt relieved to be alive, but as time passed, he grew more uneasy. Everyone else who had been locked up with him was released, yet he remained in the cell. Since then, he spent every night in anxious fear, worried that he was being left there just to be executed later. And now, the demon who held his life in his hands had reappeared before him. Please, spare me. I swear I'm innocent. I was just following orders. I was only doing my job. Ghislaine didn't respond to his pleas, but instead repeated a question he had asked before. So what's 750 times 1, 920? 1,440,000. The answer came out at lightning speed. Every day in his cell, Lowell had regretted the answer he gave back then, mulling over how he should have responded. Claude, who didn't know this, was shocked at how quickly Lowell answered. What the? How is he so fast? There wasn't even a moment of hesitation. If he's this sharp, he should be able to adapt quickly with just a bit of training, Claude thought. He quickly spoke to Ghislaine. Please let me have him. I'll make good use of him. So, do you like him? Yes, though he looks just like a skeleton soldier. I guess the meals here aren't very good. It's probably because he hasn't been eating well in prison. Just feed him properly and he'll be fine. But that's not the point, is it? Are you really going to take him? The conversation was oddly unsettling. They liked him. They wanted him. They'd feed him well and put him to good use. Lowell instinctively tried to back away, but the wall blocked any chance of escape. Then Ghislaine gripped the bars and spoke quietly. How about working with me? What kind of work? Before I tell you that, how about signing a 20-year slave contract? Think of it as agreeing to work hard for 20 years. 20 years. If it meant he could live, he wasn't in a position to refuse, even if it was 20 or 30 years of slavery. But the flow of the conversation just before that made him too uneasy to give an immediate answer. Ghislaine sighed, clicking his tongue in frustration after a moment of thought. Fine, if you don't like a slave contract, I won't force it. So, pick something else. Option 1, starve to death in the cell. Option 2, execution. I'm being quite generous giving you more options. It wasn't exactly forcing him, but it was a proposal that left no other real choices. I'll just sign the slave contract. Good decision. Hey, cut him loose. The guard approached and unlocked the door. Claude was overjoyed to finally have someone to put to work. Looking forward to working with you. Let's make it fiery, bro. What exactly do you mean by fiery? Lowell stepped back, avoiding Claude, who kept patting his shoulder. Every time Claude got close, Lowell felt chills running down his spine, a gut feeling warning him that nothing good would come out of getting involved with this man. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On the way back to Fenris Estate, Lowell felt a bit relieved after hearing why Ghislaine had come to find him. This is my last chance. I have to show that I'm a useful person. That's the only way I'll survive. Eager to prove his worth, he actively offered his opinions. Hearing this, Claude was utterly astonished by Lowell's extensive knowledge. How to exploit the estate's residents, how to utilize criminal organizations, how to play money games, and even how to manipulate and bankrupt other nobles. It was as if Lowell knew every underhanded and malicious tactic in the world. Claude had dabbled in a few tricks himself, but nothing on the scale of Lowell. Wow, you're really a piece of trash. I've never seen anyone like you, so this is what a true parasite looks like. Lowell beamed with pride at Claude's words. Being called trash was the highest compliment in Diggold. The more money one squeezed out of the residents, the more likely they were to win the Lord's favor. Thank you. I'll make sure to squeeze out even more. There really isn't a single sane person in this estate. Claude shook his head in disbelief. It seemed this guy thought Ghislaine ran the estate like Diggold. Ghislaine, who had been listening to their conversation, smiled as he warned Claude. You'd better educate him properly, unless you want to lose your head along with his. Understood. Claude let out a long sigh. Still, there was hope. Lowell's mindset was a bit off, but he had experience running an estate. Experience was always welcome. If he could clean up Lowell's corrupt ways and train him well, he would be a great asset. But Lowell, completely oblivious to his own issues, just looked puzzled while listening to their conversation. If I'm given a job, I have to rake in as much money as possible. Once that monster of a man gets a taste for money, his attitude will change. With full confidence, Lowell followed Ghislaine, but his hopes were shattered the moment they arrived at Fenris Estate. What's this? Why is the estate like this? Is this really Fenris Estate? Are you sure it's not some other estate? Was the merchant guild here? Were they all lining up to enter the gates? And what was that? Why was there a mountain of food piled up? Not to mention the obviously newly built structures. And why did the estate's residents seem so cheerful? No, this can't be right. Lowell couldn't calm down and kept busy looking around the estate. For someone like him who was from Diggold, this sight felt extremely strange and unfamiliar. Claude arrogantly puffed out his chest, tapping the stunned Lowell on the shoulder. All of this is my work. Ah, please don't touch me. Is that really true? Did you, Chief Overseer, develop this place? Claude felt a bit embarrassed by Lowell's excessive reaction and corrected himself shyly. It's the work of me and Lord Ghislaine. The estate's rapid development was thanks to Ghislaine's financial power and drive. Even as brazen as Claude was, he couldn't deny that. But it was me who cleaned up the messes after the Lord started everything without a second thought. Claude believed that he deserved about half of the credit for the estate's progress. How? How could the estate be like this? Lowell wandered around the estate dazed. He had grown up struggling, not even able to eat proper meals. Determined to succeed, he had learned to read and study. There was a time when he dreamed of becoming an excellent administrator and building an estate where no one went hungry. He had once had such a dream. I thought it was impossible as a commoner. He had risen to a fairly high position, but there was little he could do. An estate would never change unless its lord decided to change it. In the end, Lowell accepted reality and worked in whatever way the Lord wanted, just to survive. He thought that was how everyone lived. But now, why are you spacing out? How does it feel to see this place again after so long? Lost in thought, Lowell snapped out of it when he heard Ghislaine's voice and shook his head in surprise. I'm amazed. I can't believe this place has changed so much, become so lively. Back when he was in charge of managing the entire county, he had visited this place a few times. The lord who governed here back then was nothing short of a demon. Those who couldn't endure it anymore and ran away were considered lucky. It was full of people who couldn't even imagine leaving because they had given up on life. And yet, this place had transformed in just a few months. He couldn't believe his own eyes. You'd better get your act together. If you try to manage the estate like you did before, I'll have your head cut off right away." Ghislaine spoke coldly, glaring at Lowell. Lowell stiffened, his expression tense, and nodded. "I will do my best to contribute to the estate's development. Even if Count Diggold ordered you to, it doesn't mean you're blameless. From now on, work hard for the sake of the residents." I understand. In truth, this was what he had always wished for. Lowell had always dreamed of working in an estate like this. Above all, the person standing in front of him was so intimidating that he didn't dare think of doing anything bad. Narrowing his eyes, Ghislaine scrutinized Lowell before turning to Claude and asking, "How do you plan to use him?" Claude pondered for a moment before speaking up decisively. For now, it seems like he knows his way around shady dealings, so it'd be best to place him in the position of intelligence officer. He can also serve as an administrative secretary to assist me with my duties. An intelligence officer needed to be quick-witted and familiar with the mindset of criminals. Lowell was the perfect fit. Since he had experience handling most tasks, a little training to adapt him to the estate's circumstances would suffice. Even assigning him that much would make Claude's workload a lot easier. Ghislaine nodded. He used to do all sorts of shady stuff under Count Diggold, so he'd know his way around it. Let's go with Claude's suggestion. Thank you. Lowell bowed his head once more, and he made up his mind. This time he would genuinely work hard and live properly. For the time being, we need to thoroughly block any information from leaking out of our estate. Understood. Before the crops began to sprout, Ghislaine had already cleaned up the estate. He weeded out the spies and prevented merchant guilds from entering freely. For essential external personnel, he offered extra payment and kept them half confined. They even built walls around the new cultivation fields, gathering the estate residents to establish a tight perimeter. It's better to hide as much as we can. Even in Desmond, they were too occupied supporting Amelia to pay attention to Ghislaine. This, combined with the lockdown order, ensured that information from the estate was sealed off without a leak. Ghislaine also firmly instructed Claude. "The first batch of goods, our primary goal, will be ready soon. We'll set off in about a fortnight, so make sure you train this guy well so the usual tasks continue smoothly. Prepare any necessary materials in advance." Understood. Hey, let's get going. You've got a lot to do. Claude draped an arm over Lowell's shoulder, acting overly familiar. His bet with the mages had strained their relationship, leaving him without a single person around to talk to. So, having a smart guy like Lowell come under his wing made him feel a bit more secure. "Ugh, why do you keep sticking to me?" "Who's sticking? I'm just trying to be friendly. You're acting all touchy, which is suspicious. Are you hiding something?" "And no, nothing like that. It's just uncomfortable." Watching the two bicker as they walked away, Ghislaine smiled warmly. As the estate grew, so did the amount of information they had to handle. Eventually, they would need someone dedicated to managing information, and Claude had picked up on that well. They'd have to train him properly to make good use of him, but that was Claude's responsibility. If he doesn't teach him properly, he'll just end up making more work for himself. Now that I've turned Claude away, I'm thinking of plans that would horrify him if he were to hear them. There was still a lot of work to finish before heading to the capital. Before the fortnight was up, Claude came to see Ghislaine with a troubled face. Before he could say a word, Ghislaine spoke first. "You've run out of money, haven't you? The funds are running low. And you knew? It's about that time. Don't worry. Once the cosmetics start selling, it'll be sorted out. You'll be out of money before then, though. Until then, just mine and sell some runestones." Claude thumped his chest in frustration. "No, I mean we don't have any money to use right now. Even if we mine runestones, you have to consider the time it takes to convert them to cash. Maybe we should temporarily halt some of the ongoing projects, or delay your trip to the capital." "No, I don't want to." Claude clenched his fists and trembled, then let out a sigh. "It's not something you can just say no to. How are you going to keep things running without money? Follow me." "Why, you're not going to hit me, are you? It's not like I said anything wrong. I'm giving you money." "What?" Claude was bewildered, but the promise of money made him follow Ghislaine obediently. He had already been given control over all financial matters, so where on earth was this money coming from? Ghislaine led him to a private storage room attached to his office. The room was filled with large wardrobes and chests. "You said you'd give me money. Did you bring me here just to show off your clothes?" Ghislaine glanced cautiously around the room before whispering with a serious expression. Hey, don't tell my father about this. If this gets out, be prepared to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Ghislaine flung open the wardrobes and chests. They were filled with glittering jewels, valuable ornaments, and piles of gold coins. Take half for now. That should be enough to get by for the time being. With so many merchant guilds around, it'll be easy to convert this to cash, right? Claude looked around the room brimming with wealth, his voice incredulous. What is all this? When did you stash away this much money? As far as Claude knew, Ghislaine had no other source of funds besides runestones. Even though that alone made him immensely wealthy, there was no way he could have squirreled away such a huge sum. Ghislaine shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, this is spoils of war, personal assets from Count Diggold and his retainers. What? Spoils of war? When I took over, I cleaned out the estate. I raided the retainers' mansions and storages and brought it all back, for emergency funds. You're insane. Claude felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, making him stagger. Now he understood why Ghislaine had been so adamant about keeping this a secret. The rightful owner of all this wealth was Ghislaine's father, Count Ferdium. No matter how much credit Ghislaine deserved, he was still just a commander, not a lord. Right now, Ghislaine was openly admitting to secretly pocketing the conquered estate's assets. You know this is a death sentence if you get caught, right? Embezzling a lord's property was treated as treason, on par with rebellion. No matter how much of a young Lord Ghislaine was, he wouldn't be able to escape punishment entirely. Before Claude could even finish speaking, Ghislaine shot him a sharp glare as if to say, "How dare you talk like that? What are you talking about? I've given Ferdium plenty of runestones. I didn't take them, I exchanged them. Who in their right mind gives away runestones for free?" Claude was left speechless, unable to even muster a laugh. Claude might be quick on his feet, but Ghislaine was flying circles above him. If I give him some help, maybe I can push him a bit more. It wasn't for free. Giving out the runestone meant he had brought back loot of equal, if not greater, value. Claude, who was sweating nervously, cautiously asked, "Does Count Ferdium or his retainers know nothing about this?" "Of course not. Diggold is notoriously poor, right? They probably think he spent almost all his fortune on war expenses. That's what I reported, after all." As soon as the war ended, Ghislaine rushed over to Diggold. While his intent was to eliminate Count Diggold to prevent any future trouble, his main goal was to seize all the noble's wealth. No matter how poor the estate was, a noble was still a noble. Moreover, the Diggold estate was known for exploiting its residents. That meant there was a lot of wealth hidden by the lord and his retainers. Claude let out a hollow laugh as he looked over the gold coins in the chest. Still, that's quite a lot. I can understand why the estate was in such a state. Oh, not all of this is from Diggold. I raided the baronies on the way back too. What? I looted everyone who joined the war. It was on the way, so I figured why not. Wow, and you took all of that for yourself. Who else would I share it with? I hate nothing more than having what's mine taken away. Claude closed his eyes at Ghislaine's shameless words. Isn't his father still someone else? And wasn't it originally his father's? This guy is more of a bandit than a noble. He had seen plenty of greedy nobles in the kingdom of Saron, but this was the first time he had come across someone so blatantly obsessed with money. Hey, you don't have some sort of secret about your birth, do you? What do you mean? When Ghislaine glared at him, Claude frantically waved his hands, trying to explain. No, it's just that you said you didn't tell Count Ferdium. Do you really have to keep it all to yourself? Your father would be disappointed. I can guarantee you it's much better if I handle everything myself. Even if Ferdium got his hands on it, it would just end up leaking out in dribs and drabs until it was all gone. They were in such a dire state that they could barely cope with the present, let alone prepare for the future. So it was better for him to use it where it was actually needed. Thanks to that, even Ferdium was benefiting from it. Listening to the conversation, Claude's eyes sparkled. Though he was surprised, he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Unless you reduce my workload right away, I might have to share this little fact with Ferdium. Before he could finish his sentence, Ghislaine rolled up his sleeves and flashed a sinister grin. Good, I was waiting for you to say that. I'm not really a fan of warnings that are just empty words. What? A moment later, Claude stood up from the corner of the warehouse, sniffling. I'll stay quiet until I die. Good, don't forget that feeling. To be honest, it wouldn't matter if you spoke, but it wouldn't look good, right? No need to make a scene. Ghislaine clapped his hands with a smile. As if on cue, the warehouse door opened and Wendy and a few mercenaries walked in. Huh! Claude was startled. When he and Ghislaine had come in, there was definitely no one around. He had no idea when the mercenaries had started waiting. Whether he was surprised or not, Wendy and the mercenaries greeted them briefly and began to gather the goods. Claude, feeling dumbfounded, soon shook his head. He had everything figured out completely. It seemed Ghislaine had already anticipated that Claude would run out of money and come to him. He had even called in mercenaries to act as porters in advance. Ghislaine draped an arm over Claude's shoulder and smiled. If you run out of money again, just tell me. Stop worrying about pointless things and just focus on your work. I'll get you the funds. TCH. Claude turned his head away, pouting slightly. Somehow his pride felt hurt. Even though Ghislaine was unpredictable and a mess, whenever a problem arose, he always managed to present a solution. His methods were far from conventional, but the problem was that his unconventional ways worked. This should cover things for a while, Claude said, glancing at half of the funds. Good, get ready to leave soon. With the money he received from Ghislaine, Claude hurriedly purchased the necessary materials. He thoroughly trained Lowell to handle the tasks that required constant attention. While Claude prepared to depart for the capital, Ghislaine headed to Ferdium. He needed someone to manage the forces of the estate and conduct basic training while he was away. If Commander Randolph takes charge, he should be able to handle it well enough. The ideal situation would be to teach the mercenaries a mana cultivation method so they could accumulate mana while he was away, but there wasn't enough time for that. Most of them couldn't handle mana, so teaching them the cultivation method would require guiding each one, just like he did with Vanessa. If it were only a handful of people, that would be manageable, but there was no way Ghislaine could oversee the training of hundreds of mercenaries until they could cultivate on their own. I also need to renegotiate the contracts before teaching them the cultivation method. For now, it's better to address other weaknesses first. Randolph could teach them the basic military knowledge that a regular army would need. He intended to ask Randolph to train not just the mercenaries, but also the newly recruited soldiers. Randolph nodded without much opposition after hearing the plan, but Zwalter frowned and questioned it. Going to the capital, you are a lord leaving his post just for trade. Yes, it's an important matter that requires my direct involvement. How could a lord act like a mere merchant, personally handling goods? People will laugh at you. It doesn't matter. What's important isn't my reputation. Zwalter was not pleased with his son's attitude. Perhaps it was because this was Ghislaine's first time managing his own estate, but he seemed to have no sense of what it meant to be a lord. If that's your reasoning, then I cannot permit it. You're a lord now, and you need to understand just how heavy and important that responsibility is. Zwalter wasn't usually this strict, but seeing Ghislaine appear so oblivious to the weight of his position as a lord, he decided to teach him indirectly, even if it meant being a bit stern. Of course, this approach did not work on Ghislaine. 1 year's worth of food supplies. What? I'll provide a year's supply of food for the Ferdium estate when I return. Now that I think about it, perhaps it is time for you to step outside the north and broaden your perspective. Have a safe trip. I'll send Randolph as soon as he's ready. Zwalter smiled warmly and patted his son's shoulder. It was too much money to refuse. Though he managed to lightly overcome Zwalter's opposition, upon returning to the estate, Ghislaine faced fierce resistance. When word spread that he planned to leave for trade, not only the retainers, who were always concerned with appearances, but even Belinda and Jillian, who knew Ghislaine well, voiced their disapproval. Let's just send someone else. Why does the young lord have to do it? Lord, if you go personally, everyone will mock you. The head of the merchant guild is the chief overseer, so why would you, a lord, handle this yourself? No, I need to do it myself because it'll be the fastest. I'm not just going for trade. I have other business to attend to in the capital. The two tried to persuade him a few more times, but as always, Ghislaine wouldn't budge. Belinda and Jillian gave up and sighed. Since it had come to this, they decided to go along, ready to intervene if Ghislaine tried anything reckless. A few days later, Ghislaine inspected several wagons loaded with goods, a satisfied smile on his face. This should be a good amount for the first shipment. Are you sure you can sell all of it? As long as the marketing is done right, there won't be any problem. Once they try it, the nobles will go crazy for it. Don't worry. Claude scratched his chin at Ghislaine's confident words. The effectiveness of the cosmetics was undeniable, so eventually word would get out. But the initial shipment seemed excessive. These weren't products that could be stored for long, so he couldn't understand how Ghislaine planned to sell all of it. Even the wagons carrying the cosmetics had cost a lot of money. To keep the products from spoiling, they had inscribed freezing magic circles on each wagon. They also had to embed runestones to maintain the magic circles. Are you really sure about this? If the nobles don't buy, we'll be facing huge losses. Freezing preservation isn't a perfect solution. Ah, I told you not to worry. We'll sell every last one. It's not like they spoil easily. Sigh, if you say so. I suppose the Lord has everything planned out. Claude let out a sigh of resignation. This time they would be dealing with nobles that even a lord couldn't afford to offend. He couldn't begin to predict how this temperamental lord would manage to persuade them and market the products. Young lord, everything's ready over here too. Belinda approached, smiling brightly as she gave her report. Behind her stood about 20 attendants, all carrying heavy loads. Sigh, I told you we don't need this many people. You're a noble, after all. We need to make a strong impression. Haven't you heard of asserting dominance? You can't afford to show any weakness in the capital. Ghislaine was about to say something, but Belinda cut him off firmly. If you're not careful, they'll dismiss you as a country bumpkin. It's already bad enough that they are sure to mock you for playing the role of a merchant. She wasn't wrong, so Ghislaine couldn't say anything and kept his mouth shut. Just then Gillian and Kaor arrived, leading about 50 fully armed mercenaries who lined up in front of Ghislaine. We're ready as well, Lord. What's this? You're bringing this many mercenaries too? I told you we don't need so many. The road to the capital is long. We're transporting expensive goods, so we need this many people. And we need to make sure the Lord is well taken care of. Gillian's expression was stern, showing he wouldn't back down. Ghislaine let out a deep sigh. All right, fine. Since we're already prepared, let's all take a trip to the capital together. No one else is planning to join, right? Belinda and Gillian both nodded. Oh, right. Young lord, what are you going to call it? Have you decided on a name? A name? Yes, we need a name if we're going to introduce and promote it. That's true. How about Lovely Bling Bling? Doesn't it sound pretty? At Ghislaine's words, Claude burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Wow, what kind of naming sense is that? It's like something out of a girly fantasy. Claude's earlier worries and concerns melted away, replaced by the absurdity of it all. When Ghislaine glared at him with a blank expression, Claude quickly averted his eyes and pretended not to notice. Belinda clicked her tongue. That's a bit. Nobles expect even the names to have a certain level of sophistication. What's wrong with Bling Bling? I think it's cute. You really don't like it. Ghislaine quickly turned to Gillian. Caught off guard, Gillian gritted his teeth as he answered. It's fine. Ghislaine then looked at Wendy, who was standing next to Claude. She tried her best to maintain a neutral expression, but she couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from twitching. There was no need to ask. Her face said it all. Young lord, seriously, that's not it. When Belinda furrowed her brow, Ghislaine clicked his tongue and revealed the original name of the cosmetics. Deneb. Deneb was a name the Duke of Delphine had used for the cosmetics in his previous life. He had heard that it was named after an ancient star. It was a classy name, but since it had been chosen by the Duke of Delphine, Ghislaine felt no attachment to it. That's why he had tried to use his own name, Lovely Bling Bling, but it hadn't gone over well at all. Well, it's not bad. It has a vibe that nobles would probably like, Belinda finally said, nodding in approval. Standing behind them, Kaor tilted his head slightly, thinking to himself, Lovely Bling Bling, I actually think that one's better. Clearly, everyone had different tastes. Anyway, now that the name had been decided, all that remained was to head to the capital and sell the product properly. Ghislaine mounted his horse and looked around at everyone. Seeing the reliable people around him brought a smile to his face. Beaming, Ghislaine tugged on the reins and shouted loudly, All right, to the capital we go. The capital of the Retania Kingdom, Cardinia, was vast, displaying the grandeur befitting a powerful nation. The moat surrounding the walls was filled with water, making it look like a wide river. One could sense the imposing majesty that seemed capable of repelling any invading force. The mercenaries who had followed Ghislaine were awestruck, unable to close their mouths at the overwhelming sight they were seeing for the first time. Wow, it's incredible. So this is the Cardinia I've only heard about. The castles in other estates were completely like toys. What we had back in our estate wasn't even a castle. It was just a burrow. It's not just big, but doesn't it look different somehow? Doesn't it seem more impressive? They must have spent a fortune building it. Cardinia had developed as the capital of the kingdom for hundreds of years. It was characterized by a unique atmosphere where classical-style buildings mingled with newly constructed ones. Even though it was better off than Ferdium, the estate they had been living in was still just a poor, remote territory. They could not have imagined such a gigantic city existed. Even the usually talkative Belinda was left wide-eyed and silent, and even Gillian, who had long worked as a mercenary in foreign lands, could not help but express his admiration. Wow, just looking at it is intimidating. The mercenaries gazed up at the walls, sighing unconsciously. Just seeing it was enough to drain their fighting spirit. They wondered if they could even scale the walls if something were to happen within this fortress. No, they doubted they could even leave a scratch on the wall, let alone climb it. Deep down, they earnestly hoped that their lord would not cause any trouble here. Whoa, what's that? The mouths of the onlookers suddenly let out exclamations of awe. The sky was painted a brilliant red by the sunset. The crimson light was reflected off the countless spires towering within the city, scattering it in all directions. It was as if the entire city itself was emitting the red light. While everyone was lost in awe, captivated by the magnificent sight, only Ghislaine glared coldly at the castle. Cardinia, the impregnable, undefeated fortress, the city blessed by the goddess. This place, praised in countless ways, had once been utterly crushed by his hands. The King of Mercenaries' army had swept over Cardinia the moment they declared war. Ghislaine had broken through all the lords blocking the passage and occupied Cardinia within just a week of the war's commencement. It was an unprecedented show of speed and destructive power. At that time, Ghislaine had plotted with his strategists to find the quickest route to the royal palace and pierced straight through. That's why Cardinia had been breached so helplessly. Of course, this was only possible because his sole target for revenge was the new king, the Duke of Delphine. It didn't take long to occupy Cardinia, but in the end I failed. His goal wasn't to occupy Cardinia, it was to kill the Duke of Delphine. However, when Ghislaine entered the royal palace, the Duke of Delphine was already gone. Even now, Ghislaine didn't know why the Duke, who had ascended to the throne, wasn't at the royal palace. He only knew that he had failed. Enraged, Ghislaine scoured the entire kingdom in search of the Duke of Delphine. It was my mistake. I should have withdrawn and maintained the front lines. He burned the north, trampled the south. He massacred the west and pillaged the east. From that point on, he was no longer called the King of Mercenaries, but rather a vengeful demon driven mad by revenge. The Rutania kingdom didn't just stand by and take it either. Hidden powers emerged to stand in his way. Grinding. Lost in thought, Ghislaine ground his teeth without realizing it. The crimson hue of the sunset over Cardinia Castle was reminiscent of the color of the blood shed by Ghislaine's subordinates in those days. Even now, Ghislaine could vividly recall the sensation of his head being severed, along with the emotions he felt at that moment. In this life, I'll make sure to. Young master, my lord. At the urgent calls, Ghislaine snapped out of his thoughts and looked up. The horses, sensing the murderous intent he had unintentionally exuded, were panicking and struggling in fear. Whoa. Ghislaine quickly reined in his killing intent and calmed the horses. Belinda couldn't hide her worried expression as she asked, "What's wrong all of a sudden?" Others, too, appeared slightly tense. They had been sightseeing at a tourist spot, so it was understandable they would be bewildered by this sudden commotion. Gathering his emotions, Ghislaine scratched his head with an awkward smile. Well, it's just, well, I didn't like the look of that castle. What reason do you have to dislike it? It's bigger and more impressive than ours. I don't like that. It's like it's showing off. Ghislaine shrugged and spoke slyly. The group stared at him with dumbfounded expressions. So you're saying you exuded killing intent because you were jealous of that castle? You really have a peculiar personality. I can't understand it. Whispers and murmurs slipped out here and there. It was an absurd excuse, but perhaps because Ghislaine had built such an eccentric image up to now, everyone seemed to accept it as plausible. However, only Belinda and Gillian didn't fully buy his excuse. At a glance, Ghislaine might seem like he acted on a whim, but if you looked closer, he was a man with his own principles and plans guiding his actions. Ghislaine had never revealed his killing intent for such a random reason before. Belinda and Gillian seemed like they wanted to say something out of concern, but Ghislaine waved them off. It's fine, it's fine. I just got too caught up in my thoughts. Let's hurry and go inside. Since the Lord himself said that, there was no point in pressing the issue. The group couldn't say anything further and quickly followed Ghislaine, who had already moved ahead. Even though the sun had set, there were still many people gathered in front of the castle gate. They were waiting for their turn to be inspected. As it was the capital, security was tight, and inspections were conducted thoroughly. Please show your identification. A knight clad in full armor blocked Ghislaine and his group. He had a stoic expression, giving the impression that not a drop of blood would come out even if he were pricked. The other knights around him were no different. They were on a completely different level from the guards at the checkpoint he had seen when heading to Brivant in the past. The knight took Ghislaine's identification plaque and examined it carefully before pulling out a map from his coat and spreading it wide. Vassal of the Margrave of Ferdium, Baron Ghislaine Fenris. Confirmed. What business do you have in the capital? The knight spoke in an overbearing tone, lifting his chin. Seeing this, Belinda and Gillian scowled from behind. Normally, they would have berated him for being rude, but they hesitated, unsure if such behavior would be acceptable here. They were somewhat intimidated by the imposing aura of the grand castle. However, unlike the two of them, Ghislaine casually nodded his head and spoke with ease. I'm here to do some business. Who is the head of your merchant guild? The knight, assuming Ghislaine was merely accompanying a merchant group he owned, asked the question as a formality. I am the head. You're saying that the Baron himself is handling the business. What is there a problem with that? No, not at all. Then please provide the details of your companions and the list of goods. Ghislaine pointed at Claude with a jerk of his chin and replied. He knows the details of the group, and as for the goods, there's not much to list. It's cosmetics. I made them myself. What? The knight furrowed his brow, completely caught off guard by the unexpected answer. It was such a subtle change that one wouldn't notice it unless they looked closely. However, since Ghislaine's group had been carefully observing the knight, they caught that brief shift and felt a strange sense of victory. Yeah, you didn't see that coming, did you? With a dubious expression, the knight began to inspect each of the wagons. Though he seemed suspicious, he called over soldiers to conduct a thorough search, which secretly impressed Ghislaine. They're well disciplined. Our estate's soldiers should be more like this. After checking several wagons, the knight cautiously asked, Cosmetics, you said? Yes, I made them myself. They're not toxic, are they? It's just cosmetics. If you don't believe me, open one and check it yourself. The knight picked up one of the containers and carefully opened the lid. He sniffed the fragrance, scooped a small amount with his finger and rubbed it in, but his suspicious gaze didn't waver. The scent is nice. It seems fine on the skin as well. Want one? Consider it a souvenir for visiting the capital. The knight shook his head. Though the fragrance was pleasant, he didn't want to accept something so dubious. Ghislaine smirked and asked again, It's expensive, you know. Don't regret not taking it later. It's a luxury item you can't afford on a knight's salary. The provocative remark made the knight frown. I don't need it. Fine, if you don't want it, forget it. Just don't complain later, okay? No blaming me. There will be no need. The knight, caught up in Ghislaine's taunts, glared at him with cold eyes. Kayor chuckled at the sight. Well, now he looks a bit more human. I thought he was a wooden puppet with that unchanging expression. The knight turned to Kayor, his gaze now carrying a hint of menace. The other mercenaries, not much different from Kayor, had amused smirks on their faces. The knight scribbled a few characters on the entry log, clearly irritated, and barked out, You may pass. Ghislaine smirked and gestured to the group. All right, let's go, we got through. Belinda followed closely behind Ghislaine, giving the knight a sympathetic look before speaking up. Sir Knight, you're going to regret not taking that. What? But Belinda didn't say anything more, slipping past him quickly. As Claude entered next, he gave the knight a playful wink. What's with those weirdos? The knight muttered, still baffled, but the group was already too busy marveling at the sight before them as they entered the castle. Wow! Inside the triple-layered walls, the castle grounds felt like a different world entirely. It was far more bustling than any estate they had visited before. Shops selling all sorts of goods lined the streets, and every alley was teeming with people. I've never seen this many people in one place. One of the mercenaries said, and the others nodded in agreement. It was so crowded that just looking around could make you dizzy. The city felt like a living, breathing entity. Unlike Briven, where Ghislaine's group drew curious stares, no one here paid them any mind. There were plenty of others around who looked just like them. Ghislaine let the group wander and take in the sights, and before darkness completely fell, he managed to secure 2 large inns. The group was too large to stay in one place, and there wasn't a suitable spot to store the wagons. As soon as they settled into the inn, Ghislaine called Claude to go over what they needed to do next. First, we need to find a proper place to stay. With so many people and belongings, it wasn't practical to keep lodging at inns, and it was costly and inconvenient. They needed to set up a proper base in the capital like other merchant groups. Claude nodded in agreement. We'll also need a shop to sell our goods anyway. We should look for a suitable building. After that, it might be time to start marketing. How about attending a banquet to build connections with the nobles? Ghislaine responded with a disinterested tone. Do we have to? Yude tilted his head, looking puzzled at the lukewarm response. Don't you need to get friendly with the nobles to sell cosmetics? How many people would actually want to be close to a poor baron? And even if they are friendly, would the nobles really trust it just because of that? They'd probably throw it all away. You didn't want to use it at first either, remember? Still, if we want to sell to nobles, we at least need to let them know that such products exist, don't we? Ghislaine shook his head. That's true, but there's no point in us going out of our way to promote it. We need to make sure the nobles come to us on their own. First, let's find a place to stay. We can handle the advertising later. Although he still felt uneasy, Claude nodded. It might cost a bit, but how about buying a building near the royal palace in the central district? The central district? Yes, a mansion would be nice. Actually, if we're trying to sell high-end products to nobles, a fancy mansion might be even better. Nobles would never visit a typical shop where commoners came and went. If they needed something from such places, they would send their servants to buy it. For expensive, quality goods, they would personally meet and negotiate, just as if attending a social gathering. That's right. Whether it's a mansion or a shop, if we're only dealing with nobles, it's best to make it as extravagant as possible. Belinda, standing nearby, chimed in. It was solid advice. However, Ghislaine still seemed unimpressed. To get a nice mansion in the central district around here, we'd probably have to spend about a year's budget from our estate. Don't you know how expensive everything is here? Claude pursed his lips in disappointment and replied, That's true, but we need to set up a place in the capital anyway. Of course, we need to find a spacious mansion with a garden, somewhere where the staff can stay and we can store carriages. The cheaper the better. We'll look around the outskirts. Then where are you planning to sell the goods? I'm telling you, we'll buy a mansion. We can sell the goods there for the time being. That just seems too shabby for selling high-end items. Why would nobles trust to buy anything there? Ghislaine grinned and said, That won't matter at all. Soon enough, they'll be flocking over with wads of cash, so don't worry. Goodness, for someone with so much money, you sure are stingy when it comes to things like this. Fine, let's see if there are any properties available. But if no customers show up, it's not on me. From the next day, Claude began scouring the entire capital for a suitable mansion. The prices in the central area near the royal palace were astronomical, but there were hardly any properties available in the first place. Even so, Claude couldn't bring himself to give up and gradually expanded his search radius around the palace, until he finally found a large mansion on the outskirts, just as you wanted, cheap, spacious, with a garden and a grand-looking mansion. The broker smirked as he described the house before them, but as the group looked around, they couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. It was certainly spacious. There was a garden, and the mansion itself was tall and large. Most importantly, the price was cheap. The problem was, the whole mansion had an eerie, gloomy atmosphere, like a house where a vampire might live. The flowers in the garden seemed to have withered, drained of all life, turning a sickly gray. Even though it was broad daylight, the dense shadows cast by the surrounding trees seemed to seep with an unsettling energy. Belinda looked at the broker with a blank expression. This is the best you have. This is the only spacious, large, and cheap house in the capital. Why is the mansion in such a state? Ha, it's probably because it hasn't been maintained. There are some bad rumors about this place, you see, but they're just rumors, nothing serious. Apparently, there were stories about the vengeful spirits of those who had died unjustly lingering here. No wonder there wasn't a single person in sight around such a large mansion. Belinda shouted as if there was nothing more to consider. Young master, let's just look somewhere else. How could we possibly live comfortably in a place like this? It'll just make you more tired. As if responding to Belinda's words, a flock of crows suddenly fluttered out from the mansion. Caw, caw, see, even they agree with me. Despite Belinda's objections, Ghislaine carefully inspected the surroundings before nodding to the broker. All right, we'll take this house. How much? You said it was cheap, right? Young master, if you sleep in this house, you might get all your mana drained and die. That's not going to happen. Even if something shows up, it'll just be a few undead. We can just beat them down, so what's there to be afraid of? Ghislaine casually patted the broker on the shoulder. Why aren't you answering? How much is it? A splendid choice, sir. This house, normally with the land included, would easily go for over 1,000 gold. But considering the lack of upkeep, I'll offer it to you for just 500 gold. The broker's face lit up with a satisfied smile. He was relieved at the thought of finally selling off this troublesome property. He had even been bold enough to lower the price, taking into account the loud objections from the side, so he thought there was no way they wouldn't buy it. At this price, it was practically a giveaway, but as long as it sold, that's all that mattered. However, the broker had no idea just how unreasonable Ghislaine could be. 100 gold, excuse me. I won't buy it for more than 200 gold. Ghislaine added with a sly grin. The broker flailed his hands in shock. No, that's not possible. How could you expect to buy a mansion like this for 200 gold? Even 500 gold is a huge discount. What's the point of a big mansion if it won't sell? Go ahead and sell it to someone else then. Well, it's not. It's just that we've been too busy to handle it properly. We could sell it if we wanted to. We could even tear it down if we had to. You think we can't? The broker, a seasoned player in the industry, decided to act tough, but of course it didn't work on Ghislaine. Ghislaine smirked as he spoke. Who said you can't do it? Sure, you could if you wanted to, but there has to be a reason why you haven't done it until now. The mansion already has a bad reputation, so you'd have to pay the workers extra if you want to demolish it. Even if you managed to tear it all down, who would want to buy land rumored to be haunted? No matter how you look at it, it's not profitable. That's why you've left it alone all this time, right? Well, the broker, having his intentions completely seen through, could only dart his eyes around nervously, cold sweat running down his face. Ghislaine patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "Ah, this guy's not getting it. When it gets to this point, you need to start moving fast. Still, 200 gold is just, you're not desperate enough. Fine, let's go look somewhere else." As Ghislaine turned to leave, the rest of the group followed him without hesitation. No one tried to stop him. Wait a moment. I'll lower the price a bit more. The broker shouted desperately. He regretted it the moment the words left his mouth, but it was already too late to take them back. Ghislaine turned around slowly with a calm expression and warned him. Think carefully before you speak. You only get one chance. If I don't like what I hear, we're really leaving this time. The broker, who was about to offer 300 gold, inwardly felt a pang of regret. He thought he might have caught a fool, but it turned out he was the one being played. He had tried everything to get rid of this mansion. He had even attempted to hand it over to a noble for free, hoping for a favor in return, but had been politely yet firmly declined. He hadn't been sleeping well lately, stressing over how to deal with this troublesome property. The recent widening of his forehead wasn't just his imagination. Just sell it. At least then I'll be able to sleep peacefully at night. After a brief moment of hesitation, the broker finally nodded weakly. I'll sell it for 200 gold. Smart choice. Caw, caw. As if welcoming their new master, the crows circled above the mansion, cawing loudly. Asterisk, 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 the contract was completed in no time. It was the result of Ghislaine's desire to buy a large mansion cheaply and the broker's eagerness to sell it off quickly. Throughout the signing of the contract, Belinda and Claude stood behind Ghislaine, sighing and grumbling. Why on earth are you buying a place like this? We should have bought a smaller but more comfortable house. Who's going to come to a place like this to buy anything? Ignoring their complaints, Ghislaine beamed with a bright smile. Don't worry. All that talk about ghosts is just superstition and nonsense. Do you think you'd ever find a mansion this big and spacious for this price? We need to be frugal. Oh, who could ever stop you when you've made up your mind, young master? All right, let's head inside. Ghislaine energetically pushed open the door. Creak. The door emitted a sound like a scream, causing Claude to shrink back. Even the creaking of the doors in this creepy mansion was unnerving. Ghislaine glanced around and nodded approvingly. Wow, it's really spacious, isn't it? Just needs a bit of cleaning and some repairs. If we decorate it properly, it could be really nice. What is that? It's a monster. Kaya, attack, attack. Suddenly, Belinda and Claude screamed and staggered backward. Damn it, what now? Ghislaine snapped, irritated, as Claude pointed frantically at one corner of the lobby. Something with long, flowing hair was standing in the shadows. Ghislaine instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, but after a closer look, he let out a hollow laugh. What the? It's just a suit of armor. An old suit of armor had a dust mop draped over it, and in the dark corner it had perfectly resembled a person. Now that they realized the monster's true identity, the rest of the group let out embarrassed laughs, relieved. All right, now that we have a place to stay, let's start with cleaning and repairs. We'll also hire some workers and get rid of all those damn crows inside. Call. At Ghislaine's command, everyone sighed and started moving. A while later, a few mercenaries who had gone out to find workers returned with troubled expressions. It's not easy to find laborers. The rumors about the mansion being haunted were so widespread that even with extra pay, no one was willing to come. Unless someone was truly desperate for money, they all just shook their heads and refused. Left with no other option, they had to buy the materials themselves and have the mercenaries and the staff do the repairs. Fortunately, thanks to the number of people who had come along with Ghislaine, the mansion repairs were completed within 3 days. Of course, it wasn't as flashy and elegant as other noble mansions. They just stocked up on essentials and did a thorough cleaning so that they could live there for the time being. Still, it felt much less gloomy than when they first arrived. If they could completely redo the garden, which had turned into dull gray, the mansion's reputation as a haunted house might finally disappear, but garden maintenance wasn't something that could be done in a short period. We'll fix up the garden later. We can deal with those guys then too. For now, we'll have to live with them. Caw. Unfortunately, they couldn't completely chase away the crows. After getting rid of the ones inside and installing new windows, no more crows entered the mansion. However, the evicted birds had simply settled in the garden, refusing to leave. Anyway, now that we've made the place somewhat livable, let's start promoting the cosmetics. We need to sell them quickly. And how exactly are you planning to do that? You said you weren't attending any social events. We'll send gifts to every noble mansion in the capital. Cosmetics? Yup. Claude barely managed to hold back a shout, taking a deep breath instead. So, you're saying that just giving them out as gifts will work as advertising? Exactly. Claude couldn't hold it in any longer and finally burst out. Are you kidding? Even if you beg them to use it, they'd still hesitate, and you think they'll use it just because it's a gift? They'll just throw it away because it's too suspicious. Of course the nobles would. And yet you're still going to do it. Ghislaine stroked his chin and flashed a sly grin. We're not sending them to the nobles. We'll give them to the staff working under the nobles. Not to the nobles, but to the servants. Yeah, make sure to send it with Baron Fenris written prominently. Oh, aha, understood. Claude nodded, a peculiar expression on his face. Belinda, who had been watching the two with a skeptical look, interjected. Wait, what is this? What's going on? Could you explain it to me? Chief Overseer, you do understand, right? You're not just pretending to know, are you? At the blatantly dismissive comment, Claude immediately bristled. What kind of nonsense is that? I'm a top graduate from Saron Academy, and I handle all the affairs of the estate as the Chief Overseer. There's no way I'd be that clueless. HMPH, and yet you keep getting outsmarted by the young lord every day. That's only because the lord operates outside the realm of common sense. Claude, as if frustrated, pounded his chest. However, it wasn't just Belinda. The others around them also ignored Claude's outburst and kept their eyes fixed solely on Ghislaine. In a casual tone, Ghislaine began to explain. Belinda, you were delighted when I first gave you the cosmetics. You even asked where they were from, wondering if they were expensive. That I did. Then why did you refuse them later? Well, that's because you said you made them yourself, young lord. You've never learned such things. Ah, I see. Belinda finally grasped the meaning behind Ghislaine's words and expressed her admiration. The people at Fenris Castle knew well that he was clueless about fields like pharmaceutics or alchemy, so they didn't believe the cosmetics he claimed to have made himself. But it was different for the people in the capital. Among the servants, there will be at least a few who will trust the product just because it carries a noble's name. They don't know who the young lord is around here. Exactly. Not everyone who received the cosmetics would use them, but if even one person did and saw results, word would spread quickly. Just like it had at the Fenris estate. The key figure in the initial cosmetics test, Jillian, nodded gravely. I see. So you're saying that to catch the knight you need to catch the horse first, starting by winning over those around them. Truly, it's a strategy befitting of the Lord. It wasn't that deep of a plan, but if you look at the results, you're not wrong. Ghislaine rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Now that I hear it, it makes perfect sense. Why didn't I think of that? I'm the one who's around the servants the most. Belinda grumbled, sounding a bit regretful. Ghislaine let out a chuckle. That's because you don't trust me. That's why I hate explaining everything. Even if I tell you, you won't believe me anyway. Ghislaine's pointed remark left everyone silent. As he glanced around at the people awkwardly clearing their throats, Claude clicked his tongue. Tusk, tusk, tusk. How can the loyal vassals, who are supposed to stay by the Lord's side until the end, keep doubting his words and questioning everything he does? How is the estate supposed to function properly like this? Don't act like O'Foy. Hearing that from the most suspicious guy in the room was enough to make everyone's blood boil. But since Claude was the only one who had understood the intention before Ghislaine even explained it, it was hard to refute his words. When people glared at him, Claude raised 2 fingers to his temple and said, "Can you feel the difference in intelligence?" A murderous aura began to rise among the group. Feigning ignorance, Claude turned his head and spoke. I'll make sure to package the products nicely and send them to the noble households. That's right. You don't need to send them to all the nobles, just pick out the prominent ones. Then, what should we send to the nobles? We can't just send nothing, can we? Sending gifts only to the servants while ignoring the nobles would be rather odd. Even a token gift would give them a reason to act on it. After a brief moment of thought, Ghislaine casually said, just buy a cheap mandragora root and send it, using the excuse that I'm here to greet them in the capital. Mandragora root. Yeah, no need to send anything fancy, right? All I need is for my name and our merchant guild to be associated with the cosmetics. Make sure to get the cheapest one possible. Claude scratched his head, looking troubled. Mandragora roots were known for their tonic properties, but they weren't exactly the kind of thing one would offer as a form of gift to the nobles in the capital. Even if there was no need to win their favor, he was worried about what might be said behind their backs. Well, I guess there's no other choice. Understood. What should we write in the letter? Do you have anything specific in mind? I have arrived in the capital. I'll take care of writing it properly. Ghislaine clicked his tongue and replied, yeah, you should at least be able to handle that. Am I supposed to come up with every word of the letter too? Got it. Though grumbling, Claude diligently prepared the letters and gifts. After sending them off, all they could do was wait for a response. While the rest of the group, unable to endure the boredom, roamed around the capital, sightseeing and searching for good food, Ghislaine remained alone in the mansion, lost in thought. By now, someone should have started seeing results. The others thought Ghislaine was merely here to sell cosmetics and make money. They weren't entirely wrong, but money wasn't the only thing Ghislaine was after. How long will it take? Caw, caw. Ghislaine scattered feed towards the crows. The crows in the garden flapped and scrambled noisily, eager to peck at the food he had thrown. Asterisk, 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 Count Aylesbury was one of the influential figures in the capital. Though he didn't hold a particularly high office or govern a large estate, his family had maintained extensive ties with many noble houses for generations, giving him significant political influence. The wealth, businesses, and connections he had inherited from his predecessors also provided him with solid support. There were countless people who sent him gifts in hopes of gaining his favor. He even had to set aside time to organize the endless list. Next up, Baron Fenris. Yes, it seems he sent a letter as a greeting since it's his first time visiting the capital. I see. Count Aylesbury nodded indifferently as he opened the letter. However, the content was anything but ordinary. Oh, every sentence caught his attention. The praise was so sophisticated that he felt as if he were an emperor. Ha, the scribe he's keeping must be quite skilled. Or did he write this himself? In any case, it's an impressive piece of writing. How commendable, ha ha ha. With that, he began to wonder what kind of gift might accompany such a letter. Given the respect and courtesy, as if addressing an emperor, the gift was bound to be something extraordinary. With an expression full of anticipation, he urged his servant, "Quickly, quickly, open it and see what it is." He couldn't open it himself, as he had no idea what was inside. A short distance away, the servant carefully opened the wooden box. Huh! The people around who looked inside the box wore baffled expressions. Inside the wooden case lay a single dried, shriveled mandrake root. A mandragora root, just this one. Yes, it's just this one. Count Aylesbury, bewildered, urgently gestured. "Bring it here, bring that over." He picked up the mandragora root and examined it from all angles, even shaking the empty wooden case. But no matter how much he checked, that was all there was. Damn it, just a big talker, huh? Remember this bastard's name. This is why you can't trust these poor country bumpkins. Count Aylesbury threw the mandragora root, still in its case, aside and stood up. He thought about heading out to a banquet to gossip about what had happened today. As he was about to leave, his butler quickly stopped him. "The Baron also sent gifts for the servants. What should we do about them?" What did he send? More roots? It's a beauty cream made by the merchant guild he operates. Count Aylesbury scoffed. A rural merchant guild making high-end products like cosmetics. It had to be some cheap paste made from ground fruit peels. Peasant cosmetics, just distribute it as you see fit. Tell them they can throw it away if they want. Oh, and they can use that thing too if anyone needs it. Maybe the butler can use it. Thank you. The butler beamed with delight. While it was worthless trash to the count, even a single mandrake root was a valuable item for the common folk. Count Aylesbury clicked his tongue a few times and strode off. Thus, the cosmetics sent by Ghislaine to the servants at the Aylesbury estate were distributed. The packaging bore the name of Baron Fenris and the crest of his merchant guild. Most were hesitant to use it, just as Count Aylesbury had been skeptical. However, a few were curious about the prominently displayed noble's name and began to try it out bit by bit, just as Ghislaine had intended. About 10 days had passed since then. While diligently applying her makeup, Countess Mariel Aylesbury grumbled with a pout. "My makeup isn't applying well today." The powder on her face felt unusually flaky today. "There's nothing you can do about age. I don't want to get old." Day by day, her skin condition worsened. She tried eating the best foods, buying expensive beauty products, and maintaining her skincare routine, but the effects were gradually diminishing. It was frustrating and disheartening to realize she was now in her middle age. "Even now, I'm still so beautiful." Mariel sighed as she looked at herself in the mirror. She was still considered one of the most beautiful women in the kingdom, even ranking among the top. In her youth, she had received countless marriage proposals from noble families. The number of knights who fought to serve her as their lady was too many to count. Even now, despite her age, many still praised Mariel's beauty. She was a leading lady among the trendsetting noblewomen of the kingdom. But because of that, she became even more conscious of the sagging skin and the gradual increase of wrinkles that came with age. "When I was young, my skin used to shine smoothly even without makeup." The more she tried to cover the wrinkles with heavy powder, the stiffer her skin seemed to get. "Maybe I should have learned some simple monocultivation techniques. I heard they help maintain youth." It was a regretful thought, but there was nothing she could do. No one could escape the passage of time. Clicking her tongue inwardly, Mariel left the room. "Is everything ready? Let's leave now so we're not late." Today, she was going to attend a salon gathering which she hadn't done in a while. That was why she had taken such meticulous care in dressing up since the morning. A noble social gathering might not involve weapons, but it was a war all the same. People would scrutinize each other's attire, makeup, and even the smallest accessories, comparing them to their own. Mariel had never lost that war. As she was about to leave the mansion, with the maid seeing her off, she suddenly felt a strange sense of discomfort and stopped. "What is it?" She glanced over the maids lined up along both sides of the corridor. Soon, Mariel realized what had been bothering her. Their skin, most of them, looked as they always did. After all, how good could the skin of maids be when they couldn't maintain it like the nobles? But a few of them stood out, with skin that looked noticeably better than usual. Normally, it would be easy to overlook things like skin elasticity unless you look closely, but nothing could escape Mariel's keen eye. She scrutinized their faces one by one. Their skin, moist and dewy, seemed to glow. They were different from the other maids, whose faces were worn out with fatigue and looked dull. Mariel approached the maid whose skin looked the most hydrated and spoke. "You?" The maid, who had been singled out, lowered her head, looking intimidated. "Tell me everything. What have you been eating recently? How have you been washing? How much and when have you been sleeping? If there's anything else you think might have affected your skin, mention that too." Mariel, who usually carried herself with elegance and grace even towards her subordinates, had an almost frightening expression, as if she had become a different person. That is, a while ago we received some cosmetics as a gift. Cosmetics. Yes, yes, it was a skin care cream from a certain baron, the maid stuttered, clearly flustered by Mariel's unusual demeanor. Growing impatient, Mariel turned to the head maid and asked what was going on. "A few days ago, a man named Baron Fenris sent gifts to various noble families. I believe he also sent a separate gift and letter to the Count." "Baron Fenris. I've never heard of him. It seems he has come to the capital for the first time. So, he handed out gifts, but he sent one to my husband and not to me. Count Aylesbury might have considerable influence, but it was nothing compared to Mariel's. She was the eldest daughter of one of the few Marquess families in the kingdom and had complete control over the capital's social scene. He should be trying to win my favor, not my husband's. How pathetic. Even if he's clueless about the capital's affair, this is just. It was probably because the Baron, having just arrived from the countryside, hadn't yet grasped who held real power. But that didn't stop her pride from being wounded. Fanning her flushed face to cool down, she asked again, "Did he send my husband better cosmetics?" "No. I heard he sent the Count a single mandragora root." Mariel let out a dry laugh. "Just a mandragora. He must be a terribly poor nobleman. But where did he get these cosmetics? It seems he had enough to offer as gifts to all the maids. I heard they were developed directly by Baron Fenris's merchant guild." "Developed directly?" Mariel's expression turned into a mix of admiration and mockery. A countryside baron's merchant guild developing cosmetics. Normally, she would have dismissed such a notion with ridicule. But now that she'd seen the actual effects of the cosmetics, she couldn't do that so easily. After pondering for a moment, Mariel quickly made a decision and looked at the head maid. "Cancel today's gathering. Tell them I'm not feeling well, and you come with me." She took the maid with the best complexion and asked in detail how she had been using the cosmetics. After paying a reasonable amount, Mariel took the cosmetics she'd obtained and inspected them carefully. Should I use this or not? If they didn't work, that would be a relief. But if there were any side effects, it would create endless trouble. She would become the laughingstock of countless ladies and young women, and her hard-earned reputation would plummet. However, her instincts kept urging her. She couldn't afford to let this opportunity slip. She had to be the first to claim it. "Well, there haven't been any reports of side effects. Some people have even shown visible improvement. Let's give it a try." Mariel washed her face thoroughly and slowly began to apply the cream. Could this be what it feels like to apply morning dew? At first, it felt slightly sticky, but the cream was soon absorbed into her skin. She could feel the moisture rising from within her skin. This was it. Confident in her judgment, Mariel spread the cream evenly across her face and went to bed early. There was no way to see dramatic results in just a day or two. But when Mariel woke up, she noticed subtle changes. It's certain. It works. You can't see it outwardly, but it feels different. And there haven't been any side effects so far, so the effect must be real. It would be foolish to hesitate and wait any longer. Mariel had no intention of missing out on a great opportunity. She immediately called the head maid over and asked, "Where are Baron Fenris and his merchant guild staying?" "They are residing in an abandoned house on the outskirts of the capital." "An abandoned house on the outskirts? You don't mean that haunted place, do you? The Crow Mansion?" "Yes, that's correct. They really must not have any money." "Well, that works in my favor. Heh heh." Mariel planned to monopolize the cosmetics. How much would a product created by a noble who had just arrived from the countryside possibly be selling? It still wasn't well known, and it likely wasn't very expensive. If she locked it down with an exclusive contract now, she could control the distribution of the product herself. Not only would it help maintain her own beauty, but it would also aid in building wealth and power. Let's go see Baron Fenris right away. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mariel ordered preparations for an outing. Asterisk, 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 a luxurious carriage sped through the heart of the capital. A few escort knights rode ahead, clearing the path. People who were pushed aside grumbled, but upon noticing the noble family's crest on the carriage, they fell silent. Claude, who had been waiting for guests at a makeshift consultation booth near the mansion's entrance, gaped at the sight. What the is the queen herself making an appearance? If that were the case, we would have been notified beforehand. Even though he knew it wasn't, it was hard not to feel intimidated by the grandeur of the carriage and the escorts. The carriage stopped in front of the mansion, and the headmaid stepped out. She glanced disapprovingly at the shabby entrance, though it seemed she had made an effort to tidy it up, and then spoke. Countess Mariel Aylesbury, I've heard that Baron Fenris is residing in this mansion. Is that correct? Pardon? Ah, yes, that is correct. Claude nodded absent-mindedly, still in a daze. The headmaid, with her chin slightly raised, was dressed as elegantly as a noble. Even the number and armament of the escort knights were far from ordinary. Claude had seen many noblewomen in Saron, but none carried themselves with such dignity. For a countess to be this impressive, it's true what they say about the power of a great nation. Though even in Retania, ladies as influential as Mariel could be counted on one hand, Claude, still unfamiliar with the capital's affairs, had no way of knowing this. One of the escort knights opened the carriage door and helped Mariel step out with ease. The mercenaries guarding the mansion saw Mariel and unconsciously gaped. Wow, her beauty was reminiscent of a lavish rose. She looked quite mature, but that only added to her elegant and dignified aura. To the mercenaries, who had lived a rustic life in the northern countryside, she seemed like a presence they couldn't dare approach. They had seen noble ladies and aristocratic maidens from the north, but compared to Mariel, they were no different from commoners. Mariel casually accepted their gazes and looked around. The head maid stepped forward again, ready to state the purpose of their visit, but Mariel raised her hand to stop her and spoke directly. I am Mariel of the Aylesbury family. I'm here to see Baron Fenris. Claude and the mercenary stood there, slack-jawed. They looked as though they might start drooling. Belinda's foot came flying. Arg! Only after Claude took a hit to the shin did he come to his senses. What are you doing? We have a guest. Belinda, clicking her tongue in irritation, threw out the remark and then headed back inside the mansion. Claude, rubbing his aching shin, quickly started thinking. There could be only one reason why a noblewoman would come to a mansion rumored to be haunted. The cosmetics must have worked. Claude eagerly rubbed his hands together and bowed. Are you here to buy some cosmetics by any chance? I can guide you. I'm here to see Baron Fenris. Well, if I could explain things first. I'm here to see Baron Fenris. Mariel repeated the same phrase with a graceful smile. It was clear she wouldn't back down until she met with the Lord. Claude let out a sigh. She was beyond what he could handle. Please come in. He should be in the garden. I'll lead you there. He had wanted to handle things on his own, fearing the troublesome lord might cause a scene, but now there was no other option. Thank you. Mariel smiled slightly and entered the mansion, accompanied by a few maids and knights. As soon as she entered the garden, she subtly furrowed her brow. The garden, with its gray, lifeless appearance and the crows fluttering around the mansion, were rather off-putting. No matter how poor she might be, she could never live in a place like this. That must mean he's really out of money. Negotiating should be easy. Feeling a bit more at ease, she followed the mansion staff's guidance and stepped into the garden. Ghislaine was crouched in a corner of the garden, feeding the crows. My lord, the Countess Aylesbury is here to see you. Is that so? Ghislaine slowly got up. One of the crows casually perched on his shoulder. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ghislaine Fenris. Caw! Mariel flinched at the crow's cry, shivering slightly. This man is Baron Fenris. He's so young. Mariel, scanning Ghislaine from head to toe, was a bit taken aback. He had a tall and handsome appearance, and he looked young. It was rare for someone this young to have the title and fief of a baron. It might be possible if he came from a fairly powerful family, but the name Fenris didn't sound familiar to her, which likely meant it was a minor noble house without much influence extending to the central regions. He probably just got lucky and ended up with a small piece of land. Maybe his father divided the estate for him. Still, for a rural noble, She had to commend him for maintaining his composure even after seeing her. Mariel concealed her complex thoughts and slightly bowed her head. I am Mariel of the Aylesbury family. I'll get straight to the point. I've come to talk about the cosmetics produced by your merchant guild, Baron. Oh, is that so? Ghislaine's eyes lit up. He had been worried that she might be one of those noble ladies who like to dance around the topic, but she turned out to be more straightforward than he expected. Let's go inside and talk. As he leisurely led the way into the mansion, a smile tugged at the corner of Ghislaine's mouth. A big fish took the bait. Hearing the name Aylesbury jogged his memory. The lady before him was a key figure in the capital's social scene. The mere rumor of her using a certain cosmetic product would cause it to sell out across the entire capital in no time. Given that such a proud noblewoman had come to see him in person, it seemed he might achieve his original goal faster than he had anticipated. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As soon as Mariel entered the drawing room and took a seat, she got straight to the point. You've just developed this cosmetic and brought it to the capital, right? I'm here because I want to secure an exclusive contract for it. It seemed she truly was a straightforward person. By exclusive contract, you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. I will purchase the entire production. You handle the development and I'll take care of the distribution. She even threw in a subtle threat. If you want to establish a foothold in the capital, you'll need backing. Other nobles and merchant guilds will try to keep you in check. I can prevent that with my influence. Conversely, if you refuse, doing business in the capital won't be easy. She didn't bother with unnecessary back and forth. Ghislaine nodded, showing he understood. Well, I don't really mind as long as I can sell a lot of cosmetics, but the price is a bit high. Are you okay with that? Mariel scoffed internally. Does he even know who he's talking to? This was why it was difficult to negotiate at length with people who didn't understand. The Aylesbury family is one of the wealthiest in the capital. If I can't do it, then no one else will. How much are we talking about? 100 gold per unit. Pardon, 100 gold per how many units? Mariel tilted her head, thinking she might have misheard. Ghislaine repeated it clearly, ensuring there was no misunderstanding. 100 gold per unit. At that moment, the elegant smile on Mariel's face cracked. That's impossible, Mariel stuttered, startled by the outrageous price. 100 gold, that's too expensive. Who would buy it at such a high price? Expensive, you say? Even the famous luxury brand Charnel charges over 100 gold, doesn't it? But that's jewelry. It doesn't wear out like cosmetics do. However, this will become an even greater luxury. Ghislaine replied confidently. Mariel bit her lips slightly. Do you really think it will sell at that price? Of course. The very fact that the Countess herself has come here proves it, doesn't it? Mariel couldn't argue back. While 100 gold was certainly a bit burdensome, it wasn't an unaffordable price for a wealthy noblewoman. Then, how about at least signing a distribution contract with me just for the capital? If I help, it would be much easier to establish a foothold there. Ghislaine merely shrugged at the proposal. This is a product that would sell even if it were displayed in a gutter. Mariel bit her lip. She had nothing more to say. Ghislaine was right. Once word of this product began to spread, it was bound to sell no matter what. If she wanted exclusivity, she would have to seize the technology outright and silence him. But she wasn't cruel enough to go that far. Ha! A sigh escaped Mariel's lips. The problem was that the product was just too good. She would need to offer something as attractive as the cosmetics, but there was nothing suitable she could think of. Claude, captivated by the sorrowful aura that emanated from her, nudged Ghislaine in the back, suggesting they just give in to her demands. But Ghislaine didn't even blink. I can't afford to act like a pushover. Still, it would be wise to maintain a good relationship with Mariel. After a brief moment of consideration, Ghislaine decided to offer something different instead of exclusive distribution rights. It seems the Countess has a sharp eye. You were the first to come here after all. A full exclusive contract might be difficult, but I can ensure that you'll gain a prestigious reputation within the capital's social circles. Reputation. Ghislaine pushed a large box which had been prepared separately in a corner of the sitting room toward Mariel. Curious, Mariel opened the box. Inside, there were around 50 cosmetics products. What is this? Why not lead the trend before the rumors spread further? Your reputation will last quite some time. The more expensive the gift, the more valuable it will be. Mariel nodded with a smile. You mean to use me to promote your cosmetics? Well, if word is going to spread anyway, why not make it mutually beneficial? I save time and you build your reputation. Consider this as a token of our appreciation for recognizing our product before anyone else. It wasn't a bad proposal for her either. In social circles, who takes the lead in setting trends has a significant impact on one's reputation. Simply being the first to discover this cosmetic and recommending it to others would earn her a reputation for having great taste. In this way, the high price became a benefit. The more exclusive the product, the more it would elevate the status of those who used it. Very well. I accept your proposal. She agreed readily and took the box. If she couldn't secure an exclusive contract, she would at least make sure to gain fame from it. I'll be off then. Don't worry about the promotion. Mariel didn't hesitate and immediately stood up. She needed to attend a gathering quickly before the news spread further so she could get ahead of the others. As soon as she returned, she planned to sift through all the invitations and attend the earliest event possible. Ghislaine slightly bowed his head in farewell. Take care. The crow perched on his shoulder also mimicked him, bowing its head. Call. *****. Not long after Mariel took action, rumors about the cosmetics spread far and wide. Some people came to buy it solely because she vouched for it, without even verifying the product's effects. Despite the exorbitant price, the nobles didn't hesitate to purchase the cosmetics. Even if it was too expensive to use regularly, they thought it was worth trying at least once since it was a product Mariel used. Claude and Belinda cheered at the flood of orders. This is incredible. It's a huge hit. Gold coins piled up like mountains in the mansion. With this amount of money, they could sustain the estate for an entire year. Ha ha ha. My lord, how about we just quit everything and stick to doing business here? This is the easiest way. Claude was so absorbed in the joy of counting money that he started spouting nonsense. They're selling incredibly well, even at this high price. Shouldn't we be making more of them? They needed to strike while the iron was hot. Before word spread throughout the entire kingdom, they had to properly establish a branch in the capital and prepare to send the ordered goods from the estate to various regions, which required them to act quickly. Everyone around, including Claude, was urging him frantically, but Ghislaine remained unfazed. Wait, there's still more to be done. What do you mean, more to be done? We need to get back to the estate and start producing right away. Despite Claude's persistent nagging, Ghislaine didn't budge. News should be arriving any time now. Haven't they heard the rumors yet? Thanks to Mariel, the rumors had spread even faster than he had anticipated, and the products started selling quickly. But the real target he was after hadn't shown up yet. A few more days passed, and when the initial stock was about to run out, a neatly dressed middle-aged gentleman visited the mansion. I hold the position of butler, albeit humbly, at the Marquisate of Brantford. Are you Baron Fenris? Ghislaine's eyes gleamed. The fish he had been waiting for had finally taken the bait. Ghislaine had deliberately refrained from sending any gifts to the Marquisate of Brantford. That way, they would have to come to him directly. The Marquis of Brantford was the royal household minister, the leader of the pro-royalist faction opposed to the Delphine Duchy, and the most powerful figure in the kingdom. He was so influential that people said all matters of the royal household passed through his hands. As a great lord in the eastern region, his foundation was solid, and since he had served as a military commander before entering the royal court, he also had sway over the military. For a butler from such a household to visit Ghislaine just to buy a few cosmetics was unheard of, something that would shock other nobles if they found out. As soon as the formalities were over, the butler got straight to the point. Is it true that using this cosmetic clears the skin? That's a vague question. It does improve skin condition. You've already heard the rumors, haven't you? What exactly are you trying to find out? Is there a chance that using this could improve the skin temporarily, only for it to worsen later? Well, who knows? Skincare requires consistent effort, and the effects depend on how regularly you use it. It varies slightly from person to person. The butler was persistently thorough, asking about various details like the ingredients and whether there had been any cases of side effects. Ghislaine, with a look of irritation, waved his hand dismissively and asked directly, "You said you're from the Marquisate of Brantford. Is it for the young lady of the Marquis?" "Well, that is." The butler hesitated, his words trailing off. Ghislaine looked down at him. smiling as if he found the situation amusing. Why try to hide it? I've already heard that the Marquis's young lady wears a mask and stays confined at home. Everyone's hush-hush about it, but it's not something that can be easily concealed. Do you think just because I haven't been here long I wouldn't know? Yes, it is intended for the young lady. See, isn't it better to be honest? Ghislaine chuckled and placed a few cosmetics in front of him. Take a couple of these and let her try them. I poured all my knowledge into making this product. I have some expertise in herbalism and medicine, after all. It wasn't entirely a lie. After all, he had knowledge of cutting-edge techniques that no one else knew about right now. The problem was, he knew the results but not the principles behind them. Ghislaine continued speaking brazenly. If these don't work, then it means we'll need to try another approach. We can discuss that when the time comes. Understood. As the butler was about to leave, Ghislaine added a final remark. By the way, I also know how to cure eternal punishment. The butler acted as if he hadn't heard that at all, refusing to respond. Knowing full well that eternal punishment was an incurable disease, he thought Ghislaine was simply boasting. It was a familiar reaction, and Ghislaine muttered with a slight pout. Really, they can't afford to trust people. Should I bring that priest back? The Marquis of Brantford inspected the cosmetics brought to him by the butler. Is this the popular skincare product these days? Yes, it's the one recommended by Countess Mariel Aylesbury. The Marquis of Brantford murmured indifferently. It doesn't look like it's going to be very effective. Although he was a powerful figure who could sway the kingdom, there were two issues recently that had been bothering him. One was the Delphine Duchy. The Duke of Delphine, who had always been loyal to the royal family, had started to build up his influence and was making aggressive moves. The royal faction had been suffering constant setbacks against the Duke's faction, and their power had quickly waned. The other issue was his daughter's chronic skin condition. If this doesn't work, are there no other options left? If the matter with the Delphine Duchy was a recent headache, his daughter's condition had been a persistent issue for some time. At some point, spots began to appear all over her face and body. That alone would have been manageable, but the symptoms worsened under sunlight, causing her such intense itching that she couldn't sleep. Going outside had become impossible. Still, it wasn't a serious illness. No one could figure out what the problem was. Receiving divine healing from a priest would provide temporary relief, but it wouldn't last, and the symptoms would soon reappear. They had tried all sorts of so-called effective medicine, but her condition remained unchanged. I'll deliver it to her myself. The Marquis of Brantford slowly made his way to his daughter's room. She had cut off all contact with the outside world and was living alone in a dark room. With the one who used to oversee the household now shutting herself away, the atmosphere in the manor had grown gloomy. He could fully understand her reluctance to show her blemished face to others. Even as her father, it was difficult for him to hide his grimace each time he saw her worsening condition. But he could no longer leave things as they were. We can't delay the marriage any longer. The Marquis of Brantford had been planning a political marriage with a neutral noble family to counter the growing dominance of the Duke's faction. However, his daughter kept asking for more time, postponing the marriage. Tisk, there's only so much patience one can have. The Marquis had been considerate of his daughter's feelings and had delayed the wedding until now, but it couldn't be postponed indefinitely. It was essential to solidify the royal faction's power before the influence of the Delphine Duchy grew any further. Click. As he opened the door, only a few candles greeted the Marquis. The windows were tightly shut, covered by curtains, and the expensive magical lamps were nowhere to be seen. His daughter, Rosalind, was reading a book by the faint candlelight. This is no different from a prisoner locked in a tower. The Marquis of Brantford glanced around the room, clicking his tongue inwardly, but he maintained a nonchalant demeanor as he handed over the cosmetics. Rosalind, try using this. It's a popular beauty cream these days. I hear it's good for the skin. Rosalind finally lifted her head slowly. Will that be of any use? Her voice was calm, but it carried a feeling of emotions boiling up from deep within her chest. The Marquis of Brantford looked at his daughter's bloodshot eyes for a moment before speaking again. It was recommended by Countess Aylesbury. At those words, Rosalind closed her mouth. She knew Mariel well. She had admired her ever since she was young. Mario was someone who always used only the finest products and set the trends in social circles. There was no way she would have recommended something useless. Leave it here. Understood. Also, I plan to proceed with the marriage soon. Be prepared for that. Rosalind suppressed her emotions and responded, "You expect me to get married in this state? Like this, I will never be loved and I will only be treated like a monster. Do you want me to live my life being ridiculed and ignored by people?" The Marquis of Brantford cut her off coldly. "This is for the sake of the family. Is my life not important? The family is more important." At that, Rosalind brought up another point. "Do you think the young lord on the other side will be satisfied when he sees my face? Won't he resent you later for forcing this marriage? Do you think the alliance between the two families will still be solid then?" The Marquis of Brantford responded with a derisive tone. What could he possibly do, even if he resents it? All marriages between families are like that. When he reaches the age to become the lord, he will surely be able to calculate the benefits. While Rosalind valued personal relationships, the Marquis of Brantford was making his judgments purely from a political perspective. It was impossible to say one side was right. The nature of the relationships people pursue differs from person to person. The Marquis of Brantford finished speaking, then turned and left the room. Rosalind let out a sigh, slowly stood up and began applying the cosmetics to her face. It was hard to tell whether she was applying makeup or wiping away tears. A few days after she started using the cosmetics, Rosalind gave up on everything and pushed the cosmetics aside. "As I thought, it's no use." The cosmetics improved her skin, but the blemishes did not disappear. Her skin still had red blotches, and the shine only made it look stranger. Clang. Rosalind, looking into the mirror, twisted her face and picked up a glass from the table, throwing it. The sound of shattering glass echoed beyond her room, but no one approached Rosalind's room. She returned to spending her time alone in the dark room. She only wished for the day when this torment would finally come to an end. At that time, someone was slowly approaching the front gate of the Brantford mansion. "Hey, the Marquis is in, right? I checked everything, so don't bother saying he's not." The guard asked the visitor in a stern tone. "Who are you? Tell them that Baron Fenris has come. I'd like to see him now." The person who had come to visit the Marquis of Brantford was none other than Ghislaine. The guard spoke with an indifferent expression, following the standard procedure. "His Excellency, the Marquis, is currently at the Royal Palace. I've already checked that he's at home. Just pass on the message." "No, it's just that." The guard was flustered. The Marquis of Brantford was not someone who could be met just by showing up unannounced. One had to send a request in advance, secure an appointment, and wait for several months before finally getting a chance to see him. Even now, there were dozens of nobles waiting to meet the Marquis. If you leave your name and business in the visitor's log, someone will reach out to arrange a schedule. "I'm here for something really important, so at least relay the message. If he tells me to leave, I will." "No, it's ugh." The guard let out a sigh, trying to suppress his irritation, and asked about the purpose of the visit. "Tell him I'm here about Lady Rosalind. A few days ago, she bought some of my cosmetics from here, and I'm here to check on the results and see if there's any way I can help." As soon as he heard the name, Rosalind, the guard's expression stiffened. At one point, the Marquis's family had desperately sought out all sorts of beauty products and medicines in an effort to cure Rosalind's skin condition. Those blinded by greed would come hoping for a stroke of luck, offering untested remedies and methods, or even outright selling fake products. Every time, Rosalind would accept them all with a glimmer of hope, but none of them worked. Her condition worsening was common, and there had been times when she had barely survived after being poisoned. The Marquis of Brantford did not forgive those who tried to deceive his daughter. Knowing this, the guard only saw Ghislaine as someone walking right into a death trap. The guard spoke cautiously. "I understand your intentions, but just give up. If you're not careful, you'll lose your head." "I'm fine with that, so just deliver the message." "I'm not fine with it. If I let someone in carelessly, I'll die too. Even passing on the message might get me killed." The guard pleaded with a desperate, almost tearful expression, begging for mercy. Seeing the guard standing there, eyes tightly shut in stubborn refusal, Ghislaine scratched his head vigorously. "Then at least call the butler. Tell him the person who sold the cosmetics a few days ago has come by. Even if I can't meet the Marquis, I should be able to see the butler, right?" It's just, come on, hurry. Ghislaine pushed insistently. Once the Marquis left his residence, it would be hard to catch him for several days. Now that he was at home, there was no telling when another opportunity would arise. In the end, the guard, pressured by Ghislaine's persistence, called for the butler. The butler approached Ghislaine with the same dry, expressionless demeanor as when they had first met. "What brings you here? Have you tried the cosmetics? How was it?" "They were of no use." Ghislaine wasn't surprised. He just nodded. "Right. I looked into it a bit, and to treat the Marquis as young lady, it seems we need a different method than just cosmetics." "A different method, you say?" "Well, it's not something to discuss here. I should speak directly with the Marquis." Ghislaine, with his arms crossed and standing slightly askew, grinned slyly. "Pass on the message to the Marquis immediately. Tell him I want to see him, that this is the last chance to resolve his daughter's issue. If he still refuses, well, there's nothing I can do. But who do you think stands to lose more?" The butler hesitated for a moment before giving a warning. "If you're bluffing, it could be dangerous. The Marquis is not one to show leniency just because someone is a noble." Ghislaine frowned, clearly annoyed. "Isn't it a win-win for you regardless? Just deliver the message. Don't regret it later." Though his attitude was rather crass for a noble, there was an odd sense of confidence in his demeanor. This swayed the butler's resolve. Despite the cosmetics having little effect on Rosalind, they were made by someone who had garnered high praise from other nobles. Seeing someone so confident about a solution, the butler thought it might be worth giving him a final chance. "It may be a win-win for us, but it might not be the same for the Baron. Still, if you insist, I'll speak to the Marquis." Yes, now we're getting somewhere." The butler turned and went off to find the Marquis of Brantford. When the Marquis, who was buried in a mountain of paperwork in his office, heard the butler's report, he tilted his head in curiosity. "Baron Fenris, who is that?" "He's the one who made the cosmetics we purchased a few days ago. A young noble backed by Countess Mariel Aylesbury." "Ah, yes, I remember now. But he just came right out and said he wanted to see me." "That's correct. He claims he can cure the young lady's ailment." The Marquis of Brantford narrowed his eyes. "What an insolent fellow! Who does he think he is, barging in here unannounced and demanding to see me?" The Marquis seemed more upset about the audacity of the sudden visit than the prospect of help for his daughter. Did he think this place was easy to waltz into without so much as an appointment? This was as good as challenging the Marquis's authority. Send him away. Make it clear he's not to come here again. Despite the Marquis's firm stance, the butler gently persisted in persuading him. "He seems to be a noble who has just recently arrived from the countryside, so he might not fully understand the Marquis's position. But given how confident he is, perhaps it wouldn't hurt to give him a chance." The Marquis of Brantford furrowed his brow momentarily but did not explode in anger. If the butler, who had served him faithfully for so many years, was speaking this strongly, there had to be a reason. Noticing the Marquis's hesitation, the butler pressed a little more earnestly. "Recently, the young lady's condition has been worsening. There are many rumors around here about the effectiveness of Baron Fenris's cosmetics. Considering that a noble who personally crafted such products might have a unique approach, it could be worth hearing him out." The Marquis of Brantford asked with a blank expression. "Well, does that even matter?" It wasn't that the Marquis had completely given up from the start. He had tried everything, even leveraging the authority of the Marquis household, but there had been no improvement in Rosalind's condition. As her father, he felt a sense of pity, but he wasn't overly concerned. After all, his daughter was destined to live as the matron of a noble household. It would certainly be uncomfortable, but not being able to see the sunlight wasn't something he thought would drastically affect her life. A peaceful household would allow you to focus on external affairs more comfortably, wouldn't it, Marquis? If it turns out to be a bluff, you can punish him then. When the butler spoke again, the Marquis let out a faint smile. "If I have him beheaded, Mariel would be saddened. The Countess would understand. If he fails, it means he lied to you, Marquis." The Marquis had never forgiven anyone who lied to him or challenged his authority. Even if it was someone under Mariel's protection, there would be no exceptions. Despite her influence, it did not extend far enough to reach the Marquis of Brantford. "Bring him in. I'll meet him and decide whether to send him back. Also, bring me more information on Baron Fenris." "Yes, understood." Soon, the doors of the Brantford mansion opened wide. The guards who had been monitoring Ghislaine looked surprised. It was rare for the Marquis to receive someone who showed up so unannounced. Ghislaine nodded, as if this outcome was only natural, and entered confidently. The Marquis of Brantford sat at the head seat, gazing at Ghislaine with a detached expression. In a mocking tone, he spoke. To think that the man at the center of all the latest gossip would come here in person. So, you wish to help my daughter? Ghislaine, not one to fuss over formalities, responded directly. Yes, I believe I can be of assistance to the young lady. Your confidence is impressive, but how can I trust you with my daughter? Didn't you hear from the butler? I've cured eternal punishment before. I'm not like the run-of-the-mill quacks you've seen until now. The Marquis of Brantford slowly picked up a document lying beside him and read through it. Yes, there were rumors of a priest in Raypold who was making such claims, but there's no evidence that it was your doing. As expected of the Brantford household, they've kept an eye on even the remote estates. The Marquis hadn't finished speaking. A northern ruffian, a shut-in swordmaster, a compulsive liar, a fool's companion, a bundle of insecurities, a madman. Would you trust someone with such nicknames? Ghislaine clicked his tongue quietly, lowering his head so his expression wouldn't be seen. They've recorded everything so meticulously. No matter what people said, Ghislaine was still a direct heir of a lord. Naturally, there would be information compiled about him, even if it included negative reputations. Those were a type of information, too. Fearing he might show a flaw, he quickly composed his expression and lifted his head again to face the Marquis. I heard that even the priests couldn't treat the young lady's illness. Well, divine power isn't all-powerful after all. You say such things casually, words that would make the temple priests gasp. The Marquis of Brantford leaned back in his chair, a look of intrigue spreading across his face. You've never even seen my daughter. How can you claim to know her symptoms and say you can help her? Haven't there already been enough rumors spreading around? Let me give it a try. It won't take long. The Marquis of Brantford let out a dry laugh, propping his chin up with one hand as he spoke. I'm not sure if you're fearless or just oblivious because you've only just arrived in the capital. Well, talking like that, I assume you're prepared to risk your life. Must I risk my life just to help someone? What, are you not confident? The Marquis's lips curled into a cold smile. I know that Count Ferdium struggles a lot on the frontier. For your father's sake, I'll forgive you this once. But don't overstep your bounds again. This isn't your estate. Count Ferdium, though extremely poor, was a noble loyal to the royal family and known for his honor. Among the pro-royalist nobles, there had even been talk of increasing support for Ferdium. However, that had been overshadowed by the ongoing power struggle with the Delphine Duchy. Once should be enough. The Marquis of Brantford had decided to overlook Ghislaine's rudeness this time, out of consideration for Count Ferdium. He figured sparing the life of Ferdium's son would more than compensate for the lack of additional support. However, Ghislaine disregarded this act of mercy and countered instead. Do you have no intention of treating your daughter? The Marquis responded indifferently. It would be nice if she could be treated, but it doesn't matter even if she can't. It's not like her life is in danger. The person in question probably doesn't see it that way. I will make sure to treat her. As Ghislaine persisted, Belinda and Claude's faces turned pale beside him. The Marquis glanced at Ghislaine's anxious subordinates and let out a small chuckle. Even with his attendants clearly uneasy, Ghislaine showed no sign of retracting his words. Despite all the warnings, if he was still insistent, the Marquis had to give him credit for his courage. Fine, if you're that determined, then give it a try. If you succeed, I'll reward you accordingly. Butler. Yes, Marquis. Make sure Baron Fenris has all the support he needs for the treatment. Once it's done, I'll decide how to handle him personally. Understood. You're all dismissed. The Marquis waved his hand, looking distinctly uninterested. He had already pushed aside thoughts of his daughter and Ghislaine, his mind now occupied with how to deal with the Delphine Duke. It was as he was standing up, contemplating his next move against the Duke, that Ghislaine spoke up confidently. I don't need any suitable reward. What? The Marquis, who had been about to leave, turned back to look at Ghislaine. You don't want a reward. That's not for you to decide. It will depend on the outcome, and I'll be the one to determine it. Clicking his tongue in frustration, the Marquis waved his hand toward the butler, signaling him to summon the guards to throw Ghislaine out if necessary. But then a bold statement followed. Not just any reward, grant me one thing that I desire. What? The Marquis of Brantford squinted, thinking he had misheard, and glanced around. Everyone nearby was frozen like statues, their mouths agape. Even the usually unflappable butler of the Marquis's household wore a clearly flustered expression. To dare make a demand of the Marquis, not even the Chancellor, the second most powerful figure in the kingdom, would speak so boldly. Other power holders in similar positions would only hint subtly at their intentions. This was certainly the first time anyone had brazenly demanded something from the Marquis. The Marquis of Brantford turned his body completely to face Ghislaine and looked him straight in the eye. "Say that again." Ghislaine met his gaze boldly and spoke. "I understand that the Marquis holds great power within the kingdom. If I succeed, wouldn't you at least grant me one request? Are you suggesting that a mere brat like you would trade on my daughter's weakness to strike a deal?" "Yes, I don't see why it would be difficult for you to grant me one request." Indeed, it wouldn't be difficult. The Marquis could probably agree to most things, but he couldn't stand the idea of someone using his daughter as leverage to make a deal. A hint of murderous intent began to gleam in the Marquis's eyes. "It's a merchant-like proposal, but it seems you've done your math wrong. To demand compensation from me just for treating my daughter, do you truly believe that's worth such a high price?" Ghislaine wasn't fazed by the icy tone. "Yes, I believe it's valuable enough. What use is power if you can't even protect your own family? You insolent wretch." The remark, which was no different from a provocation, left everyone shocked, barely able to breathe. Only the Marquis's furious voice filled the air around them. Belinda, her face pale, tugged at Ghislaine's sleeve. "You know how fearsome the Marquis is. Why do you keep provoking him?" Claude pulled on his other sleeve. "Please stop it, you lunatic." Sweat dripped from their eyes like tears, but Ghislaine ignored the feelings of the two and pulled his sleeves free, speaking firmly. "Ah, let me go. Marquis, what will you do? Are you really going to give up on the treatment?" Ghislaine stood tall and handed the choice over to the Marquis of Brantford. "Is this guy really insane?" The Marquis let out a scoffing laugh. Faced with such an absurd situation, even his anger momentarily cooled. This wasn't just provocation. It was provocation on a whole other level. Since he had gained power, the Marquis had never been caught off guard like this. "Heh heh heh." The Marquis's lips twisted into a strange smile. "Fine, give it a try. If you succeed, I'll grant whatever it is you desire." But he glared at Ghislaine with cold eyes. "The price for making demands of me is not cheap. Your life alone won't suffice. I'll have to add more weight to it. Say whatever you wish." The Marquis of Brantford spat out the words as if he were chewing them. "Put your entire family on the line." The faces of those who had accompanied Ghislaine turned pale. It felt as if the Marquis's words were pressing down on them, suffocating the air around them. By demanding that Ghislaine stake his family, the Marquis was effectively saying he would destroy the entire Ferdium family if Ghislaine failed. This was no longer a situation Ghislaine could handle on his own, but Ghislaine spoke calmly, as if he saw no problem at all. "If that's what it takes to balance things with the Marquis, then so be it. Let's do that." The Marquis of Brantford's lips curled into a cruel smile. "How much time do you need?" "Half a month will be sufficient." This was getting more outrageous by the moment. Solve in half a month what the Marquis's household hadn't been able to resolve in over a year. The Marquis stifled a laugh and glanced over at the butler. "Butler?" "Yes, sir." "Inform the royal treasurer to prepare to cut off Ferdium's support in half a month." Though he wasn't the king, the Marquis spoke as if he wielded royal authority. He had the power to back it up. Unless you were a grand lord with a formidable base, no one could stand in his way. "Understood." The butler nodded as if this was only natural. They were accustomed to such commands. The grim orders didn't end there. "Master of arms." This time, a burly man in armor bowed his head. "Yes, your excellency. Surround Baron Fenris's residence in the capital. From this moment on, no one is allowed to enter or leave." "Understood." "Also, restrict the movements of Baron Fenris and his men who are here. No one is to step outside for the next half-month. After we see the results in 15 days, we will decide whether or not to execute them." Belinda and Claude's faces turned ashen in an instant. They had come without a second thought, and now this calamity had befallen them. If the royal family got involved, minor lords like Fenris and Ferdium would be crushed in the blink of an eye. and it was clear that the key figures would be dragged off one by one, like fish strung on a line, only to lose their heads, all because of that insane bastard. What did I ever do to deserve this? Claude was on the verge of tears, yet he didn't dare open his mouth. This was no joke. It wasn't something he could brush off with his usual antics. Even Gillian, who had been quietly standing behind Ghislaine, lowered his gaze and let out a long sigh. I better find a way to escape the capital in case things go south. Whether Ghislaine knew his subordinates were inwardly panicking or not, he simply stared blankly at the Marquis of Brantford. The Marquis, seeing that Ghislaine showed no signs of fear, spoke in a dry tone. "Go ahead and do whatever you want, Ghislaine Ferdium." With Ghislaine's estate surrounded by the Marquis's forces, the sale of cosmetics was also halted. The frightened servants of noble families could do nothing but turn back without even lodging a complaint. The news caused an uproar among the nobility. Already there had been rumors of dwindling supplies, leaving people on edge. Now, who would dare disrupt the events of the nobles? The capital's nobles who wielded some influence came directly to the mansion. "Who the hell are you? Who sent you? Open the gate this instant. Do you even know where you are, you bastards?" One of the nobles shouted, pointing at the soldiers surrounding the mansion. But the knights encircling the property didn't even blink despite the nobles' outbursts. They simply raised the flag bearing the roaring lion emblem of the Marquis of Brantford high. The moment the nobles recognized the crest on the flag, they fell silent, startled. Had they known it was the Marquis of Brantford's forces blocking the mansion, they wouldn't have come yelling in the first place. In fact, they wouldn't have come at all. After a few awkward coughs, the nobles forced polite smiles onto their faces and spoke. "It seems the Marquis has some business with the Baron. Carry on." With that, they quickly made their escape. Once the nobles had left, not even an ant dared approach the mansion. Rumors about the wager between Ghislaine and the Marquis of Brantford spread like wildfire. Nobles who heard the story all clicked their tongues in disbelief. A country bumpkin from the provinces daring to provoke the Marquis like that. How foolish. Given the Marquis's nature, if Ghislaine failed, his head would be the first to roll. The nobles hoped Ghislaine would succeed in this gamble. It wasn't out of any concern for him, but because they didn't want to lose access to the effective cosmetics. Mariel, who was involved in business with Ghislaine, was deeply worried. What on earth was he thinking? If only he'd sent word through me, this wouldn't have happened. Through Mariel, Ghislaine had been introduced to various nobles, gradually building a network of connections. She had played a sort of patron role, supporting him from behind. But no matter how much influence Mariel had in the capital, she couldn't compare to the Marquis of Brantford. Ugh, that man's as impenetrable as a needle in a haystack. What was he thinking, acting so recklessly? Perhaps if she mobilized all the noblewomen in the capital, she might be able to save Ghislaine. But doing so would mean that Mariel would end up politically indebted to the Marquis of Brantford. That's how noble transactions worked. She nervously bit her nails, trying to think of a solution, when she suddenly realized something and checked her remaining stock of cosmetics. Only 5 left. The cosmetics Ghislaine had given her as gifts had mostly been used up when she was promoting them by handing them out to others. Now, there wasn't much left. With a grim expression, she ordered her maids to buy up whatever remaining cosmetics they could, offering extra payment. Similar scenes were happening all over the capital. With sales completely halted, other nobles scrambled to find any cosmetics their maids had used but not yet finished. While the capital was in a frenzy over Ghislaine and the cosmetics, Kaor was grinding his teeth, confined inside the mansion. "Damn it, this is driving me insane." Normally, he would have charged straight at the forces surrounding the mansion and broken through, but that wasn't an option this time. The reason for this situation was obvious. That blockhead of a lord has definitely caused trouble again. Kaor was responsible for managing the mercenaries and the mansion's security, so he hadn't joined Ghislaine this time. But from what he'd observed over a considerable period, whenever something absurd happened, 9 times out of 10, it was the lord's doing. This time, though, it seems especially serious. Kaor frowned. The forces blocking the mansion were not to be underestimated. Given that such capable men had surrounded the place, it was clear that the Lord was in a highly dangerous situation. The mercenaries, looking worried, approached Kaor and asked, Judging by the fact that they've come all the way here, it seems the boss has gotten into trouble again. Should we go rescue him? Tusk, what do you mean rescue? Do you think you can break through those guys out there? Well, no, but it should be fine for now. They're just standing there watching and haven't rushed in yet. Besides, that guy wouldn't just let himself get caught so easily. Aren't you saying he's already caught? That's exactly my point. If things are like this, there are only two possibilities. One, the opponent is so strong that even he couldn't handle them. And the other, that blockhead of a lord is letting himself get caught on purpose, just to mess with them. Ah, I see. Having spent a long time with Ghislaine, Kaor had managed to come up with a theory that was quite close to the truth. But a theory was just a theory. Given the situation, they still needed to prepare. So what should we do? Kaor folded his arms and thought deeply for a while before finally speaking with a serious expression. Let's just drink. What? Let's just drink. Ugh, I don't know. Thinking too much makes my head hurt. The Lord will handle things on his own. We'll think about it if something actually happens. The mercenaries, their faces lighting up with delight, nodded at Kaor's suggestion. Let's do it. For now, let's drink and come up with our next plan. I'm in. There's no need for us to stress out too. If things get bad, we'll just beat up those guys outside and make a run for it. Ha ha ha. The mercenaries decided to enjoy themselves for the day. Before long, merchants arrived, bringing carts full of barrels of alcohol into the mansion. The knight from the Marquis's household, upon seeing this, was left dumbfounded. They're drinking and having a party when they could be attacked at any moment. Are they insane? Regardless of what the men from the Marquis's household thought, a grand drinking party was underway at the mansion. Kaor raised his glass high and shouted, "Who will solve today's problems? Tomorrow's me. And who will solve tomorrow's problems? The day after tomorrow's me. Then let's postpone all our worries until tomorrow, and here's to the Lord's safe return." To his return. The carefree men clinked their glasses together, laughing heartily. After finishing their conversation with the Marquis of Brantford, Ghislaine and his companions followed the butler to meet Rosalind. Soldiers were stationed all over the mansion, leaving no gaps, as if to make it clear that escaping wasn't even an option. Belinda, glancing around nervously, tugged at Ghislaine's sleeve and whispered, "Young lord, what on earth are you thinking? How did things escalate like this?" He had suddenly shown up, offering to treat the Marquis's daughter's condition and asking for something in return. It was an absurd proposal, no matter who you asked. Well, he's always been like this. But this time, the opponent is too formidable, strong-arming the kingdom's most powerful noble. There were some nobles who would execute their servants over the slightest mistake. The more powerful a noble was, the more cruelly they tended to act. You can't think of this like dealing with the magic tower. At least wizards don't randomly try to kill nobles. And most importantly, the Marquis of Brantford wasn't in a position where he needed Ghislaine's help, unlike the magic tower. Ugh, I've been too complacent because nothing big has happened lately. Recently, everything Ghislaine did had gone smoothly, and he'd been on a winning streak, which made her let her guard down. That was the problem. I should have asked him what was going on before we came to the Marquis's estate and stopped him. Belinda bit her nails anxiously, glaring at Ghislaine. Gillian kept his head down, hiding his gaze as he checked their possible escape routes. "If things seem to go south, please inform me in advance. I will lead the way," he said. Despite everyone's concerns, Ghislaine just smiled. Seeing Ghislaine's confident smile, they all let out a sigh. As always, there was nothing left but to hope he would succeed somehow. Claude began devising a plan to take the Marquis's daughter hostage if things went wrong. Judging by the Marquis's personality, it probably won't work. But you never know. The basics of kidnapping were to gather information about the target. The Marquis of Brantford was so famous that even Claude, who was from another kingdom, knew of him. But he didn't know much about the Marquis's daughter, Rosalind. Claude carefully asked the butler walking beside them, "Excuse me, what kind of person is the young lady?" "Ah, you might not be familiar with her coming from the north. She used to be quite famous here in the capital." "For what?" Claude pressed his lips together, trying not to show his unease. "Please don't let it be something like swordsmanship or magic. That would make taking her hostage much harder." The butler continued, his expression tinged with sadness. "She has been exceptionally bright since she was young. Ever since the late Marchioness returned to her family home, The young lady has personally managed all the household affairs. Other than household affairs, she didn't do anything else. The butler frowned and scolded him sharply. How dare you dismiss the Marquis household's responsibilities as mere household chores? For someone who is the chief overseer of an estate, do you not understand how difficult it is to manage a noble family? Ah, I'm sorry, Claude mumbled as he scratched his head. The butler glared at him for a moment before continuing his explanation. Ahem. Well, in addition to that, she also sponsors several organizations. Proudly, the butler began to list just how remarkable Rosalind was. If I were to speak about our young lady, Ghislaine's associates couldn't hide their surprise as they listened to the butler's explanations. The number of titles she held was astounding, almost unbelievable for a single individual. Patron of the Cardinia Textile Guild, patron of the Cardinia Stonemasons Guild, patron of the Cardinia Carpentry Guild, patron of the Cardinia Sculptors Guild, patron of the Cardinia Glass Crafts Guild, patron of the Cardinia Natural Philosophy Association, patron of the Cardinia Astronomy Association, former vice president of the Gentlewomen's Reading Society, former vice president of the Gentlewomen's Tea Tasting Society, and so on. From the natural sciences to literature, arts, and philosophy, her influence extended across numerous fields. Even after falling ill, she continued to fund and manage these organizations. Claude kept his mouth tightly shut, his eyes darting around. So the person we're about to treat is someone like that. If things go wrong, we're all really dead. The butler, as if there was more to say, continued with a tone full of enthusiasm. And what about her personality? She's always calm, gentle to everyone, and has a kind and delicate heart. She's never once spoken a harsh word. A kind heart, you say? Well, that's reassuring to hear. Claude's eyes lit up. With such a personality, there was a chance she might spare them even if they made a mistake. Of course. She regularly provides necessities to the underprivileged in the capital. If not for her illness, she would have been doing even more by now. Ghislaine's associates, by this point, were completely mesmerized by the butler's words, expressing only admiration. The more they heard, the more remarkable she seemed. She wielded power no less than her father, the Marquis of Brantford. But Ghislaine's expression remained indifferent, as if he already knew all of this. No, it was more like he didn't care at all. He didn't even seem to be listening to the butler's words. Claude glanced at him and let out a sigh. Where on earth does he get that confidence from? He could never understand that occasional display of arrogance. Still, it was a small relief that the young lady had a good personality. Belinda, feeling slightly more at ease, asked in a somewhat relaxed voice, "By the way, I heard she's getting married soon. Is that true? Even though she's unwell, was the wedding still planned?" Countless people were closely watching every move of the Marquis of Brantford's household. The rumor that the Marquis's daughter was soon to be married had already spread widely throughout the capital. Even Ghislaine's group, who hadn't been in the capital for long, had heard of it. In response to Belinda's question, the butler replied with a hint of displeasure. To be honest, if it weren't for her health issues, a marriage with that family wouldn't have been considered. The young lord she's engaged to is notorious for being a wastrel in the capital. I shouldn't be saying this. Oh, so because of her illness, she's being forced to marry someone she doesn't like. Well, it's not just because of that, the butler trailed off, hesitating. Claude clicked his tongue inwardly and tried to shift the conversation. Still, she seems like such a kind person. I'm sure she'll get along well with her husband. Having someone like her is a great blessing for the Marquis's household. Ha ha ha. The butler, who had been endlessly praising Rosalind, suddenly darkened at those words. She used to be. Before Claude could ask what he meant, the group arrived in front of Rosalind's room. Knock, knock. The butler carefully knocked on the door. A soft voice could be heard from inside. What is it? It's still early for a meal. Claude immediately sensed something was off when he heard the voice. The low, subdued tone, as if suppressing her emotions, carried a hint of inexplicable resentment and hostility. Something's wrong. Why does her voice sound like that? Claude wasn't the only one who noticed something strange. Ghislaine also frowned, tilting his head to the side. The butler, trying to dispel the awkward atmosphere, cleared his throat and spoke loudly. There are guests here to see you. Guests. The Marquis has ordered someone to check on your skin. It's Baron Fenris. Send them away. She spoke irritably, But the butler couldn't simply turn them away. The Marquis had already ordered Ghislaine to begin the treatment. No one in the mansion could disobey that command, not even Rosalind herself. The butler let out a heavy sigh and spoke again. "It is the Marquis's command. I said send them away. I apologize. I'm going to open the door now. Everyone be cautious." Huh, cautious of what exactly? The butler shut his eyes tightly and suddenly flung the door open. He then immediately threw himself behind the door, taking cover. The servants who had followed quickly huddled behind the butler. As soon as the door opened, something flew out from the dark room at high speed. Huh! Ghislaine tilted his head slightly, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. The object that had flown straight at him brushed past his face and headed directly for Claude, who was standing right behind him. Ugh! Claude squeezed his eyes shut in surprise. Fortunately, Wendy swiftly snatched the flying object out of the air. A candlestick. Wendy was holding an ornate candlestick decorated with intricate patterns. If it had hit Claude's face directly, he would have been seriously injured. He let out a dry laugh, completely taken aback. What the hell? I thought she was supposed to be gentle and kind. Far from having a sweet disposition, this was a violent greeting that made one question her very character. Noble young ladies would never act like this in front of others. Such behavior would not only disgrace themselves but also bring shame upon their entire family. Yet the Marquis's daughter was doing such a thing without a care. The butler, looking embarrassed, coughed repeatedly, trying to offer an explanation. She's not usually like this. She's been a bit on edge lately. From the way he opened the door and dodged so naturally, it doesn't seem like this is the first time, Claude thought. The servants were huddled close behind the butler, trembling. As Claude narrowed his eyes at the butler, the man subtly averted his gaze, lowering his head. Just as Claude was about to demand an explanation, a sharp voice rang out from within the room. "I told you to go away. What treatment now? Just leave me alone." Whoosh! Objects kept flying out from the dark room. Candlesticks, books, cups, bowls, picture frames, porcelain, incense burners, and anything else that was heavy enough to cause damage. The butler and the servants remained huddled by the door, out of the line of fire, while all the objects were aimed squarely at Ghislaine's group. But they weren't ordinary people. They dodged or deflected every single item that came their way. Soon, a voice filled with a mix of panic and frustration came from inside the room. "Who are you people? What do you want? Do you want to die? Get out of here before I tear you to pieces. Butler, what are you doing? Call the soldiers." From the mouth of someone who was supposedly gentle and never spoke harshly came a threat to tear people apart. It was clear she wasn't a novice when it came to cursing. Ghislaine was genuinely taken aback by the unexpected situation. In the records he had seen in his past life, there was no mention of Rosalind Branford having such a foul temper. Although the reasons varied, the others were just as stunned as Ghislaine, staring at the butler with dumbfounded expressions. Click. The butler discreetly closed the door again, clearing his throat. Let's give the young lady a moment to cool down." Claude, unable to hold back any longer, protested. "Wait a minute, didn't you say she was kind and gentle, and that she doesn't use harsh words?" "She was in the past." "What? Before she fell ill she was truly like an angel, I assure you." "Wow, this is unbelievable." The butler's calm, matter-of-fact tone made him seem all the more shameless. Claude was at a loss for words, struck by the absurdity of the situation. Despite her terrible temper, the butler blindly took her side just because she was the lady he served. After a while, the commotion inside the room died down. The butler gave an awkward smile. She must be calmer now. Creak. The butler very cautiously opened the door. This time, nothing flew out. Ghislaine's group finally felt safe enough to cautiously observe the situation inside the room. There was a woman standing in the shadows, her back turned to the light. She wore simple, plain clothes that didn't match the status of the Marquis's daughter. Her face was hidden behind a mask, and she wore gloves on her hands. The light from the hallway illuminated the mask through the open door, revealing a pair of sharp, piercing eyes glaring out from behind it. Gulp. Everyone swallowed nervously, unable to muster the courage to step inside. Rosalind slowly spoke, her voice heavy with suppressed emotion, filling the dark room. "Leave, before I kill you all." A chilling warning left everyone unsure of how to react. However, Ghislaine ignored her warning and strode confidently into the room. The room was far too shabby to belong to a young lady of a powerful noble family. She's living in a place like this. The butler's expression stiffened slightly, perhaps embarrassed by the poor state they were showing to Ghislaine's group. My lady, it is the Marquis's order. The next fortnight, Baron Fenris will be treating your skin condition. He is highly knowledgeable in medicine and herbalism. He even personally makes the cosmetics currently in vogue in the capital. Despite the butler's continued explanations, Rosalind only breathed heavily without uttering a word. Although her face was hidden behind a mask, the air around her made it clear enough what kind of expression she had. Ghislaine clicked his tongue at the sight. There was no record of her living like this. Well, it's not the kind of story that would spread. They must have kept it tightly under wraps. There had been little information in the records he had seen in his previous life about how Rosalind had lived. Mostly, it just mentioned that she had lived quietly in seclusion after marriage. Even those remaining records only spoke of her past kind and gentle character, as the butler had described. Well, it has nothing to do with me. Once I treat her illness, we won't have any reason to meet again. Ghislaine cleared his throat and spoke gently. I am Ghislaine. From now on, I will be treating your illness. Before he could finish, Rosalind interrupted him in a chilling voice. I don't need it, so leave. Her tone was as cold as ice. It was almost a relief that she was speaking politely, even though she was addressing a noble. Ghislaine quietly stared into her eyes. Rosalind's eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. This doesn't look good. A mix of self-loathing and unresolved issues had darkened her heart, making it burn black with despair. Ghislaine had often seen people with eyes like these. When such people finally snapped after holding everything in, they usually dragged many down with them. Still, it seems she's somehow keeping herself in check. Even in his previous life, there had been no record of Rosalind losing her mind and recklessly killing anyone. Perhaps isolating herself like this was her way of preventing such incidents. Even so, her reaction is far too extreme. A person suffering from an illness would usually cling to the hope of treatment, desperate to grab hold of even the smallest chance. It didn't make sense for her to refuse this strongly. Sensing Ghislaine's confusion, the butler spoke in a bitter tone. My lady has suffered greatly from treatments until now. That's why she is acting this way. Heh. Ghislaine understood the unspoken words from the butler and clicked his tongue. Because of those bastards, she doesn't even trust someone she's meeting for the first time like me. He could understand Rosalind's feelings. The fear of living with permanent side effects from a failed treatment could be worse than death. There's no helping it. Earning her trust has to come first. Damn those amateurs, always causing trouble. Forcing a smile, Ghislaine spoke. You've been through a lot, my lady, but I'm not like those other doctors. Rosalind tilted her head slightly and asked, how are you different? I'm putting my life on the line for this treatment. Huh. Ghislaine's words were serious, but all he got in return was a derisive laugh. Rosalind didn't even try to hide her amusement, her shoulders shaking as she laughed, before speaking in a sharp tone. Listen, Baron, do you really think none of those other doctors put their lives on the line? The ones who came looking to gain wealth and fame all said the same thing. I'll risk my life to cure the young lady's illness. You want me to tell you how all of them died? Unable to suppress her rising anger, Rosalind finally raised her voice. She jabbed her finger against Ghislaine's chest as she continued. Just because your cosmetic business is doing well, you think you're some sort of remarkable, special person. You must be delusional. Your life is no different from the scraps of food I toss away. Even if you risk it, it has no value. Ah, my lady, please, you mustn't speak this way. Even the butler, sweating profusely, tried to intervene against her rude remarks, but she paid no attention and continued her sneering. Oh, there is one difference. None of them were noble doctors. You'll be the first noble to lose his head. That should be interesting. Well, even if you're noble, you're just a pathetic person who makes and sells cosmetics. I don't see any issue if you die. What do you think? It was as if she couldn't see her own status, the situation, or the people around her. Ghislaine could hardly find a moment to interject, left in a daze by the relentless barrage of venomous words. Is she taking her anger out on me? No doubt people had been avoiding her all this time, leaving her with no outlet for her pent-up frustrations. It wasn't entirely incomprehensible, but next to Ghislaine was Belinda, who could not stand by and let him be insulted. My lady, your words are far too harsh. What did our young master do wrong for you to speak to him like this on your first meeting? She stepped forward, raising her voice in protest. Rosalind turned to look at Belinda and stayed silent for a long while. Then her breathing grew rougher. Seeing the hatred in Rosalind's eyes, Belinda was startled and took a step back. Ah, did I make a mistake? I should have just kept quiet. Ghislaine, too, belatedly realized the problem and carefully observed Rosalind's mood. At the moment, Belinda's skin was glowing, thanks to the diligent application of cosmetics. Rosalind, already irritated due to her own skin issues, was hardly going to feel at ease seeing someone with such flawless skin. Ghislaine stepped between the two, forcing a strained smile. "Haha, my lady, please just listen to me for a moment. Get out." "No, please don't be like this. I'm here to treat. Get out." "I said get out." Rosalind screamed and began throwing objects around the room once more. The butler urgently grabbed Ghislaine's arm and pulled him toward the door. Perhaps we should leave for now. It might be better to come back once the lady has calmed down a bit." Yes, that sounds wise." Ghislaine swatted away a few flying objects and quickly retreated out of the room. Thud. Even after the door closed, the sounds of items being smashed echoed from within for quite some time. Scratching his chin, Ghislaine wore a troubled expression. "I need to calm her down and at least get her to talk before I can even start the treatment." "You should just go back. How are you going to treat someone in that state? You can't even get near her. Even the Marquis of Bramford wouldn't be able to say anything if she refuses treatment," said Claude. The others nodded in agreement, sharing Claude's sentiment, but Ghislaine shook his head. "That's not an option. There's no guarantee she'll just be left alone. He had a purpose in coming here and he couldn't just give up after being turned away once." Claude clicked his tongue in frustration. "How do you plan to persuade someone like her? She's been through so much that she's full of distrust. She doesn't listen to reason." That's why I need to calm her down first." "You think that's possible? She seems like she's rotting from the inside out because of this illness." "I have to at least try to talk to her." "You just tried and it didn't work." Ghislaine frowned and glared at Claude, who flinched and averted his gaze, pretending to be occupied with something else. After a moment of contemplation, Ghislaine nodded, as if he had thought of a solution. "We'll just force the treatment on her." Everyone tilted their heads, doubting their ears for a moment. Belinda, seeking clarification, asked again, "What did you just say?" "I said we'll restrain her and treat her by force." "Is that really okay? We have permission anyway, so what does it matter? I'll just show her results. Isn't that right?" Ghislaine turned to the butler, seeking agreement. The butler stammered as he replied, "But forcing it is a bit. How about taking some time to persuade her?" The butler hesitantly suggested. "She's too riled up right now to even have a conversation." "When exactly would I persuade her? We only have 2 weeks, Ghislaine retorted. "Well, that's true, but we can't just sit around twiddling our thumbs for 2 weeks and end up failing. I'll take care of it, so just cooperate. You're not the one responsible for our lives, are you?" "Ah, understood." With the butler's reluctant agreement, there was no longer anything to hold him back. Ghislaine immediately started giving orders. "Good, first, let's talk about the medicinal ingredients we'll need. Go and buy enough top-quality mandrake root for her to take twice a day." Mandragoga root. Not only the butler but also the others around looked at him in surprise. Mandrake root was well known as a tonic, but it was typically consumed by men. The prevailing belief was that its strong, heating effects were actually harmful to women. Though Ghislaine could guess the doubts in everyone's minds, he didn't bother explaining and continued with what he had to say. "Yes, it's essential for treating the Marquis's young lady. Along with that, gather some other herbs as well." The butler, with a worried expression, nodded. Since the Marquis of Bramford had given permission, there was no point in opposing it. Most of the medicinal ingredients Ghislaine requested were rare and expensive. Yet it took less than half a day for the Marquis's household to acquire and brew them, once again showcasing the immense wealth and influence of the Bramford family. As he carefully inspected the decoction, Ghislaine found himself once more impressed. "All right, let's head to the young lady." Belinda cautiously asked, "But how are you planning to enter the room? If she doesn't open the door, there's nothing we can do, right? If she refuses, we'll just have to break it down. But it would look bad, so maybe the butler could give it a try first." "Me?" The butler looked at Ghislaine, taken aback. "Who else? Or should I just tell the Marquis we're giving up? Are you ready to take responsibility for that?" With a sigh, the butler nodded in agreement. The group gathered once more and made their way to Rosalind's room. Knock, knock. The moment the butler knocked, Rosalind's irritated voice shouted from within. "What is it? I told you not to come." In a trembling voice, the butler replied, "I've brought new attendants to serve you, my lady." "What? Who asked for that?" "However, the household has been short-staffed lately, hasn't it? So we've brought in some new staff. We thought it best to introduce them to you since they'll be attending to your needs." There was a moment of silence from Rosalind. Even though she stayed secluded in her room to avoid people, she couldn't avoid her personal maids entirely. There had to be someone to prepare her meals, bathwater, and clothing, as well as to clean the room. The maids would always try to finish their tasks as quickly as possible, but Rosalind couldn't even tolerate them for that short amount of time. Whenever something displeased her, no matter how minor, she would lash out fiercely. It was not uncommon for the staff, worn out by her outbursts or unable to bear the stress, to quit. "Let them in." After a long pause, Rosalind's curt reply came. The tightly shut door slowly opened and two women stepped inside. They were dressed neatly and elegantly in the Branford family's exclusive attendant uniforms, carrying themselves with grace. They bowed slightly toward Rosalind. "Hello, my name is Belinda. I'm Wendy. It's a pleasure to serve you." As Rosalind slowly inspected their faces, her expression twisted. What kind of nonsense is this? These were clearly the women who had been with that so-called doctor earlier, and now they had the nerve to appear as new attendants. The audacity was beyond belief. "Are you playing games with me? Do you too have a death wish?" Grinding her teeth, Rosalind stood up from her seat. Even so, Belinda didn't wipe the smile off her face. "From today onward, we will serve you with the utmost care. I'm quite experienced in such matters." "Serve me? What exactly do you mean by that?" "We will begin treatment. Please prepare yourself." "What? Who gave you permission?" Before Rosalind could finish her sentence, Belinda and Wendy sprang into action like lightning. Thud. Belinda swiftly pushed Rosalind's shoulders and pinned her down hard onto the bed. "What are you doing?" Rosalind screamed, struggling to free herself. Wendy then grabbed her legs and held them down firmly. "Let go," I said, "let go." Rosalind flailed on the bed, but she couldn't break free from the strength of the two. "Butler, what are you doing? Call the soldiers. Have them arrest these bastards. What are all of you doing?" Rosalind screamed, her voice echoing throughout the mansion. The butler, looking troubled, averted his gaze. He thought this forced treatment was excessive, but since it was an order from the Marquis of Branford, he couldn't refuse it. If this fails, there will be bloodshed. If the treatment failed, it wouldn't just be Ghislaine and his companions who would face consequences. The soldiers and servants who ignored the order wouldn't be safe either. The butler regretted recommending Ghislaine to the Marquis. He had never imagined things would become such a mess. As her struggling and shouting proved futile, Rosalind soon lost her strength. While she ground her teeth and panted heavily, Ghislaine leisurely entered the room. "This isn't like capturing a wild beast. It would have been easier if you just agreed to the treatment." Rosalind glared at Ghislaine with eyes full of murderous intent and shouted, "Do you think you'll get away with this? Do you even know who I am?" "Well, I'm here to treat you, so of course I know who the patient is. I'll kill you. If I can't treat you, I'm dead anyway." You crazy bastard." Rosalind was so flabbergasted that she couldn't even curse properly. She had never encountered anyone who was so impossible to reason with. "First, let's check your condition. Hey, brighten up the room a bit." As soon as Ghislaine spoke, the servants poured into the room, drawing back the curtains and lighting up the room from all directions. The brighter the room became, the more her eyes, hidden beneath the mask, began to tremble. What are you trying to do?" "I'm going to check your face. Let's take off the mask, shall we?" Don't." As Ghislaine approached, Rosalind began to struggle again. "The sunlight is coming in. I can't take off the mask right now." But despite her resistance, Ghislaine spoke firmly, unmoved. "Even if you're embarrassed, there's no other choice. To treat you, the mask has to come off." "I don't need it." Yes, that's right. You don't need things like masks. I'll make sure you'll never have to wear something so hideous again. You must trust me completely. Blessings come to those who believe." Ghislaine, while spouting nonsense, removed the mask, then frowned as he saw the exposed face. Rosalind's face was red, as if scalded, with the skin peeling off. He had heard that her condition had worsened during treatment, but he hadn't expected it to be this severe. Others around him were also startled, covering their mouths in shock. "Aya!" Rosalind screamed and thrashed as sunlight streamed in through the window. In that brief moment, her skin condition had deteriorated even further than before. Ghislaine quickly shielded Rosalind with his body and shouted at the servants, "Close the curtains now." Even after the curtains were drawn, Rosalind took a long time to calm down, her eyes welling with tears. "D-damn bastard." She could only manage a curse. How could someone who claimed to be there to treat her make her condition worse? Seeing the murderous glare in Rosalind's eyes, Ghislaine scratched his head and slightly turned his head away. "This is worse than I thought, huh?" Not preventing the servants from opening the curtains was certainly a mistake on his part, but the records he had seen in his past life hadn't mentioned the condition being this severe. Still, the disease itself hadn't changed, so the treatment he had planned should work. As long as Rosalind could endure it. The checkup is complete. Now let's proceed with the actual treatment. At Ghislaine's gesture, the waiting servants brought in the medicine. "From now on, you'll drink this medicine every morning and evening." Rosalind grimaced. A terrible stench wafted from the decoction. Whatever herbs had been mixed, the liquid was pitch black. "You think I'm going to drink that? You will drink it." Ghislaine held the medicine bowl in one hand while his other hand pressed on a few spots along her neck muscles. Rosalind's mouth opened against her will. No matter how much she tried, she couldn't close it. Nodding, Ghislaine poured the medicine into her mouth. Gulp, gulp. Though some of it spilled, the liquid managed to go down her throat. Ugh! The moment the medicine was swallowed, she began to gag. The taste was so shocking it left her tongue numb. How on earth could anyone mix a medicine that tasted like it was dredged up from hell? She wanted to throw it all up, but whatever spot he had pressed prevented her from doing so. "You bastard, I drank it, so let me go. We're done, aren't we?" "Done? No way. This is just medicine to assist with the treatment. The real treatment hasn't even started yet. You think you'll get away with treating me like this? As I've said, if I can't cure you, I'm dead anyway. You throwing a fit doesn't matter." Rosalind ground her teeth, frustrated by the lack of understanding. "I'll make sure to kill you. Once the treatment is over, I'm sure you'll change your mind." Realizing that resisting was futile, she just breathed heavily, though her eyes still glistened with a murderous intent, as if she truly meant to kill Ghislaine. Sensing that the situation had calmed, the butler cautiously asked, "Is it really possible to treat her?" "Well, I kind of know what the illness is." Everyone around was startled by his confident response. The butler hastily sought further confirmation. "Do you truly know what this illness is?" "Yes, I do." They all looked puzzled, but for Ghislaine it was a matter of course. "I may not know the method, but I do have the answer. I did a lot of research after all. The Marquis of Brantford was famous, and there was a lot of information about him. Rosalind's illness and its treatment were well documented, but he couldn't just say, 'I saw it all in the future.'" Avoiding the curious gazes, Ghislaine was about to start the treatment right away. The butler, however, wasn't willing to miss the chance to understand the cause. "What is the cause? Even famous doctors and priests haven't been able to pinpoint it." Ghislaine was inwardly flustered. "I don't know. What is that?" In truth, he didn't really know the cause. It was like knowing the problem and the solution but not understanding the process. "Naturally. I just skimmed through and went straight to the answers." The scholars loved to document everything, leaving hundreds of pages on the experiments conducted to find the cause and treatment of the disease. The text was way too long even with the superhuman memory he had developed. He couldn't recall what he hadn't read. But now wasn't the time to admit he didn't know. Ghislaine decided to embellish what he knew and move on. "Well, it's because her balance is off." "Balance? That's right. The young lady's body is too cold, and that's causing the problem." Rosalind's symptoms were due to the blockage of mana flow caused by cold energy. Therefore, the treatment was simple. All he had to do was melt that energy using mana to clear the blockage. "I don't know why that energy is there, though." Before people could start probing too deeply, Ghislaine hurried to conclude his explanation. "So, once that energy is removed," at that moment Rosalind scoffed, mocking Ghislaine. "I already have plenty of heat in my body, you quack." The butler interjected to add a remark. "That's true. The young lady's body is always hot and she's sensitive to heat." Everyone turned to Ghislaine, their eyes now full of doubt. Sweat began to bead on Ghislaine's forehead. "Right, if her body is cold, why would she have a fever?" "Ha ha, young lady, you must be confused. You were surprised because your body is cold but feels hot. You're the one who's confused." Ghislaine responded brazenly, without even blinking. Because the inside of your body is too cold, the heat escapes outward. The heat accumulating on your skin, combined with the sunlight, makes it unbearable. He cobbled together everything he knew, packaging it in a way that sounded plausible. Everyone nodded, looking as if it made sense. Did it work? Even Rosalind, who had been silent, seemed to have accepted his explanation. Phew, being a doctor isn't something just anyone can do. Feeling relieved, Ghislaine was about to resume the treatment. Then Claude, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. Then why does she have this condition? Oh, come on, not this guy. I don't know. I really don't. How should I know why she has this? Just let me treat her and be done with it, was what he wanted to snap back, but too many people were watching. Smiling gently, Ghislaine placed a hand on Claude's shoulder. Our chief overseer is quite curious, huh? So why does this happen, you ask? Oh, my lord, that hurts. My shoulder is going to pop out. Be gentle. It's just something she was born with. When he said it was congenital, everyone's expressions turned skeptical, but they had no rebuttal. If I say it's something she was born with, what can they do? With that single statement, Ghislaine silenced everyone. There's no time, so let's leave the explanations at that. No more questions. Reluctantly, everyone stepped back, licking their lips. Finally, now we can begin. He had managed to start the treatment, but that wasn't the end of it. If he were just leaving it as is, maybe it would be fine, but treating it in its current, worsened state was extremely risky. On top of that, Rosalind's complete lack of trust in him was a problem. This treatment was going to be excruciatingly painful, even if she was mentally prepared for it. It would be a pain so severe, one might think death would be preferable. If she couldn't endure it, she could really die. She managed to get through it in her past life somehow, but I'm not sure about now. Back then, she probably endured it, fueled by the constant anger from all the contempt she faced. Ironically, the one who discovered this treatment method in her past life was none other than Rosalind herself. After her arranged marriage, she lived in hiding, never showing her face in public. As the daughter of a powerful family, she wasn't openly mistreated, but there was no way she could have been oblivious to the contemptuous looks directed at her from all sides. Going through such humiliation inevitably hardened her over time. With her sharp mind and strong determination, she eventually managed to discover a treatment method. But by then, it was far too late. Though she managed to cure the disease, the treatment at the time was only a partial success. The blockage in her mana flow had left her body irreparably damaged. Even after she cured the disease, she couldn't step outside and lingered in illness, eventually passing away a few years later. So no matter how painful it might be, she would have to endure it. Please, just hold on. If this fails, it's not just the young lady who will die. Failure was not an option. If he failed, Rosalind would die, and he would find himself in a very difficult situation as well. Ghislaine took Rosalind's hand and steadied his breath. Compared to her past life, her willpower and mental strength must be lacking, and the short treatment period will make the shock even greater. I wonder if she'll be able to endure it. Just like a sword, a person becomes stronger when they are tempered through trials. Even he, who had once been a reckless fool, had only gained mental fortitude after going through such a process. The current Rosalind was merely a timid and fragile young noble lady, nothing more. I'll have to proceed with utmost care. Ghislaine slowly channeled mana into Rosalind's body. You will feel a foreign energy once I infuse my mana. It will be painful, but you must endure it. That's the only way to cure your illness. What? I'll begin now. Rosalind swallowed nervously at Ghislaine's sudden serious tone. Could it be? Is this dangerous? With a trembling voice, Rosalind asked, what am I supposed to endure? What's going to hurt? Ghislaine didn't answer and focused solely on moving his mana. No matter how potent a tonic is, the body can never absorb its energy completely. Only a minute amount remains within. I must capture the energy before it disperses. Ghislaine's mana swiftly spread throughout Rosalind's body, chasing down the essence of the medicine. Now to pierce through. Ghislaine's mana, mixed with heat, began to forcefully penetrate the cold energy that had solidified in various parts of her body. Crack! Rosalind felt a shock, like something inside her was shattering. Immediately, a wave of excruciating pain followed. Ah! Overwhelmed by the agony, she let out a scream before she could stop herself. It felt like a heavy force was stabbing into her body from all directions. No, stabbing wasn't enough to describe it. It felt as if a sharp, pointed spear was tearing through her insides, ripping them apart. The nauseating taste of the medicine she had taken earlier vanished from her mind in an instant. Never in her life had she experienced such pain. If she had known it would be this bad, she would have run away beforehand. Desperately, Rosalind twisted her wrist out of Ghislaine's grasp, struggling to escape from him. Wait. The butler and servant who had been standing by to assist were startled by the scene. Why was she in such agony while receiving treatment? Could he really be a quack? Young master, are you sure this is okay? Belinda tightly held down Rosalind's writhing body, squeezing her eyes shut. Ghislaine, sweating as he struggled to control his mana, spoke. If you struggle, it will hurt more and become dangerous. Please trust me and endure this. No, please. Please stop. From the start, there was no trust between them. No matter how much he told her to trust him and endure, it wasn't going to be easy. Watching her writhe in pain, Ghislaine's expression hardened as well. As expected, this isn't easy. Even though he had confidently begun because he knew the solution, that didn't mean it was simple. I'm using a method that's both time-efficient and effective, but the pain remains the same. He couldn't be sure if she would be able to endure it until the end. Blood burst from Rosalind's tightly bitten lips. However, the other pain was so intense that she didn't even notice the wound on her lips. Ugh! Her body trembled violently. Ghislaine, after checking her internal condition, immediately withdrew his hand. If he pushed any further at this point, Rosalind's condition could become dangerous. He had no choice but to stop after clearing far less than his original goal. He had calculated a 2-week period to account for the possibility of such setbacks, but now it seemed even that might be cutting it close. We'll stop here for now. You did well to endure. Although he hadn't made as much progress as expected, it was still just the first day. With a little more speed, he could still finish within the 2 weeks. The real issue was whether she could endure until the end. I'll resume the treatment this evening. Rosalind was gasping for breath and couldn't even respond. As Belinda and Wendy carefully released her restraints, she collapsed onto the bed. Once the treatment seemed to be over, the butler quickly spoke. Hurry, check on the lady. The servants rushed over and wiped the sweat from her forehead. After they had tidied up, Ghislaine scooped up a generous amount of cosmetic cream and began to slather it thickly on Rosalind's face. He applied so much that at this rate, it seemed like they would need a jar every day. The butler, seeing this, cautiously asked, Excuse me, isn't that a bit too much? She needs this much. Rosalind, lying as if she were unconscious, muttered weakly in a barely audible voice. I tried, but it didn't work, you quack bastard. It's because the internal energy wasn't properly controlled. This cream will help by retaining heat in the skin, speeding up the recovery until the treatment is complete. While the effect wasn't a lie, there really wasn't a need to apply so much. This is an opportunity to secure some additional income, and I can't pass it up. Ghislaine secretly smiled. If they used this much cream every day, it would require a significant supply. Ghislaine planned to demand the treatment fees without any compromise once Rosalind's treatment was finished. Since it was a wealthy household, they would likely pay for a few jars of cream without a word. Watching Ghislaine secretly delight in this, Rosalind ground her teeth. Applying the cream wasn't the issue. She could do it for a year, not just 2 weeks. She even felt ready to swallow that foul medicine if necessary. But this pain, this was something she simply could not endure. You're doing this again? Yes. For 2 whole weeks? Yes. Get lost, please stop. She had no strength left to move, so all she could do was mumble through her tear-filled eyes. How was she supposed to endure such agony for 2 weeks? All she could think was that she wished someone would come and kill this bastard right in front of her. Ghislaine acted as if he hadn't heard her, placing the mask back over her face and said, Then, I'll see you again this evening. Make sure to keep a close watch on the young lady's room. The mercenaries took turns guarding the door to ensure that Rosalind couldn't leave the room. The butler felt uneasy about whether they should really continue with this, but he didn't intervene. Thanks to the butler's attentiveness, Ghislaine and his companions were treated to the utmost hospitality. During meals, only the finest dishes were served, and the clothes provided for them to change into were all luxury items. Whatever they desired was prepared immediately at the slightest gesture. However, even though they were treated like they were in paradise, the companions spent each day feeling as though they were sitting on a bed of thorns. It It was all because of Rosalind's agony. As Ghislaine continued to break through her blocked mana paths, her screams only grew louder. "Stop, please stop, just hold on a little longer." No matter how much Ghislaine spoke, none of his words reached her ears. She couldn't understand why she had to endure such pain. There was no way this could be called treatment. "I'm going to kill you. I swear I'll kill you." "Stop. If we don't fix it now, you will actually die." "I don't care. Just stop." She continued to resist and threaten, but Ghislaine didn't blink an eye. Seeing that, she shifted her target. "Stop bringing me that damn medicine before I kill you in 2 weeks." The servants, who had been preparing the medicine, turned pale at her threat. The Marquis of Branford had instructed them to cooperate with Ghislaine, so they couldn't refuse his requests. If they quit and ran, they'd be defying the Marquis's orders and would face death. But if they continued, the young lady would kill them. "Please, spare us." The servants quickly dropped to their knees, pleading. The butler, watching from the side, intervened to stop Ghislaine. "Perhaps we should take a break for now. The young lady is struggling so much and clearly resisting, so it might be best to consult with the Marquis again." Ghislaine placed a hand on the butler's shoulder, cutting him off mid-sentence. "Stop for a while. Refuse. Consult again." He flashed a cold smile. "Do you still not understand the situation? Do you think you can just stop this now? Well, don't talk nonsense. I'm risking not just my life but my family's honor on this." He had no intention of wasting time negotiating and trying to convince everyone, but he couldn't just stand by and watch as everyone remained paralyzed by indecision. Looking around at the servants, Ghislaine spoke. "Bring all the herbs and tools into this room. From now on, I will personally prepare the medicine." "Personally? You, sir?" The butler hesitated, looking awkwardly at Ghislaine. If it became known that a noble like Ghislaine was handling such menial tasks, it would greatly damage the Marquis's household's reputation. But with the young lady resisting so fiercely, there really was no other choice. "Ugh!" Rosalind glared at Ghislaine with eyes full of murderous intent. Her orders meant nothing to this man. Even if he were a prince of a nation, he wouldn't dare treat her like this. "Stop it! Don't you understand? I'm telling you to stop. I will begin the treatment. I don't need it. It's my face. I don't need it. Get out. Who brought this quack here?" Ghislaine wasn't someone who would entertain such trivial quarrels. He immediately grabbed Rosalind's wrist. Let go of me. I'll kill you. Call my father. Call him right now." She struggled again, but with Belinda and Wendy restraining her, it was futile. Just as he had before, Ghislaine forced the medicine down her throat and began the treatment. Any resolve she had to resist crumbled under the pain tearing through her body. Rosalind, overwhelmed, gave up completely, letting everything go. Ugh. Then, blood began to seep from Rosalind's mouth. Her eyes, which had been rolling back, now fluttered shut under her eyelids. "Young lady!" The butler, who had been anxiously watching from the side, screamed in horror. "Ugh!" She let out a groan, almost like a scream, as if she felt death closing in on her. "No more. I can't take any more." At that moment, Ghislaine's expression twisted as well. "Damn it, if I push any further, she'll die." Ghislaine gritted his teeth and slowly reduced the flow of mana. It wasn't that he had made a mistake. It was that her mana paths couldn't withstand the pressure and had ruptured. Her body, already weakened from prolonged confinement, had been further shaken by the shock, causing internal turmoil that couldn't be helped. "She's given up entirely." Rosalind had resisted the treatment so far, which meant she at least still had the will to avoid what she didn't want. But the continuous pain had weakened even that resolve, making it impossible for her to endure the shock. It was clear that Rosalind's body and mind had reached their limits. Now he would have to proceed much more carefully and slowly to ensure she didn't die. "This is dangerous. At this rate, I won't finish in time." Had he miscalculated the timeline? No, the time wasn't insufficient. Was her condition worse than the records suggested? It was worse than expected, but not beyond the point of being treatable. There was only one answer. The problem was Rosalind's will. Since she had no intention of enduring the treatment, her body was giving up before it even reached its limit. Belinda, who had been holding onto Rosalind, shouted urgently, "Young master, you have to stop." Ugh, cough. Rosalind, her eyes unfocused, kept coughing up blood. Even though Belinda and Wendy had loosened their grip, she no longer struggled or tried to escape. She just slumped, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "Stop it, you madman," she muttered weakly, and eventually her head drooped. Belinda urgently called out again, Young lord, I know it's almost done. Ghislaine used a small amount of mana to wrap around and protect the torn mana roads. Leaving mana inside someone else's body risks clashing with their own mana. But right now, there was no other option. Back in his days as the King of Mercenaries, he would sometimes treat people this way when situations were dire. But things wouldn't get any worse than they were now. Ghislaine released his grip. The treatment would end here. Even if he wanted to proceed further, he couldn't. My lady, my lady. As soon as Ghislaine stepped back, the butler and the servants rushed to Rosalind's side. The butler, after draining and wiping the blood pooled in her mouth, shouted with a voice full of fury. What kind of treatment is this? Are you really trying to kill the young lady? Coughing up blood indicated something was wrong internally. How could this have anything to do with fixing her face, turning her insides upside down like this? I must stop this. At this rate, the young lady's life is in danger. I will speak to the Marquis. Stop this at once. That's not possible. Stop it. I won't allow this to continue. Even as the butler raised a fuss, Ghislaine didn't bat an eye. Instead, he responded coldly. Are you above the Marquis? What did you say? The Marquis gave his permission. Who dares to stop it? No, but still, if she's left like this, she won't live long anyway. If you don't want to see her die young, then don't interfere. What nonsense are you spouting? And even if that were true, what business is it of yours? Ghislaine smirked as he answered. Why wouldn't it be my business? There's a lot at stake in this. Ugh, the butler had no authority to stop this. All he could do was vent his frustration. Ignoring the butler's angry outburst, Ghislaine applied makeup to Rosalind's face. Even as he placed the mask back on, she didn't react. She just lay there, breathing shallowly, her eyes vacant. As he looked down at her, Ghislaine spoke in a troubled voice. The treatment can't be stopped now. He had already rummaged through her insides thoroughly. If he stopped now, her condition would become worse than it was before the treatment began. Whether it succeeded or failed, he had no choice but to see it through to the end. Before the next treatment session, the butler, fuming with anger, went to find the Knight Commander. He's dangerous. He doesn't seem like the kind of man who would be easily captured if things go wrong. The rumors of him being a troublemaker weren't for nothing. I need to be thoroughly prepared before he causes an incident. The butler decided to make arrangements so that if a crisis did arise, they would be ready to subdue Ghislaine and his group immediately. Sir Tolio, do you have a moment? Oh, what brings you here? Tolio, the Knight Commander of the Marquis household, greeted the butler courteously. Even though his rank was higher, he couldn't afford to treat the Marquis of Brantford's trusted aide with disrespect. The butler, as usual, spoke with a stoic expression. I have something to discuss regarding the person currently treating the young lady. What is it you need to say? I believe we need to strengthen our preparations a bit more. Tolio responded with a look that seemed to ask what the issue was. Didn't we already station soldiers as a precaution in case the treatment fails? I'm afraid that may not be enough. We should bolster the estate's security and borrow a few knights. Isn't that going a bit overboard? The butler shook his head and began to explain the situation. When he heard that the young lady had coughed up blood, Tolio's expression grew serious. Even if Baron Fenris is a scoundrel, his subordinates are those who have just experienced and won a war. It was just a minor skirmish in the borderlands. Call it the intuition of this old man. Some of them seemed quite confident, and they weren't particularly intimidated by the Marquis authority. The butler issued his warning in a grave tone. They might just be ignorant northerners unfamiliar with this place, but very well. I'll make sure the estate is thoroughly surrounded so they can't escape. I'll also pick a few skilled men to keep a close eye on them. Thank you. I'll return to the young lady now. As the butler departed, Tolio quietly gestured with his hand. 4 knights, noticing the signal, naturally followed behind the butler. From that point on, the estate's security was significantly tightened. Not even an ant could escape. As Ghislaine was about to re-enter Rosalind's room, the butler returned, bringing knights with him. Seeing this, Ghislaine smirked and asked, Are you planning to interfere? If it gets dangerous, we will intervene immediately. If you disrupt the treatment, the young lady's life will be at risk. Make sure you judge carefully. The butler clenched his teeth. Interrupting the process while mana was being infused for treatment would be disastrous. In short, it meant that, for the time being, the young lady was as good as a hostage. Ghislaine entered the room without paying any attention to the butler's reaction. Rosalind was sitting on the bed, leaning back, not throwing a fit as usual. She was staring blankly into space, as if she was lost in thought, and Ghislaine spoke to her indifferently. "I will begin the treatment. You'll have to endure it well this time, too." Belinda and Wendy approached Rosalind, looking as if they were at death's door. Just as they were about to hold her down as usual, Rosalind finally opened her mouth. "Wait." The two stopped in their tracks and looked at Ghislaine as if asking what to do. Ghislaine gave a slight nod, signaling them to step back. "Is there something you wish to say? I have something I want to ask." "What is it?" "This treatment, I could die from it, right?" Ghislaine was silent for a moment before he quietly nodded. "Yes. If you can't endure it, you could die. It won't just end at being painful." As he spoke nonchalantly, the butlers and the knights' faces flushed with anger. How dare he? Here, of all places, he had begun a treatment that could lead to death without revealing the risks. "Don't think you can do as you please." The butler's lips twitched as he took a deep breath. In contrast, Rosalind simply nodded without a word. It was an absurd situation. She had refused the treatment because she didn't want to die, yet now they were saying it could still lead to death. Her father hadn't even bothered to ask her opinion before granting his permission, and the so-called doctor standing in front of her insisted on going through with it, even though she didn't want to. "But even if I don't undergo the treatment, I'll die anyway, right?" "That's correct. Your body will continue to weaken, and eventually you won't even be able to move." She let out a faint laugh at Ghislaine's response. "You sound like a swindler, so I can't trust you at all. Whether you believe it or not, it's the truth." Ghislaine had no intention of persuading her. No matter how much you tell someone they'll die in the future, they don't believe it. "I won't ask why you're going this far, risking even your family's life. After all, you want something from my father, so you're using my illness as a bargaining chip, right? I won't deny it. But can I endure this treatment? Earlier, I almost died. If you have the will, you can endure it." He didn't mean that she should simply rely on sheer mental strength. In her past life, she had endured this treatment, one that was cruder, more painful, and took much longer. She certainly had the potential to withstand it. The problem was that it hadn't manifested yet. With a self-mocking smile, Rosalind asked, "If I can't endure it, I'll die, right?" "With a very high probability. What if you put me under before starting the treatment?" "Then the likelihood of death is even higher." If the treatment were to proceed while she was unconscious, her breathing could stop suddenly. She absolutely had to be conscious, enduring it with her own will. Easier said than done. "How much time has passed?" "It has been 3 days. 3 days, only 3 days." It had been just 3 days, which meant she would have to endure this for over 10 more days. The mere thought was dreadful. "Then, before we begin, check if my body is in good condition. I still feel unwell inside. Are you really sure you can proceed with the treatment?" Ghislaine nodded and approached her. As usual, he pulled up a chair next to her and took her wrist. He closed his eyes and slowly channeled mana, carefully examining her body. Not bad. The emergency treatment seemed to have worked, and her condition had somewhat improved. It was bearable enough that, with sheer determination, she could grit her teeth and endure. The atmosphere is a little different than usual. Has she changed her mind, realizing there's no escaping this? It would be much better if she just gave up resisting and obediently followed along. The timing was a bit tight, but as long as Rosalind could endure, a full recovery wasn't impossible. "I hope today goes smoothly." No one else might realize it, but Ghislaine was completely drained each time he administered the treatment. The method was so demanding that it consumed an enormous amount of focus and mental strength. Just as Ghislaine was slowly retracting his mana and about to release her wrist, it happened. Rosalind slid her free right hand under the large pillow beside her. HM. Completely engrossed, Ghislaine had momentarily missed that movement, but he belatedly looked up. A gleaming dagger held by Rosalind swiftly aimed for his temple. "Young master, Lord Ghislaine." "Gah!" Belinda, Jillian, and even the nearby butler cried out in shock. Thunk. Ghislaine casually caught the dagger between his fingers and glanced at his subordinates. "What? Why, no, we meant be careful." "Oh, come on, do you think I'd fall victim to an attack like this?" Rosalind gritted her teeth and said, "You're making cosmetics, you can handle mana, you seem to know swordsmanship. You sure know how to do a lot for someone who claims to be a doctor." Ghislaine shrugged, feigning modesty. "I'm quite versatile." "This is your last warning. Stop this treatment. This isn't treatment, it's torture. Your illness must be treated this way." "Treatment? If you keep this up, I'll really die." The two stopped speaking, glaring at each other. The others around them were at a loss, unable to figure out how to intervene in the standoff. Looking into Rosalind's eyes, which were partially hidden behind her mask, Ghislaine thought this might actually be a good thing. There was a glint of murderous intent and madness flickering in her eyes. Ghislaine spoke, a strange smile forming on his lips. "The person who says she doesn't want to die always keeps a dagger by her bedside, I see. The truth is, you don't want to live like this, do you? You're thinking that you'd rather die than continue living in this state." Rosalind's lips twisted into a strange smirk. Her eyes still gleamed with a murderous light. Ghislaine's voice echoed through the room. "I'm sure you don't want to live like this forever, but at the same time you're scared of dying, aren't you? Well, you made the right choice. With such a half-hearted mindset, swinging a sword would only cut the surface, leaving you with nothing more than a scratch. You damn quack with a big mouth." The butler, who had been listening to the conversation from the side, flushed red with anger and snapped, "You're being excessive with your words." Ignoring him, Ghislaine continued, "Are you really that worried you might die? Enough, Baron. If you can't make the decision yourself, then I'll make it for you. If you're going to die anyway, you might as well die with a sliver of hope, receiving treatment until the end." Baron Fenris. The atmosphere had reached its breaking point. The butler and the knights radiated a menacing aura. Ghislaine's aides responded in kind, releasing their own intimidating presence as they began to face off. Just then, the Marquis of Brantford and Knight Commander Tolio pushed their way through the crowd. "Marquis." The butler lit up and bowed his head. He had previously gone to the Marquis of Brantford to recommend Ghislaine, admitting that it had been a mistake on his part. He also expressed that the treatment had to be stopped immediately, as the young lady's life might be in danger. It was for this reason that the Marquis of Brantford had come to see the situation for himself, arriving at the scheduled time for the treatment. He looked around with a neutral expression and asked, "What kind of scene is this? Are you conducting a witch hunt or something?" Rosalind's hair was disheveled, and her clothes were stained with blood. The bed was soaked with blood, so it was no surprise he thought so. "Father." Even at the sight of the Marquis of Brantford, Rosalind showed no sign of relief. He was the kind of person who went ahead with treatments without even asking for her opinion. Even if she was a member of a noble family who had to follow the head's orders, she could not suppress the fury boiling up inside her. "Did you come to watch your daughter cough up blood, or perhaps to check if the product you plan to marry off is still intact?" Her eyes glinted fiercely as she spoke, holding a dagger in her hand, causing everyone to gasp. "Milady, you shouldn't speak like that to the head of the family." The butler stammered in shock. To think that the once gentle and graceful young lady had become like this. Her illness had made her temperament sharper, but it seemed that it had worsened because of that man, Ghislaine. Hearing Rosalind's harsh words, the Marquis of Brantford frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice. As the butler said, "You don't look well. If it seems dangerous, I'll stop the treatment if that's what you want." At this shocking declaration, Rosalind was momentarily stunned, her expression going blank. Ghislaine discreetly bit the inside of his lip. He had only just managed to secure the antidote, and now they were talking about stopping the treatment. Considering how opposed Rosalind had been to the treatment, there was no way she would refuse that offer. Is this the end? Without her strong willpower, it would be impossible to endure the treatment. In her previous life, she had been strong enough to bear the fear of death and excruciating pain, but now she wasn't. "I'll have to find what I need elsewhere." There were a few things he had intended to ask of the Marquis of Brantford, but it was hopeless now. He would have to seek another opportunity or method. Just then, Rosalind, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "If I quit, what will happen to Baron Fenris?" The Marquis of Brantford answered with his usual expressionless face. "If you refuse, there will be no grounds to detain him. The justification lies with Baron Fenris, so he will simply return." The butler showed a hint of regret, while Ghislaine's aides looked relieved. A man of the Marquis's status wouldn't take back his own words, but Rosalind clutched her mask, letting out a hollow laugh as she muttered, "Whether it's this one or that one, they all act however they please. They tormented me and made me suffer, and now they just walk away." Her shoulders shook as if she was neither laughing nor crying. She lifted her head and looked directly at Ghislaine. I really can't stand you. The way you speak as if you know everything, the way you push forward as if only you're right." Ghislaine remained silent as he couldn't possibly reveal that he had regressed. I can't trust this sham treatment either. How can something that might kill a person be called treatment? It's already over. Even if you don't trust it, what meaning does it have now to say such things? At those words, Rosalind clenched her teeth and spat out her fury. Over. You and my father decided to start this without asking me, and now you end it at your whim. Do I look like a puppet that just follows orders to start and stop whenever you command? Huh, clang. She threw her dagger to the floor and looked straight at the Marquis of Brantford. I will continue the treatment. Milady, they said you could really die. The butler was startled by Rosalind's sudden shift in stance. The others were just as shocked. After all, she had been so adamantly against it. Why the sudden change? Ignoring their reactions, she continued. If the treatment fails, you won't let that quack off easily, right? I will decide how painful his death will be. The Marquis of Brantford, still expressionless, responded. As you wish. If I die during the treatment, tear him apart and kill him. So be it. Everyone swallowed dryly at the chilling declaration. Only Ghislaine bit his lip, trying to suppress a grin. Good, good. The venom's really seeped in, hasn't it? I almost forgot whose daughter you were. It was a delightful twist. By now, the thought of treatment had long been erased from Rosalind's mind. All that remained was the hatred and fury, determined to make Ghislaine suffer as painfully as possible, convinced that he would fail. But nothing steals the will to endure pain quite like such fierce resolve. Rosalind's eyes gleamed as she glared at Ghislaine. You said there are about 10 days left, right? I'll endure until then, and I'll make sure to kill you. Well, you'll need to stay alive until then to witness that moment, my lady. So, do you feel more determined to hold on now? You won't die an easy death, I promise you that. Ghislaine shrugged with a smile. If I fail, I'll gladly accept it. I do like that look in your eyes. Seeing his unflinching composure, Rosalind scoffed and spoke to the butler. Every time I undergo treatment, tie my arms and legs tightly to the bed with ropes. What? And prepare a gag for my mouth. Is it really necessary to go that far? Or would you prefer to have me thrashing around like a lunatic, restrained by those people during every session? If we're going to do this, we should do it properly. All right, I understand. The butler nodded, unable to hide his discomfort. Watching this exchange, Ghislaine couldn't help but be impressed. The venom runs deep. They say the child of a lion can only be a lion, and come to think of it, the emblem of the Marquis of Brantford's house is a lion, isn't it? Fitting. No matter how consumed by rage one might be, it's never easy to actually risk one's life, especially when there's an option to escape like now. But Rosalind had a will of steel. Once she set her mind to something, driven by such venom, she never backed down. She locked eyes with Ghislaine again. Let's see this through to the end. Her determination to kill Ghislaine once the treatment was over was clear. Of course, it wasn't the kind of look that would frighten Ghislaine. Very well. I'll do my best, so I hope you'll follow along, my lady. Now you can focus on the treatment with a clearer mind. He shrugged and smiled as if everything was proceeding as he hoped. Asterisk, 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 ugh. From that day on, Rosalind truly endured well, enough that he felt he owed her an apology for having underestimated her at the start. Her sheer willpower made the treatment somewhat smoother, but it didn't mean all the problems had been solved. Baron, could you please go a bit gentler? Baron, is there really no other way? Baron, the lady's condition seems to be getting worse. Damn it, this old man. The butler pestered Ghislaine every day, even though he already had enough on his plate trying to treat her with mana. It had been a week of this, and with his nerves frayed to the limit, Ghislaine finally snapped. Get out. Pardon. I said get out. I can't concentrate. The butler protested, flaring up. But we need to stay here to respond in case something happens suddenly. Just get out, before I lose my patience and throw everyone out. Ghislaine began to drop the pretense of politeness, letting his true nature show. The butler and knights resisted, insisting they couldn't leave, but Rosalind settled the matter swiftly. Everyone, just do as he says. It won't be fun if you use this as an excuse later. Even the attendants and Ghislaine's closest aides were chased out. Left alone in the room, the life-or-death treatment continued between him and Rosalind. Ugh, damn it, just a bit more. Rosalind coughed up blood almost every day, her insides churning violently. It couldn't compare to the hellish pain she endured, but Ghislaine, who was pushing his mental strength to its limit, wasn't in a normal state either. I have to force my way through, even if it's reckless. Her already fragile body was growing weaker as the treatment dragged on. and the method of unblocking each clogged point one by one was excruciatingly slow. As long as she doesn't die, right? Not dying also meant that even if she was brought to the brink of death, she would survive as long as she didn't actually die. If he failed to succeed within the time limit, both he and Rosalind would end up dead without completing the treatment. This is exhausting. Then again, when has anything ever been easy? Ghislaine let out a small chuckle, tilting his head side to side. I'll break through all at once. He found the area in the best condition and mercilessly tore through the blocked energy. Crack, crackle. Rosalind's mana road couldn't withstand the shock and burst apart. G-cha-cha-cha-ra-ra-ke. Her eyes rolled back as blood gushed out from her mouth, despite it being gagged. Yet she stubbornly endured. Ghislaine couldn't help but be impressed. A woman who couldn't even handle mana, enduring to this extent. All right, I'll give her that, she's got spirit. He began to manipulate his mana more boldly, ransacking through her body. Ugh, a treatment that put both their lives on the line. Ghislaine didn't hold back, relentlessly pushing her, and Rosalind clenched her teeth, determined to endure. As time passed, the two of them looked more and more haggard. And on the 15th day, as promised to the Marquis, Rosalind, by sheer stubbornness, survived. The moment Ghislaine withdrew his hands, she smiled with pure delight. You're as good as dead now. And then she immediately passed out. Ha! Ghislaine let out a sigh, wiping her face and putting the mask back on her. He sat down on a chair next to her, closed his eyes, and stayed up all night. The final day passed, and then bang! As soon as dawn broke, the Marquis of Brantford and his knights forcibly opened the door and barged in. The Marquis of Brantford frowned as he glanced around the dark room. What a mess! The mixed stench of mold and blood told him just how dire the situation had been. Rosalind, who lay on the bed, looked significantly thinner and in worse condition compared to 2 weeks ago. Open the window. Swoosh! The knights who had followed the Marquis opened the windows. To be cautious, they did not draw back the curtains. As the wind blew in, causing the curtains to flutter, several servants stood in front of the window, blocking any light from reaching Rosalind. Ghislaine sat in a corner of the room, arms crossed. He too had dark circles under his eyes, making it clear how exhausted he was. Young master, are you all right? My lord. Ghislaine's close aides hurriedly entered, fussing over him. My lady. Even the butler, who had been driven out, rushed in with a worried expression. Amidst the sudden commotion, Rosalind slowly opened her eyes and sat up. Ah, she let out a sigh without thinking. It was a complex sound, a mix of relief that it was finally over and the lingering effects of pain. Rosalind pointed directly at Ghislaine and spoke. Right away, arrest that bastard. Now that it was over, she could have him locked up. Her mind was filled with thoughts of repaying him for all the pain and humiliation she had endured. What are you doing? I said arrest him now. At Rosalind's outburst, the knights hesitated, glancing at the knight commander. Tolio silently gestured his command. The knights immediately blocked off any escape routes and began to surround the area. As the atmosphere grew tense, Ghislaine's aides, trying to maintain their composure, discreetly moved to encircle him and stay alert. Young master, what are you going to do now? Even as Belinda whispered urgently, Ghislaine only showed a weary expression, remaining silent. Claude quietly clicked his tongue, preparing for the worst-case scenario. If things go south, I'll have to take one of them as a hostage. But Tolio was not someone who had become the knight commander of the Marquis's household by mere chance. The knights were already prepared to act the moment Ghislaine's group made any suspicious moves, ready to spring toward Rosalind and the Marquis of Brantford. Just as the tension between the two sides reached its peak, the Marquis of Brantford spoke in a calm tone. Remove the mask. Rosalind scoffed and nodded her head. Of course, we need to see the result of this sham treatment for a proper justification, though the outcome is obvious. She roughly pulled off the mask and tossed it aside. Even with the window open, the thought of hiding her face no longer crossed her mind. After all the suffering she had been through, a little sunlight didn't matter anymore. Is that enough? Did you all see it? Now arrest him, quickly. Rosalind glared and shouted, but no one moved. Oh! She only let out a strange sound, as if in confusion or admiration. Rosalind raised her voice, full of anger. What is everyone doing right now? Are you saying you won't move unless it's my father's orders? Ah, my lady, my lady, my lady. The butler, with tears in his eyes, suddenly grabbed Rosalind's hand. As if that were a signal, the servants and knights in the room all began to gasp. She was dumbfounded by their unexpected reactions. Why? Why are you all why? Rosalind swallowed nervously. Suddenly, a realization flashed through her mind. Her heartbeat began to quicken. She looked around, then gestured to the servants blocking the window. The servants hesitated but carefully stepped aside. Sunlight seeped through the gap in the curtains, brightly illuminating Rosalind's cheek. She flinched at the warmth but soon realized she felt no pain and she touched her cheek. No, it can't be. Suppressing both anxiety and hope, she spoke with a strained, trembling voice. A mirror, get me a mirror. As if they had been waiting for those words, the servants hurriedly fetched a mirror. They brought it close so she could see her face clearly. Ah! It had been a long time since she last saw herself in a mirror. Her reflection felt unfamiliar. Her disheveled hair and clothes, stained with blood, made her look more like a woman from the slums than a lady of a noble family. But none of that mattered. With trembling hands, Rosalind touched her cheek. Her features were distinct and her skin had become clear. Though there were still faint red spots in a few places, they weren't significant enough to worry about. My face. She was standing in the sunlight, yet there were no adverse effects. Unable to believe what she was seeing, she kept staring at the mirror. The butler, still weeping, spoke in a shaky voice. My lady, you're completely healed. You're all better now. The treatment truly worked. He wiped away his tears and continued in his usual calm tone. Bring clothes for her to change into right away. At the butler's gesture, a few of the servants quickly left the room. Rosalind was at a loss for words. The treatment, which had felt like torture, had truly worked. This is a dream, right? Are you all playing a prank on me? She hadn't expected anything, which made the outcome all the more shocking. If this were a dream, it would be the cruelest nightmare she could imagine. Rosalind stammered as she looked at Ghislaine. This is a lie, right? Is this some kind of drug-induced hallucination? It's not that, Ghislaine said, approaching Rosalind with a playful smile. The treatment is complete. It must have been difficult, but you endured it well. You did a great job. At those words, Rosalind finally lowered her head. A single tear fell from her eyes. She clutched her chest. The pain she had been suppressing surged up as if it was bursting out. She had finally escaped this devilish illness. She could finally emerge from the darkness and see the light. Even though she tried not to cry, the flood of pent-up sorrow overwhelmed her and she couldn't help but shed tears. Ugh! My lady, the butler, watching Rosalind try to stifle her sobs, silently wept alongside her. Even the normally cold-hearted Marquis of Brantford remained silent for this moment. I think it would be best to give the lady some time to collect herself. Because of us, she can't even cry freely, can she? Belinda clicked her tongue and suggested. The butler nodded fervently in agreement. Why, yes, let's do that. Let's step out for a moment. Quickly, now. The people began to retreat, glancing cautiously at the Marquis of Brantford for his approval. The Marquis looked at Rosalind for a moment, then, without a word, turned and left the room. Come on, everyone, let's get out. The butler ushered everyone out of the room and they all departed the room. Once the door was closed, Rosalind's sobbing grew louder. See what I mean? I don't know if they lack empathy or just have no sense, Belinda muttered, clicking her tongue, but she quickly shut her mouth when she noticed the Marquis's gaze. He let out a scoff and looked at Ghislaine. So, you really did manage to treat her. I have to admit it's quite an impressive feat. Though he had effectively lost the bet, he didn't feel as bad as he thought he would. After all, his long-suffering daughter was cured and there was no way that could be a bad thing. Ghislaine merely shrugged his shoulders in response. The butler was the first to approach Ghislaine, bowing deeply. Thank you so much. The Baron's medical skills are truly the best in the kingdom. Please forgive us for any rudeness we showed you. Well, that's not quite true. At this rate, he'd end up being rumored as some sort of miracle healer. What if all the nobles came looking for him? Nah, no way. Though inwardly flustered, Ghislaine maintained a confident demeanor on the outside. His aides, seeing this, finally looked relieved. Belinda glanced at the Marquis's face and smirked. Look at that sulky expression. If he has any complaints, he should just speak up. With things going this way, even that fearsome Marquis wouldn't be able to treat them recklessly. Claude clicked his tongue inwardly. Although he was glad to have gotten through the crisis, he still couldn't understand what had happened this time either. It felt as if common sense had been paralyzed. Wow, it's amazing every time I see it. How does this actually succeed? He squinted, scanning Ghislaine from head to toe. No matter how I look at it, he seems like he only has half-baked knowledge. The bizarre things Ghislaine did or as if he had somehow managed to pluck out just the answers to the problem from somewhere. A strange phenomenon where he produced results without actually understanding the cause. Despite having seen it happen several times, Claude still couldn't grasp how it was possible. The Marquis of Brantford frowned as he observed the group of relaxed individuals around Ghislaine. "Tell Rosalind to come see me later. For now, summon the retainers. We'll finalize the deal with Baron Fenris." "Oh!" At the Marquis's words, those around him let out small exclamations. Finalizing the deal meant acknowledging Baron Fenris's contribution and agreeing to grant him what he wanted. Curious eyes turned to Ghislaine, wondering what he might ask for. Not long after, the main retainers of the Marquis's household gathered in the hall. The butler personally and politely escorted Ghislaine and his aides to the meeting. The Marquis of Brantford sat at the highest seat, resting his chin on his hand as he looked down at the group. "The outcome was quite remarkable. I thought it was just a bluff, but it seems you're more than just a loud-mouthed brat." The retainers who were listening looked up in surprise. Such a generous compliment was rare from the Marquis of Brantford. The method was unorthodox, but a promise is a promise. "Now, tell me what it is that you want." Everyone turned to Ghislaine with faces full of curiosity. When dealing with someone as powerful as the Marquis of Brantford, it was unlikely that what he wanted would be a small matter. Just how big was the reward he sought to go to such lengths? The hall was filled with tension and anticipation. Ghislaine quietly took a deep breath and raised his head. "It's not a particularly big request." The Marquis nodded indifferently. "Go ahead, don't hold back. Whatever it is you want, most things are within my power to grant." Ghislaine smiled slightly as if relieved and spoke. "Please become my guardian." "What?" The Marquis of Brantford was taken aback and asked again. And it wasn't just him. Everyone around him looked equally stunned, their mouths hanging open. The Marquis repeated his question to confirm. "Did you just say guardian?" "Yes." "You didn't misspeak, asking for a little support instead." "No, I didn't." "Huh." For once, the usually stoic face of the Marquis of Brantford was overtaken by bewilderment. Even the people around him were all staring at Ghislaine with similar expressions as their master. Only Belinda was looking at him with a proud gaze. "Wow, as expected of our young master." She had taught Ghislaine when he was younger that if you were given one, you should take two. But she never imagined he would go as far as to declare he'd leech off someone for life. And to say that to such a fearsome Marquis, no less. He really learned well, whoever taught him. Watching Ghislaine stand there, boldly making a request that would make anyone else shudder, the Marquis of Brantford let out a low hum. There was a world of difference between merely providing support and assuming the role of a guardian. Becoming his guardian would mean that no matter what kind of trouble Ghislaine caused in the future, the Marquis of Brantford would be responsible for handling it. He said he didn't want anything big, but it was clear he intended to keep extracting benefits whenever he needed them in the future. This boy wasn't just shameless, he was entirely on another level of shamelessness. This bold fellow came here fully prepared from the start. The Marquis of Brantford inwardly let out a faint laugh. He was almost impressed by Ghislaine's shamelessness. Under normal circumstances, if anyone had even hinted at such intention, he would have immediately lashed out. But the situation is different now. Tap, tap, tap. The Marquis of Brantford drummed his fingers on the armrest. Everyone present in the hall remained silent, waiting for his response. The Marquis of Brantford had never before offered to be anyone's patron. It was a risky move that could potentially cause the honor and authority he had built over the years to crumble in an instant. Watching the Marquis contemplate, Ghislaine inwardly clicked his tongue. Didn't he say he'd grant me anything I wanted? So why is he hesitating like this? With a slight smirk, Ghislaine muttered under his breath, while the Marquis of Brantford looked down at him with a detached expression. He's got quite the ambition. Becoming a patron will certainly bring a lot of headaches. The Marquis closed his eyes, sinking further into thought. However, among the young nobles I've seen lately, he is quite exceptional. He had heard reports that Ghislaine had made some contributions after the war, but he had thought it was just a favorable contrast to his former days of debauchery. However, after witnessing Ghislaine's peculiar behavior firsthand, the Marquis felt that those reports had, in fact, underestimated him. There are some bothersome aspects, but I suppose it wouldn't be a bad idea to support him. Given the success of his cosmetics venture, it was clear that Ghislaine would grow into a formidable power within a few years, one that no one could ignore. Moreover, Ghislaine's father, the Margrave of Ferdium, had already absorbed the territory of Diggold. With just a little more support, this could significantly benefit the royalist faction. After a period of deliberation, the Marquis of Brantford slowly nodded. Very well. Everyone in the hall was stunned by his unexpected answer. Despite the promises made, who would have thought he'd actually agree to such an outrageous request? Regardless of their shock, the Marquis of Brantford straightened up and spoke firmly. I declare before everyone present as witnesses, I, the Marquis of Brantford, will stand as the patron of Baron Ghislaine Fenris, and I will support him. The enemies of the Baron shall also be my enemies, and anyone dealing with him should remember that I stand behind him. With a sharp gaze, the Marquis asked one final question. You must also consider my honor in all your dealings. Do you agree? Yes, I will always act in a way that does not tarnish your honor, Marquis. Lowering his head, Ghislaine flashed a meaningful smile. It's done. Now that he had received the Marquis of Brantford's support, it was time to take care of the important matters he'd been putting off. There's no way someone like him would have agreed just because of a promise. He must have seen some advantage in joining hands with me. The Marquis of Brantford was a seasoned politician who had been through all sorts of ups and downs. If he truly hadn't wanted to accept Ghislaine, he was in a position to come up with any number of excuses to refuse. Yet, he deliberately chose to back him, which meant there had to be a reason. He's probably planning to use me as a leading figure for the royalist faction. There was a possibility that he intended to place Ghislaine directly against the Duke's faction. However, Ghislaine had already ended up at odds against them. Even if the Marquis planned to use him, there was no reason for Ghislaine to avoid it. In fact, it gave him a perfect excuse to openly seek help from the Marquis in the future. If the Marquis of Brantford openly supported Ghislaine, it would make it considerably difficult for the Duke of Delphine to interfere with the Ferdium territory. This buys me a little more time. Those bastards will be quite flustered, won't they? Heh, he wouldn't be able to hold out forever. In his previous life, the royalist faction had eventually been swallowed up by the Delphine Duchy. But for now, the Marquis of Brantford would be a reliable shield. The Marquis glanced around and spoke. Let it be known to all the retainers that from now on, whenever you deal with Baron Ghislaine Fenris, you must remember that I stand behind him. Butler, inform the royal family and the other noble houses of this fact. Yes, Marquis. The butler bowed his head as he responded. Ghislaine casually glanced around at the Marquis retainers nearby. Their faces displayed a range of negative emotions: shock, disbelief, and displeasure. As he carefully studied their expressions, a grin spread across Ghislaine's face. Looking forward to your support, but judging by your expressions, it seems like you're not quite happy with me. Before he could finish speaking, the retainers bowed their heads in unison. Oh, you don't even want to make eye contact with me? Ghislaine asked playfully, and the retainers, now pale, quickly raised their heads again. So, that wasn't it. I thought all of you might dislike me. No, of course not. The retainers forced awkward smiles, hiding their dissatisfaction. It was quite a sight, seeing people who used to hold their heads high even in front of the capital's nobility just because they served the Marquis, now reduced to this. Ghislaine, satisfied, smiled and arrogantly nodded his head. The Marquis of Brantford saw this and couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. What an interesting fellow. He had never seen someone so shamelessly blunt in his entire life. Still, if he's got that kind of boldness, he'll be worth supporting. If he was going so far as to request a patron, it meant he had a lot of expectations from him. As they were about to discuss that matter, a soldier guarding the door spoke in a trembling voice. The lady has arrived. The Marquis of Brantford raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Didn't I tell her to come later? I did convey your message, the butler replied, looking flustered. Well, since she's already here, there's no need to send her back. Let her in. Creak. The soldier carefully opened the hall door. Standing at the entrance was Rosalind, dressed elegantly in a refined gown, her chin held high with an air of dignity. Ghislaine slowly turned to look. Whether she had applied makeup recently, Rosalind's face was clean without a hint of redness. Her cold gaze and tightly pressed lips conveyed a strong-willed personality. That demeanor was strikingly similar to that of the Marquis of Brantford. Tap, tap. Rosalind gracefully stepped into the hall. The butler, delighted, hurried forward to greet her. "Oh, my lady, you're already up and about. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's been a while since I've seen you so dressed up with makeup on as well. You look truly beautiful. Why are you saying such embarrassing things?" "No, thank you. You've been through a lot." With a faint smile, Rosalind briefly replied, and then offered a respectful greeting to the Marquis of Brantford. "Father, I was so caught up earlier that I couldn't greet you properly. Have you finished your conversation with Baron Fenris?" "Yes. As a reward for treating you, I've decided to become that lad's patron." At those words, Rosalind's eyes widened as she turned to look at Ghislaine. He was the first person ever to have managed to secure such a reward from her father. He really is no ordinary man. With a subtle smile, she approached Ghislaine. As Rosalind drew closer, Ghislaine's expression grew suspicious. That enigmatic smile was unnerving. "It's strange that she's not reacting like usual. She doesn't look like she's here to offer her gratitude, so what's she thinking?" Ghislaine suddenly recalled the words she had gritted out during her treatment. "You quack bastard. I'm going to kill you no matter what. You will not die peacefully. I guarantee it." She seemed pretty serious back then. Surely she's not really planning to attack me, right? Even without the power of her father, the Marquis of Brantford, Rosalind's influence was formidable. Now that she had regained her vigor, if she still harbored a grudge against Ghislaine, it could become quite a nuisance. It was a world where there were plenty of lunatics who would kill their benefactors simply because their pride had been wounded. Besides, Ghislaine himself was known for his fiery temper, often going beyond the level of insults she'd thrown at him. Well, I'll allow her to slap me once at least. Thinking back, she was still a nobleman's young lady, and I might have been too harsh. While it wasn't in my nature to care about such things, it was probably different for her. But even so, it was all for the sake of treatment. Besides, the mood was okay in the end. Right. Everyone remained tense and silent as Rosalind began to move. In an instant, Rosalind took control of the atmosphere and looked at Ghislaine as she spoke. "Baron." She paused for a moment, then placed her hand on her chest and slowly bowed her head. "Thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to free myself from the illness that had been binding me like a curse." Everyone watching was stunned by her sudden expression of gratitude. The lady is actually being kind. Ghislaine also pulled his head back slightly, wearing a somewhat uncomfortable expression. Why is she acting so out of character? Rosalind raised her head and looked around, her face appearing pure and innocent. "Oh my, why is everyone looking at me like that? Is something wrong? Ah, I suppose it's been a while since you've seen my face. Oh dear, this is so embarrassing." With a brazen attitude, as if she truly didn't understand anything, people could only blink in confusion. Unable to hold back, Ghislaine cautiously asked, testing the waters. Are you really okay?" "Pardon, what do you mean? Just yesterday you said you wouldn't let me off the hook. When did I ever? I don't say such harsh things. You even said you'd definitely kill me. Oh my, it seems like the treatment was really tough on you. I think you might have been hearing things." Rosalind turned to the maid who had followed behind her and asked, "Did I ever say anything like that?" The maid responded with a blank, expressionless face, not even blinking. "No, you did not. See." Ghislaine's mouth hung open in disbelief. The image of her trying to stab my head with a dagger is still fresh in my mind, and yet she's denying it like this. Is this her new way of tormenting me? He spoke in a voice full of indignation. "No, you called me a quack and said you'd tear me to pieces." Swoosh! Before he could finish speaking, Rosalind snapped open her fan, covering her face. With the fan hiding her twisted lips, she looked at him with only her eyes visible and said, "Oh dear, I never said that, did I? Why do you keep saying things that would make people misunderstand? Even if you're my benefactor, you shouldn't tarnish a lady's honor like that." Her tone was gentle, but a terrifying menace flashed in her eyes. Seeing those blazing eyes, Ghislaine forced an awkward smile and replied, "All right, I must have heard wrong. I understand you want to act like it never happened, but does that even make sense? I doubt that is all." Swish! Satisfied with his response, Rosalind closed her fan and spoke kindly. "If I acted rudely during the treatment, I ask for your forgiveness. It's fine. The pain must have been intense, but the fact that you endured it to the end is commendable." He had to acknowledge her for enduring a treatment that even most sturdy men couldn't withstand. Rosalind seemed pleased with his answer, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. "I will repay the favor of your treatment. I'll use all of my abilities if I have to. If there's anything you need, please let me know." "No, there's nothing." Ghislaine refused without hesitation. Rosalind, slightly flustered by the unexpected response, continued speaking. "If I just let this go without giving anything in return, I'd lose face. Please feel free to state whatever you want." "Really, it's fine. It's more than enough for me that you've recovered, my lady. To be honest, I didn't want to get more entangled with this frightening woman. The treatment was over, so there was no reason to see her again. Anything I needed could be obtained from the Marquis of Brantford, who was now my guardian." However, Rosalind pretended not to hear what I said, and then, as if a great idea had come to her, she spoke up. "Even if my father has already offered you something, I'm still the one who received your kindness. Ah, in that case, I'll become your personal patron, Baron Fenris, from now on." The retainers were startled by her words. Despite having lived in seclusion due to her illness, Rosalind had continued to manage the organization she had previously supported. If she were to leverage the personnel and resources connected to those groups, she could cripple half of the capital's economy in an instant. If the young lady takes action, it won't be just the Marquis, but even her maternal family that will back her up. Rosalind's mother, the Marchioness of Brantford, was currently separated from the Marquis. Her father was the kingdom's chancellor, and her brothers were an administrative officer for the royal family and the chief justice of the capital. Because she had grown up in such an extraordinary family, the Marchioness of Brantford couldn't bear the cold-hearted nature of her husband. Still, since their marriage was a politically arranged union, a divorce was out of the question. As a result, the Marchioness had no choice but to stay at her family's residence. Nevertheless, she made sure to send Rosalind good medicine from time to time, and they frequently exchanged letters. The Chancellor, Rosalind's maternal grandfather, also doted on his granddaughter immensely. If Rosalind became a patron, it meant that assistance could also be expected from her maternal family, an incredibly significant development. How about it? Wouldn't this be a suitable reward? Rosalind, with a triumphant expression, was once again met with a polite refusal from me. "I appreciate the offer, but I must decline." I was aware of her powerful background, but I didn't think I needed it. After all, the Marquis of Brantford would provide all the help I needed in the future, so what was the point of having Rosalind's support? Accepting it would certainly bring in some money, but getting involved with Rosalind would clearly lead to complications. I intended to draw a line here. Rosalind, seemingly eager to repay me, looked at me with a disappointed expression. "Don't you have many plans lined up? I can help you." "Really, it's Finn, swish." Before I could even finish refusing, the fan snapped open again. Hugo, taking a moment to suppress her rising anger, she let out a deep breath. Once more she spoke with only her eyes showing. "You're going to accept, right?" A chilling sense of menace radiated through my entire body. I sighed inwardly. I had tried to avoid getting entangled with her because it would be troublesome, but it seemed like continuing to refuse would only make things worse. It looked like I was already caught up in this. "Thank you." The truth was, I had dragged her along and forced her to undergo treatment, even at the cost of insulting her. So, politely refusing her offer seemed like the right thing to do. Well, there might come a time when I need her help. It's never a bad thing to have more options. "He, you won't be disappointed." Snap! The fan closed, revealing her gentle smile once again. I couldn't help but wonder what kind of expression she had been hiding behind that fan. The retainers could only swallow nervously and remain silent. They wanted to protest, but Rosalind was frightening in a different way than the Marquis of Brantford, so no one dared to speak up. At that moment, one of the retainers whispered quietly to the person next to him. "Was the young lady always like this? It feels like she's changed too much for it to be just because she recovered from her illness." "SHH." The other retainer, startled, quickly turned his head away before the comment was finished. The clueless retainer then sensed an ominous feeling and slowly turned his gaze. His eyes met with Rosalind, who was staring at him with a terrifyingly cold look. She was fiddling with the dagger strapped to her waist, the same dagger that had almost pierced my head. Ah, I'm screwed. It wasn't that her personality improved. She was just pretending to be kind in front of Baron Fenris. The retainer quickly lowered his head, breaking into a cold sweat. He might soon find himself retiring, involuntarily. As I awkwardly watched her threatening figure from behind, I cautiously called out, "Excuse me, my lady." "Yes, Baron." Rosalind turned to face me with a radiant, angelic smile. It felt like I had swallowed a lump of coal. I could barely breathe. I knew it wasn't her true nature, yet she kept putting on this kind and cheerful facade that didn't suit her at all. I can't see through it. I have no idea what her real expression is. "Is something wrong, Baron?" Her sparkling eyes felt overwhelming. I averted my gaze, mumbling awkwardly, "No, it's nothing." Rosalind smiled warmly, as if she completely understood my thoughts. Observing the exchange, the Marquis of Brantford spoke in a disinterested tone. "It seems like the thank yous are all done. Well, from the way you barged in without hesitation from the start, I assume you have something you want to ask of me as your guardian." I nodded without resistance. Finally, I could address the most pressing issue at the Fenris estate. "There is something I would like your assistance with, Marquis. If you've come to me, it must not be an easy matter." "Yes, but for you, Marquis, it won't be that difficult." It was something only someone with the highest level of authority in the kingdom could manage. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to seek help. The Marquis of Brantford lifted one corner of his mouth into a slight smile. "I'm curious to hear what else you'll ask for." "Very well, tell me what you want." I smiled in satisfaction. If nothing else, I appreciated this kind of straightforwardness. There was no need to drag things out with lengthy explanations. If it's a sensitive matter, we can move to a more private location. "It doesn't matter. Everyone will find out eventually." Everyone held their breath, quietly watching me. The purpose of requesting a guardian was obvious. It meant I had more than just one or two things I wanted. The first request would undoubtedly be the most important and urgent matter. As the Marquis retainers, who would likely be the ones to handle it, they couldn't help but be curious about what I was planning. Without a moment's hesitation, I gave my answer. Since last night, after finishing the treatment, I had thought long and hard about what to request from the Marquis. I need more people. The biggest problem facing the Fenris estate right now was a shortage of manpower. If the Marquis hadn't accepted the position of guardian, I would have asked him to address this issue instead. The Marquis of Brantford tilted his head and asked, "You need people. The Fenris estate was little more than wasteland before I took over." "I'm aware of that. I've started various projects to develop the estate, but there's a lack of people to actually do the work. I understand how you feel, but increasing the population isn't something that can be done just because one wants it. Not even a king could simply create new people." But I shook my head, as if to say there was a way, and continued. "Transfer some of the people from the royal domain to our estate." The Marquis furrowed his brow at those words. The Marquis retainers also began to murmur among themselves. Of all places, I was asking for subjects from the royal domain. One of the retainers, with a displeased expression, spoke up. The royal family would never allow that. Even as a guardian, making such an unreasonable request from the outset was unheard of. Expressions of ridicule and scorn began to appear on the retainers' faces. Rosalind, who had been quietly observing from the side, also had a look of intrigue in her eyes. "That's quite a big request for a favor. Labor, taxes, and even military strength, all of it comes from the people living on that land. Population is essentially the source of an estate lord's power, who would willingly share their power without expecting anything in return. Moreover, the royal family was focusing its efforts on keeping the Delphine Duchy in check. They would never allow something that would diminish their influence. However, I ignored the murmurs around me, maintaining a confident expression. I was certain the Marquis would grant my request. The Marquis of Brantford, who had been quietly observing me, asked with a puzzled look, "Even as your guardian, there are requests I can grant and those I can't. You're asking for a share of the royal assets. Do you truly think that's possible?" "Yes, I do." "And why is that? If you're going to support me, isn't it better to do so decisively? Make me the representative of the North. No one else. Honestly, the candidates you're considering right now don't quite satisfy you, do they?" "Ha ha ha." The Marquis of Brantford suddenly burst into laughter. Both his daughter, Rosalind, and his lifelong retainers were taken aback by this. They had rarely, if ever, seen the Marquis laugh so heartily. To think that the usually stoic and cold-hearted Marquis would laugh like this. The situation was all the more perplexing because no one could understand why he was laughing. After laughing his fill, the Marquis of Brantford fixed me with a sharp gaze. "How on earth did you figure that out? Did you plan a spy?" "I merely thought it over and made some predictions. I was certain I was right after seeing your reaction just now." The Marquis raised his hand as if to dismiss everyone except his closest aides, but hesitated. It had been a secret operation, but all the preparations were already complete. Once things started to move in earnest, everyone would find out sooner or later. Even Ghislaine, who had been living at the borders until now, seemed to have an inkling of the truth, so there was no longer any point in keeping it hidden. No, if that guy managed to catch on to it, how is it that those living in the capital haven't figured it out yet? The Marquis of Brantford scanned his retainers with a look of disapproval and clicked his tongue. Then in a low voice he asked me, "All right, which estate do you think I have in mind?" "The Brivant estate where the Crimson Flame Tower is located, correct. And why do you think that? The North also has great lords like Raypold and Desmond. Raypold is arrogant and Desmond is suspicious. The rest are either corrupt lords or paupers. None of them would have met your standards, Marquis." The Marquis looked at me with a newfound interest. "So you believe Brivant is worth supporting?" "The Count of Brivant is close to the Royalist faction, and with the tower, it has a strategic advantage in defense. The tower also brings in a good amount of income, so the estate is quite prosperous," I explained calmly. The Marquis curled one corner of his mouth and asked, "Knowing all this, you're still asking me to back you instead?" The Marquis of Brantford narrowed his eyes, as if trying to discern the truth, and scrutinized Ghislaine. Ghislaine, too, confidently lifted his head and met the Marquis' gaze head-on. "Don't back a worthless fool and get yourself stripped off of everything. Hand over everything you've prepared to me." Ever since the Delphine Duchy had started extending its influence everywhere, the Royalist faction had been scrambling to strengthen their own presence in the northern regions. After a considerable amount of deliberation, they had carefully selected Brivant Estate as the place to focus their efforts. The place itself is fine, but the problem is it's already dancing in the palm of the Delphine Duchy. Even in his previous life, the royal family and the Royalist faction had poured an immense amount of resources into the Brivant Estate. They had even gone so far as to transfer the population from the royal demesne. However, the Duke of Delphine had long predicted that the Royalist faction would make such a move. He had meticulously worked to weaken the Crimson Flame Tower to diminish the power of the Royalist faction in the long run. The tower is still breathing because I supplied them with runestones. But when the entire estate has already been taken over, what good will the tower do? Most of the vassals and retainers of Brivant Estate had already been swayed by the Duke's influence. In this situation, no matter how much support was provided to Brivant Estate, it would be like pouring water into a bottomless pit. But what if the Royalist faction were to back Ghislaine instead? The time and money the Delphine Duchy had spent would become utterly meaningless. It would be as if all their efforts had been in vain. Don't think about nurturing someone slowly over time. Give everything you've been preparing to me. Fighting on your behalf is my specialty. As he looked at the confident Ghislaine, the Marquis of Brantford's mind churned with complex thoughts. The Count of Brivant was kind, but lazy and timid. In the Marquis' eyes, he was nothing more than a parasite, relying on the taxes and technology of the tower. But this guy, he had thought Ghislaine was merely looking for a patron to make things easier for himself by leveraging some power. But now it was clear that Ghislaine had thought even further. He had accounted for the fact that the Marquis was the head of the Royalist faction. There might be some noise, but it wasn't difficult to change the recipient of their support to Ghislaine, even now. There was a justification. He would be a talent backed by the leader of the Royalist faction. In any case, it wasn't as if the Royalist faction had chosen Brivant Estate out of particular fondness. The other northern estates were in even worse shape, leaving them with little choice but to settle on Brivant. "So that's why you've thrown yourself into this, even at the risk of your life." He was starting to like this guy more and more. He was far better than the lazy Count of Brivant. If they were going to throw their support behind someone, it was right to support someone like this. However, regardless of how much he liked him, The Marquis couldn't make decisions that would move the entire faction on his own whim. Moreover, the potential risks could not be ignored. If this guy is actually a pawn of the duchy, it would be dangerous. If they were to pour all the royalist faction's resources into nurturing someone who turned out to be a spy, it would only end up strengthening the Delphine duchy. I understand what you're saying, but it's too risky to trust and support you. Ghislaine responded bluntly. Can you trust Count Brivant? I've conducted thorough investigations on the Count, and you're well aware of me too, aren't you? It's clear that you're very different from the usual evaluations. The main reason the Marquis couldn't trust Ghislaine was precisely this. He couldn't understand why Ghislaine had been hiding his true self. Ugh, should I just blurt out that I'm from the future? Suppressing his frustration, Ghislaine spoke calmly. If you can't trust me, how about trusting my father instead? I'm the heir and vassal of Ferdium. HM. The Marquis stroked his chin, sinking into deep thought. Indeed, Count Ferdium was someone he could trust. For many years he had quietly defended the borders and remained loyal to the royal family. Some nobles within the royalist faction had even suggested that they should invest in the responsible man rather than the lazy Count of Brivant. The only reason he had been taken off the list of candidates was because the Ferdium estate was so impoverished that supporting it seemed meaningless. This is absurd. To think that I'm considering moving the entire faction because of one guy. The Marquis of Brantford chuckled inwardly. The idea of deliberating over such an absurd option seemed laughable to him, but what was even more absurd was something else entirely. He was actually tempted by the outlandish option this guy had presented. As he pondered, Ghislaine spoke up once more. You must have heard reports about the war between Ferdium and Diggold. Why are you suddenly bringing that up? You seem rather uneasy. That war. It seems that someone was moving Diggold from behind the scenes. I don't have any evidence to show you, but I believe Count Desmond provided them with military support. He did have evidence. The knight from Desmond, whom they had captured back then, was still under Ghislaine's control. However, he couldn't reveal that person publicly just yet. There was a specific use he had in mind for him later. Still, even the circumstantial suspicion would be enough to convince the Marquis. That means Count Desmond is a suspicious character. We may very well have the same enemy. In any case, news that Ghislaine had aligned with the royalist faction would spread soon enough. Thus, there was no need to hide the fact that he was at odds with the Duke of Delphine. The Marquis of Brantford gestured to his butler. Bring me the documents regarding the war in Ferdium. The Marquis meticulously reviewed the materials the butler brought over. There was nothing particularly unusual. It was a typical territorial skirmish of moderate scale, the kind that frequently happened in the northern regions. There was just one suspicious detail. The scale of the forces sent from Diggold was larger than we had anticipated. It had been reported that this was due to excessive conscription and the heavy hiring of mercenaries, but the report's author had added a personal note suggesting there were suspicious movements from Desmond. If Count Desmond had indeed assisted Diggold, it would fit the puzzle perfectly. The royalist faction was already suspicious that Count Desmond might have sided with the duchy. The Marquis of Brantford closed his eyes again, deep in thought. Everyone else remained silent, tense with anticipation. Claude, in particular, bit his lip, unable to hide his anxiety. The biggest issue we couldn't resolve with our own power was the population problem. If the Marquis of Brantford would just lend a hand, we could solve the issue in a matter of years, an issue that would otherwise take decades to solve. It's an incredible opportunity. Even after bringing down the mountain villagers, they were still short of workers. No matter how much money they earned, the population issue couldn't be easily addressed. Most are serfs, so unless they run away, they can't come to our estate. Even though there were rumors that Fenris estate was a good place to live, unless they were granted the status of free citizens, they couldn't move freely. It was also difficult to reclaim the estate citizens who had previously fled from Fenris estate. Neighboring lords kept making excuses, refusing to return them. Just how did he manage to get such information, especially when he's been stuck within the estate all this time? Claude looked at Ghislaine as if seeing something unfamiliar. The Marquis of Brantford, who had been deep in thought for a long while, finally opened his eyes and asked, "Do you have any other requests?" "Yes. Ferdium has not long recovered from the war. No matter how much money we make, it will take some time to stabilize the estate. And I ask that you grant a 3-year deferment on tax payments for Ferdium and its vassals." The retainers furrowed their brows and began murmuring among themselves. To think he would ask for a deferment on taxes while raking in money like a glutton. No matter how powerful a grand lord might be, none would claim they couldn't pay their taxes. If they didn't, they would face criticism from many nobles and officials. More than just a matter of reputation, the royal family certainly wouldn't stand by idly. It would mean making enemies just to save a bit of money. He doesn't seem like someone who'd ask out of mere greed. The Marquis clicked his tongue inwardly, unable to discern Ghislaine's intentions. Up until now, Ghislaine hadn't come across as foolish, but the Marquis hadn't spent enough time with him to guess what he was aiming for. However, Claude, who had been outwitted by Ghislaine on multiple occasions, instinctively sensed a more complicated future ahead and wore a grim expression. Not paying taxes. Ghislaine wasn't the type to save money in such a way. This clearly meant he had a plan that required a significant amount of funds, enough that he needed to conserve even the money meant for taxes. "Sigh, I'm going to die from exhaustion again. We just need to sell the cosmetics now, so why does he keep stirring up more trouble? Why can't I, Claude, ever be happy?" The Marquis of Brantford chuckled at the sight of Claude, whose face was turning pale with dread. Seeing his subordinate react so strongly, he guessed that Ghislaine's request might not be for a trivial reason. At this point, he became curious about just how far this young man intended to go. "Do you need anything else? For now, this should be enough. If your lordship grants my earlier requests, the rest of the issues will be resolved on their own." If he had to name one thing he needed, it would be to fend off the criticisms from the other nobles. Receiving estate citizens from the royal demesne and deferring tax payments were both reasons that could provoke complaints from other aristocrats. But if the Marquis of Brantford backed him, no one would dare utter a word of dissent. That's why Ghislaine didn't even need to ask for his protection. The Marquis understood the implication behind Ghislaine's words and smirked. "So, you had no choice but to come to me." Convincing the royal family and the royalist nobles to change their supported estate, deferring tax payments, and serving as a shield against attacks from other nobles. There was practically no one else who could do all that. It was clear that Ghislaine planned to use the pretext of needing a patron to seek further assistance in the future. He's got guts, that's for sure. Whether it was a Grand Lord's position or even greater power, it was evident he intended to use the Marquis for something. Even if it hadn't been about Rosalind, Ghislaine would have found some other extraordinary way to come to him. The Marquis was certain this young man would do exactly that. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Since things had come this far, it seemed wise to solidify their relationship a bit more. "I hear you have a younger sister." "Yes. How would you feel about arranging a marriage with a prominent noble family from the royalist faction? It would be fine to establish a connection with our house. If you're agreeable, I'll find an appropriate match from a collateral branch." Everyone who heard this was stunned. The aloof and calculating Marquis of Brantford was offering to play matchmaker himself. For a small, struggling family like Ferdium, it was an incredibly prestigious offer that would be difficult to refuse. Everyone assumed Ghislaine would accept it without hesitation. But Ghislaine, without answering, bowed his head and rubbed his forehead. To think he'd make such an offer. This was essentially a way of taking his sister as a hostage. After chuckling and shaking his shoulders, he lifted his head and spoke. "I appreciate the offer, but I must decline." The pleasant atmosphere quickly sank. The Marquis's retainers did not bother to hide their displeasure. It was plain on their faces. How arrogant. Just because he made a bit of money, he acts like nothing else matters. Why did you choose to become the patron of such a person? However, unlike his retainers, the Marquis of Brantford did not seem particularly displeased. Instead, he asked with a hint of curiosity. "I don't understand. This shouldn't be a bad proposal for you either. It would earn my trust and be beneficial to your family, wouldn't it?" Ghislaine shook his head. During his days as the King of Mercenaries, he had lamented countless times over his failure to protect his family and those dear to him. After returning, his goal was singular: to protect his family, his estate, and his people. But selling out his family just to obtain what he needed at the moment would be contradictory. I have no intention of selling out my family to get what I want. However, those who didn't know what Ghislaine was thinking could only look at him in disbelief. Marriage for political advantage was a given in this era. It was the easiest and most reliable way to strengthen a family's power. The Marquis's proposal was an opportunity so great that a struggling family like Ferdium could hardly even dream of it. They should have accepted it when it was offered. And yet here was the family's heir, spouting such naive thoughts. Was he still too young to understand how the world worked? The Marquis of Brantford, with an amused smirk, asked again. Marriage is decided by the head of the family, not by the individual. What do you think would happen if I were to send a letter to Count Ferdium right now? I doubt your father would refuse. If my sister doesn't want it, I'll stop it, even if your father permits it. Yes, even if it means you won't get what you want. I'll just find another way. His answer was so confident, so full of conviction. He dares to say he'll defy the head of the family's orders. The Marquis's retainers all looked at Ghislaine as if he were out of his mind, except for one person, Rosalind. So there are people who think like that. It was an offer that any noble would have found difficult to resist, yet he had rejected it so easily. He's an idiot, but he's impressive. Turning down such a golden opportunity was undeniably foolish. Her head understood that, yet his confidence was enviable and impressive. No matter how much money one had or how capable one was, there were barriers that could not be overcome. Even Rosalind couldn't get past such barriers. But Ghislaine didn't seem to care about any of that. His bold response had stirred something deep within Rosalind. The Marquis of Brantford quietly watched Ghislaine before speaking. You're really not like a typical noble. I hear that quite often. All right, I've heard your convictions. The Marquis of Brantford spoke in a low voice. If you dislike it that much, there's nothing I can do. But if you ever change your mind, let me know at any time. Yes, well, understood. Then about the request I made. What a shameless guy. The Marquis shook his head. As annoying as his attitude was, he was definitely different from the people of the Delphine Duchy. This made him worth trusting. If there were even the slightest hint of suspicion, he could simply cut off support and crush them with military force. I'll grant your request. The Marquis's words shocked the retainers. They hadn't expected him to actually agree to such an absurd request. But Ghislaine, as if he had anticipated this, just smiled and nodded. The Marquis of Brantford continued, his expression turning cold. Don't forget, the world you're stepping into now is different from what you've known. A single mistake could devastate your estate and cost you your life. Not just yours, but your family's as well. At the sharp warning, Ghislaine lowered his head slightly. I will keep that in mind. Officially, the support will be directed to Ferdium, as your father is the head of the family. Understood. It's a plan that involves pouring in the royal army's resources. I'm placing my trust in you to see this through, so don't let me down. As long as Raypold and Ferdium could hold their ground, they could keep the power of the duchy in check in the north. It was a strategy focused more on defense, but with the royal faction gradually losing ground to the duchy, it was difficult to adopt an offensive approach. The Marquis of Brantford continued without hesitation. I'll redirect the support initially planned for the Brivant estate to Ferdium. First, we'll handle military supplies and food. The residents of the Royal Demesne will be relocated in phases over time. Thank you. Judging by the way you're talking, it seems the numbers from the Royal Demesne alone won't be enough. I'll also talk to the lords to see if they can provide additional residents. Keep that in mind. Ghislaine smiled. It was a much better outcome than he had anticipated. But the one who was most delighted wasn't Ghislaine. It was Belinda. This is really great news. For her, Ferdium was like a home of the heart. She had developed a deep affection for the place after coming there with Ghislaine's mother and had been staying there ever since. How did our young master manage to pull this off? I'm glad I didn't try to stop him. The heart can be so fickle. Before, she had been willing to beat some sense into Ghislaine to stop him, but now that things were working out, she was relieved that she hadn't interfered. The Marquis of Brantford continued. We're looking at a timeline of about 5 years for the population relocation. That's relatively fast considering the scale, but it still won't meet the numbers you want right away. At least several tens of thousands of people would need to be relocated. There was a need for time to select and organize those who would be migrating. Ghislaine had anticipated as much, so he immediately brought up the proposal he had prepared. Then I'd like to purchase slaves in bulk, not just from the capital but from other regions as well. Slaves. The Marquis of Brantford nodded. If one had the means to buy them, using slaves could be a better way to compensate for the shortage of labor. The fact that Ghislaine was specifically asking him for help was likely because it would be difficult to visit all the slave traders individually. Very well, I'll send official notices to the slave traders in each region. Since the goal is to increase the population of your estate, we can look for entire households. Thank you, but since you're helping, could you also procure some special slaves for me? Special slaves? Yes, I'd like to buy as many elf and dwarf slaves as possible. Up until now, the Marquis of Brantford had readily accepted any request, but he hesitated to respond to this one. Elf and dwarf slaves weren't something one could simply acquire just because they wanted to. They were subjects of special management, and it was difficult to obtain them unless you were a high-ranking noble or the royal family. Even if they could be acquired, their numbers were extremely limited, making them extraordinarily expensive. The cost of a single non-human slave could be equivalent to purchasing more than 100 ordinary human slaves. You have quite the demands. High-ranking nobles struggle to get even a few of those non-human slaves, and you want to acquire them in bulk. Yes, it's not easy to find sellers. It would be cheaper to buy slaves trained in advanced skills instead. I'm planning to use that method as well, but wouldn't it be beneficial to have more non-human slaves too? Elves and dwarves had qualities that, due to their racial traits, surpassed those of humans. Ghislaine had already thought of various ways to utilize them. If he couldn't increase the quantity, then why not improve the quality? Of course, this was only feasible if one could afford the cost. The Marquis of Brantford pointed out precisely this issue. Do you have the money for that? I've heard you've made some money recently, but it won't be enough to get as many as you'd like. Ghislaine responded as if to assure him not to worry. To be honest, it's hard for me to secure that much cash immediately, but I do have a method. And what might that be? With a sparkle in his eyes, Ghislaine confidently looked at the Marquis of Brantford. Please act as my guarantor. Denied. The Marquis of Brantford cut him off with a swift refusal before Ghislaine could even finish his sentence. The others who had been listening nearby showed expressions of disbelief. Rosalind, in particular, was once again deeply shocked. It was impressive enough that he carried out such grand schemes without batting an eye, but the fact that he intended to do it using someone else's credit was especially bold. He's such a fool, but he's cool. As the room fell into silence, Belinda tugged on Ghislaine's sleeve again. Damn it. This is driving me crazy. The other requests are already overwhelming, but why are you doing this? She immediately regretted not stopping him earlier. This should have ended at the first verse, but he seemed intent on going on for who knew how many more. Ghislaine brushed off Belinda's hand and spoke again. The amount is large, so I understand your concern, but there's no need to worry. I can pay it all back. The Marquis of Brantford was at a loss for words. People who asked for someone to act as their guarantor always said things like that. He had never met one who didn't. Is it really not possible? Ghislaine asked again, his eyes sparkling, wearing an innocent expression. The Marquis of Brantford couldn't help but chuckle. Even if he had agreed to be Ghislaine's patron, it felt like the man was asking him to follow him to the ends of hell. Asking for a guarantee now of all things. This guy was truly something else. I refuse. Don't ask me again. Oh, come on. Ghislaine clicked his tongue in disappointment at the cold, firm tone. As expected, this isn't going to work. He had tried to throw it out there since it was such a costly endeavor, but of course it didn't take. As he turned his head in disappointment, his eyes landed on someone. The person who had once shown up with flair and promised to be his sponsor. Swish. The moment Rosalind made eye contact with Ghislaine, she immediately pulled out her fan to cover her face. Ghislaine, with a gaze brimming with melancholy, called out to her, "Milady." Startled by his call, she nearly stumbled but quickly regained her balance and spoke to the maid beside her. "I don't think my condition has fully recovered yet. I need to return to my room. Let's go, quickly, quickly." With the assistance of her attendants, Rosalind exited the hall. She kept her face hidden behind her fan the entire time. Ghislaine urgently called after her. "Excuse me, milady. You said you'd be my sponsor." "I said I'd be your sponsor, not your guarantor. Acquiring a large number of non-human slaves would cost as much as the kingdom's annual budget. No matter how well cosmetics were selling, there was no way to pay back that kind of money. Agreeing to be a guarantor was like scheduling a bankruptcy in advance. Baron, I'm not feeling well right now. I'll see you later." "Milady, milady." Rosalind vanished, pretending not to hear Ghislaine's desperate calls. Ghislaine couldn't hide his disappointment as he glanced around the room, but everyone who met his gaze quickly turned their heads away, avoiding him. "I really can pay it back, but no one believes me. There's just so much I need money for." Sigh. There was no helping it. He'd have to scrape together every last coin he could earn. It seemed he'd have to live frugally for the time being. Having come to terms with reality, Ghislaine accepted it. "Understood. I'll arrange the funds myself." As the discussion came to a close, the Marquis of Brantford spoke in his usual dry tone. "It seems there's nothing more you need to ask. It will take a few days to organize everything you've mentioned." "Understood. I'll come back once you notify me." "Do you have any other business in the capital?" "There's nothing in particular. Once everything is settled, I plan to return to the estate right away." I had initially come to the capital to sell cosmetics and establish a connection with the Marquis. Since I had achieved my goals, there was no need to stay any longer. I planned to return as soon as I finalized the schedule for procuring slaves and relocating the estate's residents. However, the Marquis of Brantford seemed to have other ideas. "That's good to hear. I'll host a banquet soon. Attending gatherings is the quickest way to familiarize yourself with other nobles and strengthen your connections. It would be beneficial for you to attend influential nobles' gatherings with Rosalind." "Thank you for your consideration, but there's really no need." As far as connections were concerned, just having the Marquis of Brantford and Mario was enough. I had already achieved my purpose, so what was the point of meeting other nobles? It would only be a bother and a waste of time. However, the Marquis of Brantford ignored my refusal and continued to speak leisurely. "Since I've become your patron, it's only proper to greet the nobles of the same faction. That way, they'll be more inclined to assist you in the future. It would also be useful to familiarize yourself with nobles from other factions." I inwardly scoffed. Seriously, who in this kingdom knows more about the nobles than I do? I might not know their faces well, but I was already aware of most of the information on the more prominent nobles, so I didn't feel the need to bother building connections with other nobles. "It's fine. I'd rather just stay at the mansion." "Attend." At the Marquis of Brantford's stern command, I pursed my lips in dissatisfaction. With him being this insistent, I had no choice but to attend. "Ugh, this is such a hassle," I grumbled inwardly, but changed my perspective. For him to go this far meant that he really intends to firmly support me. Since it was a good thing anyway, it wouldn't be bad to look around and see if there was anything I could gain while I was out and about. As the capital of the kingdom, Cardinia was more developed than other territories. I might find aspects that could be applied to Fenris estate, or gain insights on what to avoid among the things I plan to introduce. All right. In that case, I'll take a little time to rest before leaving for the estate. I'll send someone to notify you as soon as everything is prepared. Make sure you don't cause any trouble and wait quietly." It seemed the Marquis of Brantford had somewhat figured out what kind of person I was, considering he told me not to cause any trouble, that was. A few days later, a grand banquet was held at the Marquis of Brantford's estate. Since the banquet was open to everyone, nobles flocked there in droves. Those who arrived early conversed among themselves as they waited for the event to begin. The ladies who were particularly close to Rosalind were all busy talking about her. "Have you heard? They say Rosalind's illness has been completely cured." "I've heard that too, but isn't it just a rumor? If she had fully recovered, she would have attended the gatherings by now. Why hasn't she shown up yet?" The rumor that Rosalind's illness had been cured had already spread throughout the capital. However, since the person in question had yet to make an appearance at any official event, no one could verify the truth of the rumor. The topic of the ladies' conversation shifted from Rosalind to Ghislaine. "They say her skin condition was cured after using Baron Fenris's cosmetics." "Oh, come on, does that make sense? How could cosmetics cure what even priests and doctors couldn't? Still, those cosmetics are pretty effective, aren't they? As soon as Rosalind's treatment ended, the blockade around Crow Mansion was lifted, and the sale of cosmetics resumed. The products were still selling well, but no one who bought them thought they could actually cure any illness. The popularity of the cosmetics was so high that the rumors simply spread as an amusing piece of gossip. Isn't this banquet today being held because of Baron Fenris? That's right, I heard the Marquis of Brantford has decided to become his patron. Isn't that just another rumor? The nobles chattered, half believing and half doubting the rumors they had heard. Why would the Marquis of Brantford, of all people, agree to be the patron of some country bumpkin? However, since the story had come from nobles close to the royal faction, it was hard to dismiss it as a lie. Most of those attending the banquet were eager to confirm the rumors about Ghislaine and Rosalind for themselves. The Marquis of Brantford is entering. The servant standing at the entrance of the banquet hall called out loudly. Everyone bowed their heads in respect. The Marquis of Brantford entered, drawing all eyes to himself, and took his seat of honor in the hall. Soon, several nobles approached to greet him. The Marquis of Brantford rarely attended banquets or gatherings. As a result, there were countless nobles who did not want to miss this opportunity to make a memorable impression. "Your Excellency, this is a token of my esteem. It's something rare from the western region." The nobles eagerly presented the gifts they had brought. But the Marquis of Brantford showed not the slightest interest in the presents, only nodding his head. "Thank you." That single word was his only response. Still, everyone was pleased, thinking they had at least managed to make a favorable impression. The gifts piled up rapidly in one corner. Judging by their value, they were likely worth the annual budget of a decent-sized estate for several years. As the seemingly endless procession of gifts gradually dwindled, the servant at the entrance called out Ghislaine's name. "Baron Fenris is entering." In an instant, all eyes turned toward the entrance. This was exactly what the Marquis of Brantford had intended. It might have been somewhat unconventional, but the name of the kingdom's most powerful figure was not something so light as to be shaken by such minor criticisms. Thud! The doors opened, and Ghislaine entered the banquet hall. The Marquis of Brantford saw Ghislaine's face and curled his lips into a smile. He wore an expression that anyone could tell was uncomfortable. It wasn't a look of fear or nervousness. It was a face that blatantly showed how much he found the situation annoying and disagreeable. Moreover, despite the numerous noble gazes focused on him, his demeanor didn't show the slightest hint of being intimidated. As expected, he's an amusing one. Unlike the delighted Marquis of Brantford, Ghislaine was struggling to suppress his irritation and annoyance. Ugh, when is this going to end? It wasn't that he disliked being the center of attention, but only when he wanted it. Being forcibly dragged into a situation where he had to observe formalities among nobles was not to his liking. When Ghislaine approached and stood next to the Marquis rose from his seat and addressed everyone around. "Some of you may have already heard, but I, the Marquis of Brantford, have decided to become the patron of Baron Fenris. From now on, when you see him, treat him as you would treat me." Though phrased as a request, it was essentially a command. Nobles across the banquet hall began murmuring among themselves. So, the rumors were true. He may be the successor of Ferdium Margrave, but isn't that estate practically worthless? He's far too young. What could someone that young possibly know how to do anything? Baron Fenris had recently gained some fame for his cosmetics, but put another way, that meant he was merely a merchant. He lacked the pedigree to associate with someone like the Marquis of Brantford. Even some nobles within the royal faction, who were in the same camp as the Marquis, shook their heads. In these urgent times, how could he back someone like that? There's nothing he has over the Count of Brivant, is there? The Marquis of Brantford must have his reasons. It seems he had no choice but to grant the request because of how he treated his daughter's illness. They clicked their tongues and eyed Ghislaine with disdain. Because of him, the plans led by the royal family and the royal faction had been completely derailed. Supporting Ferdium, which was much less advantageous, instead of focusing on Brivant estate. Though things had ultimately been decided in favor of the Marquis of Brantford's persistent push, there was still much murmuring beneath the surface. In other words, the Marquis of Brantford had taken on a political burden because of Ghislaine. And about this patronage, if he was going to support someone, aren't there so many other promising young men from good families? I just don't understand. The favoritism he's showing is excessive considering the circumstances. Oh, let's just keep an eye on him, all right. This situation had caused frequent tensions and arguments among the royal faction nobles. Those who disliked Ghislaine couldn't help but feel their insides churn. The Marquis of Brantford paid no heed to the murmurs around him and continued speaking. Oh, and thanks to Baron Fenris, my daughter Rosalind has recovered from her illness. This event is also a banquet to celebrate her recovery, so I hope you all enjoy yourselves. With that as the signal, the doors of the banquet hall opened. A servant belatedly raised his voice and announced, "Lady Rosalind Brantford is entering." Rosalind slowly stepped into the banquet hall. People's attention instantly shifted to her, their expressions full of curiosity, wondering if it was true that Rosalind had fully recovered. As she moved forward, those who got a closer look at her face began to exclaim in admiration, one after another. "Oh, it's true, she really is cured. She looks just like she used to. No, her skin actually looks even better than before." The crowd was buzzing with excitement. The idea that her skin condition, which even priests and doctors had given up on, could be cured. What kind of extraordinary cosmetics could produce such results? Are you telling me a mere cosmetic product is more effective than a priest? I can hardly believe it. Say what you will, but there's no doubt that Baron Fenris has exceptional skill in that area. It's legendary. That cosmetic is going to become a legend. When Rosalind haughtily raised her chin, the crowd cheered even louder. Mariel, who was standing with the other ladies, clasped her hands tightly, her face beaming with joy. She really has recovered. The Marquis of Brantford is truly mischievous. Would it have hurt to show us this sooner? It would be a lie to say she wasn't a little hurt, but the joy of being able to reconnect with Rosalind far outweighed it. Rosalind slightly bowed her head, greeting everyone around her. Her cheeks flushed with emotion. I never thought a day like this would come again. How many times had she dreamed of standing before everyone like this once more? Rosalind turned her head to look at Ghislaine, who was standing with his head raised, meeting her gaze. The person who had restored to her the joy she had once given up on, forced to live hidden in the shadows. If not for him, she wouldn't be standing here today. When their eyes met, Ghislaine grinned playfully and shrugged his shoulders. After Rosalind finished her greetings, the Marquis of Brantford announced the start of the banquet. "Now, everyone, please enjoy the banquet." Soon, the orchestra began to play, but no one moved. All eyes remained fixed on Ghislaine. Only the sound of music filled the hall. Not even the sound of a cough could be heard. The reason was simple. The high-ranking nobles were not making a move. The lower-ranked nobles didn't know what to do and stepped back, watching the situation nervously. Even though it was supposed to be a joyous banquet, a tense atmosphere hung over the entire room. Before he knew it, Rosalind, who was standing next to Ghislaine, quietly laughed. The Baron is quite popular, isn't he?" Ghislaine shook his head with a weary expression. "This kind of popularity, I'd rather pass on it. With the way they're staring at me, it's like I'm about to get burned. Everyone has seen for themselves that I'm better now, and they've heard the announcement that my father has become your patron, so they won't just stay still. They're all itching to move, but they're holding back for now. That's why I said I was fine without the banquet. Now I'm going to be even more famous." Rosalind let out a small laugh at Ghislaine's grumbling. Opportunities like this banquet, where one could build connections regardless of factions and hierarchies, were rare. Yet here he was, genuinely finding this precious opportunity bothersome. The more she saw him, the more fascinating he seemed. "Still, you should greet those who came specifically to see you, Baron." "Yes, I should." Ghislaine let out a sigh, tinged with discontent. Despite everything that's going on, he was still the main focus of this banquet. Now that he had formally joined hands with the pro-royal faction, it was necessary to greet those who were now on the same boat as him at least once. It was a relief that all the key representatives of the pro-royal faction were gathered here, so he wouldn't have to approach each of them individually. But the problem still remained: who to greet first among them. Even within the pro-royal faction, there were still divisions. They were united under the goal of opposing the duchy, but that didn't mean their interests and tendencies completely aligned. Ghislaine subtly glanced at the representatives of each faction. "I'm already acquainted with the Count and Countess of Aylesbury." The faction led by Mariel was firmly entrenched in the capital's business sector. It was essentially a gathering of nobles who could rival anyone when it came to wealth. Over there is Count Billow Norton, the eldest son of the kingdom's chancellor and the chief justice of the capital, representing the kingdom's bureaucrats. Given that they controlled the laws and administration, the political influence of this faction was bound to be formidable. Even Marquis Morris McQuarrie is here, the kingdom's master of arms and the commander-in-chief of the royal army. This faction, responsible for the kingdom's military might, and was backed by most of the army's commanders who followed Marquis McQuarrie. It means the power of Marquis Brantford is strong enough to bring in such big names to the banquet. Most of the high-ranking nobles who controlled the kingdom's administration, military, and finances were gathered here. These people were, without a doubt, the key players who moved the powerful Retania kingdom. While it was reassuring to have such solid support behind him, at this moment, he couldn't help but curse the Marquis's influence. Ha! A long sigh escaped Ghislaine's lips. No matter whom he greeted first, it was obvious the others would feel slighted. Given the immense power each of them held, earning their ire could lead to troublesome consequences in the future. As soon as Mariel's eyes met Ghislaine's, she covered her mouth with her fan and smiled sweetly. It was evident that she was curious to see how he would act. Tusk, it must be entertaining for the spectators. Ghislaine shook his head and shifted his gaze. Count Billow Norton, who had been whispering with the Minister of Protocol from the Cardinia market, smiled when their eyes met. Everyone in the capital knew that he doted on his niece, Rosalind. It seemed he had developed a favorable opinion of Ghislaine because he had cured Rosalind's illness. On the other side of Billow stood Marquis Morris McQuarrie, his arms crossed and his beard bushy. Dealing with someone like that when they're sulking is a real headache. Even the Marquis of Brantford wasn't stepping in to mediate, as if he was keen to see what Ghislaine would choose. Seriously, they're going all out, huh? Fine, I'll do it. Ghislaine made up his mind and took a step forward. All the nobles watched him, tense and attentive. He approached Count Aylesbury and bowed politely. While Mariel held the real power, officially it was Count Aylesbury who was the head of the family. I'm Baron Fenris. I look forward to your support from now on. Oh yes, yes, I too look forward to it. If you ever need my assistance, just say the word. Thank you. Count Aylesbury smiled with satisfaction. He was generally regarded as being a notch below the other faction leaders. But now Ghislaine, who had the backing of the Marquis of Brantford, had chosen to greet him first. This gesture greatly enhanced the Count's prestige. It was a gift more valuable than any gold or treasure, enough to make him forget all about that withered mandragora root. Ho-ho, my younger brother is truly loyal. As Mariel gently waved her fan and laughed, Ghislaine shrugged. You shouldn't call me that in a formal setting. Oh. What does it matter? Anyway, thank you for saving our dignity. Ghislaine let out a sigh and grumbled. What's so important about that dignity? This is really exhausting. Still, if you're planning to settle in the capital, you'll have to get used to it. This time, too. We're grateful, but you're going to find things quite bothersome from now on. Mariel covered her face with her fan, moving her eyes to gesture towards Morris. He was glaring at Ghislaine, making no attempt to hide his displeasure. Ahem. Morris cleared his throat loudly, making sure Ghislaine could hear him. How dare he disregard someone who controls the kingdom's military might? It was already unpleasant to be associated with a faction like the Aylesbury's, who merely dabbles in money. To think he would be pushed down in priority to them was something he had never imagined. A country bumpkin who's only good for business, huh? Birds of a feather flock together. Still, if he has any sense, he'll come to see you second, Marquis. The nobles nearby tried to soothe Morris. However, their efforts were in vain as Ghislaine turned to speak to Billow next. Billow, seemingly unbothered by being the second, greeted him with a constant smile. Thank you so much for treating Rosalind. Her mother was worried sick, but thanks to you, we've been able to put our minds at ease. I'm glad things worked out well. I heard what you requested of the Marquis. I'll do my best to expedite the issues with the slave trade and taxes. Thank you for your consideration. Watching the two chat, Morris's face turned red with anger, and he kept huffing with indignation. Being pushed to the background when all the influential nobles of the capital were gathered, what a disgrace this was. When Ghislaine approached him belatedly, Morris scowled and spoke sharply. As the son of Margrave, it should be obvious that you would come to me, the kingdom's supreme commander, first. Do you Northerners not know what's important? I still have much to learn. Please teach me more in the future. Ghislaine's calm response only made Morris grind his teeth in further frustration. Don't get too full of yourself just because the Marquis of Branford is backing you. I can cut you off whenever I want. I will do my best to ensure that never happens. I'll be watching. Leaving behind the growling Morris, Ghislaine returned to his seat. Ahem. Morris, unable to hide his displeasure, kept downing his drink. It was bad enough that the Marquis of Branford was supporting a mere country bumpkin, but meeting him in person was even worse. Beside the seething Morris, the other nobles busied themselves trying to calm him down. I suppose it's because he has a close connection with the Countess of Aylesbury. Aren't Count Norton and the Marquis of Branford related by marriage? Baron Fenris probably had no choice. Although they kept glancing at Morris's unpleasant expression, they subtly moved away from him. The banquet was meant to introduce Ghislaine, but it was also an opportunity for the other nobles to build connections and relationships. After returning to her seat, Rosalind lowered her voice and asked Ghislaine, who was drinking water, "Did you have a reason for the order you approached them?" "I just went where I felt like going." It didn't seem that way. But it's true. Well, it does suit you, Baron. Ghislaine and Rosalind's conversation didn't last long. As the atmosphere relaxed, the nobles, who had been watching for the right moment, swarmed towards the two. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Baron Fenris. This is a small gift. Please take care of me in the future." "I am." The nobles flocked to greet Ghislaine, some even offering him gifts. Of course, Ghislaine didn't reject any of them and accepted everything. Naturally, it wasn't because they genuinely respected him. Their eyes were laced with subtle disdain. "Don't act all high and mighty, you country bumpkin. We'll get you back later. A vulgar merchant, that's all you are." No one truly acknowledged Ghislaine, who had suddenly appeared on the scene. Most of those approaching him were merely trying to use him to establish a connection with the Marquis of Branford. Ghislaine was aware of the atmosphere, but he didn't care. There was no need to waste effort on people who meant nothing to him. "Ugh, this is such a pain. I just want to go back and rest." But it wasn't as if he could leave just because he found it bothersome. For now, he had no choice but to let the time pass by politely interacting with the nobles. Even though Ghislaine didn't care much about appearances, that didn't mean he would go out of his way to tarnish his reputation. He simply had no interest in building a good one. Once the round of greetings from the nobles was over, a group of young ladies from prominent families flocked towards him. To them, Ghislaine was an enticing target. Rather than following their family's orders to marry some strange man in an arranged marriage, it was a much better choice to charm the country bumpkin right in front of them. His background isn't great, and he's just some country noble, but he's still a lord, isn't he? He's young and he looks decent. The conditions are a bit lacking, but if the Marquis of Branford is backing him, he won't be easily ignored. So they all surrounded Ghislaine, eager to engage him in conversation. "Do you have a fiancé or someone you love, Baron?" "No." "Then do you plan to get engaged or start seeing someone?" "No." "Oh, come on, you should. You're such a tease." "No." Ghislaine answered them half-heartedly, his expression showing how utterly tired he was of it all. But it seemed that even this was seen as a refreshing charm, different from other men. The young ladies giggled and continued to bombard him with questions. At some point, Rosalind, who had been pushed to the back by the young ladies, covered her face with her fan and ground her teeth. "Hold it in, hold it in. It's a good day after all, no, but these ill-mannered fools." Some were having fun, some were jealous, some were gossiping, and some were sneaking curious glances at others. It was a scene typical of any noble gathering, at least until an uninvited guest appeared. The servant guarding the door announced a name in a trembling voice. "The Viscount has arrived." Thud. As soon as that name echoed throughout the hall, everyone who had been chattering suddenly went silent. Did I hear that right? No way, we must have misheard. People forced awkward smiles as they stared intently at the door. Click, click. A gaunt, stern-looking middle-aged man slowly entered the ballroom. One of his legs was severely bent, so he was using a cane. However, the air he exuded was solid and intense enough to overshadow that physical flaw. Click, click. The only sound that filled the silent hall was the tapping of the cane. The Marquis of Branford's eyebrows twitched as he glared at the man entering. Ghislaine's expression hardened the moment he saw his face. He suppressed the murderous intent bubbling up from deep within him. That bastard! Though he was seeing him in person for the first time, Ghislaine had heard that name countless times in his previous life. A man known as the Limping Devil, notorious among his enemies for his cunning and ruthless schemes. Raoul Joseph, the Viscount. The man, a close aide and strategist of the Delphine Duchy, had appeared at the gathering of the pro-royal faction, their political rivals. Behind Viscount Raoul Joseph, a well-built man was following. The man wore a mask, making it impossible to see his face, and a wide robe concealed his hair and body. Click-a-click, Raoul limped slowly towards the Marquis of Brantford, glancing up at him briefly before lowering his head. "It's been a while, Marquis of Brantford. What brings you here, Viscount Joseph?" The Marquis of Brantford replied indifferently. Raoul raised his head with a sly smile. "I heard you've taken in a young lion. I came by to have a look at his face. He's not someone the ducal house would take an interest in. He's a young talent who developed an outstanding product at such a young age and even earned your support, Marquis. How could we not be interested?" The Marquis of Brantford narrowed his brows and clicked his tongue. "I hope it's just out of curiosity. Who's the masked man behind you?" "He's my escort knight." Tolio, the knight commander, approached the masked man and spoke. "Even if he's your escort knight, we can't allow someone whose identity is unknown into the banquet hall. Take off your mask, even if just for a moment." Despite Tolio's words, the man stood still, showing no response. Didn't I tell you to take it off immediately?" As Tolio shouted angrily, the Marquis of Brantford restrained him. "That's enough. It's unlikely the Viscount brought him here to cause trouble. Let it go." Since the host of the banquet deemed it acceptable, there was no room to argue further. Tolio bit his lip and stepped back. The Marquis of Brantford, as if considering the conversation over, turned away without saying anything more. It was a clear sign that he would not drive them out, but neither did he welcome them. Though he wished he could expel them right away, even if they were political adversaries, it wasn't justifiable to turn away a noble who had come to the banquet without proper cause. Raoul glanced around, curling one corner of his mouth up as he muttered shamelessly, Did I come to the wrong place? The atmosphere doesn't seem too pleasant." He slowly began walking towards Ghislaine. Click, click, click. With each tap of his cane, the nobles awkwardly stepped aside as if avoiding something dirty. "No good can come from getting involved. Don't make eye contact. I heard he's a cold-blooded, ruthless man. There are even rumors that he's not human." Before long, the crowd naturally parted, creating a path between the Viscount and Ghislaine. The Marquis of Brantford watched Raoul's back, tilting his head slightly. "I thought he was down south. How did he manage to arrive on time?" It had not even been a week since the announcement of the banquet. Even if he had set off as soon as he heard the news from the south, he wouldn't have been able to arrive at this time, which means he was already here beforehand. Despite being one of the key figures of the duchy, Raoul was in the capital, yet there had been no report to him about it. This was a more serious issue than Raoul suddenly showing up here. These bastards, it wasn't just anyone, but they had even managed to obscure his own eyes and ears. This meant that the Delphine Duchy's influence had extended all the way to the capital. While the Marquis of Brantford was deep in thought, Raoul casually stepped directly in front of Ghislaine. The young ladies who had been surrounding Ghislaine had long since been startled and scattered away. "Nice to meet you. I am Viscount Raoul Joseph." Ghislaine gave a half-hearted nod. "I am Baron Fenris. I found quite a lot of interesting stories about you. I hear you've made quite a name for yourself in the north." Pretending to have heard rumors, he spoke as if he hadn't been the one provoking Diggle behind Desmond's back. Ghislaine openly scoffed at his shameless demeanor. "Acting, huh? What is there to find out? It's obvious you know everything because you orchestrated it." Raoul continued speaking without a care. "Shall we move somewhere more private?" "Move, you say? I have something to discuss with you in confidence." Ghislaine hesitated for a moment before nodding. He was genuinely curious about what Raoul intended to say. The two moved to a private room set up near the banquet hall. Raoul looked at Ghislaine with a smile. He seemed to be trying to be friendly, but his stern expression made it look more like he was sneering. "There's no need to be so tense." "Do I look tense to you?" Ghislaine, who had been staring at Raoul with a blank expression, slightly lifted the corners of his mouth. Raoul furrowed his brows, puzzled by the subtly eerie smile he was met with. "Do you know me? Your expression, it almost looks like you're happy to see me. I've also heard quite a bit about you, Viscount." Since his goal in his past life had been to crush the Delphine Duchy, he had investigated Raoul, their strategist, in detail. Despite having a physical disability, Raoul was intelligent and ruthless enough to secure a position as one of the Duke's close aides. "He's probably behind the attack on Ferdium too." Suppressing the surge of killing intent, Ghislaine took a long, deep breath. Raoul, unfazed, continued speaking. "I'll be direct. We're interested in the cosmetics you've developed." "Cosmetics, you say?" "Actually, we've been developing something similar ourselves. But when we heard rumors about a product with proven results, we came to the capital to confirm if it was true. We never imagined it would be effective enough to even treat illnesses." Raoul's tone was a mix of admiration and irritation. Since it had been the Delphine Duchy that released the product in his past life, it was understandable that they would be anxious and regretful. "So, what is it that you want?" Honestly, it was surprising that someone like you, notorious as a scoundrel from a territory that had nothing, managed to create something like that. "Well, I did study a bit. Public opinion isn't everything." "True, you're right." Raoul's gaze suddenly sharpened. He squinted, scrutinizing Ghislaine. "So this is the guy who ruined all the plans up north. Amelia's preparations for rebellion, the plan to isolate Ferdium, and even the weakening of the Crimson Flame Tower. Everything had been progressing smoothly. Harold is meticulous and cautious. He would have accounted for most potential disruptions. Yet, despite Harold's thorough nature, this guy had caused everything to fail. A mere scoundrel, someone not even worth paying attention to, had interfered with their grand scheme. It was something no one could have imagined. Raoul himself had been no exception. Who would have thought he'd suddenly start to support this guy? Raoul clicked his tongue inwardly. At first, the royal faction had clearly intended to back the Briven estate. Knowing that, Raoul had weakened the Crimson Flame Tower and slowly coaxed Briven's vassals, aiming to take control of the entire estate. If everything had gone according to Raoul's plan, the royal faction would have been pouring water into a bottomless pit. The plan was perfect, until this Ghislaine guy showed up. Out of nowhere, Ghislaine seemed to have undergone a sudden awakening and began to stand out. As a result, Desmond's forces were cut in half, and Amelia's rebellion had to be hastily moved up. So when Raoul heard the news that Ghislaine was selling cosmetics, he had come straight to the capital. He intended to see Ghislaine for himself and figure out what kind of person he was. While he was at it, he had planned to hold him accountable for interfering with their previous plans and deal with him accordingly. But before he could do that, Ghislaine had already aligned himself with the royal faction. There's no way he joined them knowing everything. He's just a lucky guy. To avoid unnecessary losses, Raoul had planned to isolate the royal family and the royal faction completely before drawing his sword. It wasn't that the duchy lacked power, but it still wasn't the right time for a war. Even though Ghislaine was the main culprit who had disrupted their plans, Raoul couldn't touch him right now. No one could have anticipated that Raoul, who had never known failure, would see his plans thwarted multiple times because of a single individual. If he were truly just a scoundrel, there's no way he could have done all this. The information must have been wrong. They had been caught off guard because they hadn't known. If he had been aware that such a talent existed, the plan to absorb the North would have been made differently. Now that Ghislaine's presence had come to light, there would be no more mistakes. The groundwork has already been laid, so cleaning up the mess will take some time. But there was no way to undo what was already ruined. However, it felt like a waste to just kill someone with such exceptional talent. I never expected such a remarkable young man to be hiding away in the North. Since we've met like this, I'd like to make you a proposal. If it's about an exclusive contract for cosmetics or sharing of technology, I'm not interested. As tempting as those cosmetics are, that's not the kind of trivial offer I'm making. Then what is it? Join the Delphine Duchy. At the sudden proposal, Ghislaine covered his face with one hand and laughed. Even now, he was itching to kill Raoul, who stood right before him. He was barely managing to suppress his murderous intent and hearing such nonsense only made him laugh. Raoul slightly furrowed his brow at Ghislaine's reaction but continued speaking. Are you uneasy because of the distance? We can offer you a fine estate in the south. For your father, too. For my father as well. I know the Ferdium Count has been struggling, constantly fighting barbarians in that barren place. How about moving to a good estate where he wouldn't have to endure such hardships? If you and your father become vassals of the duchy, we will provide ample support. You're speaking very dangerously, considering there are many formidable people gathered here. Raoul twisted one corner of his mouth upward and spoke with confidence. What does it matter? That's how politics is. You don't need to worry too much about pressure from other nobles. I'll take care of it. It was impressive confidence, truly fitting for a strategist of the Delphine Duchy. Offering to exchange their estate for a more prosperous one was indeed a proposal only the Delphine Duchy could make. But to Ghislaine, who knew full well the value of the forest of beasts, it sounded like nothing more than drivel. He sure knows how to elegantly say he wants to take everything easily and treat us like dogs. He had no intention of seeking comfort by joining the ranks of someone he couldn't trust. Even now, they were secretly scheming all across the kingdom. How could he trust those who had roped in unknown backers and entrust his life to them? I'm afraid I have to decline. The north is actually a pretty decent place. Though a polite refusal, his voice was firm. Raoul leaned back in his chair, staring coldly at Ghislaine. To think he would dare to refuse his offer. Did he really believe the royal faction was stronger than the Delphine Duchy? Let's be frank, just between the two of us. The power of the royal faction does not compare to that of our duchy. I'm aware. And yet you still reject my proposal. Yes, I'm not interested. This is a one-time opportunity. If you don't accept it, you'll surely regret it. Well, why don't you stop and consider joining us instead, Viscount? At Ghislaine's cheeky reply, Raoul let out a dry laugh, stroking his chin a few times. Was he ignorant, or simply fearless? Tusk, even after offering a chance, he chooses a path that will lead to his inevitable demise. Sometimes, seeing idiots like this guy made me feel frustrated. I'm talking about those who were born with decent talents but ended up losing their lives in vain by heading into the wrong direction. Well, what can you do about it? They should just blame themselves for being born without any common sense. Raoul leaned on his cane and slowly stood up from his seat. I've heard your resolve. I can't guarantee that the atmosphere will be as pleasant the next time we meet. Is that so? I actually think the atmosphere will be quite nice. Raoul tilted his head and looked at Ghislaine, who spoke with a bright smile. Why did those words sound genuinely sincere? What was the point of meeting again, especially for someone who had thrown away an opportunity that came rolling in? Next time, his head would be severed anyway. Raoul clicked his tongue inwardly and extended his hand for a handshake. Well, it was nice meeting you. Perhaps we'll see each other again if the opportunity arises. Yes, I look forward to meeting you again next time. Ghislaine also stood up and grasped Raoul's hand. The two of them locked eyes. Ghislaine's gaze was filled with a burning, murderous intent and a desire for destruction. Seeing that look, Raoul realized. This guy, he's serious. He was genuinely determined to join hands with the royal faction and oppose the duchy. But at the same time, a sense of doubt surged within him. No matter how much he had allied with the royal faction, it was too excessive for someone who had just arrived from the countryside to openly display such hostility. Could it be? Does he know about us? Raoul shook his head, startled by the suspicion that had risen within his chest. That couldn't be. Even the influential nobles of the royal faction had no idea where and how they were extending their influence. That was precisely why they had planned to support the Brivant estate. As the two stood silently, still holding hands, a masked man interjected. The handshake is taking too long. If your business is done, it's time to leave. Right, I kept looking because the gaze was intriguing. Raoul released his grip and started to head outside, but then he paused for a moment. Half turning, he glared at Ghislaine and spoke. Baron Fenris, if you dare look at me with those eyes again, I'll gouge them out. Ghislaine didn't shrink back at all and responded with the same gaze. Be careful on your way back so you don't hurt your other leg. Despite the rude remark, Raoul was not particularly angry. He just smirked as if he found it amusing. The Marquis of Brantford seems to have taken a liking to you. I look forward to seeing how much you'll accomplish. With those final words, Raoul and the masked man left the room. As soon as the two of them were gone, the nobles, who had been peeking at the private room, rushed over in a group. The Marquis of Bramford decided to send Tolio instead of staying, instructing him to find out what was discussed and report back. Everyone had gathered, but no one dared to speak first. It was embarrassing to openly pry into someone else's conversation. A brief, awkward silence ensued, and finally it was Morris with his impatient nature who pressed Ghislaine for an answer. "So, what did that lame fellow say?" Ghislaine hesitated, not answering immediately. The observing nobles grew more anxious and urged him on. "Hurry up and tell us. What did you talk about?" Ghislaine glanced around and, letting out a sigh as if he had no choice, spoke. "He proposed to take me and my father in as vassals of the Delphine Duchy." The nobles flinched, their expressions hardening. To make such a blatant recruitment offer at a royal faction's banquet, it was clear that the Delphine Duchy was completely disregarding the royal nobles. Morris's eyes flashed with anger as he raised his voice. "The distance between the north and the south is too great for any proper interaction. You'll only end up having your taxes bled dry. They said they'd provide new lands in the south for both me and my father." "What? New lands?" The absurdity of the offer left the nobles momentarily speechless. Even Morris was taken aback, lowering his gaze. The royal faction couldn't easily make such offers. No matter how much they racked their brains, offering such generous terms to a young noble like this seemed impossible. Redirecting support to Brivant Estate was already their best effort. Offering land even to his father, is this guy really worth that much? It would be a serious embarrassment to have a newly joined noble openly taken away. However, no matter how well off the ducal family was, they wouldn't just give away land merely to humiliate the opposing faction. Morris murmured quietly before asking in a low voice, "So, did you accept the proposal? Are you saying you've decided to become a vassal of the ducal family?" It was an offer no young noble would find easy to refuse. Besides, Ferdium was a barren land, constantly besieged by barbarian attacks. Rejecting a perfect opportunity to escape from such hardships would be nothing short of foolish. However, Ghislaine casually responded, "I refused." "Of course, you accepted the offer. What did you say?" "You refused?" "Yes, I refused." "Why?" "I'm already receiving support from the royal faction, so there's no reason to switch sides." Morris furrowed his brow. "Honestly, it's suspicious. The ducal family would be a powerful backing for you. The terms they offered were far too generous for a youngster like you. And yet you're saying you refused their proposal and chose to remain with the royal faction. What do you mean by suspicious?" "I'm asking if you're lying to us and have already decided to join the ducal family." Ghislaine gave a bitter smile. For those unaware of his bad blood with the ducal family, it was a reasonable assumption. "I can see why you might think that, but if I had truly allied myself with the ducal family, I wouldn't have mentioned receiving their proposal in the first place." The nobles present nodded, finding his words reasonable. "That's right, Marquis. If he had any ill intentions, he wouldn't have been so forthcoming. He's still young, and he doesn't seem to be the type that is swayed by immediate gains. To refuse such an offer, it has been a while since I've seen a young man with such loyalty and integrity." The nobles exaggerated their praise, almost to the point of flattery. Lately, there had been a growing trend of nobles aligning themselves with the ducal family. In this context, Ghislaine's decision to remain with the royal faction served as a proof that the faction was still a formidable force, not an inferior to the ducal family. Letting the overly enthusiastic compliments go in one ear and out the other, Ghislaine continued. "They also issued a warning before leaving, so it seems they won't be leaving my father's estate or mine alone. I'll be counting on your support in the future." The nobles murmured once again. To issue such a blatant threat, it was behavior unbefitting of nobility, utterly lacking in dignity. But if it was the Viscount Joseph, it was no surprise. Helping someone who's been marked by that man could easily end up dragging us down. Some of the nobles, feeling uneasy, observed the atmosphere closely. Given the risks, it would be wiser to avoid getting entangled with Ghislaine, but politics was always a matter of give and take. After all, this young noble had upheld the royal faction's honor, so there was no excuse to turn him away. Several nobles stepped forward to speak, primarily those aligned with Count Aylesbury and Count Norton's factions. Don't worry, if the ducal family tries to pull anything, I'll do my best to help. If you run into any trouble, don't hesitate to reach out. The ducal family won't be able to mess with the North so easily. Many nobles eagerly pledged their support to Ghislaine. Thank you very much. Ghislaine offered his thanks, maintaining an appropriate level of courtesy. When the time came, it was possible that some of them wouldn't keep their word, but what mattered now was that he had secured those promises. These promises would serve as a basis for Ghislaine to leverage in the future. And so, Morris simply glared at Ghislaine without saying anything further. The noble beside him glanced at him nervously and spoke. Still, isn't it impressive how loyal that young fellow is? To think he would turn down the duchy's offer. That's right, you don't see many young people like that these days. Thanks to him, the royal faction saved face, so we should give him some support to some extent. However, despite these comments, Morris still had a dissatisfied expression. Enough. I don't like the idea of a young brat controlling the mood. Since the Marquis of Brantford and Count Norton have decided to back him, I'm sure they'll handle it on their own. With those words, Morris swiftly turned and left. The nobles who were watching him, also from the same faction, had no choice but to follow him. Even after Morris had left, the nobles continued to praise Ghislaine without restraint. Ghislaine smiled in satisfaction. An unexpected gain. I'm glad I attended today's banquet. Thanks to Raoul's sudden appearance, he was able to garner support and goodwill from the other nobles. Honestly, gathering at a banquet like this felt like a hassle, but now he thought it had been worth attending. Quite a shame. It wasn't often that he had the chance to meet Raoul in person. That made their meeting even more regrettable. If only there hadn't been any obstacles, he could have killed Raoul. Ghislaine consoled himself by remembering the man who stood next to Raoul. Who would have thought that guy would be there? Everyone probably assumed he was just Raoul's guard, but Ghislaine knew well who he was. It just wasn't the right time yet. Forget it. Ghislaine let out a deep breath. Meeting Raoul was a significant gain, but seeing the masked man was an even bigger catch. He hadn't expected the opportunity to face and assess the skills of someone who would become a major obstacle to bringing down the duchy. So that's how capable you are. A flicker of murderous intent briefly crossed Ghislaine's eyes. Raoul and the masked man rode in a carriage, slowly leaving the Marquis residence. After they had traveled some distance, the masked man broke the silence in the carriage. So, what do you think, now that you've seen him in person? As expected, no matter how meticulously you investigate and gather information, nothing beats seeing the variable firsthand. He's quite different from what I have read in the reports. Did Harold make a mistake? That remains to be seen, so what's your assessment? Considering his past achievements and age, he's not bad. I think we can classify him as a mid-level variable. That's quite a generous assessment coming from you. Well, he still seems young, full of spirit and unafraid, but that could be a weakness. The way he openly showed his hostility was telling. The masked man pondered for a moment before casually saying, "Raise the danger level by 1 notch. Why? I'm not entirely certain, but earlier it seemed like he was trying to kill you." Raoul's expression turned incredulous at that. He tried to kill him, in a place packed with people. What was that young baron planning to do about the aftermath? Are you serious? I'm not certain. I just sensed a faint hint of killing intent now and then. Have you done anything to make him hold a grudge? I met him for the first time today. What grudge could there be? Strange. It was brief, but I definitely sensed his murderous intent, and from time to time he seemed to be gauging my abilities. Your abilities? Yes, he seemed to be calculating whether he could get through me to kill you. Was he really attempting something like that in such a short time? That guy, he really was crazy as the rumors said. Raoul didn't sense any killing intent. However, since the man sitting beside him said so, he couldn't simply dismiss it. After all, the other was the kingdom's top expert. Raoul furrowed his brow and asked, "How strong do you think he is?" "I'm not exactly sure." You, unable to gauge someone's strength. When Raoul asked again, the man shook his head as if shivering. It felt off. Off how? Every movement, every breath was unusual. Yet just by looking, he didn't seem that powerful. Then how strong is he exactly? The man thought back to his memory and bluntly replied, "The rumors that he actively took part in the war seems to be true." Raoul murmured, tapping his chin. "The guy infamous for being a scoundrel is really that skilled. Are you sure you didn't misjudge?" "No, I'm sure. It's enough to be effective in a war. Even if his physique and mana aren't sufficient, exceptional technique can make up for it." Hearing that, Raoul let out a slight sigh. Should I have crushed him now, even if it was a bit excessive? He doesn't have that much fame yet, so I think we could have managed to cover it up. If he had killed him, the royal faction's nobles would have surely caused a fuss, but he was confident he could frame it as a justified duel. If not just him but the man next to him agreed with this assessment, even Duke Delphine would have understood. Both of them had that level of trust. Raoul, unable to hold back, muttered a complaint. "I should have just killed him today." The masked man was silent for a moment before speaking. "I thought about it for a bit too. For someone his age, his accomplishments so far are remarkable." "Then why didn't you kill him?" "I would have taken care of the aftermath. I didn't see an opening to kill him in a single blow." "No, that's not right. There were openings, but I didn't feel confident about them. Looking back, it felt like he might have shown those openings on purpose." "What?" Raoul asked, baffled. Then the man continued calmly. "If I couldn't kill him with a single strike, the Marquis of Brantford's forces would have arrived. Then it would have just blown up into a bigger mess without gaining anything. That's why I decided against it. Stirring up trouble right now is of no benefit to anyone." "You didn't have the confidence to kill him with a single strike, you." "That's right." Raoul didn't believe it. No, he couldn't believe it. "That's ridiculous. There's no way someone his age could have that level of skill. Did you misjudge?" "Maybe. It might have been just an illusion because of the aura and presence he exuded. But swinging a sword without confidence is a foolish act." Raoul furrowed his brow, his face still showing clear signs of dissatisfaction. "Even if it wasn't a single blow, couldn't you have killed him before anyone gathered?" The masked man took a moment to recall, then slowly began to speak. 10 times. 10 times. If what I sensed was true, it would have taken at least 10 strikes to kill him. But with that level of skill, he would have fled to the banquet hall as soon as he took the first attack instead of confronting me. That would have certainly been troublesome, but yeah, so just forget about it. There will be another chance later. Raoul clicked his tongue in frustration. Is assassination possible? The man narrowed his eyes, glaring at Raoul. He spoke in a low voice, almost biting off the words. "You're not asking me to do it myself, are you?" "Of course not. I'm just asking if there's a chance of success. Depending on the assassin's skill, it could work, but there's no real benefit in provoking him. You know that as well as I do. I'm not willing to mess things up just to kill him. It was just a thought out of regret." Ghislaine was currently the center of attention among the capital's nobles, especially after he treated the Marquis' daughter. Attempting an assassination in such a situation would be risky, especially if any trace was left behind. Right now, it was crucial to maintain the current state and covertly bring the capital's nobles over to their side. Damn, we should have killed him before he joined the royal faction. I was too complacent. Who would have thought that the northern campaign, which seemed the easiest, would end up taking the longest? Harold took a hit, so he'll be moving carefully. He's at least capable of that. Of course he should be. Raoul spoke in a cold tone, curling one side of his lips. If Harold had secured control over the north before Ghislaine made a name for himself, things wouldn't have gotten this complicated. It was true that this was regretful for him. Raoul clicked his tongue again and continued. "Just in case, I'll have to warn Harold. Ghislaine Ferdium's combat skills are formidable, so he should plan as if he's dealing with a knight commander of an estate. The best sword of the north." "What are you talking about? Best sword of the north?" "I'm talking about Ghislaine Ferdium's combat ability. Tell him to consider Ghislaine at the level of the best sword of the north, like Raypold, the knight commander." Raoul's eyes widened at the remark, and he responded, "Isn't that too generous an assessment? Even considering him to be at the level of a knight commander at his age is already excessive. Call it a warrior's intuition. I know you don't like that kind of talk." "HMPH." Raoul stroked his chin and then let out a small laugh. "Well, there's no harm in being well prepared. I'll pass on the message. Anyway, once we start moving in earnest, it won't matter much. War isn't something you fight alone. For someone called the one-man army to say war isn't fought alone, it doesn't really suit you, does it?" Raoul's words were laced with a mocking tone, but the masked man replied calmly, "Doesn't the royal family have another one like me? As long as he and I keep each other in check, the outcome of the war will rest in the hands of others." The man, who had been silent for a moment, muttered with a hint of self-derision, "It's tiresome, really." With those words, the masked man fell silent, saying nothing more. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After Raoul left, the banquet continued for a while in a cheerful atmosphere. A mere upstart who had just joined the faction had turned down the Duke's proposal, so the royal nobles couldn't help but be in a good mood. Gathering in small groups, they chatted and drank, praising Ghislaine's boldness. As the night wore on, the nobles gradually began to leave, starting with the prince and high-ranking nobles, and the banquet naturally came to an end. "Phew, this is exhausting." Ghislaine loosened his collar, which clung tightly to his neck, and shook his head. Every time he found himself in a situation like this, he felt that dealing with people was far more draining than fighting. Forcing a smile made his skin crawl, and it just didn't suit him at all. As he looked for an opportunity to slip away, Rosalind approached him. "You worked hard today." "Well, yes, I can't deny it, but it wasn't too bad. It's not often that one person becomes the center of attention at a banquet." "You're right. I failed to realize that I'm quite popular now." In truth, ever since he turned down Raoul's proposal, the nobles hadn't left Ghislaine alone. The connections he was building here would be useful someday, but for now, all he wanted was to go back and rest. Just as Ghislaine was about to politely end the conversation and leave, Rosalind asked, "What is your goal, Baron?" "Pardon, I'm curious about what you're aiming for, Baron." "Well, it's nothing different from anyone else's. My goal is to live comfortably." Ghislaine gave a vague, evasive answer. Who could he tell his true intentions to? That his goal was to crush the Delphine Duchy and turn it all into a wasteland, to hunt down those behind it and destroy them completely. That he had returned from the future for this, that countless lives would be lost. If I said that, they'd all think Ghislaine Ferdium had gone mad. He might even end up being remembered as a warmonger and a butcher in history. Why bother speaking of such a blood-soaked future? He couldn't tell anyone, nor could he rely on anyone. The only thing he could trust was himself. Even the power players of the pro-royal faction were merely tools for him to achieve his goals. As Ghislaine was about to sink into his thoughts, Rosalind responded with a curious smile. "A rather ordinary goal. For something so simple, everything you do seems quite extraordinary." "Well, I'm just impatient, so I prefer to handle things quickly. In the end, everything I do is to make the estate prosperous, isn't it? Nothing special." Rosalind narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him as if she didn't believe a word he said. Ghislaine felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, which seemed to probe deeply, trying to discern his true intentions. "I'm tired, so I'll be heading off. I'll see you again next time." As he hurried to leave, Rosalind spoke in a gentle tone. "Don't forget that I'm your supporter, Baron. If you ever need help, just let me know." "Thank you, but there probably won't be many instances where you'll be troubled." Ghislaine drew a firm line. He understood Rosalind's sentiment well enough, and he was grateful for it. But this was as far as it could go. To achieve his goals, he would inevitably have to act more aggressively as time passed. He might even end up as a threat to the royal family, opposed and monitored by everyone. "It'll have to be that way if I'm to stand a chance against the Delphine Duchy." He didn't want the Marquis of Brantford or Rosalind interfering and meddling in the meantime. This was where the goodwill ended. It was best for them to take what they needed and then go their separate ways. He didn't want to see them get caught up in his plans and end up dying. "Well then, I'll be off. I had a pleasant time tonight." As Ghislaine walked away, Rosalind sighed while watching his retreating figure. Though she had her own intentions in helping him, it had given her a new lease on life. No matter how much she'll repay him, it will never be enough. She had hoped to continue supporting him for a long time, but he cut her off clean. As if she had never observed Ghislaine, Rosalind turned away and walked to her room. It seemed she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As soon as Ghislaine got into the carriage to return, he sighed, feeling the weight of regret fill his mind. It's frustrating. Just as the masked man had predicted, Ghislaine had debated whether or not to kill Raoul on the spot. He could deal with the aftermath later. No, he shouldn't even have been thinking about the consequences. He should have just killed him. It would have been worth it, no matter what losses I had to bear. The Delphine Duchy had grown to its current power thanks to Raoul's schemes. Countless interests had already shifted to the duchy, and the number of lords across the kingdom who supported it was steadily increasing. Most of the disturbances occurring throughout the kingdom were orchestrated by Raoul from behind the scenes. If it weren't for that, Guy Ghislaine gritted his teeth as he recalled the masked man. Several times during their conversation, he had been on the verge of killing Raoul. But each time, the masked man intervened and disrupted his breathing. Remarkably, the man had been able to read Ghislaine's slightest movements and match them, even exuding a faint killing intent that warned him to stop if he attempted anything reckless. Because of that, Ghislaine couldn't bring himself to attack Raoul. He really is as skilled as the rumors say. No, he's even beyond them. Ghislaine's ability to manipulate mana and his keen insight hadn't dulled since his days as the King of Mercenaries. Throughout the entire kingdom, only a handful could interfere with his breathing. A seventh circle archmage, or someone with the title of swordmaster. Britannia only has 2 swordmasters. One of them was the Royal Knight Commander, who always stayed by the king's side, and the other, the closest confidant of the Delphine Duke and his most loyal sword, the man hailed as the strongest in the kingdom. The kingdom's greatest swordmaster Count Baltzac. Ghislaine covered his face with his hand and silently laughed. It wasn't a laugh born of joy. It was a laugh to suppress the rage that burned within him. Letting those he needed to kill walk away had his blood boiling, making it unbearable. If I had regained my former strength, had he been able to, he would have found a way to behead them all. That lingering regret kept churning his insides. It's already in the past. Forget it. For now, I need to focus on growing stronger and building my forces as quickly as possible. Since returning to the past, he hadn't been idle for even a moment. Given his circumstances, he was doing the best he could. But that best wasn't enough to face Count Baltzac yet. Ghislaine took the murderous intent he felt and firmly suppressed it, pushing it deep into his heart. He vowed that the powerlessness, the rage, and the humiliation he felt today would be unleashed one day. Next time, it won't end quietly. The two of them would meet again without a doubt, when he and the duchy clashed with everything on the line. Then, and only then, would it be decided who was truly the strongest in the kingdom. The day after the banquet, things proceeded quickly. Under the orders of the Marquis of Brantford, slave traders from various regions came to see Ghislaine. As they dealt with non-human slaves, these traders were considered major players in their field. Yet, in front of Ghislaine, they all seemed to be quite nervous. But, are you really sure you can handle this much stock? I know you're interested in non-human slaves, but the numbers are too high. If your cash flow gets blocked, you could end up bankrupt. Non-human slaves have strong pride, so managing them will be difficult. An ironic situation was unfolding where the sellers were more concerned than the buyer, who didn't seem to have any reservations. Ghislaine responded with a relaxed expression. It is ironic to see slave merchants worry about their customer. The money has been prepared, and I'll take care of the management, so there's no need to be concerned. The slave traders exchanged sidelong glances and nodded slightly to each other. Damn, it's taboo to do a big deal with a kid like this. He's someone backed by the Marquis of Brantford. There's no way to refuse. I hear most of the royal faction nobles support him. Ghislaine glanced at the hesitant traders and issued a warning. You'd better bring them all without missing a single one. If there's any issue, you know what happens, right? Of course, sir. Rest assured. But please make sure to pay the amount. It's such a large sum, it's making us a bit uneasy. I'll make the payments as agreed on time, so just focus on delivering the people. Ghislaine replied curtly. Even though cosmetics were selling well, he couldn't afford to handle such a massive sum at the moment. However, because of the sheer amount of money involved, the traders insisted that they couldn't accept installment payments without collateral. Don't forget that the Ferdium estate has been used as collateral. I get it, just make sure you handle the task properly. You've received permission from Count Ferdium, right? Without batting an eye, Ghislaine replied confidently. I'm the heir there, so don't worry about it and be on your way. Ahem, understood. We will prepare everything as quickly as possible. See you at the estate. Oh, and don't forget to send the dwarves as quickly as possible, especially the dwarf I mentioned. Make sure he arrives safely no matter what. Why, yes, we will prioritize that. Good, I won't be going far. The slave traders left with uneasy expressions. Damn it, if something goes wrong, we'll have to protest to the Marquis of Brantford and hold him accountable. But will he even listen? isn't the collateral estate at the barren edge of the north. Just thinking about having to sell it in pieces gives me a headache. I've sold everything, so I should feel good, but why do I feel so uneasy? As the slave traders withdrew, Belinda clicked her tongue and muttered, "If Count Ferdium finds out, he'll faint." "It's fine. My father is always in a difficult spot, even without me." Belinda sighed deeply and shook her head. Buying slaves is one thing, but what about the immigrants? What about them? We're talking about at least several thousand, possibly over 10,000. We'll have to cover all their basic needs until they settle in, and that's going to cost a fortune. It's fine. You saw the wheat growing back then. We can handle it. What? Do you think people can live on just bread? What about everything else? It will cost money at first while they settle, sure. But once there are more people, the market will quickly revive. It wasn't wrong, but that would only be possible if the underlying issues were resolved. Where will people who were suddenly relocated get money to go to the market? What work can they do? They need to work to earn money and then spend it. Those who urgently need money can be employed in construction projects around the estate just like now. And what? I'll turn all the able-bodied men into soldiers. Our estate severely lacks a standing army. This way there's no problem, right? What? Belinda was stunned into silence. Saying he would turn any spare hands into soldiers. This was on a whole other scale. She grabbed Claude and asked, "Does that make sense? Can that really work?" Claude nodded. It was a bold idea, but it was plausible. In this era, there were plenty of people willing to become soldiers if you simply fed and housed them. The only reason others hadn't tried it was because they didn't have the money to spare. If we invest all the profits from runestones and cosmetics, it's possible. We just need to sustain it until the economy stabilizes a bit, and it should run smoothly on its own. However, the problem is we'd be spending all the money as soon as we earn it. For a few years, finances will be very tight. Of course, right? But why the rush? It's not like things won't improve with time. Claude scratched his chin thoughtfully and shared his opinion. "Well, I think it's to prepare for war." "War?" Belinda shouted, then quickly covered her mouth in shock. She lowered her voice and asked again, "War? With whom? Who's coming and why?" There are plenty of places that could attack. Count Desmond might seek revenge after what happened before, or other estates could set their sights on ours." Belinda furrowed her brow and asked, "Count Desmond, sure, but why would anyone else?" "It's because of the food supply. For now, we're keeping the estate as sealed off as possible, but eventually rumors will spread about the sudden increase in production. When that happens, more people will try to take advantage of it." "True, we prepared for war for similar reasons when we first acquired the runestone." Claude nodded and then glanced over at Ghislaine, lowering his voice. "I'm pretty sure I'm right. The Lord isn't the type to launch an attack on someone out of the blue, right? Of course, our young Lord isn't like that. Come on, attacking without a reason would make him a thug. It would suit him, though, ha. I can hear you, slave." Ghislaine narrowed his eyes and glared at Claude. Claude, who had been laughing and chatting with Belinda, flinched at Ghislaine's gaze and quickly moved away. Ghislaine clicked his tongue and sank back into his thoughts. The budget is way too tight. In this state, it'll be hard to start the next plan. I can't just sell all the runestones either, since I have other uses for them. The next plan required an enormous amount of money, but at the current pace, it would take far too long to gather the funds. I need to find a way to come up with a large sum more quickly. With the meetings with the slave traders done, there was no reason to stay in the capital any longer. The cosmetic sales were well established, so he planned to return to the estate and look for other ways to make money. That was, unless things took an unexpected turn. "Hey, get out of the way." "Oh, I was here first." "Move it now." The entrance to the Crow Mansion was packed with customers coming to buy cosmetics. Since the banquet, the number of visitors had been steadily increasing, and eventually it reached the point where they couldn't let everyone inside. Heard Baron Fenris cured the Marquis of Brantford's daughter's illness. They say it's all thanks to that cosmetic product. Oh my, I need to get some quick. Word spread, and soon, not only nobles living in the capital but also local lords and swift merchants from the provinces flocked to the mansion. At first, only the servants of noble families came, so it was somewhat manageable. But once the impatient nobles started coming in person, things escalated. These were people who had never in their lives lined up or waited their turn for anything. "A line? What's that? Can you eat it? Who dares to block my way?" With a single shout from a noble, the servants who had been lining up would get scared and scatter. But would the nobles sit still after hearing that their servants were chased away? Thus began a vicious cycle. A noble would show up, chase away the servants, and then their owners would come, repeating the whole process. Claude tried to step forward and control the crowd, but it was completely ineffective. Get in line. Form a line. No matter how much he shouted, the prideful nobles didn't even bother to listen. It would have been easier if there had been a clear difference in rank, so they could be lined up accordingly. However, with nobles of similar status and influence, that method was useless. With nobles from all over the kingdom gathering, there was no point in trying to separate them by rank. Some of the lower-ranking nobles started glaring at each other and engaging in verbal disputes. "Hey, I got here first." "What are you talking about? I was here before you. Did you leave your eyes at home? What did you say? Do you even know who you're messing with? If you cross me, Count Boyer won't stand for it." "Ha! And who are you to throw around names? You better back off unless you want to deal with Count Bromson." People using the names of those they knew to escalate verbal fights happened several times a day. The ones who only argued were actually the better behaved. Nobles who had bad blood between them didn't waste time. They drew their swords as soon as they saw each other in front of the mansion. "You're in luck today. You started this, so I have the justification." "Ha! Looks like you finally picked the day to die. What a fine day it is." Clang, clash. The unfortunate bodyguards, compelled by their master's orders, clashed swords with each other. A fight, there's a fight. Naturally, people couldn't resist the temptation of such an entertaining spectacle. Even those who had no intention of buying cosmetics gathered in front of the mansion to watch the brawl. "Yes, sir, there's a serious problem. The front of the mansion is in utter chaos. There's no way to let people in. If this keeps up, it could turn into a riot." Claude urgently reported to Ghislaine, who quickly went outside to see for himself. This wasn't part of the plan. The entrance to the mansion was pure pandemonium. People fighting, people watching, even stray dogs from the neighborhood that had followed the crowd. It was complete chaos. Not even a battlefield would be this disorderly. "Please, move aside. Don't block the way. I was here first. Hey, don't push. Woof woof, bark bark. Hey, someone make those dogs stop barking." Watching the scene, Ghislaine let out a wry laugh, almost in admiration. "Wow, this really is a mess." Claude, looking utterly drained, grumbled. "We've closed the gate for now because everyone's trying to push their way in. If we open it, the mansion will be overrun by those people. They'll probably just take the cosmetics too. So what do we do now?" Ghislaine found the situation quite tricky to handle. He couldn't just go around beating everyone up, even if it was his usual approach. "I need to return to the estate." When Ghislaine muttered this, Claude gave him an incredulous look. "In this state, if you go back now, the entire mansion will be looted. The servants won't be able to stop it. Then what should I do?" "You need to stay and manage things somehow." I need to go back quickly." "You're not making any sense. We can't handle this right now. Do you think the servants can hold out?" Ghislaine hesitated for a moment before speaking. "If we can't handle it, we need to leave it to someone who can." "What? For now, let's close up shop." "What do you mean?" Before Claude could finish his sentence, Ghislaine leaped up onto one of the mansion's walls and shouted loudly. "We're suspending sales for now. Everyone go home. We'll reopen in a few days." The gathered nobles began to shout in protest. "What do you mean? We've been waiting since morning. We must buy it today." "Baron Fenris, it's me." "Me? We met at the banquet, remember?" "Baron Fenris, you can't do this. At least let our group buy first." With Ghislaine's appearance, the commotion only intensified. Despite the nobles' protests, Ghislaine didn't even blink as he shouted again. "Hey, block the main gate completely. We're closing up for today." Claude and the other aides exchanged bewildered glances. Things were going exceptionally well, and there was no telling what rumors would spread if they drove away all these customers. My lord, no matter how bad it is, you can't just turn away so many customers." Claude carefully tried to speak up, but Ghislaine interrupted him in an irritated tone. "What are you doing? Hurry up and block the gates." What's gotten into him this time?" Claude grumbled inwardly as he ordered the mercenaries to act. Just in case of a disturbance, they used wooden planks and carts which had been prepared earlier to thoroughly block off the entrance to the mansion. Thud, thud. With the iron bars of the main gate completely covered, it was impossible to see inside, and the nobles began shouting angrily. "This is an insult to us. Why aren't you selling?" "Open the gates now. I need to have a word with you." But there was no response from behind the blocked gate. The nobles stopped bickering and began grumbling. "What on earth is going on here? Tisk, let's just go back for today and try again another time." Ugh, as expected from those northern hicks, no manners. None at all, if it weren't for the Marquis of Brantford. The same people who had been brandishing swords in front of someone else's shop were now, as if nothing had happened, speaking solemnly about manners. After some time, most of the crowd dispersed. With the doors shut tight and no conversation to be had, they had no other choice. As it grew quieter outside, Ghislaine asked Claude quietly, "Are they all gone?" "For the most part, yes. But what are you planning to do now? If we open again, it'll just cause another mess." "We need to make sure it doesn't become a mess." "How exactly?" "We need to find a representative. As things are now, it's better to sell off everything quickly and move on." There was no way he could stay tied down to the capital forever. Having made his decision, Ghislaine took determined steps forward. Claude hurried after him, asking, "Didn't you say it'd be a waste to leave it to someone else? This chaos is just because it's the beginning. Won't things settle down in a few days?" "How long will that take?" "Unless we set up branches and manage supply across all the kingdom's territories, people will keep flocking here. The so-called famous merchant guilds from each region have already started coming by. It's going to be hard to return to the estate right away." "Yeah, I won't be able to budge until the stock is completely sold out." Ghislaine had estimated the amount based on the popularity he had seen in his previous life. Initially, he had planned to adopt a luxury strategy, selling only to a few wealthy nobles and slowly expanding sales channels. By controlling demand at a manageable pace, he intended to secure a stable income source. However, word of mouth spread faster than he had anticipated after treating Rosalind. But no matter how well the business was going, he couldn't afford to miss out on more important matters. It was frustrating to have to share even a little of the profit, but in this situation, it was better to appoint a representative. Claude, understanding Ghislaine's thoughts to some extent, declared with a resolute expression, "Then I'll stay and handle things somehow. My lord, you should just return to the estate. If you're left alone, you'll slack off, won't you? Want to die?" "I'm sorry." Claude's hidden ambition was blocked by Ghislaine's unyielding stance. "Then who are you thinking of entrusting this to?" "HM." The representative needed to be powerful enough to manage even nobles and skilled at handling the work. There weren't many options. Countess Aylesbury wouldn't be a bad choice, but since I'm already tied to the Brantford family as a patron, it'd be better to leave it to them. With a casual demeanor, Ghislaine headed to the Marquis of Brantford's mansion. The sudden visit left the Marquis of Brantford pressing his temples, trying to suppress a headache. He's not just dropping by a friend's house. Hiding his inner thoughts, the Marquis maintained his usual expressionless face and asked, "What is it?" "I'm here to deliver some good news." It was a line typically used by conmen. The Marquis squinted his eyes, sizing up Ghislaine from head to toe. Ghislaine, however, met his gaze confidently, without a hint of hesitation. "Go on. I'm sure you're aware of the increasing popularity of our cosmetics, and so, we would like the Brantford family to take over the sales of these cosmetics on our behalf." The Marquis didn't bother to conceal his confusion and asked again, "They're selling well. Why would you want to hand them over?" "There are too many customers for our current manpower to handle. We'll offer you 10% of the sales profits, and in return, we'd like an investment of 300,000 gold." The Marquis's jaw dropped in disbelief. 300,000 gold was a fortune, enough to buy a small estate. To bring up such a massive sum so casually, although the cosmetics were incredibly popular, exchanging just 10% of the shares for 300,000 gold was absurd. "Does this kid think I'm a pushover just because I've done him a few favors?" It had been a long time since the Marquis had felt this level of agitation. He scowled as he responded, "No." The swift and firm rejection caused both Belinda and Claude, who had accompanied Ghislaine, to nod in agreement. The young lord went too far this time. 300,000 gold. That kind of money would last a person for decades. Why does our lord always think on such a grand scale? Did he really believe that would work? Even a fool wouldn't agree to such a deal. Just as the atmosphere began to grow awkward, Rosalind, who proudly considered herself Ghislaine's patron, intervened. "Father, I'll cover half of the investment, Please accept it. This is a really great opportunity." Startled by the sudden statement, the Marquis raised an eyebrow and asked, "An opportunity? What kind of opportunity do you think this is?" "Cosmetics are consumable products. They'll continue to sell endlessly. We can recoup the investment eventually." "And when do you think we'll make that money back?" "With a 10% share, that's only 10 gold. After subtracting management and operating costs, there won't even be half of that left. That's only because we're currently selling them in the capital. Once Deneb's name spreads across the entire kingdom, we'll recover the investment much faster than you're estimating." It wasn't entirely wrong, but building that reputation and expanding sales channels would also take time and money. The Marquis clicked his tongue and chided his daughter. "Do you think it's as easy as it sounds? Selling in the capital and setting up branches across the kingdom are entirely different matters. I'll take care of the management myself." Rosalind's confident statement made the Marquis of Brantford pause for a moment. "You, Rosalind, if you leave it to me, I'll make sure we recover the principal without any problems. If that guy fails to supply the goods properly, we'll suffer huge loss." At this, Ghislaine, who had been listening quietly, grinned and spoke confidently. "Come on, if the products sell well, that's good for me too. Do you really think I'd mess that up? There's no need to worry so much." Rosalind eagerly backed him up. "That's right. Baron Fenris isn't the type to do that. You've seen it yourself so far, haven't you?" Ghislaine had been trying to keep his distance from Rosalind, but if she was going to actively support him like this, the situation changed. "Anyway, I was planning to gradually set up branches when I had the resources later on. If Miss Rosalind helps, it'll establish a foothold quickly. It would be a great benefit for the Brantford family as well." With the two of them determinedly pushing, the Marquis of Brantford was a bit flustered and took a step back. Whether he was retreating or not, Rosalind continued even more assertively. "This is also an opportunity to enhance the influence of our family. It would mean that every noble who wants this product can only get it through us." She had a point. Monopolizing a product is a form of power, especially if the product is one that has become a sensational hit. The power derived from it grows proportionately. The Marquis of Brantford, who was momentarily swayed by how reasonable it sounded, shook his head vigorously. "No, no. It makes no sense to spend 300,000 gold and take on the work just to get that kind of profit. I'm not a fool. It was only logical that if you invest, you should receive a stake in return. But to do the work on top of that, it was no different from asking him to work for free. What kind of investor would accept such a foolish proposal?" Sensing that the Marquis was about to refuse again, Rosalind shot a glance at Ghislaine and quickly continued. "Think about it. Imagine branches spread across the entire kingdom, with the banner of the Brantford family flying over each one. It wouldn't be a loss for our family. We'll recover the principal quickly, and after that, it'll be pure profit. Let me handle it." Seeing Rosalind's unusually desperate effort to persuade him, the Marquis of Brantford's expression grew suspicious. Why is she being so proactive? Could it be that she was moved by the nonsense that idiot said? Marquis of Brantford, suddenly reaching a certain thought, pointed at her and spoke. "Your wedding is not far off. You don't have the luxury to start something else." Rosalind, as if she had already anticipated his remark, continued without hesitation. "Now that I've recovered, is there really a need for me to marry into such a family? There are much better options available. Doesn't it feel like a waste?" The Marquis of Brantford's gaze wavered slightly. Now that she had recovered from her illness and was gradually returning to her old self, it did feel like a waste to send her off to that family. Seeing this, Rosalind realized this was the perfect moment to press on. Her father wasn't the type to hesitate like that over most things. "I've managed various organizations before, so I'm confident I can make money. You know that, father. Leave it to me. I'll make sure you feel like 300,000 gold was a bargain." The Marquis of Brantford couldn't refute Rosalind's words. Indeed, Rosalind's business acumen surpassed his own. Before she fell ill, she had run multiple organizations simultaneously without a single complaint and had never incurred a loss. It was something he could trust her with. It does sound plausible, but still, something feels off. The Marquis of Brantford glanced at Ghislaine. Ever since that fellow had asked him to be a guarantor, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being used. Ghislaine spoke with a confident air. In the long run, I'm the one who stands to lose. I'm selling it cheaply now because I urgently need the money and managing it is a burden. Opportunities like this, they don't come around often. It was quite a skill to deliver lines fit for a con artist with such boldness. The Marquis of Brantford slightly frowned. Still, isn't the amount too high? Father, swish. Rosalind snapped open her fan, covering her face with it while glaring at the Marquis of Brantford with just her eyes. Why are you acting so out of character? This is a chance to increase the family's influence and make money. You know the value of this better than anyone. What do you mean out of character? Is selling cosmetics supposed to be my thing now? The Marquis of Brantford felt an odd sense of injustice. Why am I listening to this? Why am I suddenly selling cosmetics? Why am I supposed to give her money? In truth, he knew Rosalind was right. That was the problem. He knew the venture had value, and that's why he was wavering. It was something worth doing, yet he didn't understand why it made his stomach churn. The Marquis of Brantford clutched his throbbing head and closed his eyes. Ever since Ghislaine appeared, everything seemed to be going awry. He had requested to become his guardian, and under that pretense had siphoned off all the support. Now he wanted him to sell cosmetics on his behalf, and in return cough up the funds. Now I understand why I'm feeling ill. Come to think of it, that guy was getting everything he wanted. The Marquis of Brantford's face showed signs of deep distress. Watching this, Belinda and Claude clenched their fists tightly. To see the Marquis of Brantford hesitating like that. Is he really wavering at the young lord's proposal? Seriously, is that really the Marquis of Brantford? Could he really be convinced? I hope so. That would be amazing. It'd mean less work for us. Please, please. As the Marquis of Brantford wrestled with his decision, unable to reach a conclusion, Ghislaine decided to throw out his trump card. Since the Marquis refuses, I guess I'll have to approach Count Aylesbury's family. They would gladly accept it. Later on, don't tell me you're disappointed, said Ghislaine. The Marquis of Brantford rubbed his forehead. This annoying bastard. Ghislaine was not someone he could easily ignore, as he was more than capable of carrying out such a threat. Rosalind also backed up Ghislaine's statement. If that happens, the flag of Count Aylesbury's family will fly across the kingdom. People will mock us for throwing away an opportunity that came right to our door. Really, what kind of embarrassment would that be? You need to think about the family's honor. Sensing that the Marquis of Brantford was wavering, the two of them didn't stop. It's only because father is the guardian that the Baron approached us first, don't you see? That's right. I wanted to offer this opportunity to you first, Marquis. I'm glad the young lady understands my sincerity. Father, accept it quickly. Marquis, there won't be another chance like this. The Marquis of Brantford's face gradually reddened, and eventually he bursted out and started shouting. Quiet, why do the both of you have so much to say? At his roar, Ghislaine and Rosalind immediately closed their mouths. The Marquis of Brantford rarely raised his voice this much. Pushing him further at this point would only backfire. Letting out a deep sigh, the Marquis stood up and spoke to Rosalind. Do as you see fit, but if anything goes wrong, I'll arrange your marriage before you get any older. This is the last chance I'm giving you. Understood. Rosalind folded her fan and smiled broadly. With her pushing forward, the outcome was practically decided. The Marquis of Brantford turned to Ghislaine and emphasized sternly. I'm assuming you need this because you urgently need money right now. If you play any tricks or cause losses to the Marquis family, you won't like what happens. Please don't worry, I will handle it properly. I'm going to rest now so the two of you can take care of the rest. The Marquis of Brantford turned and walked out. Even though he had made the decision himself, he still couldn't shake the feeling of resentment. It still feels like I got played by that brat. Ugh, my head hurts so much today. I shouldn't think about it any longer. He massaged his temples and let out another sigh. It seemed like he would be feeling this sense of frustration for the next few days. As he trudged away, Belinda and Claude silently celebrated. Filled with joy, the two bounced on their feet and their shoulders bumped against each other. What's this? Won't you move away? Why are you clinging? I'm the one who's more offended here. The two glared at each other, startled, and growled in frustration. Gillian, who had been quietly rooting for Ghislaine from the back, clicked his tongue and grabbed both of their shoulders, forcibly pulling them apart. After the Marquis of Brantford left and they were sure he wasn't coming back, Ghislaine and Rosalind finally let out sighs of relief. Ghislaine turned to Rosalind with a smile on his lips. Thanks to you, everything went smoothly. Rosalind shrugged her shoulders and replied, well, I had my own reasons, you know. Then I'll be counting on you going forward. There won't be any issues with the product supply, right? Yes, I'll increase the facilities as soon as I get back. Good. I'm not sure why you suddenly needed such a large sum of money, but Rosalind suddenly stopped mid-sentence, a thought crossing her mind. She scrutinized Ghislaine's face carefully before asking cautiously, you're not sick or anything, are you? Like receiving a terminal diagnosis and planning to blow all your money before you die or something? Ghislaine replied, his expression showing how absurd he found the idea. I'm healthy. Ah, got it. I just thought I'd ask just in case. Ghislaine sighed. As expected from the daughter of the Marquis of Brantford, her suspicions knew no bounds. Still, once she made a decision, Rosalind's strength was in pushing forward without hesitation. The two quickly drew up a contract. After signing her name under Ghislaine, she smiled brightly. I'm glad I could help you like this. Let's do well together from now on. Thank you. It's really reassuring to have you as my sponsor. The gratitude he had expressed before was more of a formality, but now it was genuine. In truth, Ghislaine hadn't expected to secure the hefty sum of 300,000 gold. He had initially planned to start with a high figure and then adjust, either by increasing the shares to be transferred or lowering the investment amount through negotiations. But thanks to Rosalind's intervention, things had gone more smoothly than he anticipated. This is the best outcome. It's beyond my expectations. This should be more than enough for now. Now that they were tied together in business, the Marquis family would have no choice but to pay more attention to him. And on top of that, 300,000 gold had landed in his lap. With this, he could accelerate his next plans significantly. Suppressing the grin that threatened to spread across his face, Ghislaine took Rosalind's outstretched hand and shook it. News of the resumption of cosmetic sales quickly spread throughout the capital. On the day sales restarted, nobles arrived with soldiers in tow, looking proud and determined. This time I won't be leaving empty-handed. I'll be the first one inside. Move out of the way, we're going first. Don't get pushed back, force your way through. The proud nobles, having learned from their previous failure, steeled themselves this time. It was no longer just about obtaining the cosmetics. It had become a matter of pride for the nobles. The soldiers each noble had brought with them were pushing against the main gate, shoving and grappling with one another. It was a scene reminiscent of a siege. Bang. With so many people pressing against it, the gate of the mansion could no longer hold and finally collapsed. The gate's open. Get inside. Get in before that bastard. I won't forgive you if you're late. Hurry up and push them aside. As they poured into the spacious garden, they began attacking one another. As long as they didn't touch Baron Fenris, it didn't matter. The nobles genuinely believed there was no issue in fighting and overpowering each other to be the first to buy. The garden quickly turned into a massive battlefield. Don't step on me. Just leave them and run. Get to the mansion first. Grab those guys first. Ghislaine and his companions watched from a distance. There was no way they could control those prideful, crazed nobles by themselves. If they tried to intervene, they'd end up getting dragged into the chaos, swinging their fists just as wildly. Ghislaine, with a playful grin, turned to Rosalind beside him and said, "Then, I'll leave it to you, my lady." "Understood." Rosalind lifted her chin proudly and strode toward the brawling crowd. The people who were busy throwing punches felt an eerie chill and slowly began to stop fighting one by one. As they came to their senses, they realized that soldiers armed with weapons had surrounded them. What's this? Are those Baron Fenris soldiers? When did they bring in such a force? The bewildered nobles widened their eyes when they saw the woman standing in front of the soldiers. No way. Rosalind Brantford. Why is the daughter of the Marquis of Brantford here? The excitement died down, replaced by confusion and unease, and the nobles noticed the emblem on the soldier's armor. Isn't that the emblem of the Marquis of Brantford? With puzzled expressions, the nobles stared at Rosalind. She spoke in a calm, expressionless tone, just like her father would. By the commission of Baron Fenris, the Marquis of Brantford will be managing this place starting today. At those words, the nobles' faces turned pale. It was as if they had attacked the Marquis of Branford's household by leading soldiers to this place. Rosalind looked at the hesitant crowd and said, "It seems you acted out of ignorance this time, so I let it slide. But it will be a problem if this happens again. Everyone, follow the order." The commotion quickly subsided. No matter how much the nobles acted on their whims, they couldn't ignore Rosalind, nor the Marquis of Branford who stood behind her. As the atmosphere calmed down, the nobles began to steal glances at Rosalind's face. Some had seen her at banquets, but more of them had only heard rumors and had never seen her up close. Her skin was clear and radiant. It was hard to believe that she had once lived in seclusion due to a skin disease. It's true. She's really fully recovered. A noble who had come up from the provinces boldly asked her a question. He knew it was somewhat impolite, but his curiosity got the better of him. Did you really cure your illness with those cosmetics?" Fortunately, Rosalind didn't take offense. Instead, she gave a gentle smile and replied, "Yes, that's right. While Baron Fenris helped treat me, these cosmetics played a big part. That's why the Marquis family decided to manage their distribution." Without batting an eye, she lied. "It's not exactly a lie. After all, the product's effectiveness is proven." Hearing Rosalind's response, the nobles wore expressions filled with intent. With visible proof in front of them and the endorsement of the Marquis of Branford, their trust in the product soared. "It's expensive, but I should buy a lot while I can. I should get some for my wife too. It's so popular that who knows when it'll sell out. I could buy more now and sell it later for a higher price. Phew, if I use that, I'll look even more handsome, right?" Swoosh. Rosalind spread her fan wide and spoke softly. "Well then, shouldn't you all form a line?" With just that one sentence, an amusing sight unfolded as the nobles quickly lined up. It took some time, but everyone orderly waited their turn to purchase the cosmetics. Considering the large crowd and with Rosalind herself stepping in, the sales on the first day were tremendous. Rosalind, in a cheerful mood, smiled brightly and spoke kindly. "There's plenty of stock, so there's no need to fight to be the first. Please continue to line up like this in the future." Anyway, with the Marquis of Branford's soldiers standing guard, there was no chance of any chaos breaking out. As a result, the nobles didn't have to bother coming out themselves to stand in line. Those who didn't want to queue began sending their servants instead, and the Crow Mansion returned to its usual calm. "Wow, the mansion's quiet now, but the cosmetics are selling like crazy," Claude muttered in amazement. Ghislaine nodded, looking relieved. Although he had to give up a few shares, he managed to secure the money he needed and delegated the bothersome tasks. Moreover, Rosalind seemed determined, throwing herself into promoting and selling the cosmetics. Whether she wants to quickly recoup her investment or win her father's approval, either way, it also means that other businesses would be reluctant to interfere. Just as there were those who caused a commotion at Ghislaine's mansion, despite knowing that the Marquis of Branford was his guardian, there were certainly others who were eyeing the cosmetics with greed. If they were money-crazed, they were probably still scheming to somehow snatch it away, but as long as Rosalind stood firm, it would be difficult for them to act recklessly. Who knows how long this will last because of the Duke of Delphine, but that's a problem for later. Though it had been a sudden change of plans, things had actually worked out better in many ways. Now, the only thing left was to return home with peace of mind. "Let's head back. We'll be buying materials needed for the estate on the way, so prepare a list." "Understood." While Claude and the close aides were packing up and getting ready to leave, Ghislaine made the rounds to bid farewell to some of the influential nobles in the capital. His last visit was to the Marquis of Branford's family, where he received some good news. "Thank you for all your help. I'll be heading back to the estate now. As promised, the initial support for Ferdium is prepared, so how about leaving together?" "Is that so? Then I'll join you." Traveling with the support troops would slow them down, but it didn't matter. Being able to personally oversee how the supplies were distributed meant that things would work out even better. "They are waiting outside the city gates, so we can depart together. The royal family and various houses have sent soldiers, so there's no need to worry about an escort." "Thank you very much for the consideration." Ghislaine slightly bowed his head in appreciation. Receiving support was certainly beneficial, but since it was an arrangement that aligned with both parties' interests, there was no need to lower himself excessively in gratitude. Sure enough, as they exited the city, an endless line of wagons loaded with supplies stretched before them. The sight of countless provisions, war horses, and military equipment filled the wagons, and Ghislaine's close aides couldn't hold back their admiration. Although the Marquis of Brantford led the effort, half of the assets belonged to the royal family, and the other half came from the royal faction's nobles. Thus, along with the royal standard, flags symbolizing each noble house fluttered everywhere. Everyone's hearts swelled with pride at the grandeur. Wow, are they really giving us all of this? Belinda felt happy, yet a bit wistful. She thought about how difficult things had been for the Ferdium family. If they had received such support earlier, how much better would it have been? She didn't know much about the complex political relationships, but she could at least tell that the Ferdium family had risen to a more significant position than before. And it was all thanks to Ghislaine, so she felt immensely proud as the person who had taught him. Oh, our young lord has really grown up well. Even Rosalind, who was staying at the Crow Mansion, came out beyond the castle walls to see Ghislaine off. There was a hint of melancholy on her face. "Take care, Baron. Please make sure to stay healthy." "Yes, you take care too, my lady, and please keep doing well with the cosmetics sales." "All right. When will you be coming back to the capital?" "Someone will come to collect payments frequently, but I don't know when I'll be back myself." "Well, I'll be off then. Please make sure the accounts are settled properly." "Is there nothing you can talk about with me other than money?" Rosalind pouted in disappointment. However, Ghislaine paid no attention to her reaction at all. His mind was filled only with thoughts of returning as quickly as possible. He looked around at the people and shouted loudly, "Everyone's got everything, right? We have a lot of cargo this time, so make sure to keep track of it." "Yes, everything's ready." "All right, then let's get going." At Ghislaine's signal, the wagons began to move one by one slowly. Caw, caw. The crows circled far above in the sky, reluctantly saying their farewells. Still, none of them followed, as if they didn't want to leave their home. Rosalind stood lost in thought as she watched Ghislaine's departing figure. Is the Fenris estate really that good? What kind of place could it be? She stayed there for a long time, not leaving until Ghislaine disappeared into a mere dot on the horizon. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Now that the weather is clearing, it's time to prepare for the expedition to the northern fortress. At Zwalter's words, Homer and the chief overseer nodded. Yes, it's about time the barbarians start making their move. The two were drinking tea, discussing the future political landscape. Their expressions were more relaxed than ever. Suddenly, Zwalter let out a wistful laugh, as if reminded of his son. He said he was going to sell cosmetics, but he's been in the capital for quite some time. I hope he's building up a lot of connections while he's there. That kid didn't have many friends growing up, after all. That's because of his temper, but the young lord has still grown a lot, hasn't he? Even if it's hard to meet high-ranking nobles, he must have made some friends among his peers. Right, even though it's a poor estate, he became a lord at that age, so he should have managed to make a few friends. Homer frowned slightly and shook his head. The problem is that he went around selling goods like a merchant. The young nobles in the capital have strong pride, so he might have ended up with less than ideal friends. I told him not to go, but he insisted. Once you hear about the kind of friends he made, if they seem subpar, you should give him a good scolding. After all, who a noble associates with is important. Zwalter nodded with a stern expression. Don't worry, even though he's been making money and getting a bit full of himself, he's still lacking in experience, isn't he? If he's made bad friends, I'll make sure to give him a proper scolding. Of course. Since the war, the young lord's behavior has been overlooked, but this would be a good opportunity to give him some firm discipline. The two of them exchanged smiles. With the estate running smoothly, their minds were at ease. Though still poor, things had improved compared to before they received support from the runestone. And since they were also set to receive food supplies from Ghislaine, those who had been living hard lives felt grateful even for this much. But he didn't cause any trouble in the capital, did he? I can't shake off this uneasy feeling. Come on now. You know the power and influence of the capital's nobles. No matter how reckless the young lord might be, he wouldn't have caused any trouble there. But he has always been unpredictable. Don't worry about it. It was his first time in the capital, so he was probably too intimidated to do anything. You think so? Well, I suppose he has his own thoughts, so he must have been careful. Cardinia was a place that took one's breath away with its sheer magnificence. Even Zwalter, when he first visited the capital, couldn't close his mouth in awe. No matter how rough Ghislaine's temperament was, Zwalter thought he wouldn't dare act out on his first visit to such a grand place. "All right then, we'll have the forces ready once Randolph returns." "Understood. It's been nice and quiet with that noisy guy not around, but I suppose he'll be back soon." Randolph, who had gone to train the mercenaries, couldn't return because Ghislaine hadn't come back yet. With only well-mannered and quiet people remaining in Ferdium, things had naturally been peaceful and calm. The two sipped their tea elegantly, smiling. They wished for this peace to last a long time. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, growing louder. Bang! "My lord, we have a big problem." The man who burst through the door was Albert, the estate's treasurer. For someone who was always calm and composed to be this flustered, it meant something truly serious had happened. Zwalter shot up from his seat, grabbing the sword that was propped up beside him. "Have the barbarians already started to move? If so, we need to quickly gather the troops and send reinforcements to the northern fortress." "No, it's not that." Albert shook his head vehemently, cutting him off. Zwalter, confused, asked again, "Then did monsters break out of the forest of beasts?" Albert shook his head even more frantically. "Alina didn't bring home a boyfriend, did she? If only it were something like that." "Then what is it? Hurry up and tell me." "It's the young lord, Ghislaine." "What about Ghislaine? Isn't he in the capital?" With a pale face, Albert exclaimed. "He got into a dispute with the Marquis of Brantford in the capital." Zwalter hesitated for a moment, thinking he might have misheard, and then let out a hollow laugh. "Brantford? Was there a Marquis by that name? It seems it's been a while since I've been to the capital." "No, the Marquis of Brantford." Brantford, the minister of the royal household." Zwalter blinked silently, then awkwardly smiled. "You're telling me that Marquis of Brantford? This must be a joke, right?" Albert pursed his lips and shook his head again. Thud. Zwalter's face went ghostly pale as he collapsed back into his seat. In place of the stunned Zwalter, Homer urgently pressed for details. "What are you talking about? Explain properly." "The young lord picked a fight with the Marquis of Brantford and ended up being detained." "Wasn't the young lord there to do business? How did he end up getting into a dispute with the Marquis of Brantford? He's not someone you can just meet if you want to." "I don't know that either." Zwalter found it hard to believe what Albert was saying. Are you sure about this? It isn't just some wild rumor, is it?" "I heard it from a merchant who came to the estate. We don't have any informants in the capital, do we?" "So it's just a rumor then?" "Merchants and travelers from other regions said the same thing. Even if the details are exaggerated, the fact that a dispute occurred seems to be true." Zwalter let out a deep sigh. Knowing Ghislaine's reckless nature, it seemed entirely plausible. "Sigh?" As the two continued to exchange sighs, Albert urged them with a sense of urgency. "We need to find a solution. At this rate, the young lord's head is at risk." Holmern jumped to his feet, shouting in frustration. "A solution? If the rumors have spread this far, it's probably already over. I knew this would happen. He's always acted without a care." "Still, if they don't intend to completely sever ties with the northern Margrave, they might spare the young lord's life," said Albert. Zwalter snapped back to his senses. If that was true, there was still a chance. No matter how much of a troublemaker he was, Ghislaine was the son of the lord and the heir to this place. They couldn't just let him die. With a tense expression, Zwalter spoke up. "First, let's prepare a grand gift and send an envoy to the capital. We have no choice but to beg for forgiveness for my son's rudeness." Homer nodded in agreement. "Perhaps we could ask them to be lenient by saying he's a bit unbalanced. We could explain that he sometimes has these episodes. It wasn't intentional." "Yes, we'll have to do that. He is my son, but to be honest, he is a madman. I'm sure there are already rumors in the capital about his peculiarities." The three of them began to move quickly. They gathered the retainers to discuss countermeasures, drafted a letter of apology, and scraped together whatever resources they could find. While the retainers were gathered in the hall, debating who should be sent as an envoy, a soldier who had been guarding the castle gate burst in, shouting urgently, "An army is approaching the castle." What army all of a sudden? Zwalter and the retainers were stunned. There had been no messenger from the checkpoints along the estate's borders. That meant the army had either overpowered them and pushed through, or they had taken a different route and bypassed the usual paths. Zwalter jumped up from his seat and snapped at the soldier. Did you see the banners? Whose forces are they? Well, there were so many banners. So many banners. Are you saying it's a coalition force? The size of the army was too small for that. Homer, hands trembling, pressed further. Then, which noble house's banners did you see? At the front was the royal banner, followed by those of the Marquis of Brantford, the Marquis of Macquarie, Count Norton, Count Aylesbury, Count Bowyer, Count Bromson. Every name he listed belonged to nobles with considerable power in the kingdom. Zwalter's legs gave out and he slumped back into his chair. They're all nobles from the pro-royal faction. If the royal banner is present, it means the Marquis of Brantford has mobilized the troops. It looks like Ghislaine has really stirred up a big mess. What should we do? Homer, pacing in agitation, asked, but Zwalter remained silent. If they were here to make a show of force, demanding an apology and compensation for the damage to their honor, then the best course of action would be to comply. But what if they intend to seize this place? It seemed unlikely they would go to such lengths over a quarrel with a troublesome son, but he had to consider the worst-case scenario. It wasn't common, but there were cases where people would find various pretexts to seize someone else's estate and hand it over to a noble they supported. For something like this to happen out of the blue, this is troublesome. This was a time when even stationing troops at the borders of an estate could be seen as a justification for war. And yet, without any of those usual steps, the royal and high-ranking noble troops had suddenly appeared right outside the castle. This was far from ordinary. Hearing bad news followed by a situation like this brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. After contemplating for a moment, Zwalter made a decision and spoke in a heavy tone. "Gather the soldiers." "My lord, you're not serious, are you?" Homer's tone was full of concern, but Zwalter clenched his teeth as he gripped his sword. "We may be poor, but we still have our pride, don't we?" "We have neither," Homer retorted inwardly, lowering his head. "If the young lord is indeed captured, it could be dangerous. No matter how reckless he is, we must ensure his survival. He's the heir to the family. Let's hear what they have to say first. If they're holding him as a hostage and want an apology, then we'll pay compensation. But if they try to use this as an excuse to push us around with force, we'll fight." "Understood." The resolute look in Zwalter's eyes made all the retainers bow their heads. Since negotiations might begin immediately, the retainers from the chief overseer's office will accompany me. Hearing this, some of the retainers' faces stiffened. If a sudden battle broke out, they would struggle to even protect themselves. But when the Lord called for them, refusal wasn't an option. Reluctantly, they all followed, shuffling after him. Clang, 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 clang. The bell to summon the soldiers rang out. The soldiers residing inside the castle, though surprised by the sudden call, quickly prepared for combat. Boom! The castle gates opened, and Zwalter, now fully armored, mounted his horse. Following behind him, the soldiers began to march slowly towards the forces approaching Ferdium. Zwalter carefully observed the approaching group. They have flashy banners, but there aren't many of them. They're carrying too much cargo. Did the vanguard bring supplies? But they just came here without even declaring war. No matter how powerful the royal family is, this is going too far, isn't it? Despite his bold declaration in front of his retainers, Zwalter was actually on the verge of losing his mind with anxiety. He was even considering whether it would be better to just run out there and beg for forgiveness. What kind of mistake had he made that prominent high-ranking nobles, known for their reputations, had banded together to send soldiers? As they drew closer, his heart pounded, and his hands were soaked in sweat. Then, the Allied forces that had been approaching suddenly stopped when they saw Zwalter's troops. Zwalter also halted and observed the opposing side. "My lord, it would be best to meet their commander and talk to find out what's going on first," suggested Homer. Zwalter nodded and stepped forward. At that, a few people on horseback broke away from the other side and came forward as well. "They ride pretty well. Let's see who they are, huh?" The people approaching seemed somewhat familiar, and the young man leading them looked even more so. "That guy, he's as handsome as my son." Zwalter, after recognizing the approaching man's face, was startled and shouted out, "Hey, what are you doing here?" The one at the front was Ghislaine. The ones riding alongside him included Belinda and other close aides of his son. Why on earth was his son appearing amidst the group bearing those noble flags? Zwalter was so bewildered that he couldn't even speak. Meanwhile, Ghislaine, who had come closer, also looked perplexed and asked, "Father, what are you doing here?" "I'm preparing for battle." "With whom?" "With you." Both of them were dumbfounded, and silence lingered around them for a moment. Homeland broke the silence by interjecting urgently. "Why, young lord, are you alive? What in the world is going on? What happened in the capital?" "I just came back from selling some cosmetics." His tone was so casual, as if nothing had happened, that Homeland pressed him further. "If it was nothing, why did the royal family and nobles send troops?" "Oh, I think there's a misunderstanding here," Walter, regaining his composure, asked as well. I heard a rumor that you got into a conflict with the Marquis of Brantford. Isn't that why the troops were dispatched?" "Ah, now I understand what's going on. It's really nothing. I just made a decent deal with the Marquis." "A deal? But the rumor was that you were imprisoned by the Marquis of Brantford. Weren't you taken as a hostage?" "It was true that I had been confined for half a month, but that was to treat Rosalind. Well, if I had failed, I wouldn't have been able to escape, and things would have escalated. But since I succeeded, there was no problem." Ghislaine shook his head and continued speaking. "Since it seems confusing, I'll explain quickly." Ghislaine briefly explained what had happened in the capital. As the story progressed, Walter and his retainers' expressions became filled with shock. "The Marquis of Brantford agreed to become your guardian in return for treating his daughter." "Yes." "And Counts Aylesbury and Norton, among others, are sponsoring and supporting you." "Yes." "And you've become a member of the royal faction." "Oh, and so have you, father." "Why me?" "That's how it turned out." Walter swallowed dryly, trying to make sense of the confusion in his head. From the start, he was loyal to the royal family, so it wasn't as if he was different from the royal faction anyway. It was just that they hadn't included him before and had ignored him. Is this even possible? No matter how much he thought about it, it didn't make sense. So, he took another look at the army standing behind Ghislaine. The banners of the royal family and the high-ranking nobles still fluttered in the wind. If all of that had been fabricated, his son wouldn't have enough lives to survive. Is this really real? Can this be true? Seeing an unbelievable situation unfold before his eyes, he felt like he was losing his mind. Even good news needs to be within a certain limit to be purely joyful. When something good goes too far, it instead breeds suspicion and anxiety. Walter closed his eyes. "This is a dream, father. If I open my eyes, I'll return to reality." "Father, begone, you deceitful things." Flash. Walter opened his eyes, channeling even his mana. His eyes shone brightly, filled with vitality. Yet the scene before him remained unchanged. "Ah, it's still the same. It's real." Ghislaine grumbled in frustration at the lack of proper conversation. "Father, what's wrong with you?" "I'm sorry. It's just too hard to believe. It's the truth, so just accept it." "All right." Walter wasn't the only one who couldn't believe Ghislaine's explanation. Homer, the chief overseer, quickly blurted out, almost spitting in his haste. "Why, young lord, is that lie really true? Why would I make such a pointless lie that would be easily exposed?" "No, but still, can this really be true?" Homer's mind was spinning. The Marquis of Brantford became his guardian, that man who was called the most powerful figure in the kingdom. And now, all the prominent figures in the kingdom were offering their support and backing. If it were true, it meant that Ghislaine had officially become a more influential noble than his father, Count Ferdium. This was the power of political maneuvering that went beyond mere titles. Previously, he had been just a wealthy troublemaker, but now he had returned as a troublemaker with solid backing. He had already been untouchable because he controlled the flow of money, but now he had gained a formidable backing. A few of the retainers who had followed Walter rolled their eyes and broke out in a cold sweat. Why? Why would such powerful figures back that troublemaker? Have they all gone mad collectively? At that moment, Walter's eyes lit up and he spoke. "Then all those wagons, surely." "Yes, you're thinking correctly. They were organized by the Marquis of Brantford and given to us." "It's a dowry." "Pardon." "He treated the daughter and even became the guardian, so naturally, the next step is marriage. You must have impressed him with your various skills." "Ha ha ha ha." Walter pieced the situation together into the most understandable scenario he could think of. No matter how much Ghislaine had treated his daughter, there were simply too many gifts for it to just be a token of appreciation. Thus, there was only one answer. It is a dowry. Homer, standing beside him, was so overjoyed he almost burst into laughter. "Oh my, congratulations. After the broken engagement we were so worried, but now we're to be in-laws with the Marquis of Brantford. This is truly a blessing for the family. A celebration. Haha, you're making too much of a fuss, but honestly, isn't my son quite a catch? They must have recognized that on their side." Of course. He's got money, he's got skills, what more could he lack? Sure, he's a bit rough around the edges, but once he's married into that family, they'll straighten him out. Ha 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 ha. Right? Ha ha ha. The people from the Ferdium Count's family couldn't hide their joy. Their previous tension seemed misplaced now that it turned out not to be a major problem. And on top of that, hearing that Ghislaine would become the son-in-law of the Marquis of Brantford, how could they not be elated? Ghislaine and his close aides clicked their tongues as they watched this scene. They had been so skeptical at first, but now that they believed it, they were going way overboard. They needed to correct the misunderstanding, but everyone was so delighted that it was hard to figure out the right moment to cut them off. Ghislaine sighed deeply and spoke to his cheerful father. "It's not a dowry. Ha ha ha, it isn't. No, really, it's not." The atmosphere turned icy cold in an instant. Zwalter, feeling awkward, cleared his throat a few times before asking, Ahem, then what are they?" "They are supplies sent to Ferdium. A royal scribe came along with them, so you should hear the rest of the explanation." From the royal family, Zwalter was astonished. Had the royal family actually sent someone all the way here? As Ghislaine turned around and gestured, a dignified-looking middle-aged man approached with a smile. "I greet the brave wolf of the north, Margrave of Ferdium. I am Baron Andy Shear, a scribe of the royal family." Oh, welcome. What brings you all the way here?" "I have come to convey the words of His Majesty, the wise king." Please, go ahead." He tried to remain composed now that he had a rough idea of the situation, but his voice trembled for no reason. It was one thing for the Marquis of Brantford to be involved, but he still didn't quite understand why the royal family was also stepping in to support Ferdium. Seeing the nervous and awkward expressions of the people from Ferdium, Baron Shear couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Were they plotting a rebellion or something? It seemed quite odd, but digging into such potential threats was the job of an inspector, not his. Like the skilled administrator he was, he soon unrolled a luxurious scroll and began to read. "In recognition of the commendable efforts in defending the kingdom's borders, we are sending supplies to Count Ferdium. Furthermore, at the proposal of the Minister of the Interior, and with unanimous agreement from the Advisory Council's nobles following proper procedure, future support for Ferdium shall be increased beyond the current levels. We have no doubt in your loyalty to the royal family." The message continued with an endless stream of ornate phrasing, long enough to be tiresome. To put it simply, it meant that they would be providing Ferdium with a bit more support in the future. Once the message concluded, Baron Shear smiled warmly and said, "Next year, the scale of support will decrease slightly. This time, it was meant to make up for the previous shortcomings." Zwalter and his retainers were left speechless, their mouths agape. They couldn't even begin to process what Baron Shear was saying. The Marquis of Brantford became Ghislaine's guardian, and now this immediate support. Woohoo! Unable to contain himself, Homer shouted out in delight, and the other retainers burst into laughter and cheers. "Our troubles are finally over. With this much, we can focus solely on the northern defenses for the entire year. And we're getting support from other estates, too. We can finally rest easy." Everyone was so overjoyed that they didn't know what to do with themselves. Things had improved a bit after Ghislaine provided support with the runestone, but not enough to completely put their minds at ease. Most of all, it was extremely uncomfortable to always have to pester Ghislaine, begging him to share whatever he had. But now, with official support directly from the royal family, the situation was entirely different. Zwalter beamed and said with a satisfied smile, "Ha ha ha, now the estate's finances will truly flourish." "Well done, Ghislaine. Now I won't have to make any more humble requests to my son. I can regain my authority as a father." Homer chimed in as well. "The young lord has truly accomplished something great. Ha ha. We struggled with budget management, having to scrape by with small amounts of runestone here and there, but things have turned out well. In any case, you've worked hard, young lord. You have. Did you really think we'd be at your mercy forever, you rascal? Heh. Holman's expression even showed a hint of defiance, a resolve that he wouldn't be making any more groveling requests. With this kind of annual support, what was there to be regretful about? Albert, the treasurer, who usually maintained a stoic demeanor, was now fussing excitedly. We need to check if the supplies sent match the list and sort everything out. We should take care of what's ours after all. Oh, young lord, that promise you made to distribute food in a few months, I don't think you need to do that anymore. Ha ha ha. If you want a share of the supplies, young lord, you'll have to ask us for it. Zwalter and Holmern burst out laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, exactly. It's all ours now. Let's finally use it without worry. Just as everyone was basking in their happiness, Baron Shear scratched his cheek awkwardly and spoke up. This isn't all going to Ferdium. Huh. Zwalter's eyes widened in surprise. What kind of nonsense was this? They said the supplies were sent to Ferdium, so why weren't they getting all of it? Baron Shear hesitated, clearly uncomfortable, before continuing. The distribution will be handled by Baron Fenris. The faces of Zwalter and the people of Ferdium turned as stiff as statues. They slowly turned their heads, only to see Ghislaine standing with his arms crossed, a wry smile on his face. Baron Holmern burst out in fierce opposition. What do you mean by that? The support is coming from the royal family to Ferdium, so by what right does the young lord get to decide the distribution? It's a decision from the royal family. Baron Shear pulled out another document from his coat and showed it to the people. It was an appointment letter naming Ghislaine as the administrator in charge of distributing military supplies in the north. The royal seal, about the size of a fist, was stamped at the bottom of the letter. Zwalter and Ferdium's retainers repeated pointless questions, bewildered. The young lord managed to secure an official royal position. Then, what does that mean? Among the northern territories, Ferdium was the only one receiving support from the royal family, so even though the title of Northern Administrator seemed nominal, it was actually a position with great power within Ferdium, which received the supplies. Baron Shear spoke again to the astonished crowd. Please be aware that Baron Fenris is an official from the royal palace who has received approval from the royal family. In fact, the supplies were originally supposed to go to Baron Fenris, but it didn't look good, so officially, they decided to channel it to Ferdium. I hope you understand. In other words, they were preserving Zwalter's honor, but all the actual benefits were handed over to Ghislaine. Their mouths gaped open, but the retainers were too stunned to say anything coherent. Barely regaining his senses, Holmern stammered a question. Then, does that mean the young lord will be the one to distribute the supplies that are supposed to come every year? The answer came from Ghislaine. Yes, I'll be the one distributing them. Then, how much will you be giving? The estate is still not stable, so for now I'll give you half this time. Ghislaine spoke as if he were being generous. Holmern's expression became sullen. It wasn't as if they were taking back what was given, but having the gift he thought was all his cut in half diminished his joy by just as much. And the phrase "for now" bothered him as well. What about next year? Well, who knows? I'll have to see how things are then before I decide how much to distribute. It was clear that if things didn't go well, he might not give anything at all. No one failed to understand the meaning behind Ghislaine's words. The faces of Ferdium's people grew even gloomier. There was nothing they could say even if they weren't given anything at all, since it was something secured by the young lord's power. Even receiving half was an enormous amount, yet it was clear they'd remain at the mercy of the young lord, unable to escape his grasp. Ghislaine then turned to Albert and asked, Treasurer, are you sure you don't need any food supplies? Should I just not give you any? No, I must have misspoken. Albert, who had been so confident earlier, now muttered in a subdued tone, as if he'd never been that self-assured. Ghislaine sought Zwalter's consent as well. Father, is it all right? I think it would be better if I handled the distribution. Why, yes, that's fine, I don't mind. Since you're the one who acquired it, you should take care of it. Zwalter nodded, already considering how he might siphon off a portion when the supplies arrived next year. At that moment, as if reading his thoughts, Baron Shear spoke up. Oh, and from next year onward, the supplies will be sent directly to the Fenris estate. They will be distributed there before being sent to Ferdium. Holmern could only let out a hollow laugh, too drained to even feel disappointed anymore. Once the situation had mostly been resolved, Baron Shear sidled up to Ghislaine, trying to act friendly. "Baron Fenris, it's been a real honor, even if it was brief." "Ha, what are you saying? It was you who did all the hard work, Baron. I took a bit of extra time buying some supplies needed for the estate along the way, and I appreciate your patience." Baron Shear and Ghislaine exchanged smiles and shook hands. Watching this, Zwalter cautiously asked, Baron Shear, you seem to be quite close with this man's son." Baron Shear nodded with a warm smile. "Yes, we became acquainted when the Marquis of Brantford introduced us at a gathering hosted by the goddess. During the journey here we had many conversations, and I was truly impressed by his bold spirit." At those words, the Ferdium retainers all had blank expressions. Of course, a reckless fool like the young lord might look bold at a glance, but that's only because you don't know his true nature. While everyone else stood dazed, Ghislaine and Baron Shear continued their conversation effortlessly. "Will you be staying here for a few days? I can arrange for you to have the best guest room." In response to Ghislaine's question, Baron Shear shook his head. "No, Count Norton has instructed me to return as quickly as possible. I'll rest for just one day before heading back. You know how things are in the capital these days." "That's true. Still, you've traveled a long way and must be exhausted, yet you can't even rest properly. I truly appreciate all your efforts." "What's this about gratitude between us? I'm really fine. Oh, and this is a gift I separately brought for you." Baron Shear handed a small jewelry box to Ghislaine. "You didn't need to go to such trouble. I didn't expect this." Despite his words, Ghislaine's hand naturally accepted the box and passed it to Belinda. It was clear he had done this more than once. "How could I come all this way empty-handed? If you ever get the chance to meet with the ministers later, I'd appreciate it if you could put in a good word for me." "Oh, of course. Since you've shown such consideration, I must repay you. Thank you very much." Seeing the friendly exchange between the two, Zwalter broke into a cold sweat. "A bribe? Is my son being bribed right now? And by a royal administrator, no less." Moreover, Ghislaine was leading the conversation with such ease and confidence. It was hard to believe this was the same son who used to get into trouble and was only good at fighting. "I don't understand. Even though he's my son, I truly don't understand him." After finishing the conversation, Ghislaine looked around for someone to escort Baron Shear. However, the people from Ferdium were all spaced out. Ghislaine, unable to hide his frustration, scolded them. "First, let's escort the secretary to the castle. We can't have them standing here forever, can we?" "Why, yes, right. I was so preoccupied that I didn't think of it. Let's head inside." I'll sort out the supplies and then head straight back to the estate." "What, you're leaving already?" "Yes, there's still a lot to do." "No, wait, hey, someone, escort our royal guests to the guest rooms. I'll finish up here and follow shortly." A few retainers, along with some knights, escorted Baron Shear. After the officials and guards who had accompanied him entered the castle, Zwalter let out a deep sigh. "Ugh, I'm losing my mind." Now that the royal guests were out of sight, the tension began to ease a little. Thankfully, since the guests were only staying for a day, there wouldn't be much need to keep up appearances. Feeling slightly more at ease among familiar faces, Zwalter carefully asked a question. He was happy, sure, but there were things he needed to confirm clearly. Now that Baron Shear is gone, I need to ask once more. The amount is quite large, even if it's just half. Are you sure it's okay to accept this? There's no issue, right?" "Yes, there's no issue, so just accept it. Isn't this a good thing?" "It is, but to be honest, it all feels so sudden. I don't quite understand what's going on." "Father, there's no need for you to worry. It's true that the royal family and the nobles haven't been very supportive up till now, hasn't it? We're just receiving what we should have been getting all along." "Well, that's true. Even if you did take half for yourself," he thought, though his expression remained complex. Ghislaine smiled as he spoke to Zwalter. "Don't worry. No one will be able to look down on this place anymore." Zwalter nodded without saying a word. He wanted to speak, but strangely his throat tightened and no words came out. Ghislaine's voice was firm, filled with confidence. Why did that one short sentence pierce his heart so deeply? It was clear that his son had changed from before. This is good. His son was being praised even within Ferdium. And now he had grown to a position recognized by the royal family and high-ranking nobles. His heart swelled with emotion. It felt as though the years of suffering from being ignored, the hardships caused by poverty, were melting away. Even after achieving something so big, He remains calm, just like his mother. It would have been nice if his wife could have seen their son like this, too. My dear, why did you have to go so soon? Walter rubbed his eyes, feeling a sudden warmth around them. Come to think of it, that reckless behavior is something he got from you, too. Remembering all the trouble Ghislaine had caused so far, his tears suddenly vanished. The memory of when he heard that Ghislaine had been caught by the Marquis of Brantford sent a chill down his spine, even now. If he was going to mature, he could have done it a bit sooner. Judging by Ghislaine's recent accomplishments, he had done more than most lords could dream of. He felt proud and pleased. His son's growth, that ability which was reviving their estate after such a long period of hardship. But what his son was doing still seemed reckless and dangerous. The bet with the Marquis of Brantford, where his life had been on the line, was a fact that couldn't be ignored. Ugh, I don't know how much longer my authority as a father will hold, but if I let go, he's bound to act even more recklessly. If nothing else, he would keep holding off the northern barbarians to prove that his father was still capable. Lost in his own thoughts, Walter was brought back by Ghislaine's voice. Then I'll be off. Father, please head inside. The aid supplies have been pre-sorted by cart, so distributing them shouldn't take long. Walter, coming to his senses, held on to Ghislaine. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You haven't been here in a while. Stay, have a meal, rest a bit. Spend some time with your siblings. No, I'll make time to visit later. We need to send Captain Randolph back quickly too, don't we? You keep saying you'll visit later, but you only come when you need something. Ah, it's just that I'm busy. Is there only one busy person in this world? Other people manage to take care of their families even when they are busy. It's not like you have a wife or children either. Now that we're on the topic, let's talk about it. When are you going to get married? You're not seeing anyone, are you? His father hadn't been like this before, but as he aged, he seemed to nag more. It appeared that the earlier mention of dowry had triggered thoughts of marriage, making him more eager to see it happen. Right now, Ghislaine had no intention or time to think about romance or marriage. He lowered his gaze, pretending he hadn't heard anything. But even the retainers chimed in, making their opinions known. Lord Walter is absolutely right. You must find a bride quickly. The sooner you marry, the better. We need to secure the succession. Now that your reputation has improved, this is the perfect time. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when your reputation might plummet again, given your nature, young lord. Taking advantage of the topic, Walter decided to push further, speaking firmly. Since it seems you're not seeing anyone, I'll find a suitable match for you. I have no intention, absolutely none, of getting married right now. Ghislaine emphasized every word clearly, but the others had no intention of listening. Whether you intend to or not, it must be done. Marriage isn't something decided by your feelings. In noble families, the decision to marry always rested with the head of the household. Ghislaine let out deep sighs, trying to steer the conversation in a different direction. Father, why don't you consider finding someone to remarry? You seem a bit lonely lately. Walter replied with a serious expression. I'm not popular with women. Faced with such an earnest yet sorrowful confession, Ghislaine found himself at a loss for words. Walter spoke earnestly. Who would want to send their daughter to Ferdium? If you don't want to end up like me, you absolutely cannot miss this timing. You need to get married quickly while you're still young and doing well. Ha! It hurt just to hear it, but objectively he was right. The husband spent half the year dispatched to the northern regions. At first glance, it might seem great to have no husband at home, but the problem was that it wasn't just the husband who was absent. No one would be pleased with the idea of staying alone without a husband, in a rural backwater that was both poor and dangerous. That's why the Ferdium Count's family had always managed to arrange marriages by pleading with the noble families of the nearby estates. Ghislaine and Amelia's previous engagement had been arranged in a similar manner. It was fortunate even to secure an engagement. Walter hadn't managed to find a proper match during his younger years. Look at me. If I hadn't met your mother by chance, I wouldn't have been able to get married at all. Your mother was also from a fallen noble family, so you don't have any maternal relatives, do you? At Walter's words, Belinda awkwardly turned her gaze away and scratched her neck. Ghislaine's mother had come into the family without a dowry, bringing only Belinda with her as a maid. Still, from Ferdium's side, they bowed and thanked her for agreeing to marry, bringing her into the family with respect. The recitation of facts, which bordered on self-mockery, led to a moment of silence. The difficulties of marriage were not just a problem for noble families. Homeland cautiously spoke up. Since the influence of the young lord has grown significantly, how about pushing for marriage with Count Rappold's daughter again? Amelia. Should we? Zwalter's expression brightened with interest. Amelia Rappold was the daughter of a prominent lord in the north, known for being noble, elegant, wise, and compassionate, a well-regarded match. Becoming a son-in-law to the Marquis of Brantford would be more than enough, but honestly, that was a wish too ambitious to entertain. That's right, to survive in this harsh north, she has to be kind and good-hearted. But since they were once engaged, it should be easier this time. It's only hard the first time, not the second, right? Rappold was a major lord in the north. Though their relationship had become somewhat distant due to some unpleasant incidents, their estates were close, and they had maintained a nominal alliance since the previous generations. Count Rappold had many children, and in the past, he had graciously allowed the engagement between Ghislaine and Amelia. Now that Ghislaine's reputation had greatly improved, there was a high chance that they would accept it again. One by one, the vassals began to express their approval. If it's Count Rappold's daughter, there's nothing lacking. Rather, she's more than we could hope for. Apparently, Count Rappold is already looking for a new match. In that case, it would be better to go with us, his longtime allies. Re-establishing our relationship is just a matter of effort, isn't it? As the conversation continued to lean in a positive direction, Ghislaine's expression began to twist proportionately. In the end, unable to hold back any longer, Ghislaine burst out. Absolutely do not contact them. I won't marry that woman even if it kills me. What? Why not? To be honest, there's no one in the north as great as Lady Amelia, Homeland asked, looking puzzled. She had a good background, was beautiful, and was known for her kind heart. Her personality was quiet and composed, so she seemed like she would support her husband well. No matter how one looked at it, there was no one like her. Is it because of what happened before? Marquis Brantford is backing you now, so we can get past all that. In fact, we might be even more favorable now. Politics has always been like that. Oh, I said no. I absolutely won't do it, so take it as a given. If you proceed with this, I'll ruin everything. We'll all just go down together. Ghislaine raised his voice, even glaring, which was unlike his usual self. Marry two people who were currently grinding their teeth to kill each other. On their wedding night, they'd probably start planning how to assassinate each other. Faced with Ghislaine's fierce refusal, the others only clicked their tongues in disappointment. Why is he so averse to this? Didn't he like her before? Did he get rejected when he went to fetch that grant last time? Zwalter inwardly clicked his tongue. There could be situations where differences in family status might hurt one's pride. But even if things were rough between them when they're young, affection would naturally grow over time as they lived together. Everyone around them seemed to live that way. Still, seeing how Ghislaine was reacting as if he'd lost his mind, they decided not to force the issue for now. All right, we'll talk about it again later. No, I'm not considering it right now, so don't bring up marriage again. I'm leaving. Hey, sort out the supplies quickly. We're heading back to the estate. Ghislaine stormed off, fuming. Zwalter glanced regretfully at Ghislaine's back. No matter how he thought about it, there was no better candidate for a daughter-in-law than Amelia. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Finally, we're back. Home is definitely the best. Passing through the outer walls of Fenris, Belinda expressed her joy. The mansion in the capital had been grand and splendid, but she couldn't relax there because she was always worried about what trouble Ghislaine might get into next. Truly, there was no place as comfortable as home, a truth that held through the ages. The rest of the group, though not as openly expressive as Belinda, showed signs of relief on their faces. At least here, there was no need to walk on eggshells, constantly minding the gazes of high-ranking nobles. As news spread that the Lord had returned, the residents of the estate gathered. The Lord is back. Wow, but what is all of that? The people were astonished at the sight of the carts following behind Ghislaine. Weapons, various materials, and fine warhorses. Behind them, there were more carts loaded to the brim with all kinds of daily necessities. It looked similar to the processions of merchant guilds entering the estate, but never before had so many goods arrived all at once. Look at those carts. They are incredible, aren't they? They said he was selling cosmetics or something. Looks like it was a huge hit. The estate residents ogled the carts with bright, expectant eyes, hoping that once again Ghislaine would distribute the goods he had brought back for the benefit of the estate. Whenever he brought something back, he always dedicated it entirely to the estate. The food shortages had been resolved, and the number of amenities was gradually increasing. Anyone who was willing to work had the opportunity to do so and was paid a fair wage. Although they couldn't yet call it prosperity, it was still a far cry from the days when they were constantly on the brink of starvation. For that, they were deeply grateful. "I'm so glad he made it back safely." "Exactly, I was really worried too. It was so unsettling while the Lord was away." In their minds, the terrifying memories of the former lords and other nobles' tyranny still lingered. They feared that if anything unfortunate happened to Ghislaine, those kinds of men might return, and the thought kept them awake at night, anxiously waiting for news of the Lord. The residents were genuinely happy just to see that he had returned safely. "We're so glad you're back safely. Lord, please look over here. Don't leave again." Unlike in other estates, the people here did not cower, prostrate themselves on the ground, or tremble as the Lord passed by. It was because Ghislaine had always been approachable, and he had been generous in his support to the residents. Claude, the estate's administrator and chief overseer, did not let this opportunity slip by. He immediately dismounted his horse, climbed onto one of the moving carts, and shouted loudly, "Hear me! This trade expedition by our Lord was an immense success. He has achieved great profits and strengthened ties with the kingdom's high-ranking nobles. In particular, the Minister of Protocol, the Marquis of Brantford, has become the Lord's patron." The residents blinked blankly. What did people who lived in the countryside, farming all their lives, know about who the Marquis of Brantford was? But they paid attention to the words that followed. "With those profits, we have purchased large quantities of goods needed for the estate. This is a policy aimed at stabilizing the suddenly rising prices, so the residents will be able to purchase these items at lower prices than the usual market rate. Let us all be grateful for the Lord's generosity, as he wishes to improve the lives of all the estate residents. Woohah! The Lord is the best. As expected, the only one who takes care of us is the Lord." A thunderous cheer erupted, so loud it felt as if the ground itself was shaking. Some of the residents, overcome with emotion, even burst into tears and collapsed. Although a bountiful wheat harvest had helped alleviate some of the food shortages, people couldn't survive on bread alone. They needed clothes, and once in a while they deserved to enjoy something tasty, too. However, since the surrounding estates were in much the same situation as Fenris, procuring everyday necessities had always been a struggle. People even had to share cooking tools and pots with their neighbors. While merchant guilds frequently came to sell goods near the Lord's castle, the supplies they brought were far from sufficient. The situation was even worse in villages farther away from the castle. But now, the Lord had returned with large quantities of much-needed goods just for them. The items on the carts before them were not luxurious products for the Lord's personal use, but various essential items. For those who had lived day by day, grateful simply for not starving, this was an incredible gift. Claude, beaming with pride, shouted again over the waves of cheers echoing around him. "There's no need to worry about anything in the future. If any problems arise, the Lord and I will take care of them. Never forget that the best way to repay the Lord's kindness is to do your best in your respective duties." "Ha ha ha!" The residents clapped and cheered, responding enthusiastically to Claude's words. "Woo-heh, long live the chief overseer. We'll work hard. The chief overseer is just taking the credit." "Who said that? Show yourself." "You must have misheard. Wahaha." Ghislaine watched the laughing and chatting residents with a smile, shaking his head. He had planned to make an official announcement soon, but he hadn't expected such an impromptu reveal. The guy certainly had a knack for smooth talking. "Well, it's not bad." When he first arrived, the residents had been slowly wasting away without hope. Seeing their brightened expressions now filled him with pride and satisfaction. "I need to prioritize fixing the roads, too." Most of the northern merchant guilds didn't come as far as Fenris. They usually unloaded their goods at Raypold instead. This was partly because Raypold was a large and wealthy estate, but also because the journey to Fenris was treacherous, making it easier for the merchants to come and go, and ensuring the smooth transport of cosmetics to the capital or other locations would require proper road maintenance. Amidst the endless cheers from the residents, Ghislaine slowly made his way toward the Lord's castle. Like the others, he too felt a sense of ease upon returning to the estate. It seemed like there hadn't been any major incidents, so now he could proceed with his next plan quickly. Boom! Before he could finish his thoughts, a deafening explosion rang out from the direction of the castle, followed by a plume of flame shooting high into the sky. A hole was punched straight through the clouds where the red light had passed. Ghislaine stared at the castle in shock. Why had there been such an explosion all of a sudden? Was someone attacking? As he struggled to make sense of the situation, Ghislaine's eyes widened as he remembered what facility was located at that exact spot. The Fenris estate, near the Lord's castle, was bustling with construction. The laborers were busy carrying materials and building the foundation of the structures. However, there was one section of the construction site that was oddly deserted. Hey, isn't life getting a bit easier lately? Ulfoy, who was lounging around on the ground in a ragged robe, muttered this casually. The other mages, who were sprawled nearby, all nodded in agreement. They were also dressed in similarly worn-out robes. To anyone passing by, they would look less like the proud mages of a magic tower and more like laborers on a construction site. Ulfoy, chewing on a piece of grass as he lay there, looked like the epitome of a slacker. I wish the Lord wouldn't come back. Ulfoy grumbled, and the other mages nodded once more in agreement. That would indeed be nice. With the Lord absent, things felt relaxed and peaceful. They had become quite skilled at the construction work, but that didn't make it any less tedious. The mages chuckled among themselves, hoping this small sense of happiness would last a while longer. He might have gotten into some trouble in the capital. Yeah, knowing his temper, he's probably clashed with some high-ranking noble. He might have already lost his head for all we know. Wow, just hearing that makes me feel happy. The mages even discussed how they would escape if it turned out the Lord had died. They didn't genuinely believe it, though. It was more of a hopeful fantasy. In the barren estate where there wasn't much to do for fun, they could only pass the time by having conversations like this. Since we're bored, how about we play a game? Sounds good. At Ulfoy's suggestion, the mages' faces lit up, and they quickly sat up. These innocent mages, who previously knew nothing about gambling, had started playing bets every day after losing a wager and getting involved with Claude. One of the more level-headed mages cautiously brought up a concern. Well, the chief overseer's deputy was complaining that the construction has been running a bit late. Shouldn't we get back to work today? What does he think he is, telling us what to do when he's only just gotten here? I'll handle it. What's there to be scared of? Ulfoy said confidently. Although Lowell had been given the authority to oversee the estate's overall management, he couldn't treat Ulfoy recklessly. After all, Ulfoy was the successor of the Magic Tower and the head of its branch in the Fenris estate. No one other than the Lord could easily meddle with him. So, what game should we play today? Odd or even? Sure, let's keep it simple with odd or even. All right, I'll go first. Once everyone agreed, Ulfoy pulled out 4 coins. He put the coins in his hands, shook them, then clenched his fists and extended one hand. Call it odd or even. A mage hesitated for a moment before speaking. Even. Yes, even. Ulfoy smirked. Hey, when you start with 4 coins, most people choose odd. It makes sense, but you're deliberately going with even. Yes. So can we just check how many there are? Hold on a second. I'm talking right now. So you're not going to change your choice? Yeah, I'll stick with even. I'm giving you a chance to change your mind, you idiot. The mage looked troubled as Ulfoy shouted at him. Damn it, he's starting up again. This guy goes off the rails like this every now and then. The money he had was saved bit by bit, helping out the local residents from time to time. Since he was practically a slave with no pay, he didn't have much money, and losing it this way would be a problem. If I lose this, I won't even have money to drink. I absolutely can't lose. As Ulfoy and the mage glared at each other, trying to find an opening, a mage who had been keeping watch just in case ran over in a hurry and shouted, "The Lord is back!" The mages stared blankly for a moment, then quickly lowered their heads in dejection. Even their small moment of happiness was over. The time to work themselves to the bone had come again. With a grim expression, Ulfoy got to his feet. Let's get to work. Move it quick. While the mages scrambled to stand up, he discreetly slipped the coins into his robe. It was then. Boom, mother, what the? A loud explosion suddenly erupted and flames shot up from the direction of the Lord's castle. Startled, Alfoy squinted, trying to pinpoint the location. What? That's Vanessa's lab, isn't it? Black smoke and flames slowly began to consume the surroundings. The cheering residents of the estate were also shocked by the sudden explosion and turned to look toward the Lord's castle. On such a joyful day, what kind of accident was this? Ghislaine gauged the location of the explosion, and his face went pale. Vanessa. The explosion had definitely occurred at the magic lab next to the Lord's castle, set up for Vanessa's training. They even moved the runestones there. To assist Vanessa, who lacked mana, Ghislaine had relocated runestones around the lab. He had done this so she could use the runestones if she found it difficult to cast spells. Damn it, faster. Ghislaine spurred his horse and began to race toward the Lord's castle. The intensity of the mana he felt from the explosion was no joke. It clearly meant that the runestone's power had been used. If all that mana from the runestones exploded at once, the area around the Lord's castle would be in ruins. Others, bewildered by the sudden situation, began running after Ghislaine. By the time I arrived at the scene where the flames were roaring, the area was already in chaos. Vanessa's laboratory was designed with various auxiliary buildings attached around the main central structure. The fire, which had initially started in the central building, seemed to die down momentarily but then spread to the auxiliary structure, growing in size again. People were running around, desperately trying to put out the fire. An axe. Bring an axe, break it down first. Everyone else bring water and sand. However, the fire wasn't easy to extinguish. Instead, it continued to spread even more fiercely. Lowell, Ghislaine shouted as he jumped off his horse. My lord, Lowell, who had been anxiously directing people, brightened up when he saw him. What on earth happened? I don't know. There was a sudden explosion in Vanessa's lab. And Vanessa, I think she's still inside. No one was hurt. I don't think so. We made sure no one but Lady Vanessa could get close to this area. At least there was some relief in that news, and Ghislaine let out a sigh of relief. Where are the mages? They should be at the construction site right now. Get them all here immediately. Hurry. The estate still didn't have proper firefighting facilities. The fire had grown too large to be managed by manpower alone. Using magic to control the flames was the best option for now. Crack. Vanessa's lab, reduced to just its framework, began to collapse while spitting out flames. I go in and get Vanessa out. Ghislaine took off his cumbersome coat, preparing to enter the collapsing building. Just then, a frantic woman's voice echoed loudly from inside the building. Why wind blast? Whoosh! The falling debris was suddenly blown away in all directions by a powerful gust of wind. Get down. What the hell is this? Why is it flying over here? The people who had gathered around panicked, ducking and crouching down. Ghislaine and his subordinates deflected the flying debris, protecting the people. After the rain of debris subsided, another loud shout came from inside the building. Water strike. Whoosh. This time, columns of water began to shoot up from various places. SSSHHH. Boom. Bang. Given the fire, dousing it with water was good. But the force wasn't controlled and the water columns were too massive. The enormous water jets pierced through and shattered debris, scattering them around once more. Ghislaine shouted urgently, "Stop it!" The estate residents backed away to a safer distance, and the mercenaries who had come with Ghislaine worked hard to fend off the debris. What do I do? It seemed the person casting the magic inside had realized the situation and screamed, "Die dispel! SSSSSSSHHHH." With another shout, the water columns gradually dispersed and disappeared. The flames that had engulfed multiple buildings were now completely extinguished, leaving only the soaked remnants of the collapsed structures. SSSS, pools of water rippled like waves. The occasional hissing sound came from lingering embers being snuffed out as they were swept away by the overflowing water. Ghislaine and his companions, drenched from head to toe, looked at each other. They all looked like drowned rats and no one could find the words to speak. At that moment, a woman crawled out from the debris of the collapsed building. Oh, I'm sorry. I committed a grave sin. I deserve to die." The woman, sobbing with snot and tears running down her face, was a mess. Her hair was wet and hung down like seaweed, and her face was smudged with black soot. The remnants of her tattered clothing were adorned with fragments of runestones which clinked together faintly. Ghislaine stared at the unrecognizable figure for a while before speaking in a perplexed tone. Vanessa, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I made a mistake and caused trouble for everyone, you. Even as Ghislaine questioned her, the woman just kept her head down, crying her eyes out. Ghislaine, at a loss, asked again, Are you really Vanessa? Yes, I'm Vanessa, ooh. I'm that wretched woman, ooh. Are you all right? You, I'm fine, I'm truly sorry, you. Vanessa, genuinely remorseful, continued to sob as she lay there. She seemed unaware of who was even speaking to her. Well, considering how timid she was, it made sense she'd be out of sorts after causing such a major incident. Calm down and tell me what happened. What's all this about? You, I made a mistake because I couldn't control my mana properly. I'm so sorry. Boo-hoo. You couldn't control it properly. Ghislaine tilted his head slightly. Although Vanessa had limited mana, she was unmatched when it came to magical theory. Hadn't she even successfully executed a massive trap spell that only an archmage would dare attempt? It was hard to believe that someone like her could make such a huge mistake. No, how did you even make a mistake like that? Stop crying and explain it to me slowly. After a few more sniffles, Vanessa steadied her voice and began to explain seriously. Since this was my first time attempting this magic, I wanted to make sure it was perfect, so I used a bit too many runestones. I layered the spell, modulated the mana waves, then altered the structural dynamics to transform the spatial form and coordinates mutter. And that's how I finally managed to succeed with a sixth circle spell. As expected of a mage, she was explaining her reasons, but none of it made any sense to him. Still, one word stood out and caught his attention. Sixth circle. Ghislaine exclaimed in shock. Reaching the sixth circle so quickly, it was an astonishing level of talent that sent chills down his spine. Ha! Sixth circle. She reached the sixth circle. The whole incident of the buildings blowing apart vanished from Ghislaine's mind. He couldn't stop laughing, not caring at all about the people around him. Vanessa, who had been sniffling with her head down, finally sensed something was off. She had been too flustered to realize it, but the voice she was responding to wasn't that of Lowell, the acting chief overseer. Wait, who am I talking to right now? Slowly, she lifted her head. She rubbed her eyes to clear her blurry vision and looked up again to see a familiar face. My lord! Ghislaine was standing there, soaked, grinning from ear to ear, with a face as if he had conquered the world.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.